Chen Changsheng spoke, "Fellow Taoists, please make your move. Otherwise, this humble Taoist shall find no excuse to slay you." The first disciple, Changzhi, possessed the Myriad Sword Body, a single awakening, unparalleled in swordsmanship and unmatched in offense. The second disciple, Anzhi, the reincarnation of the master of the Forbidden Zone, had reconstructed the Jinyu divine body, a forbidden physique, invulnerable to all laws, with an indomitable physical form. The third disciple, Xiao Ranxian, underwent 9 cycles of reincarnation, faced death in each, and in the 10th cycle lost all desire for cultivation, yet ultimately tread the path of immortality. In times of uncertainty, one may consult the spring breeze. If it remains silent, turn to the heart within. Chapter 1. The Upper Clear Continent. The Upper Clear Continent, in the ancestral martial realm, features the towering Wuliang mountain range. Its colossal peaks ascend into the clouds, largely shrouded in layers of mist that billow like delicate veils, creating a dreamlike and ethereal beauty. Atop these towering heights, the Ta-Ching Tianzong stands resolutely, resembling an immortal palace. The entire architectural complex exudes a magnificent aura. Pavilions and towers are arranged in harmonious disorder, with intricately crafted flying eaves and brackets emanating an ancient and mysterious charm. The walls are adorned with various mysterious runes and patterns, glimmering with an extraordinary light under the sun's rays. At this moment, the entrance of the Ta-Ching Tianzong thronged with a bustling crowd, a veritable sea of humanity. Most gathered here are young prodigies from the North Wilderness and surrounding regions, each possessing a unique aura, their youthful faces etched with determination and aspiration. Some carry long swords of ancient design, sharp and formidable, with gemstones embedded in the hilts shimmering coldly in the sunlight, while others wield peculiar magical artifacts that radiate mysterious light, seemingly infused with boundless power. Their faces shine with confidence, a reflection of their hopes for the future and their desires to become powerful. Today marks the Disciple Recruitment Conference of the Ta-Ching Tianzong, and a multitude has gathered here with the sole purpose of joining this esteemed sect. Joining a powerful sect in the realm of cultivation not only grants access to profound cultivation resources, but also provides the guidance of seasoned and profound elders. However, gaining entry into such a formidable sect as the Ta-Ching Tianzong is no simple task. One must endure layers of rigorous selection and trials. Only those who demonstrate exceptional cultivation talent and formidable strength may seize this invaluable opportunity. In the realm of cultivation, possessing great strength and a solid background serves as the ultimate measure of worth. The powerful wield overwhelming might, capable of effortlessly annihilating the world, while the weak must submit to the dominion of the strong, a harsh reality of the cultivation world. Thus, everyone yearns to join a powerful sect, for only in this way can they defy the tides of this grand world and truly seize their own destinies. The Ta-Ching Tianzong, as the most powerful sect in the North Wilderness of the ancestral martial realm, undoubtedly stands as the most coveted sanctuary for cultivation in the hearts of many young aspirants. The North Wilderness is home to 7 sects, with the Ta-Ching Tianzong reigning as the foremost, while the other 6 include Alayin Si, Qing Yunzong, Jiao Huangdian, Kunlun Su, Tianjianzong, and finally, Qing Tongdian, alongside countless minor factions, dynasties, and cultivation families. Qingqing Peak is one of the many summits of the Ta-Ching Tianzong. It rises majestically into the clouds, perpetually enveloped in mist, imparting an air of mystery and ethereality. Atop the peak, ancient trees tower, lush and verdant. These trees exhibit various forms. Some stand tall and straight, while others twist and coil, bearing witness to the passage of time and its vicissitudes. The mountains are often graced by the presence of spiritual birds and extraordinary beasts, their calls echoing through the valleys, enhancing the natural beauty of this realm. As one traverses the rugged mountain paths, one can observe exotic flowers and rare herbs nestled among the rocks, exuding a unique fragrance. On certain cliffs, waterfalls cascade like silver ribbons, splashing crystalline droplets that shimmer with a spectrum of colors under the sun's embrace. The rocks of the peaks rise steeply or feature peculiar formations, concealing endless mysteries and secrets. Qingcheng Peak is saturated with rich spiritual energy, as if the entire space is pervaded by an extraordinary aura, making it an ideal sanctuary for cultivators seeking to immerse themselves and comprehend the heavenly principles. In a tranquil corner of Qingcheng Peak, a man clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe reclines leisurely beneath a massive willow tree. His body is slightly stretched, eyes gently closed, countenance serene, as if he has merged seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Just then, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Ding, the sign-in system has refreshed. May I inquire if the host wishes to sign in? The mechanical sound shattered a fleeting moment of tranquility. Upon hearing it, the man's expression remained calm. He merely opened his eyes slightly, and a glimmer of contemplation seemed to flash within his gaze. Between his brows, the man appeared to embody both celestial and demonic essences, exuding an ethereal grace that was both exquisite and transcendent, while simultaneously hinting at an ineffable air of languor. At this moment, the man narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a casual tone. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, Taiwan Dao Sword, which has been transferred to the system space. After the system's voice ceased, the man reclining in the chair slowly remarked, the extreme Dao Imperial Weapon is quite impressive. Please provide further details. Ding. Taiwan Dao Sword. The foremost sword of ancient and modern times, unparalleled in attack, the world's deadliest weapon. Unparalleled in attack, the deadliest weapon, quite commendable. After waiting for a moment without a response from the system, the man teased. The man's name was Chen Changsheng, a denizen of the Blue Star, who was originally an unemployed drifter. One fateful night, while spending a sleepless night online with friends, he suddenly passed away and found his soul reborn as the disciple of the former headmaster, Changzhi, in front of the Qingcheng Peak of Taiching Tianzong. As for the cause of his previous life's demise, he himself was unaware. After his rebirth, Chen Changsheng, through the memories of his predecessor, learned that he resided in the Zhou Realm, a world of cultivation. The Zhou Realm comprises 5 major regions: Zhongzhou Tianyu, Nanjianyu, Dongguanyueyu, Zhuangju, and Baiwanju. Each of these regions possesses its own distinct characteristics, with Zhongzhou Tianyu being revered as the sacred land of martial arts, home to countless powerful warriors and precious cultivation resources. Nanjianyu is famed for its enigmatic Nanjian forest, a gathering place for demonic beasts. Dongguanyueyu boasts vast terrains and magnificent landscapes, serving as the abode for numerous sects and clans. Baiwanju is the second most powerful region after Zhongzhou Tianyu, hosting numerous cultivation sects and regarded as a holy land for countless cultivators. In contrast, Zhuangju is a desolate expanse with a harsh environment, yet it has given rise to unique martial arts and beings. With the aid of the Golden Finger check-in system after his rebirth, Chen Changsheng swiftly ascended to become the foremost figure of Taiching Tianzong in his era. After achieving invincibility, Chen Changsheng found life dull and thus remained on Qingcheng Peak, no longer venturing out, gradually fading from people's memories over the passage of time. In the ensuing centuries, Chen Changsheng's days were filled solely with check-ins, and after Qingzhi ascended to immortality, he was left as the sole inhabitant of Qingcheng Peak, naturally becoming its headmaster. Taiching Tianzong comprises 5 peaks: Tiandao Peak, Qingcheng Peak, Qingquan Peak, Taiching Peak, and Taishan Peak. Chapter 2. Taiching Tianzong. The Taiching Tianzong sect predominantly revolves around swordsmanship. Among the 5 peaks, Taiching Peak and Qingcheng Peak stand out as particularly unique. Taiching Peak exclusively admits female disciples, rendering it the object of admiration for all male disciples, while Qingcheng Peak is distinguished by having only one leader and no other disciples. Suddenly, a notification echoed. Ding! A significant number of children of destiny have been detected in this realm. To better assist the host, the system will undergo an upgrade. Moments later, another chime resonated. Ding! System upgrade successful. The divine level disciple recruitment system has been activated, binding to the host, Chen Changsheng. Host, Chen Changsheng. Cultivation technique, Kao longevity record. Physique, none. Martial arts, divine demon, 3 prostrations, unparalleled sword technique, heaven covering great hand seal, 1 chi transforming into 3 purities. Cultivation level, Dao-Ancestor Realm. Disciples, 0, current status, sleepy. Disciple, Xianyuan, Dao, seeks an audience with the master uncle. At that moment, a resonant and melodious voice reverberated through the expansive air. Shortly thereafter, a young man appeared as if descending from a dreamlike celestial realm, instantly illuminating the surroundings. His appearance was strikingly handsome, with features resembling meticulously crafted works of art, each contour flawless and exquisite. He possessed a tall and slender figure, exuding an ethereal elegance, with every movement radiating grace and composure. Chen Changsheng, reclining on a chaise lounge, gradually opened his still sleepy eyes upon hearing the sudden sound. With a dazed expression, he gazed at the newcomer and languidly inquired, "Xianyuan disciple, what brings you here?" "Master uncle, my master mentioned that Chen Changsheng has not accepted disciples for centuries. He hopes you can participate in the upcoming disciple recruitment ceremony." Noticing Chen Changsheng's lack of response, Xianyuan Dao continued, his tone tinged with urgency and eager anticipation. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now," Chen Changsheng replied with a casual wave of his hand. "Yes, Master Uncle," Xianyuan Dao responded. He then turned, and with a flash of sword light beneath his feet, soared towards the foot of Chen Changsheng, his figure becoming ethereal amidst the clouds. As Chen Changsheng, still half asleep, watched the young man depart, he finally opened his eyes fully, his gaze sharp as he contemplated the direction Xianyuan Dao had taken, murmuring to himself, "Indestructible body of eternal calamity." Ding! The arrival of a red-fated child at the Ta-Ching Tianzong disciple recruitment ceremony has been detected. Please proceed to the ceremony. Just as Chen Changsheng marveled at this revelation, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. "Fellow system, I am already invincible. Why would I need to recruit disciples?" Chen Changsheng gradually stood, stretching languidly as he spoke. Ding! Disciple recruitment successful. The host has been awarded the Chaos Divine Demon Physique. Please proceed to recruit disciples promptly. The system's mechanical voice sounded again, imbued with an undeniable firmness. The Chaos Divine Demon Physique seems quite promising, and indeed, I should possess a physique. By the way, fellow system, what does this red-fated child signify? Chen Changsheng inquired, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. Ding! The fortune of the myriad realms is categorized into 6 distinct levels: white, blue, orange, purple, gold, and red. Among these, white resides at the lowest tier, signifying the unremarkable, those entirely devoid of any affinity for the path of cultivation. In stark contrast, red stands exalted at the pinnacle, representing supreme fortune, bestowing upon its possessor the promise of ascending to immortality. The system continued its patient elucidation. Individuals of white fortune lead lives of mediocrity, achieving little. Blue denotes a slight aptitude for cultivation, yet remains within the realm of the ordinary. Orange bears a certain talent, with the potential to attain the rank of martial emperor. Purple signifies a further elevation, capable of reaching the martial sovereign status. Gold grants access to the celestial realm, while those endowed with red fortune bear extraordinary destiny, transcending the mundane and embarking upon the path at the zenith of the great Tao. Upon absorbing the system's thorough introduction, Chen Changsheng gained a lucid and profound understanding of the fortune within this world, as well as a glimpse into its intricate and mysterious cultivation system. The cultivators of the Upper Qing continent are stratified according to their cultivation realms, commencing from the initial stage of martial artists and advancing through the ranks of martial apprentices. Martial masters, martial spirits, martial kings, martial emperors, martial sect leaders, martial venerables, and martial saints, ultimately aspiring to reach the coveted realm of martial emperor. What remains unknown to the masses is that above the martial emperor lies the realms of immortal Tao, divine Tao, and the legendary extreme Dao-Ancestor Realm. And he indeed occupies a position within the extreme Dao-Ancestor Realm, specifically the Dao-Ancestor Realm. After centuries of understanding, he recognized that the so-called martial emperor realm and its lower tiers are merely transcendental stages along the path of cultivation. The notion of transcendence serves to enable mortals, through relentless practice, to refine their bodies and minds to endure celestial power, ultimately achieving the goal of metamorphosis and ascension. The martial emperor realm represents a crucial step towards the immortal Tao realm. However, within countless minor worlds, the martial emperor realm is regarded as the epitome of existence. Although martial emperors can command the forces of heaven and earth, effortlessly shattering the barriers of time and space while traversing the void, they remain incapable of truly mastering the power of the immortal Tao. System, how might I ascertain who the child of fortune is? After contemplating, Chen Changsheng murmured, Ding! At the behest of the host, the system shall awaken the heavenly eye. A crisp notification echoed suddenly. As the mechanical voice of the system faded, an enigmatic and immensely potent force surged into Chen Changsheng's eyes. Upon slowly opening his eyes, a strange light flickered within, seemingly allowing him to effortlessly pierce through the endless void and the intricate trajectories of fate. System, could this heavenly I be the fabled chaotic Dao I? Chen Changsheng inquired, his heart brimming with curiosity. Ding. Indeed, please proceed to accept disciples. The system's voice responded decisively. With the system's accurate affirmation, Chen Changsheng's figure flickered and vanished instantaneously, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. Atop the limitless Mount Wuliang, the Ta-Ching Tian sect's architectural complex stood magnificently, akin to a grand and resplendent celestial palace. Amidst the ethereal and misty clouds, the entire architectural complex exudes a magnificent grandeur, with pavilions and towers artfully arranged, their flying eaves and dugong brackets exquisitely designed. Each detail emanates an ancient and mysterious aura. Chapter 3. Ethereal Presence. The walls of the structures are adorned with various enigmatic runes and patterns that shimmer with strange and resplendent light under the sun. At the heart of the complex stands a majestic and solemn grand hall, its roof meticulously covered with golden glazed tiles that sparkle dazzlingly in the sunlight. Resembling a radiant sun, suspended above the hall's entrance is a massive plaque inscribed with the words Dao Tian Dian in bold, vigorous strokes, each character embodying an endless essence of Dao and formidable power. The interior of the hall is spacious and luminous, lavishly decorated, with an array of precious martial arts techniques and treasures displayed meticulously around its periphery, each exemplifying the formidable strength and profound heritage of the Tai-Ching sect. In addition to the Grand Hall, the Tai-Ching sect encompasses numerous other structures, including the scripture repository, alchemical chamber, and artifact forging room. At the edge of the complex, a crystal-clear stream meanders gracefully. Before the Tai-Ching sect's buildings lies an expansive and awe-inspiring sect square, paved with solid, smooth blue stone, its surface occasionally revealing the faint outlines of some ancient formation, exuding a unique and mysterious essence. The square is extraordinarily vast, capable of accommodating thousands without appearing crowded. Surrounding it are tall, exquisitely carved stone pillars, each adorned with intricate designs and scenes related to the sect's historical myths, vividly lifelike as if they might leap from their confines. At the center of the square stands a grand circular stone platform, shrouded in an ethereal mist. The platform is encircled by complex and mysterious runes that occasionally flicker with unusual light, seemingly harboring immense power. The sect square serves not only as a venue for significant events and rituals, but also as a direct manifestation of the sect's dignity and profound heritage, inspiring awe and admiration in all who visit. At this moment, above the square's edge, rows of solemn and exquisite seats have been meticulously arranged. These seats, distributed with care, are crafted from precious wood, intricately carved with delicate patterns and the sect's unique emblem, radiating an air of ancient elegance. The design of the seats is distinctive, with smooth and natural lines, as if custom-tailored for their esteemed occupants, imparting a sense of unparalleled nobility. Each seat corresponds to a particular peak, subtly proclaiming the importance and supreme honor of each within the sect. "Master, I have informed Elder Chen," said Xianyuan Dao as he strode towards the sect leader's throne, addressing Xiao Wuxiang seated there. Xiao Wuxiang sat gracefully upon the throne of the sect leader, clad in a simple yet dignified white robe, its sleeves gently billowing in the breeze. His visage was thin, with sharply defined features, his sword-like brows arched slightly, and his deep, luminous eyes seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and rich experiences. His hair was neatly arranged, the black and white strands revealing the passage of time, while a few wisps danced lightly in the wind. He maintained an upright and imposing posture, exuding an aura of formidable authority that commanded respect and reverence. He stroked his long, well-groomed beard, which swayed slightly with his movements, adding to his ethereal presence. At that moment, he gazed at Xianyuan Dao and said, "Indeed, you have worked hard." Xianyuan Dao bowed respectfully before departing the square. Before the gates of the Ta-Ching sect, two towering stone pillars pierced the sky, reminiscent of ancient deity supports that had stood since primordial times, emanating a grand and profound presence. These pillars were as white as snow, with a fine and smooth texture, intricately adorned with exquisite and complex carvings. The patterns, resembling dynamic lines, coiled and intertwined, together depicting a mysterious and ancient design. Prominently displayed between the pillars were the four characters of Ta-Ching Tianzong, each character bold and vigorous, their strokes sharp as swords, exuding an imposing aura. At that moment, A multitude of people gathered before the gate, gazing up in silent reverence at the four characters, their eyes filled with awe and deep contemplation. Some sparkled with a yearning light, seemingly desperate to enter this enigmatic sect and explore its profound mysteries, while others were lost in deep thought, as if they had gleaned some inscrutable wisdom from those four characters. Suddenly, 3 resonant and melodious chimes of a bell echoed, as if a heartfelt call from ancient times, each toll striking like a hammer on a drum, profoundly stirring the souls of the listeners. The bell's sound carried the weight of history and time, reverberating before the gate, as if traversing a tunnel of time, connecting the past and present. Ha ha ha! The decade-long recruitment of disciples for the Ta-Ching sect has finally begun. I, Hu-Han-San, have returned, boomed a disheveled man with a scruffy beard, his laughter resonating with excitement and anticipation in the air. What are you barking like a dog for? Look at yourself. With that appearance, you think you can enter the Ta-Ching sect? Not to mention your ancestors' graves smoking. Even if they were ablaze, it would still be impossible. Have you even looked at yourself? At that moment, a plump woman shouted without hesitation, her voice sharp and piercing, laden with evident disdain and scorn. How dare you, you wretched woman, ruin my resolve? You infuriate me. Hu-Han-San retorted, utterly incensed by her words, his voice brimming with a tumultuous mix of anger and helplessness. The intense quarrel between the two individuals instantly captured the attention of those nearby, as numerous young talents cast their curious and excited gazes upon them. Amidst the bustling throng, a solitary figure stood out strikingly, a ragged boy, his clothes tattered and his face smeared with dirt. He seemed to exist in a world entirely at odds with the vibrant crowd surrounding him. The boy's attire was in shambles, the most basic linen garments torn to shreds, riddled with countless gaping holes, nearly leaving him exposed. His hair was a wild tangle, and the grime on his face obscured any semblance of his true features. His frail and slender frame appeared as though it could be easily toppled by a mere breeze. His eyes, filled with helplessness and confusion, formed a stark and cruel contrast to the self-assured and energetic individuals around him. As he traversed the area, he was met with disdainful and contemptuous glances from the crowd. He remained silent, slowly making his way toward the periphery. Each step he took felt burdensome, as if he bore an invisible mountain upon his back. The onlookers visibly recoiled in disgust, hastily parting to clear a path for him, as if they feared even the slightest brush against him. Some even cruelly shouted, "Filthy beggar, get far away." The boy, seemingly impervious to their chilling words, continued to walk with his head bowed, trudging onward through the throngs. Though sunlight bathed him, it appeared incapable of dispelling the heavy gloom that enveloped his heart, leaving behind a poignant silence and indifference. Raising his gaze to the sky, he recalled the old beggar with whom he had shared his life since the dawn of his memories, relying on their joint efforts in begging for survival. The old man's surname was Liu, and thus he was named Liu Changzhi. Eventually, the old beggar vanished without a trace, leaving him to wander and beg alone. In the scorching heat, he could only find solace sleeping in desolate fields, and in the frigid cold, he curled beneath the eaves of others' homes, often driven away without mercy. From a young age, he had heard tales of the Immortal realm, nurturing within him an endless yearning for its wonders. After the tolling of the bell ceased, the barrier of the Ta-Ching sect gradually opened, and a figure leisurely emerged from within. This figure walked upon the void, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, approaching with an unhurried grace. As the figure came into clearer view, the crowd finally discerned his features. Before them stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a pristine long robe that billowed elegantly in the breeze. His countenance exuded kindness and warmth, his gaze imbued with infinite wisdom and depth. In his hand, he held a feather duster, and with gentle gestures, it seemed to summon clouds and mist around him. The appearance of the elder intensified the atmosphere in the square as he smiled and surveyed the gathered crowd, declaring, "I am Su Mo, the grand elder of the outer sect of the Ta-Ching sect. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all the young friends gathered at the Ta-Ching sect. Your presence at our disciple recruitment assembly is indeed a great honor for our esteemed sect. Now, I kindly invite you to step inside the sect to partake in the evaluation process. Please, dear friends." The elders are truly formidable. Elder, you are indeed magnificent. We shall surely join the Ta-Ching sect. Brothers, let us charge forth and embrace the Ta-Ching sect. Following Su Mo's proclamation, thousands surged forward like a tidal wave, entering between the two towering stone pillars, stepping into the Tai Ching sect. Upon crossing the spiritual threshold, a torrent of potent spiritual energy enveloped them. Everywhere one gazed, grand and imposing structures loomed, creating an atmosphere akin to a celestial realm, where everything felt extraordinarily beautiful and tranquil. As numerous young prodigies poured in, Lu Changzhi quietly followed the throng into the sect. The Grand Elder Su Mo, satisfied to see everyone had entered, gently stroked his goat beard and returned to the plaza. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet, Su Mo announced upon his return. At the sound of his voice, the previously raucous plaza fell into an immediate hush. By this time, the representatives from various peaks had already taken their places atop the grand dais. All eyes in the plaza turned toward the central seat, that of Daotian Peak, which is the main lineage of the Tai Ching sect, where the sect leader Xiao Ranxian sat. Beside him was Dugu Wu, the head of Qingquan Peak, standing tall like a sturdy pine, exuding an ineffable aura of authority. His handsome and resolute visage, with sword-like brows arching into his temples, shone with brilliant, star-like eyes that reflected unparalleled charisma and majesty. The head of Taishan Peak, Jun Gujin, appeared youthful despite his silver hair, which glistened like pristine frost. His beard, too, was as white as snow, yet this did not diminish his vibrant spirit. Despite his advanced years, his physique remained robust, exemplifying the vigor of age. As for Nian Qingwu, the head of Taiching Peak, she possessed a graceful and enchanting figure. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate and smooth as silk. Clad in a simple yet elegant garment, her ethereal charm remained undiminished. Every gesture she made exuded elegance and poise, effortlessly captivating all with her enchanting presence. Meanwhile, the head of Changsheng Peak, our male protagonist, was still en route. Is Brother Chun not yet arrived? Zhao Wuxiang inquired, glancing at the vacant seat of Changsheng Peak. Seeking answers from the surrounding elders, the elders exchanged looks, uncertain of how to respond to the sect leader's query. Sect leader, Brother Chun may be on his way. One elder finally replied. Upon hearing the sect leader's question, the heads of the three mountains remained unfazed, accustomed as they were to Changsheng Peak's absence from the recruitment assembly for many years. Some believe that the absence of Changsheng Peak may actually be a blessing, as it would alleviate the intensity of competition. Fellow disciples, I appreciate your patience. At that moment, the vacant seat of Changsheng Peak was graced by the presence of Chen Changsheng. Greetings, Senior Brother Chun. As this salutation resonated throughout the hall, all the high-ranking members of the Tai Ching heavenly sect rose in unison, bowing deeply to Chen Changsheng. Their faces radiated respect and reverence, as if this young man possessed unparalleled authority. Chen Changsheng responded with a gentle smile and a nod, then waved his hand lightly, signaling everyone to be seated. His gaze swept across the assembly, revealing a hint of profundity and mystery in his eyes. Who is this person? A curious young man wondered aloud amidst the crowd. The sect leader and the elders of various peaks are present, yet he arrives only now. The man beside him shook his head and sighed. Have you truly squandered all your talent on such singular focus? It's as if you were robust in physique, yet simplistic in thought. Even the leader of Changcheng Peak is unknown to you. Perhaps it is time for you to refine your intellect. What? He is the leader of Changcheng Peak? The young man's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief evident on his face as he gazed at Chen Changsheng. Meanwhile, several female disciples cast adoring glances in his direction, their expressions filled with infatuation. Wow, the leader of Changcheng Peak is extraordinarily handsome, one of the female disciples whispered in awe. Another concurred, indeed, his aura is so unique. It is utterly captivating. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, Zhao Wuxiang addressed Elder Su on the square. Elder Su, please commence. Elder Su respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Yes, sect leader. Chapter 5, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all present at the Tai Ching Heavenly Sect. I hereby declare the recruitment event of the Tai Ching Heavenly Sect officially commenced. The first challenge is entitled Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. Before you stand a ladder that pierces the clouds, comprising a total of 10,000 steps. All participating disciples must ascend 5,000 steps without employing any spiritual power to pass the assessment. Su Mo gestured towards the imposing ladder that seemed to ascend into the very heavens, addressing the crowd with fervor. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards the majestic ladder. their expressions a blend of anticipation and anxiety. The structure loomed before them, as if it led to an infinite sky, evoking a sense of awe. Remember, should anyone use spiritual power during their ascent, the latter will eject them automatically, signifying their voluntary withdrawal from the challenge and forfeiting their eligibility to continue. Xuemo explained patiently. At this proclamation, the atmosphere grew solemn. For the disciples understood that this trial was not merely a test of their strength, but also a rigorous examination of their mindset and resolve. Failure to endure would preclude them from entering the inner sect, thereby denying them access to greater resources and guidance. Xuemo then introduced the second challenge. The second challenge is known as the illusory corridor, which will test the purity of your hearts. Upon hearing this name, a wave of reverence surged within the crowd. The Tao heart is one of the most critical foundations for cultivators. Should it falter, the path of cultivation becomes arduous and fraught with challenges. This particular trial serves to test the steadfastness of their Tao heart. At last, Xuemo proclaimed, "The third assessment is a test of innate talent, which shall determine the trajectory of each of your future cultivation journeys." Following this declaration, Xuemo turned and strode towards the center of the plaza, raising his voice to announce, "Based on your innate talents, you will be assigned to different peaks for your training. Young friends, the assessment begins now." As his words lingered in the air, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Everyone understood that this was intricately linked to their chances of entering their desired peaks, thereby gaining superior resources for cultivation and invaluable opportunities. "Brothers and sisters, we shall meet at the third trial," he concluded, and countless individuals eagerly ascended the heavenly ladder. As time flowed gently, the sun climbed higher and the temperature steadily rose, causing beads of sweat to cascade down as the participants faced immense physical and mental challenges. Yet at this very moment, one individual suddenly broke through his own limits, successfully passing the first trial. This remarkable achievement sparked interest and inspiration among the others, who gritted their teeth and pressed onward. As time went by, more and more individuals triumphed over the first trial, their faces radiating joy and pride. Conversely, those who failed appeared despondent and disheartened, quietly leaving the plaza. "Why couldn't I just hold on a little longer?" murmured one failure, regret evident in his eyes. "Alas, such is fate. I shall depart," sighed another, his demeanor heavy with gloom. "It seems I am not destined for the Tai Ching heavenly sect. I shall take my leave," whispered yet another, his spirit forlorn. At that moment, Changzhi, who had successfully passed, lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, utterly drained of energy, as if all vitality had been sapped from his being. Many were in a similar state. Observing that most had reached their limits, Xuemo spoke, "Congratulations on passing the first trial. You may take a quarter of an hour to recuperate and prepare for the ensuing second trial." Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly settled into a cross-legged position, closing their eyes to meditate. The plaza fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the subtle sounds of breathing, while Changzhi remained sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. The esteemed figures on the high platform gazed at the disciples below, their eyes shimmering with nostalgia and reflection. They seemed to glimpse their former selves, those youthful dreamers filled with aspirations. Nian Wu gently turned her head and whispered to the sect leader beside her, "Leader, this disciple recruitment event is quite remarkable. Several rare talents have already emerged." Xiao Wuxiang stroked his goatee, nodding in agreement, his gaze surveying the youthful faces with admiration. Jun Gujin echoed, "Indeed, it appears we shall acquire some commendable disciples this time." However, Du Gu Wu remained silent, his gaze profoundly fixed upon the disciples below who were undergoing the assessment. Chen Changsheng lounged lazily in a chair. This was his first attendance at the disciple selection conference. Had it not been for the substantial rewards offered by the system, he might not have come at all. At this moment, he was casually observing the disciples beneath him. At this juncture, the sect leader Xiao Wuxiang spoke up, his eyes resting upon Chen Changsheng, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Brother Chen, the talents this time are quite commendable. You may choose at your discretion. The future of Qingqing Peak requires exceptional disciples to carry on its legacy." In response, Chen Changsheng steadfastly remarked, "Thank you, junior brother, but at Qingqing Peak, we primarily rely on fate in accepting disciples. It cannot be forced." Observing Chen Changsheng's resolute stance, the others ceased their persuasion. Fully aware of his character and recognizing that once he had made a decision, it would be exceedingly difficult to alter. Just then, Xuemo, who had remained silent until now, broke the stillness. Everyone, let the second round of assessments commence. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, the eager disciples were brimming with excitement. They had longed to enter the next round and showcase their strength and potential. Thus, they surged into the illusory corridor, anticipating the successful passage of this trial. The illusory corridor was a mysterious and perilous realm that would test the disciples' inner qualities. In the path of cultivation, if one's heart was not righteous and one could not adhere to the true path, it would not only impede the progress of their cultivation, but could also lead to dire consequences. Therefore, this trial was crucial for selecting those genuinely suited for the path of cultivation. Within this enigmatic and treacherous illusion, each individual would face distinct trials. Some would confront their deepest fears, while others might succumb to irresistible temptations. Only those with unwavering fortitude and ironclad willpower stood a chance of emerging from this challenging and hazardous realm. However, it was not long before a surprising scene unfolded. A ragged and haggard figure emerged slowly from the illusion. His appearance was remarkably ordinary, even somewhat shabby, yet it was this seemingly powerless youth who captured the attention of everyone present. Eyes widened in disbelief, the onlookers were filled with astonishment, as if struggling to comprehend what lay before them. How is it possible that this fellow possesses no magical prowess whatsoever? How did he pass the assessment? A disciple from the Taiching sect exclaimed, incredulity lacing his tone. The other disciples echoed his sentiments, sharing the same confusion and bewilderment. They simply could not fathom why this seemingly unremarkable youth had managed to traverse the trial with such ease. It was well understood that within this mysterious illusion, formidable willpower was essential to confront various challenges. Yet, Changzhi exhibited neither extraordinary strength nor remarkable wisdom, leaving everyone in a state of perplexity. At this moment, Changzhi himself wore an expression of astonishment, bewildered by the peculiar gazes from those surrounding him. Faced with the scrutiny and curiosity of the crowd, he appeared somewhat at a loss. Just then, a clear mechanical voice resonated in Chen Changsheng's mind. Ding, red genius detected. Please proceed to accept disciples. Chen Changsheng activated his chaotic Dao-I and observed the continuous emanation of red fortune from Changzhi. Is this truly the child of red fortune, as the system described? Chen Changsheng murmured to himself, filled with perplexity and intrigue. System, display his detailed information. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Chen Changsheng remained incredulous and hastily requested the system to further investigate Changzhi's background. Ding! Here is the detailed information regarding Changzhi. Name, Changzhi. Talent, child of red fortune. Physique, primordial sword body, revered as the foremost sword body throughout history, capable of evolving chaos upon the formation of a sword. Identity, born with the supreme sword bone, drawing the companionship of imperial weapons. Currently, the supreme sword bone has been lost, and the accompanying imperial weapon is sealed with a shattered dantian. Indeed, as expected of a child of fortune, he possesses every conceivable attribute of a bug. After perusing this information, Chen Changsheng could not help but exclaim. He slightly straightened his posture, focusing intently on Changzhi in the square. Noticing Chen Changsheng's reaction, those around him also cast curious glances towards Changzhi at the center of the square. They too developed a profound interest in him, eager to discover more about his story. The atmosphere became unusually hushed, save for the gentle whispers of the breeze. As time flowed languidly, an increasing number of individuals successfully navigated the second challenge. In contrast to the first challenge, the number of those passing the second was significantly reduced, with nearly half facing elimination. Originally, around 10,000 participants had gathered. Now, only 4,000 to 5,000 remained. Although the elimination rate in this round was not as heart-stopping as the first, it was still strikingly severe, underscoring the rigorous and arduous nature of the assessment. After the final individual succeeded, the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, Su Mo, spoke slowly. Congratulations, young friends, you have taken a significant step into our sect. Next, we shall commence the crucial talent assessment. Different talents will determine vastly different treatments for you. If you wish to receive more favorable treatment, do showcase your talents to the fullest. With that, Grand Elder Xiao Ranxian turned and steadily advanced forward, his steps resolute and unwavering. The new disciples followed closely behind, their hearts brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Each youthful spirit resembled a flickering flame, fervent and eager. Before long, They arrived before a towering, colossal bell tower. This bell tower soared into the clouds, exuding an overwhelming presence, akin to a colossal giant, radiating an aura of solemnity and grandeur. The surface of the bell tower displayed an ancient texture, as if it had endured the relentless passage of time, with every inch steeped in profound history. The clock face is intricately adorned with countless characters of varying sizes, meticulously arranged, radiating brilliance akin to the dazzling stars. Surrounding these characters are densely inscribed smaller letters, each imbued with a powerful vigor, as if concealing boundless profound mysteries. Even more astonishing is the ethereal flow of mysterious Dao fluctuations that occasionally emanate from the body of the Great Bell. These Dao energies appear as lively spirits, joyfully dancing in the air, imbuing the atmosphere with an aura of sacred and inviolable majesty. Faced with the grandeur of this monumental bell, curiosity proved irresistible for some, prompting an eager inquiry. What is the origin of this ancient bell? Why does it exude such a powerful and awe-inspiring presence? This question struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of anticipation in the hearts of all present, who turned their gazes towards Su and Mo, their eyes brimming with eagerness and expectation, silently awaiting his elucidation. Elder, could this possibly be the sect's treasured Dao Su bell? Someone with insider knowledge hastily inquired. Indeed, this is the sect's imperial weapon, the Dao Su bell, Xiao Ranxian replied without hesitation. All right, young friends, let us commence the test. Please gently place your hand upon the Dao Su bell, Xiao Ranxian stated directly, devoid of any delay. This Dao Su bell is not merely a formidable weapon of immense power. It possesses a wondrous ability to detect the hidden cultivation talents and potential within each of you. Based on the number of bell chimes, you shall be categorized into different ranks. Those who hear 3 chimes or fewer will be designated as outer disciples, 4 to 5 chimes as outer disciples, and 6 or more as inner disciples. If fortune favors, the sect leader and elders may even select you as true disciples. Are you all prepared, young friends? The future lies within your grasp, so hold it tightly. Su Mo gazed at the crowd with hopeful anticipation, his eyes shimmering with radiant hope. I shall go first. With that, a tall man strode forward, chest held high, channeling his spiritual energy into his hand and placing it upon the great bell. Dong dong. As his energy met the Dao Su bell, 2 deep bell tones resonated. The man looked at his hand in disappointment, beginning to doubt himself. I am the veritable pride of Dongyun's city, yet I only rang twice. However, he soon accepted reality, sighing inwardly, perhaps this is fate. At least I have joined the Tai Ching Tianzong. A servant disciple is still a disciple. Li Wu, 2 chimes, servant disciple. Proceed to register your information, came the prompt response. One by one, the testing disciples approached to take their turns, with the sound of the bell ringing out successively. Li Wearer, 3 chimes, servant disciple. Wang Yu, 4 chimes, outer disciple. Lin Xiao, 5 chimes, outer disciple. Each bell chime signified a new fate and beginning. Some disciples were elated, while others were disheartened, but they all understood that regardless of the outcome, this moment marked a significant turning point in their lives. As time passed, each heartbeat resonated with an air of anticipation. Finally, when the final chime echoed, the entire square erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Some rejoiced with exuberance, while others quietly departed the scene. Yet, regardless of their reactions, all were infused with hope for their futures. Chapter 7. Long Yichen. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, a resounding series of 8 mighty tolls rang out, prompting a collective gaze of curiosity from the crowd. Some are filled with envy, others astonished to the point of being speechless. The prodigy of the 8 chimes, came an exclamation. Who would have thought our cohort could produce such a marvel? Another remarked. The assembly of disciples below gasped in admiration. Even the students from previous years displayed expressions of disbelief. They understood well what the 8 chimes signified. It was undeniably the harbinger of the sect's future star, a beacon of hope for its resurgence. As they looked up, they beheld a figure with lustrous, jet-black hair, meticulously groomed, exuding an aura of discipline and order. Long Yichen donned a flowing white robe, his presence ethereal, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, imparting an exquisite sense of otherworldliness. The esteemed leaders and elders on the high platform were rendered speechless, fully aware of the significance represented by the 8 chimes. Before them stood an unparalleled talent, a paragon whose existence promised to be the cornerstone of the sect's future legacy. Before Su Mo could utter a word, the higher-ups on the platform could no longer contain their excitement and began to speak in unison. Young one, what is your name? Would you consider taking me as your master? I am Jun Gujin, the esteemed head of Tai Xian Peak. Jun Gujin, unable to restrain his eagerness, revealed his prestigious title. Do not heed his words. Come to Tai Xian Peak, where you will find an abundance of beautiful disciples, Nian Qingwu interjected, undeterred by the competition. Would you consider joining my Qian Kuan Peak to master the unrivaled sword technique? Even a usually aloof Dugu Wu clamored eagerly. Brother Chen, will you not make your intentions known? Xiao Wuxiang inquired of Chen Changsheng. Upon hearing this, disappointment and unease flickered across the faces of all the heads and elders. If he intervened, their chances would surely diminish. I have no affinity with Qingsheng Peak, Chen Changsheng replied, channeling the chaotic essence to perceive the layers of golden fortune radiating from the young man, then spoke with an air of nonchalance. As soon as he finished, the crowd, once anxious, breathed a collective sigh of relief, observing the eagerness of the high-ranking officials wishing to take him as a disciple. Long Yichen felt a surge of joy and spoke. I am Long Yichen, hailing from the dragon clan of Lanhua County in the central continent. Long Yichen, a fine name indeed, Xiao Wuxiang remarked. Have you decided whom you wish to serve as your master? Young one, ponder this carefully. It is a matter of great significance that will shape your entire life, Nian Qingwu urged, her eagerness palpable. She understood that her mountain was populated solely with female disciples, making it challenging to accept this Chime prodigy. Yet she remained hopeful, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Long Yichen. Master, I have made up my mind. I wish to join the Qian Kuan Peak and take Elder Dugu as my mentor, Long Yichen declared with an air of calm and composure, unyielding yet respectful, as he gazed at the esteemed figures upon the high platform. Excellent, my good disciple. Come to my side, Elder Dugu responded, raising his hand and effortlessly drawing Long Yichen next to him, as though fearing someone might seize him away. The others, unable to claim what they desired, could only sigh in disappointment, their hopes now resting on the possibility of encountering another prodigy of such extraordinary caliber in the future. As they beheld Long Yichen, envy painted the faces of all present. After all, who would not yearn to possess such exceptional talent and astonishing abilities? Their gazes brimmed with profound longing and genuine admiration, as if they were fixated upon a distant, resplendent dream. Sumo's countenance was adorned with surprise and delight. After all, Long Yichen had been selected under his auspices, undoubtedly signifying an elevation in his own standing and prestige within the sect. At this thought, an irrepressible sense of pride surged within Su Mo's heart. Cough, cough, cough. Silence. The remaining individuals shall continue their assessments, Su Mo proclaimed, turning to the candidates yet to undergo their tests. His voice resonated with authority and earnest anticipation, as he hoped to uncover more extraordinary talents akin to Long Yichen in the forthcoming evaluations. As the testing progressed, a stunning woman named Long Wu emerged, her performance nothing short of breathtaking, achieving an impressive 7 sounds. Her remarkable entrance left all spectators in awe, and she was ultimately accepted as a disciple by Nian Qingwu. The majority of other participants merely attained 3 or 4 sounds, lacking any particularly outstanding talents. Those reaching 5 or 6 sound were also taken in by the elders of the sect, thus becoming the future reserves of the sect. As time gradually passed, the sun's resplendent afterglow painted the horizon crimson, resembling a grand, unparalleled palette, transforming the sky into a profound and captivating tapestry. Under the sunset's glow, the venue became deserted, with only a handful of candidates remaining who had yet to complete their tests. Even the esteemed elders of the sect, after securing their satisfactory disciples, departed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Lu Changzhi's complexion was as pale as paper, devoid of any color, his lips quivering slightly. With a tremor of timidity and uncertainty in his voice, he cautiously inquired of Su Mo, Elder, may I participate in this test, even without spiritual power? Su Mo slowly approached Lu Changzhi, extending his finger to gently touch the center of his brow, a wave of gentle spiritual energy instantly flowing into him. After assessing, Su Mo gazed into Lu Changzhi's eyes, filled with yearning, and with a heavy heart, he shook his head and sighed deeply. Child, your dantian is irreparably shattered. It seems you may never cultivate again in this lifetime. Upon hearing these words, Lu Changzhi felt as though he had been struck by a fierce bolt of lightning. Staggering several steps, his complexion turning an ashen white, his eyes filled with despair. How could this be? How could this be? Lu Changzhi's gaze became vacant, murmuring to himself, his voice trembling with an unmistakable quiver of fear. It seemed as if his soul had departed, leaving behind only an empty shell. Despair surged within him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him entirely. His body trembled slightly, each cell screaming of the inner anguish and hopelessness he felt. His face was as pale as snow, his lips devoid of color, appearing exceedingly haggard. Chapter 8. The Immortal's Fate. His eyes were devoid of life, lacking even the faintest spark of vitality, as if the entire world had crumbled around him. His hands were clenched into tight fists, nails digging deeply into his palms. Blood seeping forth, yet he felt no pain. Those around him bore witness to this heart-wrenching scene, their hearts swelling with a profound sense of compassion. Yet they were powerless to alter the cruel reality before them. Su Imo sighed deeply, extending a hand to gently pat Lu Changzhi's shoulder, offering solace. Child, do not dwell in sorrow. There are countless paths in this world to choose from. One need not stubbornly cling to the path of immortality. Lu Changzhi bit his lip, nodding in a daze of despair. He lifted his gaze to the vast expanse of sky, his eyes hollow and lost, as if questioning the heavens in righteous indignation for the injustice he had suffered. The wind cruelly swept past, tousling his disheveled hair. Yet it could not dispel the sorrow that filled his heart. But what else can I do besides pursue immortality? Lu Changzhi's voice was hoarse and low, imbued with profound confusion and helplessness. Each word felt like a heavy stone, striking mercilessly against his heart, rendering him nearly unbearable in his pain. Suimo remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. There are myriad paths in this world. One might engage in commerce, agriculture, or master a particular craft, all of which can lead to success. The pursuit of immortality is not the sole avenue. Lu Changzhi forced a bitter smile. How can those ordinary paths possibly compare to the pursuit of immortality? I once yearned for the divine arts, only to see my dreams dissolve into mere illusions. His laughter was laced with self-mockery and resignation, as if ridiculing his past ignorance and naivete. Subsequently, his expression soured, and he began to walk slowly towards the mountain gate. Young one, I see your resolute heart. You possess great potential. Might you consider becoming my disciple? Just as Lu Changzhi felt utterly despondent, the authoritative voice of Chen Changsheng resonated unexpectedly. He turned abruptly, seeing a middle-aged man clad in a sky-blue robe standing firmly behind him, wearing a gentle smile and gazing at him with warmth. This unforeseen turn of events caused all present to gasp in astonishment, their gazes fixated on Lu Changzhi. Even the elders and leaders on the elevated platform, who had yet to depart, displayed expressions of surprise, their curiosity drawn tightly to Chen Changsheng and Lu Changzhi. Chairman Chen, his dantian is shattered. He may be unable to cultivate, Su Imo interjected hastily, addressing Chen Changsheng. It matters not, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Turning to Lu Changzhi, he inquired, what is it? Are you unwilling? Lu Changzhi, regaining his senses, widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Changsheng before hurriedly kneeling and bowing deeply, exclaiming, Disciple Lu Changzhi pays respects to master. His voice resonated with excitement and uncontainable joy. All right, rise, Chen Changsheng replied. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Chen Changsheng nodded with satisfaction and then ascended into the void alongside Lu Changzhi, gliding away with an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being. Their figures gradually faded from the sight of the onlookers, leaving behind a chorus of astonishment and envious gazes. Watching the departing silhouettes of Chen Changsheng and Lu Changzhi, Su Imo squinted slightly, pondering inwardly. Master Chen has always held discerning judgment. It is indeed surprising that he has taken Lu Changzhi, whose dantian was shattered, as his disciple. Meanwhile, those disciples who had yet to depart whispered among themselves in fervent discussion. Isn't this lad's dantian broken? What extraordinary fortune has befallen him to catch Elder Chen's eye? One murmured, Indeed, could it be that Master Chen possesses some unique method to restore his cultivation? Another chimed in agreement. Master, spoke Li Yinfeng, the esteemed inner gate elder standing beside Xiao Wuxiang. Xiao Wuxiang, looking perplexed, gazed in the direction where Chen Changsheng had vanished, and then thoughtfully remarked, This matter does not require our concern. Brother Chun has his own plans that are beyond our comprehension. With that, Zhao Wuxiang's figure vanished instantaneously. Simultaneously, news of Qingcheng Peak welcoming a disciple unable to cultivate rapidly spread within the sect. On the other hand, Chen Changsheng returned to Qingcheng Peak with Lu Changzhi. Lu Changzhi beheld the breathtaking scenery before him, filled with awe. The peaks were resplendent and varied, shrouded in ethereal mists, with pavilions and towers harmoniously scattered, resembling a dreamlike paradise. Observing Lu Changzhi's astonished demeanor, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and said, "From this moment onward, you shall cultivate here with me." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. The host is rewarded with the Chaos Divine Demon Body, the foremost body of all realms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Celestial Grade Technique, the Taichu Sword Cannon, achieving mastery that can invoke chaos. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Imperial Weapon, the Fuxian Jiuqin, capable of slaying immortals and exterminating demons. The Qingchang Hall, magnificently standing at the heart of the towering mountains, was surrounded by majestic peaks. The interior of the hall was adorned with opulence, exuding an air of solemnity and gravitas, evoking a profound sense of the mysterious and exalted nature of the sect. The environment surrounding Qingchang Hall was tranquil and serene, perfectly harmonizing with nature, coexisting in a symbiotic relationship. The swirling mists of the mountains enveloped the area, lending an otherworldly charm that imparted a transcendent feeling. Soon, Chen Changsheng led Lu Changzhi into the Grand Qingcheng Hall. "Master, my dantian is shattered. Can I still cultivate?" Lu Changzhi raised his gaze to the esteemed figure seated in the main seat, his eyes filled with trepidation and hope as he posed the question. "The sword cannon was acquired during my travels, and I encourage you to attempt its cultivation." Chen Changsheng did not directly respond to Lu Changzhi's inquiry, but casually tossed the recently awarded Taichu sword cannon to him. "Master, what is this?" Lu Changzhi quickly reached out to accept the Taichu sword cannon, his face filled with curiosity. "This sword cannon can resolve the issues pertaining to your dantian. You should practice it, and if any problems arise, you may seek me out tomorrow," Chen Changsheng said, producing a disciple's robe and offering it to him. "Yes, master. I shall take my leave," Lu Changzhi replied respectfully as he accepted the attire with both hands. "There are many vacant pavilions on Qingcheng Peak. Feel free to choose any," Chen Changsheng added, observing Lu Changzhi about to depart. Chapter 9. The Awakening of the Primordial Sword Body. "Yes, master," Lu Changzhi responded in acknowledgement. After Lu Changzhi had left, Chen Changsheng's figure flickered and he instantly returned to the training chamber, communicating with the system, merge the Chaos Divine Demon Body, and conceal the celestial phenomenon. "I trust this requires no elaboration." Ding! The system promptly informed. Host has merged the Chaos Divine Demon Body, and the heavenly phenomena are concealed. Please rest assured. As the body began to merge, two manifestations gradually coalesced behind Chen Changsheng. On the left stood a fearsome black demon wielding a massive black sword, while on the right, a majestic god king brandished a colossal white sword. In that moment of their appearance, the originally crimson blood within Chen Changsheng began to transform, the vibrant red gradually yielding to a deep, dark crimson. The following day, Lu Changzhi arrived early at the Grand Hall, awaiting his master. His complexion was as pale as jade, his features strikingly handsome with a hint of gentleness, complemented by a unique ethereal charm. This stood in stark contrast to his previously disheveled appearance. Filled with anticipation regarding his ability to successfully cultivate, he had risen early to wait, but by midday, Chen Changsheng had yet to appear. Lu Changzhi then took out the Taichu sword cannon bestowed upon him the previous day and began to peruse it. Upon opening the cannon, the four characters Taichu sword cannon instantly captivated his gaze, as if the words possessed life itself. Waves of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his consciousness. The Taichu sword cannon allows one to manifest chaos through the sword. Those who cultivate this cannon must endure the torment of sword energy traversing their meridians, transforming the dantian into a sea of swords and the meridians into sword veins to forge the supreme sword body. Note: only those with extraordinary willpower may practice. Only those of unparalleled sword body may cultivate. With that, Lu Changzhi began his cultivation in accordance with the Taichu sword cannon. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng in the training chamber opened his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura that shattered the surrounding walls. With a gentle wave of his hand, that terrifying force swiftly returned to his body. Rising slowly, he declared, "It is time to check on my precious disciple." Thus, Chen Changsheng stepped out of the training chamber with a composed gait. At the entrance of the grand hall, Changzhi was immersed in his cultivation. As the scriptures gradually circulated around him, a series of grayish-white sword energies swirled in his vicinity, and as these energies continued to converge, they lifted Changzhi into the void. Just as Chen Changsheng stepped out of the hall, he beheld this awe-inspiring scene. Truly, he is the child of destiny, Chen Changsheng remarked with a satisfied expression as he admired Changzhi. At that moment, within Changzhi's body, the grayish-white sword energies were gradually ravaging his meridians, inflicting immense pain that caused his entire body to tremble violently. Beads of sweat the size of pearls cascaded down his forehead, soaking the newly donned azure robe. The excruciating agony was on the verge of shattering Changzhi's last line of defense. Observing this, Chen Changsheng was prepared to intervene when he suddenly noticed a faint grayish-white spiritual energy at Changzhi's chest, guiding the sword energies coursing through his meridians toward the shattered dantian, gradually forming a sea of swords. This sword essence, it seems, showed signs of revival. Chen Changsheng murmured as he watched Changzhi gradually master the sword energies. Whoosh! My sword! At that moment, numerous swords appeared near Qingcheng Peak, with spirit swords soaring skyward from the mountains, ultimately heading toward Qingcheng Peak. Shadows pursued the spirit swords, which seemed to sense Changzhi's sword energies and were irresistibly drawn to him. That is my sword. A sword cultivator cried out anxiously upon seeing his sword flying towards Qingcheng Peak. Make way! Are you trying to lose your life? Just as the man leaped forward to reclaim his spirit sword, someone pulled him back, saying, "Thank you, fellow cultivator." The man, grateful for being saved from the barrage of spirit swords that had just whizzed past him, expressed his appreciation. Swish, swish, swish. Following the sharp, piercing sounds of air being split, the once tiny black dots rapidly grew clearer and expanded at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, an innumerable array of sword lights surged forth like a swarm of locusts, overwhelming the scene with their formidable presence. Those who accompanied the spirit swords were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they absorbed the spectacle before them. Faced with such a torrent of flying swords, the higher-ups of the Ta-Ching Tian sect could not remain passive. Upon sensing the anomaly, they reacted immediately, particularly when they saw countless sharp swords rushing toward Qingcheng Peak like a tidal wave. Xiao Ranxian did not hesitate to shout, "All disciples of the sect, evacuate the area around Qingcheng Peak at once. There must be no mistakes." His voice resonated with authority, commanding undeniable respect. Disciples closest to Qingcheng Peak reacted swiftly to their leader's call, several figures hastily retreating from the peak. Although the higher-ups stationed at the periphery of Qingcheng Peak were mentally prepared, they were still taken aback by the sight before them. There, seated in midair, was the slender and handsome Changzhi, surrounded by countless fierce spirit swords. These ethereal swords seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling rapidly around the youth and forming a breathtaking circle of blades. Changzhi's gaze was focused and resolute, his hands deftly guiding the spiritual swords along predetermined trajectories. Each flourish carried a unique sense of rhythm, as though resonating with some primordial force of the universe. Under his command, countless swords unleashed fierce assaults like a tempest, yet at times moved with the grace of drifting clouds, their unpredictable attacks rendering defense nearly impossible. "Senior brother, what is happening?" Though astonished, Xiao Ranxian quickly regained his composure, addressing Chen Changsheng. "It's merely a trivial matter. Do not panic," Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, observing the approaching crowd. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers fell silent. A person whose dantian had been shattered just yesterday now evoked a symphony of swords, and he considered it trivial? "Senior brother, is this lad awakening his physique?" asked the swordsmanship-sensitive Dugu Wu. Chapter 10. The Ninefold Thunder Tribulation. Chen Changsheng merely nodded, unperturbed by Dugu Wu's insight. "Senior brother, could it be the Primordial Sword Body?" Dugu Wu inquired uncertainly. "What? The first sword body of antiquity, the Primordial Sword Body?" Before Chen Changsheng could respond, Xiao Ranxian, standing nearby, was already astounded. The Primordial Sword Body, a legend they had once read about in ancient texts, was believed to be mere myth. Who could have anticipated witnessing such a legendary physique awaken today? While everyone at the Taiching Heavenly Sect rejoiced, far away in Zhongzhou, within the grand hall of the Sword Palace, a man meditating suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Young master, are you unwell?" The guardian rushed in, eyeing the young master with concern. "I am fine, merely experiencing a backlash from the sword bone," replied the young master, Gong Wushuang, the current heir of the sword palace. "How can this be? Young master, has the sword bone not been refined by you?" inquired the elder, known as Gong Lao, worry etched on his face. "No matter. By the way, Gong Lao, have you located that person?" The youth casually shifted the topic. "His whereabouts have been discovered in the northern wilderness." Gong Lao responded with a bow. "I see. You may leave now." The young master gestured dismissively. "As you command," Gong Lao replied, retreating from the hall. At that moment, deep within the forbidden grounds of the sword palace, a previously dark expanse suddenly emanated a faint glow. Accompanied by a low, mysterious hum, the entire space seemed to tremble. In the light, a uniquely shaped, imposing long sword emerged, measuring approximately 3 feet and 6 inches in length. Its blade shimmered in a soothing ice blue hue, and more astonishingly, a dragon of the same color appeared to come alive, coiling and gliding along the blade, its scales glistening with a cold radiance, its eyes sparkling with vitality, as if poised to take flight at any moment. Looking closely at the hilt, one could see a myriad of runes encircling it, tightly binding the sword in place. As time progressed, Changzhi became increasingly adept at wielding his sword energy, guiding it to dance and swirl in the air at his whim. This sword energy seemed almost sentient, eagerly converging towards his body, ultimately coalescing within the ocean of swords that resided inside him. Throughout this process, Changzhi felt a formidable power continuously infusing his being, nourishing and fortifying his meridians and bones to an extraordinary extent. Simultaneously, his cultivation soared like a rocket, ascending from the initial realm of a martial artist to the 3rd tier of the martial king before he finally paused. In that moment, Changzhi emanated an unparalleled aura, causing the very air around him to thicken with gravitas. The long sword in his hand sparkled with a dazzling brilliance. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left astounded. Breaking through 7 realms was as effortless as dining. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. "Goodness, a young sword emperor has emerged," exclaimed a voice from the crowd. At the instant Changzhi successfully ascended to the 3rd tier of martial king, a terrifying aura erupted forth, scattering countless spiritual swords in the vicinity. "My spiritual sword return," cried a sword cultivator, witnessing his sword about to flee as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, attempting to summon it back. Shortly thereafter, an ancient spiritual sword returned to his grasp. "Pride of my heart, you have finally returned." He rejoiced. The crowd, witnessing this success, hurriedly formed seals to summon their own spiritual swords. Indeed, everyone succeeded in recalling their weapons. However, just as the crowd prepared to depart with their spiritual swords in hand, a deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted, resembling a primal roar from antiquity that shook the very core of their beings. The astonished onlookers raised their heads, their gazes directed toward the location of the Tai Ching heavenly sect. There, they beheld the entire sect shrouded in dense, ominous clouds, resembling a vast black fortress. Within the storm clouds, magnificent thunder dragons coiled and twisted, their roars echoing through the heavens, each one exuding an aura of immense power. Ultimately, all the thunder dragons converged atop the peak of Changsheng, the 9 heavens thunder tribulation. Upon witnessing this cataclysmic event, Xiao Ranxian hurriedly summoned a token, forming seals with his hands as he infused it with golden spiritual energy. Soon, a green barrier began to rise around the Tai Ching heavenly sect, enveloping the entire establishment. "This lad's breakthrough has attracted the thunder tribulation," remarked Li Yunfeng, observing the spectacle. In the forbidden grounds of the Tai Ching heavenly sect, the figures seated in stone chambers gradually opened their eyes, gazing upward at the impending thunder tribulation. From the sky, Changzhi looked upon the gathering storm and spoke. "Is this the thunder tribulation?" Just as Changzhi focused on the tumultuous skies, Chen Changsheng tossed the Fuxin Jiuchen from the system space towards him, saying, "A small gift from your master." Changzhi turned around, extending his left hand to steadily catch the soaring Fuxin Jiuchen, while his right hand gently caressed the icy blue sword. A peculiar surge of confidence blossomed within him. Observing the scene, the gazes of all present instinctively gravitated towards the icy blue blade in Changzhi's hand, their eyes brimming with curiosity. The Wuliang Mountains had become increasingly crowded, with even the leaders and elders of prestigious sects such as the Pope's Hall, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Qingyun sect, and the Kunlun Void Sky Sword sect arriving in droves. Alongside these formidable powers were the rulers of various dynasties and the ancestors of immortal cultivation families from the northern wilderness region. As they looked up at the young man in the sky, countless individuals cast sidelong glances, while the leaders of the major sects wore expressions of grim resolve. They reminisced about the days when the 7 sects of the northern wilderness stood on equal footing. However, with the emergence of Chen Changsheng, the Taiqing sect had surged ahead of the rest, becoming the strongest sect in the region. Now, with another prodigy appearing, their spirits were hardly lifted. At this moment, everyone held their breath, fixated on Lu Changzhi amidst the thunder tribulation. Among the crowd, a man clad in black robes gazed up at Lu Changzhi with a face full of worry and tension, contrasting sharply with the curiosity of others. As the first wave of thunder tribulation struck Lu Changzhi, he effortlessly swung his sword, cleaving through it with ease. The crowd was astounded. The initial thunderbolt had been dispatched with such simplicity. When had the 9 layers of thunder tribulation become so trivial? Just as the astonishment enveloped the onlookers, the thunder in the sky began to shift. The previously scattered bolts gradually converged, intertwining and merging. In the blink of an eye, these lightning strikes fused into a singular entity. Accompanied by a deafening roar, an immense golden thunder dragon materialized before them. The thunder dragon towered thousands of zhang high, resembling a majestic mountain straddling the horizon. Its formidable eyes radiated a mesmerizing light, fixating intently on the young man below, emitting a series of heart-stirring roars. Chapter 11. The Golden Thunder Dragon. The dragon's body shimmered with terrifying, intense lightning. Each flicker was akin to a flash of lightning slicing through the night sky, exuding overwhelming pressure and suffocating malice, surging towards the boy like a torrential flood. Faced with this sudden and terrifying turn of events, Lu Changzhi felt a tightening in his chest as he pondered a strategy to confront it, his expression a mix of astonishment and gravity. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him, and he inwardly lamented his fate. The thunder dragon approached, carrying the power to annihilate all. And Lu Changzhi could sense the sweltering heat and pressure emanating from that colossal energy, the shadow of death looming ever heavier in his heart. Yet, even as fear gripped his insides, he stood resolutely upright, wielding the Fuxian Jiuchen, showing no intention of retreat or evasion. Witnessing the transformation of the thunder tribulation, all were taken aback. The sect leaders and elders of the 7 great sects exchanged glances at the golden dragon, an inexplicable flicker of delight igniting within their previously despondent hearts, as a glimmer of hope began to blossom anew. A figure cloaked in black amidst the crowd gazed anxiously as the thunder dragon charged towards Lu Changzhi, a blazing golden talisman materializing in his hand. Just as the thunder dragon drew near and Lu Changzhi braced himself for a desperate fight, Chen Changsheng's silhouette emerged behind him. Chen extended his hand into the void, conjuring a sword of black and white spiritual energy, and with a decisive swing directed a terrifying blade of dual energies towards the oncoming thunder dragon. With a series of explosive sounds, the sword energy pierced through the thunder dragon, cleaving towards the thunderclouds above. With a resounding crack, the sky was forcibly split in two. The golden dragon let out a furious roar, thrashing the air before dissipating into nothingness. A profound silence enveloped the scene, so still that one could hear the sound of swallow breaths. Whether among the leaders of the 6 sects or other influential figures, a singular thought echoed within their minds. This individual was not someone they could afford to offend. How could he possess such formidable strength? Nian Qingwu stared in astonishment at the scar in the sky, exclaiming, "This strike has already embodied the principles of the sword path." Dugu Wu observed the severed sky, remarking, "Indeed." Chen Changsheng escorted Lu Changzhi back to Qingsheng Peak, addressing the gathered assembly. "Brothers, the show has concluded. Shall we not take our leave?" "Apologies for the interruption. We shall depart at once," Zhao Wuxiang responded, leading the group away. At Wuyang Mountain, the prominent figures from various great factions wore expressions of disbelief, gazing at the sky, which remained unable to coalesce, filled with trepidation. "Esteemed friends who have traveled from afar, please forgive our sect for not extending proper hospitality," Zhao Wuxiang announced as he appeared at Wuyang Mountain, smiling at the influential leaders. "Greetings, Sect Master Zhao." They all bowed in acknowledgement. "Ha ha ha, you flatter me." Sect Master Zhao jested, We came uninvited and should be the ones asking for your forgiveness. Qin Yanxiao, the Pope's Hall Master, chuckled. Indeed, indeed. Sect Master Xiao speaks too highly, the assembly replied with forced smiles. Sect Master Xiao, there are matters to attend to within our sect. We shall convene another day. I bid you farewell. Jiang Yi, the Sword of Heaven Sect Master, said with a respectful gesture. Sect Master Xiao, we too have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave as well. The other 5 sects followed suit, bowing to take their leave. Then I wish all esteemed friends a safe journey. Zhao Wuxiang bowed in farewell, burdened by the internal and external troubles facing his sect, which compelled him to act thus. At the Taoist hall of Qingqing Peak, Lu Changzhi remained in a state of disbelief, gazing incredulously at his master, then shifting his gaze to the scar in the sky. Master, what realm do you currently inhabit? He asked cautiously. To me, realm is merely a concept. With your innate talent, you shall surely catch up to my footsteps in the future. Chen Changsheng replied, before proceeding towards the grand hall of Qingqing. At that moment, Lu Changzhi's stomach let out a loud rumble. Chen Changsheng turned to him, inquiring, Are you hungry? Yes, Lu Changzhi answered, scratching his head in embarrassment. Chen Changsheng shook his head in exasperation, then with a wave of his sleeve. The two vanished from their spot in an instant. Outside the boundless mountain, a shadow clad in black swiftly darted through the air, closely pursued by several other figures in similar attire. You have made it rather easy for us to find you. Let us see how you escape this time. One of the pursuers declared, accelerating even further to chase the black-robed figure, continuing their pursuit beyond the borders of the northern wasteland. At the foot of the Qing Heaven sect, the bustling Taiching thrived with a sea of humanity. Meanwhile, atop the 7th floor of the gathering Immortal's pavilion, 2 individuals sat at a table laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies, showcasing various celestial and aquatic treasures, rivaling even the grandest banquets in opulence. Before the dazzling spread, Lu Changzhi devoured the exquisite dishes voraciously, utterly unconcerned with decorum. Master, this is delicious. You must try it. Oh, and this one is delightful too. Please have some, he exclaimed, his mouth full as he eagerly served Chen Changsheng. Observing Lu Changzhi's gluttonous demeanor, Chen Changsheng could only shake his head in disbelief, sipping from his cup in solitude. As Lu Changzhi caught his master's gaze, he urged, Master, don't just stare. Hurry and eat. With that, Chen Changsheng unexpectedly spewed out the wine he had just swallowed. At that moment, news of a young sword emperor emerging from the northern wasteland spread rapidly. In the hall of the gathering Immortal's pavilion, someone proclaimed proudly, The world believes the young sword sovereign of the central continent is unparalleled. Yet here we stand, with our own young sword emperor from the northern wasteland. Indeed, 7 realms in a single day. Who could rival us? Another chimed in. Come, my fellow friends, let us toast to our young sword emperor. Lifting his cup, a flamboyantly dressed young noble declared, Today, in celebration, all expenses are on me. Indulge freely. And simply put on my tab. Laughter erupted as others expressed their gratitude. Thank you, young Master Li. Many voices echoed in appreciation, wishing him prosperity in martial endeavors and mastery over the 7 realms. After all, who would refuse such a generous offer of exquisite food and fine wine? At that moment, the 2 figures on the 7th floor vanished from the city of Daotian. Chapter 12, Sword Palace. In the Western Emperor domain, dust swirled ominously, and for miles around, not a single living creature could be found. Amidst the desolate sands lay several lifeless bodies, sprawled haphazardly, their blood staining the earth a deep crimson. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these were the black-robed figures who had recently arrived from the northern wasteland. At the forefront of the fallen, a black-robed man paused to catch his breath, coldly remarking, Sword Palace, this is what you owe me. I am merely collecting a small interest. With that, he vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. Damn it. How could 2 people consume 300 premium spirit stones worth of delicacies? The young noble who had treated everyone fumed in anger within the gathering Immortal's pavilion. The spirit stone served as currency in the ancestral martial realm, and 300 premium spirit stones could purchase half of the pavilion itself. Such extravagant consumption was a bitter pill to swallow. What difference was there between this and a gift? Young master, they indulged in an extravagant feast of mountain delicacies and oceanic flavors, even absconding with 10 jars of monkey wine. The trembling innkeeper hesitantly presented the bill to Master Li. What? They not only dined but also took away items? Upon receiving the bill, Master Li found himself at a loss for words, as it detailed 3 exquisite 8 treasures chickens, 10 blue-tailed shrimps, a whole golden crispy pig, and over 100 other lavish dishes. They have left, the innkeeper stammered. Let me not discover the identities of these scoundrels who dare to partake in my hospitality without recompense. I shall flay their skins and peel their tendons to alleviate my wrath, Masterly declared, furiously tearing the bill apart. Old Wood, pay the bill, we must depart, he commanded, while the elderly companion beside him, witnessing the young master's fury, hastily settled the payment in spirit stones and followed him out of the gathering of Immortals Inn. At the grand hall of Qingcheng Peak, a man belched and looked at the ethereal Chen Changsheng, exclaiming, Master, you truly possess a solution. The 2 individuals were none other than Chen Changsheng and his disciple, returning from the gathering of immortals. In the vast expanse of the central region, within the territory of Jianzhou, there lies a mountain peak that pierces the heavens. This peak, renowned as the pinnacle of Jianzhou, is home to the illustrious Sword Palace. The towering summits, akin to colossal swords thrusting into the clouds, inspire awe and admiration. The mist-shrouded mountains are dotted with palatial structures, suffused with an abundant aura of celestial spirits, where individuals bearing flying swords flit about, resembling a realm of immortals. At the summit of the soaring peak stands a grand hall, the residence of the Sword Palace's master, the Sword Hall. At this very moment, a figure hurriedly entered the hall. Master, a grave situation has arisen. An elderly man with white hair rushed in, his face etched with panic, as he shouted while clutching something tightly in his hands. What calamity could have occurred to elicit such urgency? Sitting upon the exalted throne in the hall, Gongxing, the current master of the Sword Palace, furrowed his brow, casting an annoyed gaze at the disheveled elder. Gongxing, with a cultivation level at the 9th tier of the Martial Saint Realm, is a formidable figure in the central region. Master, it is dire. A catastrophe has struck. The life tokens of the 2nd elder and 3rd elder have shattered. The elder gasped for breath, collapsing to his knees, trembling as he presented the fragments of the life tokens belonging to the 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and several other stewards before Gongxing, his face a mask of terror. Stammering in disbelief. What did you say? How can this be possible? Upon hearing this, Gongxing's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, his expression one of incredulity. He knew full well the capabilities of his 2nd and 3rd brothers. The number of individuals in the central region capable of vanquishing both of them could be counted on one hand. Now, someone was telling him they had perished. How could he possibly believe it? Master, every word I speak is the truth. The life tokens placed in the Soul Temple by the 2nd and 3rd elders have indeed shattered beyond doubt, the steward reiterated, trembling even more. Who possesses such audacity to dare slay the elders of my Sword Palace? Conduct a thorough investigation at once. This sect shall not show leniency. This individual must endure countless torments and myriad tortures. Gazing at the shattered life tablet before him, Gongxing's fury ignited, his face flushed crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead, his eyes wide and bulging as he crushed the armrest beside his seat, splinters flying in all directions. Old Liu, this matter will be entrusted to you. Remember, living must be seen, and dead must be accounted for. Gongxing growled through clenched teeth. Understood. I shall exert every effort. Elder Liu, Gongxing Wu, accepted the command and stepped aside. Gongxing then turned his gaze to the kneeling steward of the Fate's Soul Palace, and Xiao, and sternly declared, And steward, I trust you understand how we should proceed from here, without my needing to elaborate further? I comprehend. Please rest assured, sect master. And Xiao replied, trembling with apprehension as he nodded. Excellent. In that case, I shall place my trust in you. I hope you do not disappoint me. Gongxing gestured dismissively, with the decree of clemency granted, and Xiao felt as if he had been liberated from a heavy burden. He hastily bowed in gratitude and swiftly departed from the main hall like a whirlwind. Once Xiao had left, Elder Liu Gongxing Wu, filled with curiosity, inquired Elder Brother, why not simply execute him? A slight smile, cunning and sly, graced Gongxing's lips as he softly replied, at times, certain individuals, when alive, can serve a greater purpose. His gaze remained fixed on Xiao's retreating figure. Old Liu, we cannot afford any missteps regarding the matters of the 2nd and 3rd brothers. They must be handled with utmost care, and their deaths must not pose any threat to us. Gongxing cautioned with deep concern, with unwavering determination. Gongxing met his elder brother's gaze, responding confidently, "Rest assured, elder brother, just as we successfully seized the sword palace before, we shall do so again." Meanwhile, within a spacious and grand hall, a figure clad in black robes respectfully clasped his fists towards a beautiful woman adorned in palace attire, reporting, "Elder, after thorough investigation, it has been confirmed that Gong Xingtian, Gong Xingyue, and several other stewards of the Gong family have indeed fallen victim to foul play." The woman in palace attire smirked coldly. "This truly is the most absurd and laughable news I have heard in recent years. If one wishes to conceal wrongdoing, one must refrain from committing it. The events of the past shall one day require recompense." After a brief pause, the elegant woman continued her inquiry. "Where have the princes of the south and the 10 directions gone?" The black-robed figure hesitated for a moment before softly responding. "The 2 princes have learned of a young sword emperor emerging in the northern wasteland. It is highly likely they have ventured there to investigate." "Very well. You may leave now, and exercise caution in all matters." The woman waved her hand, and the black-robed figure vanished from the hall. On the bustling streets of Taiching City, an invigorated elder was leading a young boy on a leisurely stroll. "Grand Elder, where are we headed?" the boy inquired. "I shall take you to seek a master," the elder replied, looking at the youth. Before long, the 2 arrived at the Taiching heavenly sect. They gazed up at the towering celestial pillars that pierced the heavens, their hearts brimming with astonishment and reverence, momentarily rendered speechless. "Who approaches? What is their purpose?" The sentinel disciple stationed at the entrance, upon noticing their arrival, promptly stepped forward to inquire. Chen Changsheng, regaining his composure, replied somewhat awkwardly, "I am the aged Chen Changsheng, hailing from Dongwang City. My clan brother is the esteemed head of Qingchang Peak. I have come to pay my respects and would appreciate it if you could relay my arrival." The duty disciple then asked, "Do you possess any token?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng retrieved a green token from his bosom and presented it to the disciple, explaining, "This Qingchang token was bestowed upon me by my clan brother years ago." The disciple, after receiving the token, did not immediately render a judgment, but turned to his companion, Brother Wang, and said, "Brother Wang, could you please verify the authenticity of this Qingchang token?" After speaking, he handed the token to the man addressed as Brother Wang. "It is genuine. Please wait a moment. I shall report this at once," declared Brother Wang after examining the token closely. "No need," interjected a resonant voice that suddenly pierced the air. Everyone turned to see a tall and distinguished man soaring towards them on a sword. "Greetings, Brother Liu." The disciples of Ta Ching Tian Zong greeted in unison. Indeed, Brother Liu acknowledged with a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on Chen Changsheng and his companion. With a smile, he said, "I presume you 2 are relatives of my esteemed master. Please follow me." "Young Master Liu, please lead the way," Chen Changsheng responded with a courteous smile. Watching the trio depart, the duty disciple remarked with envy, "In just a few days, I did not expect Brother Liu's cultivation to have deepened so significantly." "Indeed," echoed Brother Wang's disciple in agreement. "The suppressing prison divine body," Chen Changsheng muttered to himself, fixated on the 3 figures gradually approaching the foot of the mountain. "System, open his information," Chen Changsheng commanded gravely. "Ding. Name, Anzhi. Fortune, red fortune. Physique, suppressing prison divine body, a forbidden body. Age, 15. Background, Dongwang City, direct lineage of the Chen family. A descendant of the master of the upper realms forbidden zone, reincarnated for a recultivation." Before Chen Changsheng could utter another word, a steady and urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. In an instant, the figures of Lu Changzhi and the others appeared within the great hall. Lu Changzhi respectfully addressed Chen Changsheng, saying, "Master, your kin has arrived." Chen Changsheng, accompanied by the young Chen Anzhi, bowed respectfully and slowly spoke. Changsheng pays his respects to his clan brother. Chen Changsheng scrutinized the elderly man before him, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. How swiftly time had passed. The Chen Changsheng he remembered had once been a vigorous youth, radiating vitality, yet upon their reunion, he now appeared somewhat weathered. His form stooped like that of an old man. Chen Changsheng could not help but let out a deep sigh, slowly saying, "Changsheng, how long has it been since we last met? I never imagined you would age so significantly." Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, responding with a hint of nostalgia. "It has been 300 years. I am astonished, clan brother, that you still appear so youthful, as if the passage of time has left no mark upon you." Having said this, he glanced down at himself, silently lamenting the merciless passage of time. The once fiery and ambitious days of his youth seemed to belong to a distant past. Chen Changsheng slightly nodded, his gaze then falling upon the youth beside Chen Changsheng. He inquired with curiosity, "Who is this child?" Chen Changsheng promptly pulled the boy closer and said, "Anzhi, quickly pay your respects to your ancestor Changsheng." Chen Anzhi, with a serious demeanor, respectfully bowed and said, "Anzhi pays his respects to the ancestor." Chen Changsheng scrutinized Chen Anzhi with a discerning eye, inadvertently revealing a glimmer of admiration as he remarked, "He is indeed a fine child." "Changxian, what brings you here on this occasion?" Chen Changxuan's expression suddenly grew troubled. After a moment of hesitation, he finally confessed, "Clan brother, to be frank, I have brought Anzhi here today to seek your guidance and have him take you as his master." Chen Changsheng regarded Chen Anzhi with a probing gaze and asked, "Anzhi, do you wish to remain at Changcheng Peak for your cultivation?" Without any hesitation, Chen Anzhi responded with unwavering determination, "Anzhi is willing. I humbly request the ancestor to take me under his wing." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, his expression turning grave as he said, "If so, then you may stay here at Changcheng Peak. However, you must understand that the path of cultivation is fraught with immense difficulties and challenges. You must prepare yourself mentally." Chen Anzhi solemnly declared, "Ancestor, rest assured, Anzhi will endure hardships and will not disappoint the expectations of my uncle." Chen Changsheng smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very well, Luzongzi. Please take Anzhi to the Internal Affairs Pavilion to register and arrange his accommodations." "Yes, master," Luzongzi replied, subsequently leading Chen Changxian and Chen Anzhi out of the Grand Hall. Once they had departed, Chen Changsheng sat alone in his chair, his brow slightly furrowed, lost in profound contemplation. Chen Anzhi bore the Jur Shenki and was the reincarnation of a master from the upper realm's forbidden zone. It was uncertain whether this would be a blessing or a curse. Meanwhile, Luzongzi led Chen Changxian and Chen Anzhi to a serene courtyard, saying, "Elder Chen, Anzhi, you may reside here for the time being. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Chen Changxian hastily bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, young master Luzhang." Luzongzi nodded with a smile before turning to leave. Chen Changxian looked at Chen Anzhi earnestly and said, "Anzhi, being able to take your uncle as your master is a tremendous opportunity. You must cultivate diligently and not let down the family's high expectations of you." Chen Anzhi nodded vigorously. "Ancestor, I understand." Thus, Chen Anzhi officially commenced his journey of cultivation at Changcheng Peak, a path filled with uncertainty and challenges. Chapter 14. The Divine Elephant Suppression Body. A few days later, as Chen Anzhi gradually acclimated to his surroundings, Chen Changxian, citing the busyness of clan affairs, came to bid farewell to Chen Changsheng. In the enchanted forest of the southern wilderness, several individuals soared through the towering trees on their swords, swiftly weaving between the colossal trunks. The vast and boundless expanse of the beastly forest resembled an endless green ocean, sprawling magnificently at the heart of the southern domain of the Zhou realm. Its sheer size left one astounded and speechless. This mysterious and ancient woodland is not only the largest in the Zhou realm, but also a place teeming with vitality, yet fraught with peril. The trees here reach for the heavens, their lush canopies intertwining to create a verdant ceiling that obscures the sky. Within the beastly forest dwell myriad creatures, each exhibiting diverse forms and formidable powers. The variety of life thriving in this forest is astonishing. In the depths of the beastly forest, creatures are distinctly categorized into different tiers, ranging from the 1st to the 10th, with each level representing a vastly different degree of strength and capability. The chasm between each tier is akin to an insurmountable divide. Only through relentless training and self-improvement can one transcend these levels and evolve into a more potent being. Furthermore, lurking within the forest depths are ancient beasts, far more formidable than ordinary creatures. These ancient beasts, possessing unique and powerful bloodlines, stand as the elite among their kind and are revered in their superiority. Their might and intellect far surpass those of ordinary beasts, and above them lies the legendary ancestral beast, endowed with the purest bloodline and innate abilities. Additionally, among the myriad of beasts, some are notably unique and classified as mutated beasts. Brother Nan, have we lost our way? This place seems nothing like the North Desolation. It resembles the beastly forest of the southern domain, one of Jian Nan's followers expressed, filled with doubt. "We cannot proceed any further, Brother Nan. If we inadvertently venture into the heart of the beastly forest, it could spell danger," another follower said, anxiety etched across their face. Indeed, as you both suggest. To be safe, let us exit and inquire with someone for clarity, Jian Nan replied, hastily leading the group away. What is happening? Why isn't Jian Nan caught up? Does he still intend to challenge the young Sword Emperor? Meanwhile, Jian Shifeng, situated in the white desolation, gazed back at the empty space behind him, perplexed, and questioned his followers, who all shook their heads in confusion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. Reward: the Extreme Path Imperial Weapon, the Shifeng Demon Suppressing Halberd. A celestial level technique, the Divine Elephant S Hell Suppression Scripture, and a set of ancient demonic armor. Chen Changsheng retrieved the Shifeng Demon Suppressing Halberd, which boasted a long, robust shaft that exuded a sense of weightiness and steadiness. The razor-sharp halberd head gleamed ominously, emanating a chilling light that deterred any who dared to gaze upon it. The halberd shaft was intricately engraved with a multitude of mysterious runes and designs, which danced upon its surface like lively tadpoles. It truly is an exquisite and rare divine weapon. Chen Changsheng gently caressed the 10 Directions demon suppressing spear and slowly spoke. He paid no heed to the divine image suppressing prison scripture, casually placing it into the system space and instead retrieving another treasure, the ancient demon armor. Its defensive capabilities were indeed remarkable. After examining the ancient demon armor with great care, Chen Changsheng remarked. At that moment, Chen Anzhi entered the grand hall, respectfully bowing to Chen Changsheng. Ancestor, you summoned me. Anzhi, you have been at Qingqing Peak for some time now. I have yet to impart the methods of cultivation to you. Today, I find myself free, so I shall offer you some guidance, Chen Changsheng said slowly. Try cultivating this technique. With that, he retrieved the divine image, suppressing prison scripture from the system space, and handed it to Chen Anzhi. Thank you, Ancestor, Chen Anzhi exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the scroll. What type of weapon do you usually wield? Chen Changsheng inquired. Ancestor, I prefer wielding weapons that are broad and powerful. Chen Anzhi quickly replied. Consider the 10 Directions demon suppressing spear and the ancient demon armor as a welcoming gift from me, Chen Changsheng said, presenting the spear and armor from the system space to Chen Anzhi. The moment the 10 Directions demon suppressing spear and the ancient demon armor appeared, Chen Anzhi's gaze was instantly captivated, his admiration evident as he eagerly accepted them, promptly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Ancestor. Enjoy them, and go practice, Chen Changsheng instructed. Disciple takes his leave. Chen Anzhi, thrilled, gently touched the 10 Directions demon suppressing spear. The next day, as dawn broke, a faint glimmer of light quietly emerged from the depths of darkness, appearing weak and feeble. However, this light did not yield. Instead, it slowly and laboriously began to ascend. Chen Anzhi naturally made his way toward the Qingchang dojo, and, as he walked, the sound of swords clashing reached his ears, prompting his curiosity to follow the source of the sound. He soon beheld a figure dancing with a sword at the Qingchang Peak dojo, none other than Lu Changzhi. With a sword in hand, Lu Changzhi moved gracefully in the wind, his form agile and commanding. The sword's light shimmered, and the sword energy was palpable, as if one could truly feel the sharpness of the blade. The gaze of the sword cultivator was as keen as an eagle's, his footsteps steady and powerful, each movement imbued with strength and rhythm. As he danced, the sword's shadows sparkled like countless stars, highlighting his gallant demeanor. His breathing was even and steady, and his movements flowed naturally, as if he and the sword were one, showcasing an exceptionally high level of swordsmanship. The surrounding environment grew increasingly tranquil, with only the sound of his sword slicing through the air and the piercing resonance of the blade breaking the silence. As time passed, his movements quickened, the sword light dazzling and overwhelming. Ultimately, Lu Changzhi sheathed his sword and stood calmly, his expression composed, as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. A sense of righteous spirit emanated from him, inspiring a profound respect in those who beheld him. Junior brother, you have arrived. Observing Chen Anzhi at the dojo, Lu Changzhi approached him after sheathing his sword. Chen Anzhi nodded and then began to cultivate according to the divine image suppressing prison scripture. In the depths behind Qingchang Peak, a humble thatched cottage can be faintly discerned. This solitary abode stands as if sequestered from the world, encircled by lush, verdant trees, resembling a brilliant gem embedded within a sea of green. Chapter 15. The Chaotic Sword Intent. Before the cottage, a towering willow sways gently in the breeze, its emerald branches tenderly caressing the roof, infusing the entire dwelling with a touch of vitality and vigor. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, evoking an exquisite sense of comfort and tranquility. The cottage is enclosed by a rustic fence, constructed from evenly sized wooden poles, adorned with climbing green vines. These tendrils intertwine, forming a natural barrier that separates the serenity of this haven from the clamor and chaos of the outside world. In front of the cottage lies a crystal-clear pond. Its surface is calm as a mirror, reflecting the resplendent blue sky and fluffy white clouds. A gentle breeze stirs the water, creating ripples that shimmer like a vibrant, flowing canvas. This serene and peaceful scene captivates the heart and soul, enveloping one in its enchanting embrace. Occasionally, a soft gust of wind brings forth layers of gentle ripples on the water's surface. The delicate patterns reminiscent of a goddess's flowing gown, light and lively. This picturesque moment is imbued with poetic charm, leaving one utterly entranced. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Chen Changsheng, is nestled within the cottage, blissfully unaware of the affairs concerning his two disciples. As noon approaches, in accordance with the customs of the Blue Star inhabitants, Chen Changsheng gradually awakens, glancing at the time before making his way to the grand hall of Changcheng. For someone of his formidable stature, the mundane act of washing up is but a trivial matter. The hall is spacious and bright, adorned with antique, elegant furnishings arranged in impeccable order. A massive red hardwood table is laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, making one's mouth water. Each day at this hour, Lu Changzhi ventures to the kitchen, returning with an abundance of exquisite culinary delights. These meals, not only pleasing to the eye and palate, are also rich in nutrition, more than sufficient to satisfy one's culinary cravings. While the pursuit of cultivation is paramount for lower-tier practitioners, sustenance remains indispensable. Only by maintaining robust physical and mental states can one enhance their cultivation and elevate their prowess. Interestingly, even some formidable cultivators possess a fondness for these delectable dishes, just like their esteemed master, who, despite having transcended the ordinary realms of cultivation, still revels in the simple and warm essence of human life. Master, you arrive at just the right moment, Lu Changzhi remarks, observing the approaching figure of his master. Greetings, ancestor. Chen Anzhi instinctively bows in respect upon seeing the newcomer. Anzhi, our Changcheng peak is not bound by excessive formalities. You ought to learn from your senior brother and not be so constrained. Let's eat, Chen Changsheng remarks languidly, noting the demeanor of the two. Changzhi, how fares your sword practice? Are there any uncertainties? Chen Changsheng inquires. Master, I often feel as though I cannot wield the sword with control. Lu Changzhi replies. Control? Why must you seek to control? Chen Changsheng responds. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? A swordsman ought to be unrestrained and follow his heart's desires. Occasionally struck by inspiration, Lu Changzhi hurriedly departed the grand hall and began his practice in the dojo. What about you, Anzhi? Have you embarked upon the cultivation of the divine aspect of the Prison Sutra? Chen Changsheng inquired, casting a glance at Chen Anzhi. Master, I have commenced my training, yet I find myself unable to grasp the essence. Thus I have yet to enter the threshold. Chen Anzhi replied with a hint of timidity. Very well. Once your senior brother completes his practice, he shall guide you to the cliff of reflection, where you will discover what you need. As for what it is, you shall understand upon arrival. Chen Changsheng stated, his thoughts immediately discerning the underlying reason. Understood, master. Chen Anzhi held unwavering trust in his elder's words, though he could not help but wonder about the nature of the treasures that awaited him. After finishing their meal, Chen Changsheng instructed, clean up, and should there be any uncertainties, seek me in the back mountains. With that, he devoured his meal with remarkable speed and soared towards the mountains. In the dojo, Lu Changzhi wielded his sword, occasionally letting it slip from his grasp, yet it always returned to him. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, allowing the sword to dance in accordance with his thoughts. After some time, Lu Changzhi settled into a cross-legged position, the floating immortal of the 9 stars hovering before him, emanating waves of sword energy that lifted him above the dojo. My heart is the sword. The sword is born from my heart. My being is the sword. The chaotic sword intent cleaves through the void. Suddenly, Lu Changzhi wielded his sword with one hand and unleashed a strike, sending forth streaks of grayish-white sword energy that twisted the fabric of space before dissipating. A resonant sound then echoed from his being. as a colossal sword silhouette unfurled around him, slashing towards the heavens, while the place once devoid of the supreme sword bone shimmered with glimmers of light. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the sect, drawing the attention of all to the figure in the sky. Sword intent. He has comprehended sword intent, exclaimed Dugu Wu, gazing in astonishment at the ethereal gray-white sword silhouette. What? Sword intent? Senior brother Lu has grasped sword intent? My goodness. Someone gasped. Is the golden age upon us? Another echoed. Do we truly have to contend with such a prodigy? Is it a misfortune or a blessing to exist in this era? A voice lamented. Master, do I still have a chance? Dragon Chen looked towards Dugu Wu, his heart heavy as he observed the far-surpassing Lu Changzhi. He has his path, and you have yours. And do not underestimate your own potential. Do not lose the heart of a warrior. My disciple, Dugu Wu, is destined to be among the brightest stars. Dugu Wu reassured his disheartened disciple. Indeed, I shall not disappoint you, master. Inspired by his mentor's words, Dragon Chen rediscovered his original aspiration. True strength lies in possessing the heart of a warrior. Is this the chaotic sword intent? Truly formidable. My cultivation has also surpassed the fifth heaven, all thanks to my master. Acknowledging his transformation, Lu Changzhi gazed reverently towards the back mountains. Junior brother, I shall take you to the cliff of reflection. Noticing his dazed companion, Lu Changzhi reminded him, having also heard of the plan to escort Chen Anzhi there. Indeed, Chen Anzhi responded, his heart stirred by the prowess of his formidable senior brother, who had attained the 7 realms in a single day and now comprehended sword intent, planting the seeds of ambition within him. In the sacred grounds of the Taiching heavenly sect, several figures observed quietly, displaying little surprise. The emergence of these two formidable physiques heralded the imminent arrival of a golden era. An elder, situated at the forefront, spoke up, commanding, "Dispatch orders to cultivate the disciples of our sect with utmost diligence. They represent our future. Henceforth, the resources allocated to all disciples shall be increased tenfold to embrace the forthcoming prosperity." Observing the unfolding events from a distance, Chen Changsheng of Qingcheng Peak gazed lazily, his heart unperturbed, even harboring a faint amusement. Was it truly necessary? Nonetheless, these disciples had indeed brought honor to him. As noon transitioned into the afternoon, the sun began its westward descent, the temperature gradually cooling, allowing people to leisurely sit outdoors and savor the serene moments of the afternoon, Chen Changsheng included. Chapter 16, Martial Universe. At the very moment when Lu Changzhi was deeply engrossed in comprehending the chaotic sword intent, far away in the forbidden grounds of the sword palace within the central state's heavenly domain, the ice-blue long sword emitted a deep, resonant hum once more. This sound seemed to carry an unfathomable, mysterious power, reverberating throughout the entire sacred ground, its echoes lingering. Within the grand and imposing hall of the sword palace, Gong Xingtian sat solemnly upon the throne that symbolized supreme authority. His gaze, piercing like a torch, scrutinized the assembly below as he slowly began, "Esteemed colleagues, what insights do you possess regarding the swordsmanship prodigy emerging from the northern Fright domain? I believe such a swordsmanship genius ought to be invited into our sword palace," remarked the silver-haired second elderly Jinglong, stroking his long beard. The untimely demise of the former second elder, Gong Yu, had naturally enabled him to ascend to this new position. Gong Xingtian regarda Li Jinglong, fully aware that this old fox had maintained a neutral stance throughout the long-standing conflict between the Sword Clan and their own Gong clan. The unfortunate fates of the second and third elders had significantly impacted his comprehensive control over the Sword Palace at critical junctures. Indeed, the swordsmanship prodigy should be incorporated into our Sword Palace, especially one of such extraordinary caliber. A stunningly beautiful woman interjected softly. This woman, possessing unparalleled beauty and an air of noble elegance in her every gesture, was none other than the newly appointed third elder, Murong Qingqing. She too maintained neutrality, though her inclinations often leaned towards the Sword Clan. Our Sword Palace has always gathered numerous swordsmanship talents, excelling in both martial arts and the accumulation of swordsmanship experience. Thus it stands to reason that no one would reject our invitation. Another elder concurred. As Gong Xingtian observed the lively discussions among the assembly, various viewpoints emerging in a chorus, he turned his gaze towards the ever-silent Grand Elder, Jian Xiang. "Grand Elder, might you share your unique perspective on this matter?" This swordsmanship prodigy indeed deserves to be welcomed into the Sword Palace. However, let us not forget that he hails from the Taiching heavenly sect, Jian Xiang replied, her demeanor tranquil as water, speaking slowly. The words of the Grand Elder ring true. The Taiching heavenly sect possesses immense power and profound heritage, and it would be prudent for us to avoid provoking them lightly. The second elder, Li Jinglong, hastily nodded in agreement. Do not bolster the confidence of outsiders at the expense of our own, the sixth elder remarked disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at the enchanting beauty before him. Sword Fairy stood gracefully, her figure poised and elegant. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair and delicate skin, exuding a subtle, elusive fragrance. In her current stature, the Sword Fairy was not only the Grand Elder of the Sword Palace, but also the present leader of the Sword Clan, holding a position of significant influence within the palace. Should one seek their own demise, they must not drag us along. The might of that individual from years past is beyond what our Sword Palace can contend with. Just as the onlookers awaited with mixed emotions to witness the Sword Fairy's response, an incongruous voice suddenly echoed from beyond the Grand Hall. A figure appeared, their hair as dark as ink, cascading in strands over a robe as white as snow, with a simple white ribbon binding the front locks behind their head. The entire presence exuded an aura as cold and piercing as the sword they wielded. Wu Qingquan, what did you say? The sixth elder, upon hearing these words, erupted in fury, leaping to point at the newcomer and bellowing. Am I mistaken? Stop barking like a mad dog. Who among us is not worthy of respect? Wu Qingquan, undeterred, ignored the imposing presence of Gong Xingtian seated at the head of the hall, instead casting a scornful glance at the enraged sixth elder, Gong Xingwu. You seek death. Gong Xingwu thundered, launching an attack with a fierce palm strike that sliced through the air with a resounding rush. In that critical moment, Gong Xingtian intervened, dispersing Gong Xingwu's formidable force with a strike of overwhelming might. Enough. To openly engage in combat within this hall is utterly disgraceful. Do you think I do not exist? The Grand Elder's admonition was justified, and regarding the matter of recruiting that genius of the Northern Domain's swordsmanship, it was best to cease this discussion. Everyone disperse. Gong Xingtian commanded, surveying the two belligerents. The gathered elders bowed and withdrew. Without further ado, Wu Qingquan grasped the Sword Fairy's hand, hastily departing. Once all had left, Gong Xingtian rose abruptly, his countenance dark as water, seething with anger. This Wu Qingquan truly believes that a modicum of ability grants him the audacity to oppose me. Back within the realm of the Sword Clan, the couple held each other tightly, as if to meld their very souls. Sionar, geshum in kontud, vukion kun murmuret, lowering his voice with an air of mystery. Who? The Sword Fairy inquired softly, her tone tinged with curiosity. Brother Shenwu. Wu Qingquan slowly revealed the name. What did you say? The Sword Fairy's expression turned to one of shock as she forcefully pushed Wu Qingquan away, urgently asking again, is he well? I anticipated you would react this way, but you must believe me, Brother Shenwu has truly returned. I have genuinely met him. Wu Qingquan hastened to explain. Is he well? She pressed again. As she reminisced about her past companions, the Sword Fairy could not help but weep, her voice imbued with sorrow and concern. Brother Shenwu is well. He has urged us to patiently wait a few more years, for the grievances and enmities of yesteryears cannot be escaped by anyone. Observing the tearful Sword Fairy, Wu Qingquan felt a pang of sympathy and embraced her tightly. Qingchang Peak, with its layered mountains rising and falling, was shrouded in mist that curled like delicate gossamer, evoking a dreamlike fantasy. Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi, along with their companions, traversed the winding and rugged mountain path, enduring numerous hardships, until they finally reached the precipice of Qingchang Peak. Standing at the edge of the cliff, they gazed into the abyss below, where on the opposite sheer wall, a massive cave shaped like a grotesque demon skull loomed ominously. This cavern resembled a twisted, fearsome visage, its dark maw occasionally exuding thick plumes of malevolent energy. This sinister aura seemed to possess a sentience of its own, swirling and coalescing in the air, manifesting in bizarre and eerie forms that sent chills down their spines. Chen Anzhi, gripped by trepidation, instinctively retreated several steps from the chilling sight before him. In contrast, Lu Changzhi remained composed and unflinching, boldly advancing to scrutinize the enigmatic black energy. He keenly perceived that this malevolence harbored an immensely potent and fearsome power, instilling dread merely by proximity. Chapter 17. The Laws of Heaven and Earth. With that, Lu Changzhi began to invoke spells, eager to uncover the truth. He chanted incantations in a low and mysterious tone, swiftly forming intricate seals with his hands. As his magical energy surged, a gray-white sword light gradually emerged, enveloping both him and Chen Anzhi in a protective cocoon. The malevolent energy surged upward, imparting an overwhelming sense of oppression and fear. The emanating dark energy tainted the nearby sky with a somber hue, casting a chilling and terrifying aura throughout the cavern, as if it sought to devour everything in its path mercilessly. The connection between the precipice and the Demon Skull Cave was a bridge meticulously constructed from hellish cold iron. From this infernal material, malevolent energy spilled forth intermittently. And inscribed on a massive boulder beside the bridge were the solemn words Reflection Cliff. Gazing at the Demon Skull Cave across the iron bridge, Chen Anzhi swallowed hard and turned to Lu Changzhi. "Senior brother, do I truly need to cultivate here? Has the ancestor made a mistake?" he inquired. Despite his disbelief, he knew that their master could not be wrong. Lu Changzhi held an unwavering trust in Chen Changsheng. "Senior brother," Chen Anzhi quivered, looking at his elder with trepidation. "The path of cultivation ultimately relies upon oneself. True strength requires one to forge their own way," Lu Changzhi consoled. With a deep breath, Lu Changzhi fixed his determined gaze upon the iron bridge forged from hellish cold iron. He straightened his back slightly and stepped forward with a steady and resolute stride towards the bridge. At the very moment his foot first touched the iron bridge, an icy, bone-chilling force, imbued with a ferocious malevolence, surged towards him like a tumultuous tide. Lu Changzhi's body instantly tensed, as he could acutely sense the wickedness and oppression woven into that power. The iron bridge trembled slightly beneath his feet, as if resisting his intrusion. The chilling aura emanating from the hellish cold iron quickly slithered up his legs, akin to countless frigid serpents attempting to infiltrate his being. Simultaneously, the dense malevolence loomed over him like a heavy, ominous cloud, seemingly intent on engulfing him entirely. Lu Changzhi furrowed his brows, his expression grave, as he gripped the Fushin Jiuchen sword tightly. Sharp sword energies erupted from the blade, forming a solid protective barrier around him. Struggling against the onslaught, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks to meet the icy air, instantly crystallizing into frost. With chaotic sword intent solidifying, Lu Changzhi saw the chilling force surging towards him, and the fierce sword energies encircled him, fiercely guarding him. "Junior apprentice brother, come up. I will lead you across," he called to Chen Anzhi. "All right, senior brother," Chen Anzhi replied without hesitation, stepping onto the iron bridge. Before long, they arrived at the cave. Chen Anzhi sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation according to the methods outlined in the Divine Elephant Suppressing the Abyss Sutra, while Lu Changzhi stood vigil beside him. The moment the technique began to operate, waves of malevolent energy surged towards Chen Anzhi. Yet, he faced it with unwavering resolve, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the oncoming malice. The malevolent energy relentlessly penetrated his form, and as more of it fused with his being, an ephemeral demonic visage gradually manifested behind him. The white-haired, red-eyed demon god wielded a black spear, floating in the air as if moved by an unseen force, exuding an aura steeped in malevolence and brutality that sent chills down one's spine. Conceal the celestial phenomena. Chen Changsheng, reclining in a lounge chair on the back mountain of Qingcheng Peak, murmured with closed eyes. "Ding! The celestial phenomena have been concealed," the system chimed in response. Time passed, and during his cultivation, Chen Anzhi spoke. The demonic visage behind him dissolved into his body, and his cultivation level ascended to the fourth heaven of martial spirit. Upon hearing that Chen Anzhi had completed his cultivation, Lu Changzhi also ceased his practice. "Senior brother, I'm hungry," Chen Anzhi said, looking at his own progress with satisfaction and waving his hand at Lu Changzhi. Observing Chen Anzhi's contentment, Lu Changzhi simply shook his head and led him directly to the cafeteria of Ta Qing Tian Zone. "Senior brother Lu, junior brother Chen, greetings." Disciples they encountered along the way greeted them warmly. "Hello, hello," the two responded in kind. It was no surprise to the Ta Qing Tian Zone that the disciples from Qingcheng Peak arrived punctually for their meals. Perhaps such was the nature of their tradition. Thus, every day, the two individuals would venture to the cliff of reflection for their training, and when the time came, They would gather in the dining hall for a meal. Soon, Lu Changzhi returned to the Qingqing hall, bearing food. While eating, Lu Changzhi turned to Chen Changsheng and inquired, "Master, what kind of extraordinary constitution does junior brother possess?" Chen Changsheng smiled gently and slowly uttered 4 words. "The divine body of suppression." The divine body of suppression? I have never heard of such a constitution. Is it formidable? Lu Changzhi's expression was one of astonishment, as if he had encountered an unfamiliar term from the heavens, clearly bewildered by this hitherto unknown phrase. Chen Changsheng replied with a hint of exasperation. "In your leisure time, make sure to visit the scripture pavilion more often. The so-called divine body of suppression is a legendary taboo body, whose physical form can ascend to the status of an emperor," Chen Changsheng elaborated. "Ah, I see." Chen Anzhi nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "I have yet to impart martial techniques to you. Today, I shall teach them together to prevent future complications." With that, a sudden flurry of movement occurred, and 3 martial techniques appeared on the table, as if conjured from thin air. "The unparalleled sword art?" exclaimed Lu Changzhi, his eyes wide with admiration. "Master, you are truly remarkable to possess such a rare treasure." He grasped the technique tightly, his face radiating uncontainable joy and fervor. Coincidentally, Chen Anzhi held a secret technique known as the Dance of Heavenly Demons, which was also of imperial grade. By heavens! The Taoist treasure, unity transforms into 3 clarity, is actually of celestial grade. Master, how did you acquire it? This is celestial. Could it be that you have unearthed our ancestors' grave? Lu Changzhi gazed at his master with astonishment, his eyes magnetically drawn to the mysterious martial technique on the table, his throat emitting gasps of awe as if they might burst through the roof. He scrutinized the legendary celestial grade technique, attempting to engrave every minute detail into his memory. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Lu Changzhi's words, Chen Changsheng, who was eating, suddenly began to cough violently. "Master, please take your time. We will not snatch it from you." Lu Changzhi hurriedly reassured, his voice brimming with concern and urgency. Chen Changsheng looked at Lu Changzhi in speechless disbelief, uncertain whether to be angry or amused. "You too must diligently cultivate the unity transforms into 3 clarity. Should you have any doubts, feel free to seek me on the back mountain for clarification," Chen Changsheng instructed. On the Qingqing continent, martial arts and techniques are categorized into 4 levels. Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Above these are the king, emperor, saint, and the most exalted and mysterious celestial levels. Techniques above the king level are exceedingly rare and precious, typically possessed only by those deep-rooted and powerful sects or prominent families. Chapter 18. The Dance of Heavenly Demons. As for techniques of imperial grade and above, they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, almost solely existing in legends. At this very moment, Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi were intently gazing at the 3 remarkable martial arts techniques before them, their hearts laden with uncertainty. "Master, with our current spiritual energy, is it truly feasible for us to cultivate such profound and enigmatic martial arts? Shouldn't we commence our journey with more elementary levels before gradually ascending?" Lu Changzhi asserted with unwavering conviction, his reason intact despite the overwhelming temptation before him. Observing Lu Changzhi's demeanor, Chen Changsheng's face illuminated with a gratifying smile as he elucidated, "Both of you possess extraordinary talents, rare in this world. The only shortcoming lies in your lack of clarity regarding your own potential. In the realm of cultivation, confidence is paramount. While others may indeed need to start with lower-level techniques, you're not like the rest. One of you possesses the vastness of the sea of swords, while the other embodies the furnace of heaven and earth. Your dantians are unparalleled, their capacity exceeding that of ordinary practitioners by tens of thousands of times. Such formidable foundations are more than sufficient to support your mastery of these advanced martial techniques. There is no need for self-deprecation." After imparting this wisdom, he cautioned Lu Changzhi, "Remember, Changzhi, until you have mastered the sword control technique and can command a myriad of flying swords, do not hasten your breakthrough to the martial emperor realm." With that, Chen Changsheng shifted his gaze towards the still excited duo, shook his head gently, and turned to depart, leaving behind a gradually receding silhouette. Upon arriving at the dojo, Lu Changzhi promptly began to cultivate the unmatched sword control technique. This technique consists of 3 forms: the sword chi control technique, the sword intent control technique, and the divine consciousness command of 10,000 swords. He immediately took a seat, palms together, channeling his internal true energy with utmost focus. Immersing himself in the cultivation of the unmatched sword control technique. As time flowed gently by, Lu Changzhi entered a state of profound meditation, his breath becoming increasingly steady and prolonged, while a soft, ethereal aura enveloped him like a mysterious halo. Meanwhile, the long sword in his hand, initially motionless, began to quiver faintly, as if suddenly infused with vibrant life. Gradually, the sword seemed to establish a wondrous and profound connection with Lu Changzhi. With a mere thought, the sword shot forth like lightning, carving through the air with razor-sharp sword chi, its brilliance dazzling, the sound of its whistling echoing incessantly. When he shifted his intent, the flying sword returned at an astonishing speed, its swiftness akin to a dragon returning to its nest, exhibiting an extraordinary agility. As his cultivation deepened, Lu Changzhi's mastery of the unmatched sword control technique became increasingly adept and effortless. On the other hand, Chen Changsheng also began to practice according to the methods outlined in the Dance of the Celestial Demons. The essence of this technique lies in its unparalleled swiftness. Its speed is beyond imagination, capable of creating illusory images that are not mere phantoms, but can inflict significant harm upon adversaries, rendering them virtually defenseless. With his legs crossed and eyes gently closed, Chen Changsheng commenced the operation of the mysterious incantation. As time quietly slipped away, a palpable and heart-pounding aura of dark malevolence gradually enveloped him, as if it seamlessly fused with the surrounding space, indistinguishable from one another. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, rising to his feet in an instant, a mystically radiant Tenerection's demon-subduing halberd materializing in his grasp. Gripping the halberd, he began to whirl it with frenzied intensity, his movements accelerating to an astonishing speed, as fierce and relentless as a tempest, leaving spectators breathless. Each strike summoned a powerful gust of wind, lifting clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Gradually, indistinct phantoms began to materialize behind him, appearing almost as if they were tangible entities, wielding weapons in synchrony with him, exuding an overwhelming presence. Chen Changsheng's pace quickened, and the phantoms multiplied, ultimately coalescing into a dense mass of silhouettes. Armed with an array of weapons, they slashed, hacked, thrust, and jabbed, their onslaught resembling a surging tide intent on engulfing the entire world. Chen Changsheng stood as the commander of this legion of illusions, leading them fearlessly into battle. Wherever they passed, the void shattered, energies surged, and an awe-inspiring might emanated, leaving all who witnessed it in sheer astonishment. At the Taiqing Tianzong, within the Dao Tiandian, the upper echelons of the sect had gathered. As for the people of Qingcheng Peak, their absence had long become a norm. The purpose of this gathering was clear. The new Disciples' Grand Competition was imminent, and Xiao Wuxiang addressed the assembly, inquiring about their thoughts on the matter. As he spoke, silence enveloped the hall. From my perspective, it is unnecessary for Qingcheng Peak to participate. We are all aware of the capabilities of those two young ones, declared the Grand Elder Li Yunfeng, voicing his opinion first. I concur with the Grand Elder. Neither Lu Changzhi nor Chen Changsheng can be compared to our disciples, added the second elder, Feng Xiao, a middle-aged woman whose charm remained undiminished even in her 50s, capturing the attention of all. Perhaps we could offer Qingcheng Peak the honor of first place, while allowing the competition to proceed as planned. What do you all think? Suggested Jun Gujin, the head of Taishan Peak, observing the assembly's dilemma with a smile. This proposal is indeed commendable. I find it quite feasible, nodded Nian Qingwu in agreement. I have no objections, replied Duguwu, his tone devoid of any emotional inflection. Since there are no dissenting opinions, it is settled, Xiao Wuxiang proclaimed decisively. I shall personally discuss this matter with Brother Chen. With that, Xiao Wuxiang departed from the Daotian Hall and made his way to Qingcheng Peak. Upon stepping onto Qingcheng Peak, a cacophony of buzzing and roaring filled the air. Were it not for the familiar surroundings, he might have suspected that intruders had invaded and were engaged in fierce combat. Contemplating this, he instinctively quickened his pace, striding towards the grand hall atop the mountain. Upon finally arriving at the Qingcheng Peak Dojo, the sight before one's eyes was utterly astonishing. A young boy hovered gracefully in midair, his hands weaving intricate and mysterious gestures. Behind him, an enormous, grayish-white taiji symbol materialized, pulsating as if it possessed an independent life. Within its vicinity, strange waves of energy rippled, revealing glimpses of countless sword tips glimmering ominously, as if they were desperately striving to escape the confines of the enigmatic Taiji diagram. In the dojo, another figure clad in black moved like a specter, wielding a massive black halberd with swift and fierce grace. Each strike sent forth a gust of wind, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of the dojo itself. Behind him trailed indistinct afterimages, sometimes clear, sometimes vanishing entirely, conjuring an ethereal and mysterious aura. They resembled the shadow of Anzhi, closely following yet remaining intangible and elusive. Chapter 19. The Way of Divine Techniques. The resounding clamor echoed continuously, a cacophony born from the violent collision of the halberd against the air. This deafening sound seemed capable of piercing through the very souls of those present. With every strike, the surrounding air was thrown into chaos, generating powerful shockwaves that surged outward with fervor. Anzhi, wielding the halberd, appeared to possess boundless strength. Each blow exuded a cataclysmic force. The two individuals in the dojo were entirely absorbed in their cultivation, seemingly detached from the external world, oblivious to all that surrounded them. Xiao Shidi, what brings you to Qingcheng Peak today? At this moment, Zhao Wuxiang was intensely focused on Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi, his gaze filled with contemplation. So much so that he failed to notice Chen Changsheng had quietly approached his side. Startled by this unexpected voice, Zhao Wuxiang abruptly turned, a warm smile blossoming on his face, infused with the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Xixiang, it has been too long. Xixiang, I have come to discuss the matter of the upcoming new disciples competition. As you can see, both Lu Shixi and Chen Shixi far surpass their peers in strength and cultivation. Therefore, after our collective deliberation, we have decided that Qingcheng Peak need not participate in this year's competition. Zhao Wuxiang explained with a tone of gravity. Not participating is of no consequence. But regarding the cultivation resources, Chen Changsheng remarked, unconsciously rubbing his hands, his gaze conveying unspoken intentions. Rest assured, Xixiang, Qingcheng Peak's cultivation resources will be allocated at the standard for the first place, Zhao Wuxiang replied, his expression calm, yet serious. And how much might that be? Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a knowing smile, his expression teasing as he regarded Zhao Wuxiang, whose eyes seemed to hold deeper meanings. 5 million top-grade spirit stones, along with the sect's ultimate treasure, the Chimenduanjia. What do you think? Zhao Wuxiang spoke as he retrieved a spatial ring and a scroll from his spatial storage. Chen Changsheng's gaze fell upon the ring and scroll, and a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. It is worth noting that 5 million top-tier spirit stones is no trifling sum, while the Chimenduanjia is a treasured legacy of the Qingcheng sect. Well, since such items have been presented, it seems that my junior brothers are indeed earnest. In the future, when the need arises, do remember to bring the Suo Di Cheng, see you in along. Chen Changsheng slowly extended his hand, gently grasping the ring and scroll, subsequently tucking them into his robe with a steady and cautious motion. Brother, since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Zhao Wuxiang remarked, respectfully bowing before turning to depart. Chen Changsheng nodded, and once Zhao Wuxiang had left, he retrieved the Chimenduanjia from his robe. Unrolling the scroll, he discovered it densely inscribed with the profound incantations of the Chimenduanjia, heaven, earth, and humanity, the three talents, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and their interactions. The sequence of characters, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gung, Exen, Run, Ge, along with the 12 earthly branches served as support. The interplay of yin and yang. The generative and restraining forces of the 5 elements, which are categorized into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each representing distinct directions and unique attributes, revealed itself. After perusing the contents, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a mysterious array unfurled around him. He then commenced his practice in accordance with the scroll. At this moment, Chen Changsheng was wholly immersed in the arduous cultivation of the Chimenduanjia. As he continuously operated the technique, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to some potent summons. Surging wildly, threads of enigmatic power coiled around his body, forming an ethereal halo. Time flowed like a silent stream, gradually passing, and the aura emanating from Chen Changsheng grew increasingly formidable. After an indeterminate period, he abruptly opened his eyes, a chilling brilliance flashing within, akin to lightning cleaving the night sky. He distinctly sensed that he had achieved a preliminary mastery of the Chimenduanjia. At that moment, Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi also slowly awakened from their meditative states. They keenly perceived the astonishing transformation in Chen Changsheng, their expressions filled with incredulity, eyes wide, mouths slightly agape, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. "Master, what has transpired?" Lu Changzhi inquired, his voice imbued with curiosity. Chen Changsheng rose, offering a slight smile as he gently tossed the Chumanduanjia scroll to Lu Changzhi, saying, "This will greatly assist you in your future endeavors. Take it and cultivate." The two, upon hearing this, were filled with envy and longing, their eyes fixed on the scroll as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. "Very well. Continue your practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance," Chen Changsheng imparted earnestly before turning to leave, leaving the two in contemplation. In the ensuing days, Chen Changsheng diligently reinforced his mastery of the Chimanduanjia, while patiently and meticulously guiding Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi in their cultivation. Under his attentive tutelage, their strength surged remarkably, their progress astonishing. At this moment, the preparations for the grand competition of new disciples at the Taiching Heavenly Sect were in full swing. On the vast and spacious dojo atop Qingsheng Peak, Chen Changsheng's figure appeared like a gentle breeze before Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi. "Master, are you here to guide our cultivation?" Chen Anzhi exclaimed with bright eyes, his voice ringing clear with curiosity. "Indeed, Master, look at my unparalleled sword control technique. I have already grasped the basics," Lu Changzhi declared, brimming with excitement as he waved his sword energetically, his expression of pride beyond description. "I have come to deliver cultivation resources for you." Chen Changsheng smiled broadly, lightly waving his hand as two spatial rings flew towards Chen Anzhi and Lu Changzhi. Lu Changzhi fumbled to catch the ring, his eagerness palpable as he scanned its contents with his consciousness. When he beheld the mountain of exquisite spirit stones within, his eyes nearly popped out in astonishment as he shouted, "Oh my, so many spirit stones! Focus on your cultivation. I have an ample supply of spirit stones for you." Chen Changsheng replied leisurely, "Ah, this is the advantage of joining a grand sect. I absolutely adore it." Lu Changzhi grinned ear to ear, utterly ecstatic at the sight of the spirit stones radiating with energy. "Master, how should I spend these spirit stones?" Lu Changzhi's eyes gleamed with excitement, his mind racing with thoughts of the delectable dishes at the Jushin residence, his mouth watering involuntarily. Though the meals at the Heavenly Sect were decent, the culinary offerings at Jushin residence were of a professional caliber. "Master, having been here for a while now, I haven't had the chance to honor you properly. How about I treat you and junior brother to a meal today?" Lu Changzhi suggested earnestly after a moment of contemplation. "Master, let us go. I wish to see Jushin residence as well." Chen Anzhi chimed in, unable to contain his excitement, his eyes filled with longing. "Very well." Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and the three vanished from their location. In the Upper Clear Continent, spirit stones served not only as cultivation resources, but also as currency for trade. They were categorized into inferior, middle grade, and superior spirit stones based on the amount of spiritual energy they contained. Chapter 20. Zhengniu. At this time, Jushin residence in Taiching City was already bustling with activity, crowded to the brim. Chen Changsheng and his companions entered leisurely. The perceptive attendant, Zhengniu, immediately recognized two of them and hurried over, exclaiming, "Daoist, you are back. Please come inside. You recognize us?" Upon hearing this, Lu Changzhi felt a sudden jolt of unease and quickly embraced the attendant's shoulder, asking with a wary expression, "Daoist, I understand. Do not worry." Zhengniu, sensing the sudden embrace, hastily lowered his voice, his face adorned with an eager smile. "Oh ho, next time, avoid the unnecessary chatter and get to the point." Lu Changzhi finally relaxed, releasing his hold on the attendant. "All right, quickly lead us inside." Lu Changzhi feigned calmness as he addressed Zhengniu, then strode forward with his head held high. Meanwhile, Chen Anzhi stood beside them, utterly bewildered, pondering the peculiar antics of the two. The trio's arrival did not stir much commotion at Juxianju. Stepping into the private room, they were greeted by the familiar floor, the well-known chamber, and the same decor. Everything remained unchanged, as if time itself had crystallized in that moment. "Anyo, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and make the arrangements," Lu Changzhi urged impatiently, recalling the hasty departure from their previous visit, feeling a sense of loss. As he spoke, he deftly retrieved hundreds of translucent, brilliant spirit stones from a mysterious storage ring, placing them carefully on the ground. The appearance of these exquisite spirit stones emitted a dazzling radiance, instantly illuminating the entire room as if it were midday. The resplendent light possessed an almost limitless penetrative quality, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Even a fleeting glance would cause one's eyes to sting painfully. For an ordinary person like Xingniu, who had never ventured into the realm of cultivation, such a blinding light was overwhelmingly intense, causing him immediate, excruciating pain in his eyes, rendering him unable to open them and plunging him into a temporary state of blindness. Anyo, prepare dishes according to this quantity. Bring forth the finest delicacies and wines without concern for the spirit stones, Lu Changzhi proclaimed, his tone brimming with confidence and grandeur. Understood. Taoist master, it shall be done, Xingniu replied, wiping away tears from his stinging eyes, struggling to contain his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. I will fetch the dishes right away. Please wait a moment. Wait, take these 2 spirit stones as your errand fee. Lu Changzhi tossed 2 exquisite spirit stones towards him before he could leave. Taoist master, are these truly for me? Xingniu asked, his hands trembling as he accepted the spirit stones, his voice stuttering with disbelief. Anyo, with our exchange, does it not mean we are now allies? Lu Changzhi replied with a grin, his eyes glinting with a hint of implication. Previously? Have we met before? Taoist master, you must be jesting. This is indeed our first encounter. Xingniu quickly responded, realizing the misunderstanding. A promising young man indeed. I have high hopes for you, Lu Changzhi said, his expression reflecting satisfaction and admiration. Then why are we still lingering? Anyo, quickly bring the dishes, Lu Changzhi urged, nodding approvingly and exhibiting a hint of impatience. Very well, esteemed Taoists, please wait a moment. I shall make the arrangements immediately, Xingniu affirmed, turning to instruct the kitchen as he left the room. Anzhi gazed at the departing Xingniu, then cast a glance at his overly enthusiastic senior brother, his heart heavy with confusion. Anzhi, if you cannot comprehend, it is best to let it be. Overthinking brings only distress. Chen Changsheng interjected, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness as he observed the bewildered disciple. Shopkeeper, it's a grand business opportunity. Xingniu, in a state of urgency, rushed towards the shopkeeper's quarters of Jushin Tower, calling out loudly as he ran. Anyo, did I not advise you to remain calm in the face of matters and speak slowly? The shopkeeper, observing the flustered Xingniu, refrained from reprimanding him. He merely lifted his gaze slightly, speaking in a composed manner. No, shopkeeper, it's the finest spirit stones, truly exceptional ones, Xingniu exclaimed, excitedly producing 2 of the exquisite spirit stones from his possession. Is this real? Are you saying they brought heaps of supreme spirit stones just for a meal? The shopkeeper's expression shifted as he processed the information, his disbelief evident as he stared at the vibrant spirit stones, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, shopkeeper, it is absolutely true. Hurry and prepare. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Xingniu, now composed, urged with palpable urgency. Quickly summon Master Kai, Master Wu, Master Wang, and all the masters. Let them showcase their finest skills, and there shall be substantial rewards upon completion. Upon hearing such thrilling news, the once excited Xingniu began issuing commands with fervor. Wait, Anyo, don't forget to send over the Immortal brew. The shopkeeper suddenly recalled the exquisite elixir as Xingniu was about to leave. Masters, it's a grand business opportunity. The more you contribute, the more you shall earn. Based solely on your skills, Xingniu announced loudly as he entered the kitchen, his voice resonating throughout. Is this true, Anyo? Some masters regarded Xingniu with skepticism, their expressions rife with doubt. Absolutely true. The more you work, the more you earn, Xingniu confidently asserted, his tone unwavering. Clatter, clatter. Splendid. You all, get those pots heated. Such enthusiasm. Before the others could respond, the quick-witted among them had already begun to prepare. At Jushin Tower, the masters received a 60-40 split of the earnings after deducting ingredient costs. So naturally, the more they cooked, the greater their profits. Following recent events, many had come to fully trust Xingniu's words, promptly setting to work, knowing that hesitation would only hinder their earnings. Taoist, thank you for your patience. Here, the shopkeeper has specifically instructed me to bring fine wines to entertain the 3 of you, Xingniu exclaimed, having completed his kitchen duties. He hurriedly made his way to room 7, panting slightly. Here, Taoist, this immortal brew is our finest offering at Juxianju. You must certainly give it a taste. As he spoke, Xingniu eagerly approached the table and swiftly uncorked the wine jar. As the jar opened, a wave of rich, sweet, and robust aroma burst forth like a wild stallion, instantly permeating every corner of the room, impossible to escape. Come, Taoist, do have a taste. Zheng Niu hastily poured a cup and respectfully presented it before Chen Changsheng, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chen Changsheng accepted the wine offered by Zheng Niu. Taking a delicate sip, it was sweet upon the tongue, lingering with a profound aftertaste, imbued with the most intense aroma and an exquisitely rich texture. The wine brewed by the Immortals was crystal clear, radiating a robust fragrance and enchanting bouquet, offering an unparalleled sense of comfort that enveloped both body and soul. As if all worries dissipated in that singular moment. Beside them, Chen Anzhi and Lu Changzhi were already salivating with desire, though they had never tasted it. The alluring scent of the wine had stirred their hearts, rendering them unable to contain their eagerness. Master, I wish to try as well, Lu Changzhi implored, his gaze filled with longing. To give it a try. Before Chen Changsheng could finish his words, Lu Changzhi seized a cup of the white wine and downed it in one swift motion. The fiery taste ignited his senses, causing his face to flush crimson in an instant. Ah, delightful. No wonder Master enjoys this so much. With a single cup downed, the intense flavor invigorated Lu Changzhi, prompting him to exclaim in admiration. Chen Changsheng merely smiled quietly, noting that his disciple had already reached the age of 20. In the realm of Zhuwu, bone age was the sole accurate measure of a person's age. Anzhi, you are still young. Eat more vegetables to grow strong. Observing the eager Chen Anzhi, Chen Changsheng spoke with a hint of affectionate concern. Taoist, your dishes have arrived. Soon, Zheng Niu's voice echoed again as a multitude of delicacies were carefully brought into the room by the maidservants. The two drinking companions paused momentarily, their gazes fixed upon the array of sumptuous dishes laid out before them. Steamed, fried, boiled, each more tantalizing than the last, an overwhelming feast for the eyes. Once the table was set, Zheng Niu observed the three, indulging voraciously, and quickly remarked, Taoist, please take your time. I shall be waiting at the door. Call for me should you require anything. With that, he hastily exited the room. Faced with a vibrant and diverse spread before them, the trio wasted no time, devouring the banquet with the ferocity of a tempest. Ding! Red fortune disciple detected. Please proceed to accept the apprentice. Just as Chen Changsheng had finished feasting, the system's emotionless mechanical voice abruptly shattered the tranquility. System, could you not let her come on her own? Chen Changsheng replied with mild irritation, his brow furrowing. Ding! She cannot come. She is merely immortal. The system's mechanical voice returned, devoid of any sentiment. Chapter 22, Xiao Ranxian. Location confirmed. Upon receiving the system's affirmative response, Chen Changsheng stated Ding. Central Continent, Wandi City, Xiao Family, Xiao Ranxian. Task complete. Reward, Chaos Bell. The system responded dispassionately. Ahem, Changzhi, when you have had your fill, return to Qingcheng Peak. I have pressing matters that require my departure. Without waiting for Lu Changzhi and the others to respond, Chen Changsheng tore through the fabric of space, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a ripple of chaotic spatial distortion in his wake. Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their eyes wide open, momentarily lost in a trance, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Just as Chen Changsheng was departing, a young man clad in splendid attire approached the entrance of the gathering Immortals Pavilion, flanked by a group of imposing figures. Ah, is that not young Master Li? What brings you here today? Upon spotting young Master Li, a perceptive waiter rushed forward, his face adorned with an obsequious smile, exuding insincere flattery. What? Is it that without the wind, this young master cannot make an appearance? Li Xianyuan replied with a grin, his gaze tinged with jest and a hint of mockery. Surely not. Young master, you jest. Your presence graces our gathering Immortals Pavilion with unparalleled brilliance. The waiter hurriedly continued, his tone increasingly subservient as he bent lower. Enough of the jesting. I seek to inquire about Zheng Niu. Li Xianyuan directly addressed the now bowing waiter. In the central continent Tianyu, within the serene confines of a courtyard belonging to the Xiao family, tranquility and beauty reigned supreme. Upon entering the courtyard, one's eyes were immediately drawn to a small, exquisitely crafted pond. The water was crystal clear, revealing the pebbles below, while a gentle breeze stirred the surface in a glimmering ripples, akin to countless shards of silver dancing in the light. Beside the pond stood a meticulously designed pavilion, where a woman, resembling a celestial being, sat engrossed in her book. At that moment, She appeared to be a fairy immersed in the sea of literature, radiating an ethereal and refreshing aura. Her expression was one of deep focus and serenity, as if the tumult of the world had no bearing on her existence. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her graceful figure seemed to float like a divine spirit alighting upon the earth. The fabric of her gown danced lightly in the breeze, enhancing her otherworldly grace. Suddenly, Xiao Ranxian lifted her gaze towards the sky, a flicker of confusion and contemplation crossing her features. She was once the reincarnation empress of the celestial realm. Through her own strength and innate talent, rose to prominence, commanding respect and ultimately establishing the formidable reincarnation celestial court. At its zenith, the reincarnation celestial court nearly dominated the entire celestial domain, becoming a revered sanctuary for countless cultivators. The air was thick with celestial energy, the palaces were grand, and the disciples numerous, flourishing to an extraordinary extent. However, at the height of its glory, a woman claiming to be from the upper realm unleashed devastating power, obliterating the once mighty reincarnation celestial court in an instant. The court crumbled, disciples scattered in panic, their cries for help intermingling in a heart-wrenching cacophony. She too perished in that calamitous battle, fully aware of the adversary's strength, thus embarking on her second life's journey. In this incarnation, she possessed talents that rivaled those of her first life. Armed with the memories of her past and a heart filled with fury, she surged forward, ultimately achieving the path of the emperor. Yet, just as she celebrated her triumph, the enigmatic woman reappeared. With a mere wave of her hand, the woman effortlessly erased her existence. The formidable power rendered her utterly defenseless, causing her to disintegrate in an instant. Thus, in her subsequent third life, she altered her strategy, opting for a methodical and steady approach to development rather than seeking immediate success. Yet, even so, when she finally attained her goal and achieved the position of empress, that woman appeared before her once more, unerringly striking her down in the same manner. After enduring the harrowing lessons of these two lives, she resolved to sever all ties with her past, entirely breaking the intricate connections that bound her to her former existence. Henceforth, she formally embarked on her own journey through the fourth and fifth lives. In the present, she has experienced a total of 10 reincarnations. In this life, she possesses a complete family. Her father is the patriarch of the Xiao clan, and her mother is the esteemed young lady of the Leaf family in the city. Her parents are sufficiently powerful to protect her, primarily because she has an extraordinarily gifted brother of remarkable talent. In Wangdi City, Chen Changsheng suddenly manifested, unnoticed by anyone, as though he were inherently a part of this realm. Gazing upon the unfamiliar city, Chen Changsheng slowly uttered, "System, display the personal information of Xiao Ranxian." Ding. Name, Xiao Ranxian. Talent, red fortune, imperial potential. Age, 17. Background, master of the reincarnation celestial court, reincarnated as the reincarnation celestial emperor, living the 10th life. Daughter of the Xiao clan patriarch. Physique, reincarnation celestial body. Note, living the 10th life, one who has transcended reincarnation. Chen Changsheng promptly activated his chaotic Dao-I and proceeded towards the location of that crimson figure. "Xiao Lian, did I not mention not to disturb me?" said Xiao Ranxian, engrossed in her reading, mistaking the noise for that of her maid, Xiao Lian. The figure of Chen Changsheng, standing silently in the courtyard, uttered no words but gazed intently and fervently at the exquisite woman before him. After a prolonged silence without any response, Xiao Ranxian, filled with curiosity, slowly turned her head to investigate, only to behold a man standing not far away. He was clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe, with a gentle breeze lifting his jet-black hair, flowing freely like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, exuding an extraordinary and transcendent aura. "My apologies, esteemed senior, for my lack of hospitality upon your arrival," Xiao Ranxian said hastily, bowing respectfully. "Ahem." Chen Changsheng coughed lightly, his gaze firmly fixed on the elegantly poised figure of Xiao Ranxian. He softly marveled to transcend reincarnation and live the 10th life. Truly remarkable. At this moment, Xiao Ranxian stood gracefully, her posture as erect as a pine tree, exhibiting poise and dignity akin to a breathtaking masterpiece, captivating all who beheld her. Her eyes, clear as water, met Chen Changsheng's gaze with serene composure, as if the tumult of the world could not disturb her tranquil mind, embodying a sense of calm and assurance. The elder jested, claiming that the notions of reincarnation and rebirth are merely fabrications passed down through generations. Upon hearing the other party unveil her deeply concealed secret, Xiao Ranxian was taken aback and hurriedly sought to explain, attempting to obscure the truth. What is the ruler of the reincarnation celestial court, the reincarnation celestial emperor, afraid? Chen Changsheng's gaze was piercing, as if he could perceive everything, and he inquired directly. The elder jested again. That is all in the past. I am now but an ordinary mortal. Realizing there was no escape, Xiao Ranxian ultimately spoke with resignation, her tone imbued with helplessness and melancholy. I am Chen Changsheng of Qingcheng Peak. Observing your exceptional roots and extraordinary talents, I have taken a liking to you and wish to take you under my wing. Would you honor me by becoming my disciple? Chen Changsheng stated calmly, his gaze unwavering. Xiao Ranxian inhaled deeply, steadied herself, and then respectfully replied, Elder, I am grateful for your kindness, but I have no desire to cultivate further. I wish only to live as an ordinary person in this mundane world. She spoke slowly, her tone laced with determination, as if she had firmly resolved her path. Chapter 23. The Ancestral Martial Alliance. Are you truly content? Chen Changsheng asked. Content, Xiao Ranxian replied, her voice resolute, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness and resolve, a reflection of the weariness born from countless trials. Do you not yearn for vengeance? Chen Changsheng raised his voice, urgency lacing his words, as if he sought to awaken the buried hatred within her. A hatred akin to a slumbering beast yearning to be roused. Let all past grievances be bygones, Xiao Ranxian sighed, her voice heavy with exhaustion and resignation, as if recalling painful memories that drained her spirit. Chen Changsheng regarded the woman before him with calm composure, aware that he could not compel her, but unwilling to concede. He continued, Do not deceive yourself. Become my disciple, and I can provide you with all that you desire, including the complete reincarnation, celestial scripture. At these words, Xiao Ranxian's body trembled violently, and she raised her gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. She had thought she had reached the end of her journey, only to find such an opportunity laid before her. A spark of resolve ignited in her eyes, and without hesitation, she knelt before Chen Changsheng. Disciple Xiao Ranxian pays her respects to the master. Her voice was firm and powerful, as if she sought to unleash all her pent-up frustrations and grievances. With 3 resounding thuds, her head struck the floor, the sound heavy and resonant. After the 3rd strike, her forehead was bloodied, crimson flowing down her exquisite face to her chin, ultimately dripping onto the floor. The ground beneath her was marred by her mortal act, stained with her blood, a testament to her unwavering determination in that moment, a resolve akin to burning bridges behind her. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Chen Changsheng declared solemnly, his voice imbued with steadfastness and commitment. Miss, it is time for dinner. A modestly dressed maid entered the courtyard. Miss, what has happened to you? As she gazed upon her bloodied mistress kneeling before Chen Changsheng, the maid Xiao Yan transformed her shock into swift action, darting toward Xiao Ranxian with alarming speed. With her arms enveloping her mistress tightly, she remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, her heart breaking at the sight of Xiao Ranxian's grievous condition. Who are you? Why do you harm my lady? I shall fight you. Enraged by the sight of Xiao Ranxian's bloodied form, Xiao Yan, a martial artist, glared fiercely at Chen Changsheng and prepared to strike with determination. Having been taken in by the Xiao family since childhood, Xiao Yan devoted herself to Xiao Ranxian, who treated her not as a servant but as a cherished sister, nurturing their bond over the years. Convinced that the man before her had tormented her mistress, she launched her attack without hesitation. Stop! This is my master! The weakened Xiao Ranxian urgently intervened, her voice laced with desperation. How can a master be so cruel, bleeding yet indifferent? Xiao Yan, unwavering in her loyalty to Xiao Ranxian, promptly ceased her assault, returning to her mistress's side to tend to her wounds. Casting an angry and reproachful glare at Chen Changsheng, she proceeded to usher Xiao Ranxian into a private chamber. Faced with her discontented gaze, Chen Changsheng could only offer a resigned smile, his expression innocent. Apologies for the wait. Esteemed master, I shall bid farewell to my family now. Bandaged and graceful, Xiao Ranxian emerged from the room, her demeanor imbued with regret as she addressed Chen Changsheng respectfully. Go ahead, he replied with an indifferent expression. Xiao Yan, remain here to attend to our master. I shall return promptly. Do not neglect her in any way. Xiao Ranxian earnestly instructed her, made once more before departing. "Ah, mistress, may I accompany you?" Reluctant to tend to someone she perceived as somewhat arrogant, Xiao Lian implored, her eyes pleading. "No need, I shall be back shortly." Understanding Xiao Lian's reluctance, Xiao Ranxian smiled gently in refusal. "Very well, please return swiftly, dear mistress." Knowing that following was no longer an option, Xiao Lian accepted with a pout, her unwillingness evident. Within the halls of the Xiao family, the high-ranking members of both the Xiao and Li families gathered today. Their concerns stemmed from the recent emergence of Yun Sheng, the son of the Yun family's patriarch, who had joined the Yaoqi sacred land, causing them considerable unease. This gathering of the two families was a direct response to the looming threat posed by the Yun family. The city of Wangdi is dominated by three powerful factions: the Xiao, the Li, and the Yun families. Historically, the relationship between the Li and Xiao families has been strong. With the support of the Li family, the Xiao family has maintained its position as the ruling entity in Wangdi City, enjoying a stable status. However, the rise of Yun Sheng and his affiliation with the Yaoqi sacred land has dramatically elevated the Yun family standing, suggesting a potential to eclipse the alliance of the Xiao and Li families. In light of this precarious situation, both families face the imminent threat of being gradually absorbed by the Yun family, ultimately fading into obscurity. Alas, it is all due to my ineffectual juniors. Had any one of them possessed exceptional talent, perhaps by joining a sacred ground, our families would not have fallen into such dire straits. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Shan, sighed heavily from his lofty position, his expression shrouded in melancholy. In the Central State's heavenly domain, there exists a union comprising 3 sacred grounds and 9 sects, each a formidable force beyond the reach of these smaller families. The so-called union is the Grand Martial Alliance, a collective of various powers within the Central State's heavenly domain. The 3 sacred grounds are the illustrious Yaoqi Sacred Ground, the Fuguang Sacred Ground, and the Xianyuan Sacred Ground. These 3 revered places are renowned far and wide, coveted by countless cultivators as sacred realms for their training. The 9 sects include the Sword Palace, the Qingmu Sacred Mountain, the Zhenwu Divine Sect, the Hatzong Heavenly Sect, the Blood Slaughter Sacred Hall, the Soul Infant Ghost Sect, the Beast Tamer Spirit Sect, the Zhenwu Dynasty, and the Taishan Sacred Sect. Chapter 24, Li Yinji. These represent the most powerful forces in the Central State's heavenly domain. While families like the Xiao and Li clans are numerous, almost countless, do not speak so disparagingly. Our Xiao family is not without its faults, Xiao Wudi said, attempting to console the dejected Li Shan, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Sister-in-law, Chen Changsheng exceptionally gifted? Perhaps we should let her try her luck at a sacred ground. Upon mentioning talent, Li Shan suddenly recalled his niece, Xiao Ranxian, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Brother, you know well her temperament, Xiao Wudi's wife, Li Yinji, interjected. She was not only Xiao Wudi's spouse, but also the mother of Xiao Ranxian and the eldest daughter of the Li family, with Li Shan as her elder brother. The thought of the enchanting beauty they all knew cast a contemplative silence over those gathered in the hall, each lost in their own reflections. Patriarch, the young lady is seeking an audience at the entrance. Just as everyone was embroiled in the troubles concerning the Yun family, an unexpected voice broke the tension. Quickly, let her in. Upon hearing of his niece's arrival, Li Shan was eager to send a servant to announce her presence. For he held great affection for this niece who excelled in every aspect, yet was reluctant to cultivate. Mother, father, uncle, and all my dear relatives. Soon, Xiao Ranxian entered the hall, her head wrapped in a bandage, and respectfully greeted them with a slight bow. Ranner, what has happened to you? How did you sustain such an injury? Upon seeing her daughter's bandaged head, Li Yinji rushed forward, grasping her hand with concern etched across her face. She was deeply devoted to her daughter, and the sight of her injury nearly brought her to tears. Mother, I'm fine, just a minor mishap, Xiao Ranxian reassured her, feeling deeply touched by her mother's concern. It was comforting to know that she was not alone, that someone cared for her and cherished her. This feeling was truly wonderful. Ranxian, share your troubles with your uncle. Even if the heavens were to fall, I shall support you, Li Shan declared, his heart aching for his injured niece as he expressed his deep concern. Mother, uncle, I truly am unscathed. Please do not worry. Looking at her caring family, Xiao Ranxian felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and contentment. Ranner, what brings you here? Once assured of his daughter's well-being, Xiao Wudi inquired. For his daughter was typically composed in her actions, and such behavior was indeed rare, causing him to feel a twinge of concern. Father, mother, Uncle, I bring good news. Xiao Ranxian exclaimed with a radiant smile, her face aglow with joy. I have become a disciple, and shall accompany my master back to the sect today to bid farewell. What? Ranner, you have a master now? Why was I not informed? Li Yinji gasped in astonishment, her heart filled with apprehension, fearing her daughter might have been deceived. Indeed, Rancian, such a significant matter. How could your uncle be unaware? Surely, you have not been misled? Doubt crept into Xiao Wudi's heart upon realizing he had no knowledge of his niece's apprenticeship, concerned that she might have fallen prey to unscrupulous individuals. Who is your master? Dear daughter? Why have I never heard of them? Xiao Wudi asked, curiosity etched on his face, his gaze fixed intently upon his daughter. My master is Chen Changsheng from Qingcheng Peak, Xiao Ranxian replied slowly, her voice clear and resolute. Qingcheng Peak? What sect is that? I have never heard of it. Elder Xiao Zizai, standing beside Xiao Wudi, questioned, his brow furrowed as he racked his brain for any recollection of this sect. Indeed, which sect of the Central Continent's heavenly domain does Qingcheng Peak belong to? None of us seemed to have any recollection of it. The elders in the hall exchanged puzzled glances, searching their minds for any mention of this force, all appearing bewildered. Oh, foolish girl, could you have been deceived? I have never heard of such a force in the Central Continent. Li Yinji looked at her daughter, rapidly contemplating, and confirmed her fears that no such sect existed in the region. From Uncle's perspective, it seems you have indeed been misled, chimed in Lishan, his expression one of unwavering certainty. My dear, which Qingcheng Peak do you refer to? Xiao Wudi asked, his demeanor growing serious as he scrutinized his daughter. Father, your extensive knowledge surely encompasses that Qingcheng Peak, Xiao Ranxian replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Elder brother, which Qingcheng Peak are we discussing? I'm utterly unfamiliar with it. Xiao Zizai interjected, curiosity piqued by Xiao Wudi's sudden gravity. It is the Qingcheng Peak of the Taijing sect in the northern wilderness, Xiao Wudi disclosed, his voice low yet powerful, meeting the curious gazes of those around him. Is it truly that Qingcheng Peak, my dear? Li Yinji immediately turned to her daughter, her eyes brimming with anticipation and trepidation. The others also fixated on Xiao Ranxian, eager not to miss a single detail. Yes, it is indeed the Qingcheng Peak of the Shangqing sect. My esteemed master awaits me, Xiao Ranxian responded candidly, unflinchingly revealing the truth amidst the curious stares. You should have said so sooner. How could you have kept the elder waiting? Come, let's pay our respects. With his concerns alleviated, Xiao Wudi's spirit soared, and he urged her eagerly. Yes, let's not keep the elder waiting any longer. Upon realizing the situation, the crowd hastily followed the already departed Xiao Wudi, their steps swift. Thus, the young clansmen present in the training grounds beheld the figures of the elders hastening towards a common direction. Where could the clan leader and the elders be heading? And what are the Li clan leader and elders? A curious voice inquired, eyes filled with bewilderment. What is happening? Could it be that the Yun clan has launched an attack? Someone speculated, their expression revealing a sense of tension. Chapter 25, A Ruse for Sustenance. Let us also go and see, the young heirs of the clan exclaimed in unison, eagerly trailing after the departing elders. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Chen Changsheng was savoring the exquisite dishes laid before him with a serene demeanor, while the young girl, Xiao Yin, observed him with palpable confusion. Master, I must ask, are you here merely to indulge in food and drink? Xiao Yin finally could not restrain her curiosity. Do I appear to be one who deceives for sustenance? Chen Changsheng replied, lifting his gaze to meet Xiao Yin's as she poured him more wine. Before long, the members of the Xiao and Li clans arrived at the courtyard. They found the maidservant Xiao Lian pouring wine for the gentleman, who, having consumed a cup, held his glass with an expression of lingering satisfaction. Haha, Master Changsheng, forgive my inadequate reception. I hope you do not take offense, Xiao Wudi remarked politely, maintaining an air of grace as he clasped his hands in salute. The members of the Xiao and Li clans mirrored the clan leader's actions, bowing respectfully, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Xiao Yin recognized the clan leader. Upon his arrival, she quickly bowed in reverence beside Chen Changsheng. You are too kind, clan leader Xiao. Observing the gathering, Chen Changsheng remained composed, finding no cause for surprise, as it was indeed essential to meet the parents of his disciple. Your presence graces our humble Xiao family, truly illuminating our abode, Xiao Wudi expressed, astonished by the ethereal presence of the man before him. You are too gracious, clan leader. My purpose here is to speak of your beloved daughter, and I trust you're already aware, Chen Changsheng stated, eschewing any circumlocution. The younger generation is aware that it is an immense fortune for my daughter to have you as her master. Xiao Yan, do hurry and prepare. Do not keep Master Changsheng waiting. Xiao Wudi, perceiving the slight impatience in Chen Changsheng's tone, promptly instructed Xiao Ranxian to assist Xiao Lian in her preparations. At that moment, the younger clan members arrived in a flurry, witnessing the two clan leaders standing respectfully beside a gentleman, engaging in casual conversation. Elder Liang, who is that person? Why is the clan leader personally attending to him? A young member inquired, filled with curiosity as he addressed the clan steward. Qingsheng Peak, Master Changsheng. Elder Liang replied, directing his gaze towards Chen Changsheng, his expression solemn as he elucidated. What? Elder Liang, is that truly so? He is the one? A slightly older young man among them, Xiao Cheng, gazed in disbelief at the direction in which the others had vanished, his eyes filled with astonishment, realizing that the legendary power had indeed descended upon their humble Xiao clan. Xiao Cheng, do you know him? Asked a man who was quite close to Xiao Cheng, drawing curious gazes from everyone around. He was none other than Chen Changsheng from Qingsheng Peak, the very individual who had caused upheaval in the entire central continent thousands of years ago, and the one frequently mentioned by the elders in his clan. Xiao Cheng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "What? Is he truly that person? My goodness, I can't believe I'm seeing the real deal. No, I must get closer to witness the grandeur of this legendary figure. Wait for me. I shall join you. Miss, who exactly is your master? Why does the clan leader refer to him as senior?" Little Lian, who had returned to the room with Xiao Ran to pack her belongings, could no longer contain her curiosity and eagerly inquired of Xiao Ran. In her eyes, the clan leader was already an extraordinarily formidable presence. Someone who could elicit such respect must surely be a person of great significance, and her curiosity had spiraled out of control. He is your idol. Observing little Lian's inquisitive demeanor, Xiao Ran, with a playful smile, turned to tease her, shedding her usual ethereal grace. Idol? What idol? Miss, please do not jest with little Lian, she replied, busily tidying her things while chatting with Xiao Ran. Did you not say that your master was your idol when you first commenced your cultivation? You even hoped to emulate him one day. Looking at the still bewildered little Lian, Xiao Ran patiently elaborated once more. My idol is the true immortal of Qingsheng Peak. And although the clan leader referred to him as the true immortal, how could it possibly be him? Little Lian was folding her clothes when she suddenly paused, her face a mask of shock. Wait, miss, are you saying he truly is that true immortal of Qingsheng Peak? Indeed, my master is the true immortal of Qingsheng Peak. Xiao Ran confirmed with a cheerful smile as she observed little Lian's sudden realization. Oh my goodness, then miss, am I finished? I just laid hands on the true immortal. Will he not obliterate me? Little Lian, recalling her previous actions, was overwhelmed with dread at Xiao Ran's assurance. As merely a novice warrior, she felt utterly insignificant for having dared to act against a legendary figure. Even dying billions of times would not suffice for her transgression. Little Lian, my master is not that kind of person. Rest assured, besides, you have me, don't you? Although it was her first encounter with her master, she could discern that he was not of a petty disposition. She was confident her master would not trouble little Lian and sought to comfort her. Really, miss? Indeed. Now hurry and finish packing. Chapter 26. Accepting disciples in the sky. Chen Changsheng soared through the air on his sword, accompanied by Xiao Ran. At that moment, he was enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, exuding an ethereal presence, as if he were a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The spirit sword flew swiftly through the heavens, soon vanishing beyond the horizon. At the very spot where Chen Changsheng had just disappeared, figures materialized in midair like phantoms, each radiating an overwhelming aura of power. What is this harbinger doing in the celestial domain once again? A breathtaking figure materialized out of thin air. The woman gazed in the direction where Chen Changsheng had vanished and spoke. This enchanting woman was none other than Ji Qingyue, the sovereign of the Yaoqi sacred land, one of the 3 sacred realms. Beside her stood a cadre of formidable figures from various regions of the central state's heavenly domain, each a leader of their respective factions or powers. How could you expect us, mere minor sect leaders, to be privy to what the sovereign does not know? Spoke Jiang Chani, the head of the Hahuan sect, with a playful smile, occasionally accentuating her voluptuous figure, exuding charm. Enough. All of you are leaders of significant factions. Please maintain your dignity, admonished Xianyuan Do, the master of the Xianyuan sacred land, his cold gaze fixed upon the alluring Jiang Chani, who was flaunting her charms. Ha ha! Xian Yuan's sovereign, while you may be content with your asceticism, must you also meddle in the affairs of others? Do you truly believe that your Xian Yuan's sacred land is invincible? Provoked, Nan Gong Longdu, the master of the Fuguang's sacred land, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you think the Xian Yuan's sacred land fears you? Xian Yuan Do retorted boldly, unleashing his formidable martial prowess at the peak of the martial saint realm, akin to an immovable mountain bearing down upon Nangong Longdu. Let's put it to the test. Nangong Longdu scoffed, swiftly revealing his own overwhelming strength to counter Xian Yuan Do's might. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Esteemed gentlemen, let us set aside our grievances and prioritize the greater good. Ji Qingwei interjected, alarmed by the imminent clash between the two. What Ji Daoist says is indeed wise. I implore both of you to temporarily lay aside your prejudices for the sake of the greater picture, echoed Li Tai, the head of the Tai Xian sacred sect. Hastily supporting y Qingyu esprit. It was paramount to note that this was the territory of the Tai Xian sacred sect. Should these two sovereigns engage in combat, the sect would bear the brunt of the fallout. For the sake of Ji Daoist and Li Daoist, I shall spare your life, Nangong Longdu conceded, gradually retracting his overwhelming presence. Xin Yuan Do snorted, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. You might be overestimating yourself. As his words fell, the oppressive aura of the peak martial saint receded like a tide. With a soft whoosh, a figure materialized before the crowd like a specter. Draped in a magnificent robe adorned with swirling purple mist, the figure clearly held a distinguished status. Elder Mu, have you uncovered the details? Ji Qingwei inquired upon recognizing the visitor, the elder clad in purple being a member of their Yaoqi sacred land. Sovereign, the matter has been thoroughly investigated. He has come specifically to take on disciples. The purple-robed elder replied respectfully. Oh, what extraordinary talent has compelled him to come in person? Hearing this, not only Ji Qingwei, but everyone present was filled with curiosity. It is Xiao Ranxian from Wangdi City. Sensing the curious gazes surrounding him, Elder Mu quickly clarified. It dawned upon Li Tai, the name was not unfamiliar to him. Masterly, do you recognize her? Yi Qingyu inquired. Indeed, this Xiao Ranxian was born under a canopy of purple light, a rare prodigy, Li Tai elucidated. I had no idea it was her, Ji Qingwei realized. For many factions in the central state had heard of Xiao Ranxian. No wonder she required that esteemed individual to come personally. Ji Qingwei understood, having noted this genius herself, and had even sent elders from the sacred land to engage with her. But alas, she lacked the desire to cultivate, and thus was forsaken, a true loss. Chapter 27, Li Tai. It is truly regrettable that our unparalleled talent from the central state has been snatched away by that fellow from the northern wasteland. Emperor Wui of the Zhenwu dynasty lamented, his face a mask of sorrow. Indeed, since there is nothing further to discuss, let us disperse, sighed Wu Yikong, the leader of the Zhenwu divine sect, shaking his head in resignation. Since matters are settled, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, followed closely by Jiang Chani and others. Subsequently, Ji Qingwei led a few companions away as well. After the crowd had dispersed, Yu Jingtian, the leader of the Beast Spirit sect, clasped his hands in farewell to Li Tai. Brotherly, farewell for now. Brother Yu, please do take care, Li Tai responded courteously, bidding Yu Jingtian farewell. Once the crowd had scattered, a figure clad in orange materialized quietly beside Li Tai. Sword Elder, why does this Wangdi city feel so eerily familiar to me? Li Tai gazed at the elder before him, his heart filled with perplexity. Has the master forgotten? Xia Taiyuan hails from Wangdi City. The elder, known as Sword Elder, explained. Upon hearing this, Li Tai suddenly recalled with clarity, as if awakening from a dream, and exclaimed in realization. Let us proceed, Sword Elder. We shall visit the Xie family in Wangdi City. Within Wangdi City, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Initially, they had been reveling in the joyous news of Xiao Ranxian's successful entry into Qingqing Peak. However, just moments ago, dozens of chilling pressures, akin to surging tides, descended from the distant horizon, enveloping them in an instant, rendering them breathless, as if the world had momentarily frozen in time. Xiao Wudi and the others stared in terror towards the source of the pressure, their eyes filled with helplessness and dread. The city's inhabitants were equally anxious, casting frightened glances towards Xiao Wudi and his companions. This is dire. Two exceedingly terrifying presences are rapidly approaching. Xiao Wudi, the strongest among them, was the first to sense this alarming shift, his voice trembling with unprecedented fear and tension. In the blink of an eye, those two formidable auras had arrived before them. The newcomers were none other than Li Tai and Sword Elder. They appeared suddenly, like phantoms, without any prior warning, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered the atmosphere suffocating. The invisible pressure made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder," exclaimed Xiao Wudi, the lord of the city, as he hurriedly led the others to bow in greeting. "Xiao Ranxian is indeed one of your family members," inquired Li Tai, his curiosity evident as he scrutinized Xiao Wudi. In response, the younger generation humbly acknowledges that my daughter is indeed Xiao Ranxian, Xiao Wudi replied, after a brief pause. "And what of Xiao Taiyuan? Is he also one of your kin?" Li Tai continued to gaze intently at Xiao Wudi, a flicker of doubt and expectation dancing in his eyes. Xiao Wudi felt a wave of confusion wash over him, entirely at a loss, and after a moment's hesitation, he answered, "Elder, I confess that I do not know which Xiao Taiyuan you refer to. If it pertains to Wandi City, my son is indeed called Xiao Taiyuan." "Haha, Lord Xiao is truly fortunate." Li Tai laughed heartily. "You flatter me, esteemed elder," Xiao Wudi responded, his expression one of bewilderment and perplexity as he looked up at the two figures in the sky. Chapter 28. Xiao Wudi. "Lord Xiao is indeed fortunate. Your son has now become a direct disciple of the esteemed sect leader of the Taiyuan sacred sect, and his future is bound to be illustrious and limitless," interjected Jian Lao, standing beside Li Tai, eager to clarify. "Oh, it is indeed an honor to have the esteemed elder of the Taiyuan sacred sect in attendance. We are remiss in not offering a proper welcome. I'm truly ashamed. Please forgive us," Xiao Wudi said once more, bowing deeply with sincerity and humility, not daring to show even a hint of disrespect. "Haha, you are overly humble, Lord Xiao. Now that that child has taken me as his master, we are essentially family." Li Tai, in a jovial mood, treated Xiao Wudi with remarkable kindness, his amiable demeanor standing in stark contrast to his earlier severity. "My son is privileged to receive the esteemed Li Zhongzhu's favor and become his disciple. It is indeed a blessing he has earned from his past life," Xiao Wudi exclaimed, filled with joy, his excitement evident. At that moment, everyone in Wandi City heard everything clearly. Meanwhile, the head of the Yun family, Yun Yinxiang, grew visibly colder, his brows furrowing in concern. "It is time for me to take my leave. May we meet again, Lord Xiao." With the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, the two, having accomplished their purpose, did not linger. "We bid farewell to Li Zhongzhu." The gathered crowd in Wangdi City respectfully clasped their hands in salute as they watched the two depart. "Ha ha ha, brother, is our Xiao family on the brink of rising? First, it was the girl Ranxian who became a disciple at Qingchang Peak, and now it is the boy Taiyuan who has become a disciple of Li Zhongzhu." The usually carefree Xiao Zizai couldn't contain his laughter, his joyous sound echoing throughout the streets. "Ha ha ha. In celebration of this joyous occasion, I, Xiao Wudi, declare a 3-day banquet for the entire city." Overjoyed, Xiao Wudi declared. And the issues that had previously troubled the Xiao and Li families in the face of the Yun family's challenges were all effortlessly resolved with the news of Xiao Ranxian and Xiao Taiyuan's discipleships at Qingqing Peak and the Taiyuan sacred sect. "Thank you, Lord." The citizens of the city chorused in gratitude to Xiao Wudi. "Master Xiao, our Yun family is willing to become a vassal of the Xiao family. I implore you to accept us." Just as everyone was reveling in joy, Yun Yinxiang's voice pierced through the lively atmosphere. "Master, what are you doing? The Yun family possesses its own dignity. Can you truly honor our ancestors by bowing to the Xiao family?" Upon hearing the master express intentions of submission, before Xiao Wudi could respond, the elder of the Yun family, Yun Bai, interjected, his voice laced with anger and disappointment. "Elder Bai is correct. The members of the Yun family should uphold their own principles." Another elder from the Yun family rose in opposition, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Meanwhile, Xiao Wudi and others stood by, silently observing the unfolding drama. "Silence. I am the head of the Yun family, and today my decision is the decision of the Yun family." As the dissenters emerged, Yun Yinxiang's fury ignited, and he unleashed his formidable martial prowess, pressuring the opposing members. "Patriarch Xiao, the Yun family is willing to serve the Xiao family faithfully. I once again beseech you to accept us." Having quelled the opposition, Yun Yinxiang cast another hopeful and determined glance towards the Xiao family. "Very well, Yun Yinxiang, prepare to face the wrath of our ancestors." In the face of Yun Yinxiang's overwhelming pressure, Yunbai gritted his teeth and declared, leading the dissenters towards the ancestral grounds of the Yun family, his back radiating a fierce sense of unwillingness. Chapter 29, Yunbai, Master of the Yun family. Perhaps you should reconsider this decision. Observing Yunbai's departure, Xiao Wudi turned to Yin Yinxiang with a hint of hesitation in his tone. Patriarch Xiao, you jest, they are but insignificant ants. There is no need for you to concern yourself. I represent the Yun family in our submission to the Xiao family, and I ask for your approval. Yin Yinxiang reiterated his desire for allegiance. Ha ha, Brother Yin truly has fortitude. In that case, if I were to decline further, it would be an affront to the Xiao family. Looking at the resolute Yin Yinxiang, Xiao Wudi had already made up his mind to accept the Yun family. We pay our respects to the family head. Seeing Xiao Wudi nod in agreement, Yin Yinxiang led the remaining family members in a respectful bow. There is no need for excessive formality. From now on, we are one family. We shall share both honor and misfortune. Xiao Wudi proclaimed solemnly as he regarded the members of the Yun family. Honor and misfortune together. The members of the Xiao, Li, and Yun families echoed in unison, their voices resonating with fervor and passion. Master, I must return to attend to family matters. Having achieved his goal, Yin Yinxiang felt a sudden headache thinking of Yunbai and the others, and he promptly took his leave from Xiao Wudi. Ha ha, Brother Yun. You may simply call me Xiao Brother from now on. There is no need for such formality. You may go handle your family affairs. Observing the spirited demeanor of the three families, Xiao Wudi spoke gently. Thank you, Xiao Brother. Grateful for Xiao Wudi's consideration, Yin Yinxiang felt increasingly fortunate for his choice and departed with his family. Everyone, as the patriarch of the Xiao family, I hereby accept the Yun family. Do any of you have objections? As he watched the departing members of the Yun family, Xiao Wudi turned his head and slowly addressed the members of the Xiao clan. We shall faithfully obey the orders of our clan leader. Observing the situation, no objections arose from the Xiao clan members. Instead, their gazes towards Xiao Wudi brimmed with admiration, as if they could already envision the Xiao family flourishing and ascending to greatness. Clan leader, the ancestor requests your presence. Just as Yin Yinxiang arrived at the entrance of the Yun family estate, a young servant hurriedly approached to deliver the message. Surprised, Yin Yinxiang did not expect such swift action from Yunbai, who had even summoned the ancestor, long reclusive for decades. Before long, Yin Yinxiang led the group to the Yun family's conference hall. In the center of the hall, there sat an elderly man, well past his 70s, who had his eyes tightly shut and emanated a palpable aura of death. Yin Yinxiang, are you aware of your transgressions? Upon the appearance of Yin Yinxiang, the elder Yunbai, backed by the ancestor, immediately stood up to confront him. What fault have I, the clan leader, committed? Yin Yinxiang disdainfully cast a glance at the scheming Yunbai, even too indifferent to meet his gaze, instead directing his attention to the seated ancestor, Yin Shanha. To have a Yin family submit to the Xiao family? What a preposterous notion. You are tarnishing our family's reputation, bringing shame upon our ancestors. Given the circumstances, are you still unaware of your mistakes? As he regarded the disrespectful and unperturbed Yin Yinxiang, Yunbai's fury intensified, his eyes bulging in rage, as if he sought to devour Yin Yinxiang whole. My Yin family has never been a weak and spineless group willing to submit to others. We are steadfast and proud men who would rather die than yield. At this moment, an elder supporting Yunbai could no longer contain his indignation and passionately voiced his opinion. Indeed, if it comes to it, we shall fight to the death. We cannot allow our family to endure such a disgrace. Another elder echoed, vehemently supporting Yunbai's stance. He is utterly unworthy of holding the position of our clan leader. Seeing the rising tension, many young members of Yunbai's faction began to rally in support of their elder, launching a verbal assault against the current leader. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged and chaotic. Enough of your nonsense. Without a clan leader, how could the Yun family have achieved such glory? Observing the accusations hurled at the clan leader, the second elder, unable to remain silent any longer, erupted in anger, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at the dissenters. If it were not for clan leader Yin Yinxiang, how would the Yin family have attained its present accomplishments? This treachery from this group is utterly infuriating. Indeed, you ungrateful wretches. Have you all forgotten? The young clan leader has already successfully entered the holy land of Yaoqi. If anything were to befall the clan leader today, do you think the one residing in the Holy Land would simply let you off? Witnessing the audacity of the opposing faction, a staunch supporter of Yin Yinxiang stepped forward, unflinching, and invoked the name of Yun Sheng, who had already pledged allegiance to the sacred Yao pool, using it as leverage to issue a stern warning to the dissenters. Enough! Nianxiang, what are your true intentions? As the dispute escalated, the ever-silent patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Shanhe, could no longer contain his dissatisfaction and interjected forcefully. Aware of his advanced age and the impending end of his days, he understood that this forceful emergence had drained his remaining life essence, compelling him to retreat for recuperation without the luxury of further delay. Nevertheless, he was a man of reason, and he had always held Yun Nianxiang's character in high regard. Over the years, he had observed every action and word of hers. What perplexed him, however, was why the proud Yun Nianxiang would suddenly bow in submission to the Xiao family. Patriarch, you are nearing your end, are you not? Noticing Yun Shanhe's unexpected outburst, Yun Nianxiang chose to abandon any pretense and asked directly, "Well, how dare you, Yun Nianxiang, utter such reckless words cursing the patriarch? Such blasphemy is an affront to your master and ancestors. You deserve nothing less than death." Upon hearing Yun Nianxiang mention the imminent end, Yun Shanhe, who was indeed at death's door, felt a surge of displeasure, while Yun Bai seized the opportunity to provoke, attempting to exploit the situation. "Silence! Do you presume that I, your patriarch, am no longer among the living? When did it become your place to speak so freely?" Yun Shanhe glared fiercely at Yun Bai, admonishing him sternly. Patriarch, this is a grave injustice. It is not I, but rather Yun Nianxiang who seeks to curse you." Seeing Yun Shanhe's sudden anger, Yun Bai hastily began to explain, his disdain for Yun Nianxiang intensifying. Yet before he could finish, he was once again interrupted without ceremony by Yun Shanhe. "Keep your mouth shut if you have nothing of substance to say. When did the Yun family come to be under your authority?" Yun Bai opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from uttering another word, lowering his head in silence, inwardly lamenting his plight. At that moment, the atmosphere was palpably tense, with only the cold, piercing gaze of Yun Shanhe sweeping over the assembly like a blade. Finally, Yun Shanhe redirected his attention to Yun Nianxiang and spoke slowly. "Continue." Taking a deep breath, Yun Nianxiang met his gaze with courage and declared, "Should misfortune befall you, patriarch, will our Yun family still be able to maintain its stronghold in Huangdi City?" This statement sent ripples through the assembly, sparking profound contemplation among all present from the Yun family. They understood well that without the esteemed patriarch's guidance, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Yun family to retain its current standing in Huangdi City. They would either have to submit to the dominance of other factions or be forced to relocate entirely. Either way, it seemed merely a matter of time before such outcomes became inevitable. Gentlemen, I invite you to ponder carefully. I have now conveyed the Yun family submission to the Xiao family, thereby becoming their first vassal force. However, is it merely an insignificant little clan to which we have aligned ourselves? Not at all. In truth, the Yun family has attached itself to a formidable power with boundless potential, one that may very well give rise to an emperor-level figure in the future. Have you not realized that the future of the Xiao family is brimming with limitless possibilities and glorious prospects? Consider the illustrious Xiao Ran, who has already immersed herself under the Changzhi peak of the Taiching heavenly sect in the northern wilderness. Surely, the significance of Changzhi Peak requires no further elaboration from me. Now, let us turn our attention to another candidate, Xiao Taixien. He is the direct disciple of the esteemed leader of the Taixien sacred sect. With such a remarkable background and exceptional talent, what mundane achievements could he possibly attain in the days to come? Furthermore, the venerable Master Li of the Taixien sacred sect has personally graced us with his presence here. Does this not signify the extraordinary importance of Xiao Taixien to the Taixien sacred sect? Indeed, Yun Sheng is fortunate to have entered the sacred land of Yaoqi for cultivation, but one must recognize that, compared to a direct disciple, his status as an outer disciple presents a chasm of difference that cannot be compared. Reflect upon this. The future of the Xiao family is backed by the Taiching heavenly sect and the Taixien sacred sect. The rise of the Xiao family is an inevitable fact, and we, the Yun family, are poised to follow closely behind this emerging superclan. Are we concerned about this small city? Do we still wish to remain confined within its modest boundaries? Having concluded, Yun Nianxiang gazed at all the members of the Yun family, and his series of questions had left them enlightened. Indeed, as he stated, the ascendance of the Xiao family is a matter of certainty. Submitting to the Xiao family is indeed a commendable choice for the Yun family. It is entirely possible that the Yun family will rise alongside the Xiao family, and even those who previously supported Yun have begun to waver. The head of the family is wise. With you at the helm, the Yun family is destined to soar. Elder Yun Peng remarked, his face adorned with a smile. Secretly relieved. Indeed, the Xiao family shall undoubtedly rise to prominence, and, as their first vassal family, we shall soar alongside them. Another elder concurred, casting an appreciative glance at Yun Yinxiang, filled with growing respect for this head of the family. Haha, I had anticipated this. The head of the family's decision undoubtedly holds profound significance, the steward who had spoken earlier remarked, his joy evident, as if he could already foresee the glorious future of the Yun family in the world of ancestral martial arts. Very well, Yinxiang, I truly did not misjudge you. With you leading, the Yun family need not worry. Yun Shanhe, seated in the main position, gazed at the impassioned young speaker and felt a deep resonance with his ideals, revealing a look of satisfaction and pride. From now on, all major affairs of the Yun family shall be directed by you without my consent. Yun Shanhe's voice rang with conviction, exuding unwavering determination as his gaze firmly fixed upon Yun Yinxiang. Yes, ancestor. Yun Yinxiang responded without hesitation, his tone imbued with determination and confidence. He was acutely aware of the weight of his family's future resting upon his shoulders and knew he must devote himself entirely. Yun Shanhe nodded in satisfaction, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. He believed that Yun Yinxiang possessed the capability to lead the Yun family towards glory and achieve its revival. He then spoke slowly, very well, since that is the case. I can now rest assured and continue my seclusion for cultivation. The matters ahead will be entrusted entirely to you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yun Shanhe's figure flickered and vanished like a specter. The onlookers blinked, and he was gone without a trace. Patriarch, I have been short-sighted. Please forgive me. The elder who had previously supported Yun suddenly realized his error and hastily knelt in supplication. Chapter 32. United we stand. The others who had initially opposed Yun Yinxiang also awakened to their folly, their faces pale and beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Confronted with reality, they understood that only by seeking Yun Yinxiang's forgiveness could they preserve their own positions and those of their factions within the Yun family. We plead for your forgiveness, Patriarch. We vow to follow you to the death and serve the Yun family. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as all eyes turned to Yun Yinxiang, awaiting his decision. However, Yun Yinxiang did not immediately respond to their pleas. He stood silently, his sharp gaze sweeping over each individual. Finally, his eyes settled on the Grand Elder, Yun Bai, and he inquired softly, Grand Elder, what are your thoughts? Patriarch, it is I, Yun Bai, who have been short-sighted and narrow-minded, nearly missing the opportunity for our family to soar. Such a grave mistake deserves the utmost punishment. I am at a loss for words. I shall bear all the blame alone. I implore you to show mercy and spare this branch. They are innocent, facing the unmistakable defeat. Yun Bai did not attempt to justify himself. Indeed, it was his own limited vision that had led to their current plight. At this moment, his only hope was that Yun Yinxiang would show leniency and pardon his kin, lest he be remembered as the eternal villain of their branch. Very well. I shall grant your request. Observing Yun Bai's face etched with remorse, Yun Yinxiang chose not to elaborate further. The Grand Elder has openly defied the commands of the Patriarch. This is a grave disrespect. According to family regulations, he shall be stripped of his title, to be succeeded by the capable Second Elder, Yun Peng. The diligent and talented Yun Feng will take up the position of Second Elder. Do any among you have objections? Yun Yinxiang declared with unwavering conviction. Through this incident, Yun Yinxiang profoundly realized that to achieve great ambitions, those by his side must share a common purpose. Thus, he resolutely promoted his steadfast supporters, the Second Elder Yun Peng and Yun Feng, ensuring that the entire upper echelon of the Yun family would unite in obedience and collaboration. We shall faithfully adhere to the Patriarch's orders. Witnessing Yun Yinxiang's decisive and far-sighted demeanor from his position of authority, all members of the Yun family felt a deep sense of reverence and bowed respectfully, expressing their absolute allegiance. Yun Yin thought about the respectful demeanor of those before him, feeling a deep sense of gratification within. He understood, well, that a family could only flourish and establish its foothold in the fiercely competitive world of cultivation through unity and solidarity. Within the bustling confines of the gathering of immortals in the northern wilderness, the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. In an elegant room on the 7th floor, Lu Changzhi sat across from a gentleman, both of them engrossed in an animated discussion. The gentleman raised his wine glass high and tilted his head back, indulging in a hearty drink. Brother Lu, it is truly a regretful delay to have met you so late. I toast this cup to you. Li Xuanyuan's gaze was fervent, fixated intently on Lu Changzhi, his joy radiating like the brilliant sun, unreservedly displayed. Time passed swiftly, and soon, under the influence of alcohol, both men exhibited signs of intoxication. Master, the following morning, Elder Mu hastily sought out the inebriated Li Xuanyuan. Upon entering the room, he was greeted with the sight of two robust men entwined in sleep, Lu Changzhi's leg carelessly draped over Li Xuanyuan's, presenting an awkward tableau. By the heavens! Li Xuanyuan exclaimed as he awoke to find Lu Changzhi so close, hastily pushing him away and swiftly rising to assess his own condition. Fortunately, nothing seems amiss. That scared me considerably. He gazed at the still sleeping Lu Changzhi, relieved to think that his reputation was spared, albeit with one exception. Elder Mu had witnessed it. Elder Mu, what brings you here? Li Xuanyuan turned, his expression darkening, his eyes narrowing with a hint of resentment directed at Elder Mu. Master, His Majesty has decreed that you must return within 3 days, Elder Mu stated solemnly. Alas, I knew it would be discovered. Upon my return, who knows when I shall emerge again? Huh? Li Xuanyuan sigal Leslie. He is downstairs, Master, Elder Mu promptly replied. By the heavens, who is flaunting such brilliance? What a dazzling light! Li Xuanyuan exclaimed as he rose to open the window, momentarily blinded by a blinding radiance. Goodness, a ground covered in exquisite spirit stones. Master, how could there be so many? Elder Mu, possessing considerable cultivation, was taken aback at the sight of the glimmering spirit stones piled across the floor. Chapter 33. Li Xuanyuan. It seems Brother Lu's identity is quite extraordinary. Let us depart, Li Xuanyuan observed, not overly surprised for with his status. He had encountered such quantities of precious spirit stones before. Zheng Niu, the bill for room 7 is on my account, Li Xuanyuan announced as he descended the stairs and spotted Zheng Niu. Sir, room 7 has already been settled, Zheng Niu replied with a grin, his face alight with cheer. Very well. By the way, keep an eye on those two for me, Li Xuanyuan instructed, handing over a mid-grade spirit stone. As he was particularly concerned about the two individuals. What of Brother Lu's junior disciple? Why have I not seen him? He inquired, recalling that Chun Anzhi was absent from the room. Early in the morning, the Taoist priest departed, leaving behind the monetary gift he had bestowed. Upon receiving the medium-grade spirit stone from Li Xuanyuan, Zheng Niu promptly exclaimed, Let us be on our way, Old Mu. With that, Li Xuanyuan turned to leave, accompanied by Old Mu. Take care, esteemed sir. I look forward to your next visit, Zheng Niu respectfully called after them. Ouch, you caused me great pain, Taoist, shouted Lu Changzhi, who had just regained consciousness, directed towards the entrance. Master, you are awake, he exclaimed as the door swung open, and Zheng Niu hurried inside. Where my junior disciple and brotherly? Lu Changzhi inquired urgently, surveying the disarrayed room, devoid of any other presence. Master, your junior disciple returned to the sect this morning. As for the other young gentleman, he just departed, and he asked me to convey that he will not return until he has indulged fully. Zheng Niu recounted the details with diligence. Anyu, how much do I owe you? Take as you please, Lu Changzhi replied grandly upon learning the situation. Master, your junior disciple has already settled the bill. Zheng Niu recalled the events leading up to the meal, glancing at the exquisite spirit stones scattered on the floor, radiant with spiritual energy. Very well. Do you offer delivery services at your establishment? Lu Changzhi inquired. Master, we did not previously, but now we can accommodate. May I ask where you would like the food delivered? Zheng Niu responded decisively upon receiving an order. Can you deliver to Taiching Peak? Lu Changzhi asked. Please. Do not jest, Master. The immortal beings of Taiching Peak have transcended the need for earthly sustenance. Moreover, they possess their own dining facilities, rendering our humble offerings unnecessary. Zheng Niu explained patiently. Anyo, do you comprehend my plight? I possess an abundance of spirit stones that I can scarcely spend. I hope you can understand my predicament. Lu Changzhi jested, gazing at Zheng Niu with a playful expression. To which peak shall I deliver? Speak, and I shall ensure your satisfaction, Zheng Niu remarked without reservation, responding to Lu Changzhi's cheeky demeanor. So you have wealth, and that makes you remarkable, does it? I am here simply to earn your coin. Qingcheng Peak, Lu Changzhi declared, handing a green token to Zheng Niu. Dear sir, please do not jest with me, Zheng Niu stammered, stunned upon seeing the inscription Qingcheng Peak on the token. He would have preferred it were a jest. His hand trembled involuntarily as he accepted the token. Am I jesting? Is my name not inscribed upon it? Lu Changzhi comforted Zheng Niu, who was visibly anxious and sweating profusely. However, you must keep our identities confidential. You understand? He added before Zheng Niu could respond. I, Zheng Niu, have had the pleasure of meeting Senior Lu, Zheng Niu said, flipping the token to reveal Lu Changzhi inscribed on the opposite side, prompting him to bow respectfully. Anzhi, did I not mention yesterday? We are comrades, so there is no need for formality. Simply refer to me as young Master Lu. Lu Changzhi urged as he noted Zheng Niu's sudden shift to such deference. Young Master Lu, do you have any specific requests regarding the dishes? Zheng Niu inquired cautiously, eyeing Lu Changzhi. None at all. Simply ensure timely delivery, Lu Changzhi replied with ease. The spirit stones on the ground serve as a deposit. Should you require more, simply seek me out again. I possess an abundance of these stones. You may enter the sect using my token, and rest assured, there will be someone to guide you. Lu Changzhi spoke with utmost confidence. Master Lu, what about you? Zheng Niu inquired, gazing at the token in his hand, a hint of confusion clouding his expression. I have my own means, Lu Changzhi replied assuredly, meeting Zheng Niu's gaze with unwavering confidence. Very well, Master Lu, I shall make the arrangements immediately. With no worries lingering in his mind, Zheng Niu cheerfully set about his tasks, while Lu Changzhi subsequently departed from Juxianju, striding purposefully towards the direction of the Taiqing Tianzong. At the Taiqing Tianzong, before the colossal mountain gates resembling towering pillars, several young men stood tall. The visitors were Jian Shifeng and his followers. Chapter 34. Jian Palace Jian Shifeng. Stop, fellow cultivators. What brings you to Taiqing Tianzong? The gatekeepers inquired upon noticing their arrival. I am Jian Shifeng from the Jian Palace of the Zhongzhou Heavenly Domain, here to pay my respects to Taiqing Tianzong, Jian Shifeng replied with great politeness upon meeting them. Please wait a moment while I report your arrival. Recognizing the visitor's esteemed lineage, Wang Yi did not dare to delay and hurried off to inform the elders. Ha! It is indeed the prodigious Jian Shifeng from the Jian Palace. What a pleasure. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yi returned accompanied by an elderly man, whose voice preceded his arrival. The elder, named Su Zhou, was the second elder of the outer sect of Taiqing Tianzong. Beside him was a young woman with fair skin and striking beauty, already a captivating figure at a tender age. Though Taiqing Tianzong seldom made appearances in the Zhongzhou Heavenly Domain, they were familiar with the prominent young talents therein. Jian Shifeng stood as one of the most distinguished among them, which prompted Su Zhou to exhibit a courteous demeanor. Disciples pay their respects to the second elder. The other gatekeepers promptly bowed in greeting upon the elder's arrival. There is no need for excessive formalities, Su Zhou remarked with a smile as he surveyed the crowd. Second elder, it is an honor. I have heard that your esteemed sect is to hold a competition for new disciples, and thus I have come to pay a visit. I hope the elder will not take offense, Jian Shifeng quickly explained upon recognizing the elder's identity. Not at all, young friend Jian, your long journey is greatly appreciated. Please excuse any shortcomings, Su Zhou responded, maintaining his polite demeanor. One is unworthy of such praise. You are too gracious, elder, Jian Shifeng replied with humility. This is my disciple, Ji Liue. She will host you henceforth, as I have pressing matters to attend to. Please feel free to make yourselves at home. The second elder introduced before Jian Shifeng could interject. We bid farewell to the second elder. The onlookers all bowed in respect as the elder departed. Greetings to all esteemed brothers from the Jian Palace. Ji Liue, the young woman following Su Zhou, stepped forward to address them. Ji Junior sister, you are too kind. We may need to trouble you for assistance. Jian Shifeng expressed his gratitude to the courteous young woman. Not at all, Jian Senior brother. You honor me with your words. Please do come inside, Ji Liue replied, her politeness evident. As she spoke, Ji Liue invited Jian Shifeng and several others into the Taiqing Tian sect. Shortly after their departure, Lu Changzhi arrived, gracefully descending before the grand entrance of the sect on his sword. Greetings, Senior brother Lu, said Wang Yi, who with keen eyes hurried forward to bow respectfully. Indeed, Lu Changzhi replied, surveying the group with unwavering courtesy. Upon entering the sect, he once again summoned a wave of sword-shaped energy beneath him, propelling himself toward Qingsheng Peak. Wow, look at that. While others require a sword as a medium to fly, Senior brother Lu seems entirely independent of any weapon. What on earth is happening? A younger disciple, standing behind Wang Yi, gazed at the vanishing figure of Lu Changzhi with a bewildered expression, unable to contain his curiosity. Could it be some form of exceptionally powerful martial art? Another disciple pondered aloud, scratching his head in confusion. Wang did not respond to their inquiries. His gaze remained fixed on the effortlessly soaring Lu Changzhi. He murmured softly, "Perhaps this is the very essence of the disparity between true genius and ourselves." At that moment, a profound sense of admiration surged within him, solidifying his resolve to strive diligently in his cultivation. Once, he had been renowned as a youthful prodigy in Tianlang City. Yet as he broadened his horizons, he realized he was merely one among the countless myriad. Nonetheless, he still yearned for the day when he could traverse the heavens and earth, wielding the power to obliterate all. At the Taoist altar on Changsheng Peak, two individuals, a man and a woman, were present. The man was Anzhi, who had returned to Changsheng Peak that very morning to meditate, while the woman, Xiao Ranxian, was brought back by Chen Changsheng the previous night. Due to the late hour of their arrival, Chen Changsheng had arranged for Xiao Ranxian's accommodation before retreating to the back mountain. Early in the morning, Xiao Ranxian was awakened by a cacophony of sounds and, curious, descended from the loft to the altar. Upon seeing the man engrossed in his practice, she chose not to disturb him, instead quietly settling onto the steps. Changzhi, fully absorbed in his cultivation, remained oblivious to her presence. At that moment, a torrent of intertwined black and red thunderous energy surged around him, crackling with vibrant sounds that resonated in the air. This crisp sound was distinctly audible to Xiao Ranxian, who stood nearby. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, Changzhi had finally succeeded in transforming the hellish malevolence he had absorbed at the cliff of reflection into spiritual energy he could wield at will. Indeed, it was the very black-red thunderous energy that enveloped him. Is this the power of the thunderous hell? Is it truly possible for someone in this world to cultivate such an extraordinary form of energy? Xiao Ranxian exclaimed in shock, her face a portrait of astonishment. No, this peculiar energy must belong to the fabled taboo body. Her eyes widened in disbelief, hands clasped tightly over her mouth, her heart brimming with incredulity and horror, as though she had witnessed an unfathomable phenomenon. The accumulation of 9 lifetimes has afforded her a certain understanding of various formidable physiques. The so-called taboo physique is regarded as such by the world, primarily due to its astonishing talent for cultivation, and secondarily because its terrifying nature renders it incompatible with the heavens and the earth. Whenever a taboo physique manifests, it heralds the onset of calamity upon the world, and the legendary prison-suppressing divine body is deemed an absolute taboo. As Xiao Ranyan's gaze fell upon the young man before her, a wave of astonishment and shock surged within her. The rumored taboo physique had materialized before her very eyes. Having experienced the cycles of 9 lifetimes and survived through countless epochs, she had encountered numerous extraordinary physiques, such as the bloodthirsty spirit body and the heavenly calamity poison body. Yet, she had only ever heard tales of the taboo physique, never having witnessed it firsthand. With wide eyes, she gazed in disbelief, as if attempting to see through him entirely. This unprecedented encounter filled her with reverence, while simultaneously igniting her curiosity about the enigmatic, prison-suppressing divine body. Chapter 35. The Astonishment of the Nine-World Emperor. At the Qingqing dojo, Xiao Ranyan gazed in utter astonishment at the youth, who was a few years her junior, and involuntarily rose to her feet, her expression a tapestry of incredulity. "Who are you?" Changzhi, having just emerged from meditation, regarded the woman standing on the steps with a cold stare as the 10 Directions demon-suppressing halberd materialized in his hand. "Greetings, second senior brother. I am a newly accepted disciple of our master," Xiao Ranyan hurriedly replied, sensing the resurgence of Changzhi's thunderous hellish power. "You are a disciple of the ancestor?" Upon recognizing the stunning woman before him, Changzhi reined in his aura and halberd. "Ancestor?" Xiao Ranyan was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Our master is the ancestor of the Chen family," Changzhi clarified, observing her perplexed expression. "Oh, I see. I have met you, second senior brother." Xiao Ranyan quickly bowed after receiving his answer. Greetings, junior sister." Changzhi merely responded quietly to her enthusiasm, and an awkward silence enveloped the scene. "Second senior brother. Why is the senior brother not present?" Xiao Ranyan broke the tension with her question, gazing at the aloof Changzhi. "The senior brother is on his way," Changzhi replied, sensing the presence of Lu Changzhi descending from the foot of Changsheng Peak. Xiao Ranyan looked bewildered, ready to inquire further when suddenly, beneath Changsheng Peak. Shrouded in mist, it appeared as if a celestial realm had emerged. Abruptly, a flash of sword light darted by. Lu Changzhi, stepping upon his flying sword. Soared down from the clouds. His figure was agile, his robes billowing, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Lu Changzhi possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his eyes clear and bright, exuding a sense of determination and decisiveness. He bore a treasured sword upon his back, its blade glimmering with a cold light, clearly of extraordinary quality. As Lu Changzhi arrived, the spiritual birds in the mountains scattered in fright, and the leaves rustled, seemingly welcoming the arrival of this unexpected guest. The young man landed steadily at the foot of the mountain, dissipating the sword-shaped aura, and made his way toward the summit. Junior brother, who is this beautiful fairy? Soon, Lu Changzhi arrived at the Changcheng dojo, soaring gracefully on his sword. Observing the two individuals within the dojo, he could not contain his playful voice from reaching their ears. Greetings, senior brother. I am a newly accepted disciple of our esteemed master, Xiao Ranxian. As Lu Changzhi wore a mischievous grin, Xiao Ranxian sighed in resignation. Beside her, Anzhi shook his head, expressing his helplessness. It seemed that this senior brother dared to speak anything that came to mind. Ah, it is junior sister Xiao. With such exquisite beauty, you ought to join us at Changcheng Peak, Lu Changzhi remarked with an awkward smile, his gaze lingering on the captivating junior sister. Xiao Ranxian mused internally. This is not at all what I had envisioned. Shouldn't he, the senior brother, possess a commanding and imposing demeanor? Instead, he appears rather foolish. That is precisely his nature, Anzhi interjected, noting Xiao Ranxian's contemplative expression. Fear not, beautiful junior sister. I shall look after you henceforth. I am most grateful, senior brother, Xiao Ranxian replied. No need for such formality. From now on, we are like family. Senior brother, what might master be? After conversing for a while, she learned that Lu Changzhi was the legendary sword body, while Chen Changsheng was the forbidden body. Having yet to meet Chen Changsheng, Xiao Ranxian turned to Lu Changzhi and inquired, what is master currently engaged in? At this moment, master should still be in meditation. What business do you have with him? Lu Changzhi responded, Senior brother, I wish to seek master's guidance on my cultivation. Xiao Ranxian held a fondness for these two brothers, treating them as equals rather than adopting the heirs of a former emperor. Do not fret, junior sister. Have faith that master will provide you with what is most suitable for you, Lu Changzhi said confidently. Is that so, senior brother? Then, what cultivation method do you practice? Xiao Ranxian asked curiously. The Taichu sword cannon, an immortal grade sword technique, Lu Changzhi replied. What? Senior brother, you actually practice the Taichu sword cannon? Xiao Ranxian exclaimed, astonished. She was familiar with the Taichu sword cannon, yet had never encountered anyone who practiced it. This ancient sword technique was said to be a peerless treasure of the sword path, containing boundless mysteries and profound techniques. It was a legacy that had endured since the dawn of time, revered by many throughout countless epochs. Today, to witness someone cultivating the Taichu sword cannon was indeed a source of great astonishment. While she might not match master in strength, she was confident in her understanding. Junior sister, is the Taichu sword cannon truly that remarkable? Upon seeing Xiao Ranxian's shock, Lu Changzhi, usually so jovial, adopted a serious demeanor, while Anzhi listened intently, sensing that his junior sister was quite extraordinary. Of course, senior brother, the Taichu sword cannon is hailed as the finest sword cannon throughout history. Nodding emphatically, Xiao Ranxian confirmed. Junior sister Xiao, have you heard of the divine manifestation suppression cannon? Anzhi, intrigued by her affirmative nod, expressed a keen interest in understanding the nature of his own cultivation method, the divine manifestation suppression cannon. Chapter 36. The accompanying imperial weapon? What? The divine manifestation suppression cannon? Second brother, are you certain you haven't misspoken? Junior sister, there is no need for such astonishment. Maintain your composure, Lu Changzhi gently reminded his visibly surprised junior. Ahem, perhaps I was too narrow-minded. If the Taichu sword scripture can be revealed, then presenting another, the divine aspect prison scripture, would hardly be surprising, Xiao Ranxian reassured herself. Adjusting her emotions. Junior sister, is the divine aspect prison scripture formidable? Anzhi inquired with great curiosity, eager to discover whether the martial art he practiced, the divine aspect prison scripture, was as powerful as his senior's Taichu sword scripture. Let me put it this way. When combined with your innate physique, the prison god body, the divine aspect prison scripture is invincible within the same realm. It can even transcend a major realm while remaining undefeated. Would you not consider that impressive? Is that truly the case, junior sister? Changzhi had no doubt in Xiao Ranxian's words and chose to believe them wholeheartedly. During his cultivation of the divine aspect prison scripture, he had already sensed a significant enhancement in his abilities compared to before. It was indeed remarkable. Moreover, the divine aspect prison scripture was said to have the potential to condense two law forms simultaneously, one of utmost yang and the other of utmost yin. These two inherently incompatible forces coexist because of the existence of the divine aspect prison scripture. Each force, being extraordinarily formidable, becomes even more terrifying when they coexist. You are aware of the ice-fire duality body, I presume? This constitution allows the simultaneous existence of the two incompatible spiritual energies of ice and fire. However, ice and fire are but minor paths, while utmost yang and utmost yin represent the great path. Thus, the divine aspect prison scripture truly embodies invincibility within the same realm. Do you understand? Xiao Ranxian patiently explained to the two, her internal astonishment rivaling theirs. The Taichu sword scripture had already left her greatly astounded, and she was now equally surprised to learn that second brother's divine aspect prison scripture was of the same caliber. This revelation sparked her curiosity about what kind of cultivation method their master would bestow upon her. Could it perhaps be the complete reincarnation immortal scripture? After all, she was a reincarnation immortal body, and no other technique could be more fitting. This thought deepened her intrigue regarding her enigmatic master. Just then, Xiao Ranxian's stomach growled, having gone too long without sustenance. "Brother, do you have anything to eat?" she asked, a bit embarrassed, glancing at her two seniors. Even as a cultivator, she was still a mortal who needed to eat. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, there is plenty," Lu Changzhi replied, producing an array of pastries he had just packed from the Gathering Immortals Tower, setting them on a table that appeared out of thin air. "Brother, where did you acquire such a bounty of snacks?" Xiao Ranxian exclaimed, marveling at the assortment of pastries before her, before she unconsciously picked one up and began to eat without any formality towards Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi. "As long as you enjoy them, feel free to indulge. If you find insufficient, I can ask Zheng Niu to bring more," Lu Changzhi said with a smile as he watched Xiao Ranxian. "Junior brother, you should partake as well," he then encouraged Chen Anzhi. Chen Anzhi nodded, also reaching for the pastries. "By the way, senior brother, may I take a look at your companion imperial weapon?" Xiao Ranxian suddenly inquired, her mouth full. Companion imperial weapon? Indeed, the legendary birth of the Primordial Sword Body is accompanied by an imperial weapon, making it the only supreme constitution among all physiques that possesses such a companion. However, it seems that I lack one. How could this be? Although it is rather absurd, I once beheld the true relic of a sword emperor within his imperial tomb, inscribed by the emperor himself, and the imperial weapons of the Primordial Sword Body are at least of the highest caliber. Furthermore, that sword emperor documented the Primordial Sword Body, indicating that it is not merely an exceptional physique, but a remarkably unique sword path constitution. Yet, the reasons for its uniqueness remain unrecorded. Sister, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? Moreover, is what you just stated truly accurate? Observing the erudite Xiao Ranxian, Lu Changzhi was filled with curiosity. He indeed conformed to the Primordial Sword Body, but why did he lack a companion imperial weapon? It seemed he must consult their master. As a reincarnation of a great emperor, I naturally possess vast knowledge of ancient secrets, Xiao Ranxian remarked nonchalantly, entirely oblivious to the astonished expressions of the two beside her. What? A reincarnation of a great emperor? Now, it was Lu Changzhi's turn to be astounded. His beautiful junior sister was, in fact, a legendary reincarnation of a formidable emperor. Surprised, are you? Xiao Ranxian grinned at the two, who were left speechless. "Brother, you haven't forgotten what you just said, have you? You promised to take care of me. So don't forget." Xiao Ranxian was acutely aware that these two young men were destined to traverse the world in the future. "Sister, do not jest. You are a reincarnated great emperor. What need have you for us mere mortals?" Lu Changzhi said, attempting to steady his astonishment. "The senior brother is correct. Are you playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger? You truly do not require our assistance. Cease your teasing." Even the usually serious Chen Anzhi couldn't help but add a few words. Agreed. The two harmoniously exchanged a high five. "Brother, if I genuinely require your assistance, would you help me?" Xiao Ranxian looked earnestly at the two once more. "We would." Gazing at the suddenly serious Xiao Ranxian, both replied in unison. "Good. With the affirmation of my 2 elder brothers, that suffices. With that, Xiao Ranxian resumed indulging in the pastries brought by Changzhi, her gaze towards the sky becoming somewhat more piercing. Chapter 37. The Cycle of Time and Space Scriptures. Before long, noon arrived. In the side hall of the Qingsheng Great Hall, a large round table of red wood was set with an array of exquisite dishes sent by Zheng Niu. Brother, why are there so many dishes? Unable to contain her curiosity at the diverse spread, Xiao Ranxian inquired. The customs of Qingchang Peak dictate that every meal must be sumptuous. You will understand in due time, sister, Changzhi replied mysteriously, while Anzhi shook his head in resignation nearby. Ah, everything is ready. The voice of Chen Changsheng echoed through the hall, followed by his appearance at the head of the table, where he habitually picked up chopsticks to serve himself. Master. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Chen Changsheng, Xiao Ranxian hurriedly paid her respects. Ranxian, we at Qingqing Peak are not bound by many rules. Feel free to be at ease. As Chen Changsheng savored his meal, he spoke, indeed, master. Xiao Ranxian observed her gluttonous senior brothers and joined in the feast. In a few days, the new disciples of our sect will compete. Changzhi, you shall represent me, Chen Changsheng declared. Understood. Rest assured, master, the first prize will undoubtedly belong to our Qingqing Peak. Changzhi vowed, thumping his chest with fervor. Ah, you seem to have misunderstood. I do not intend for you to compete, but rather to attend on my behalf. Chen Changsheng explained with a smile. What? Master, why is that? Changzhi, who had initially been filled with ambition, was momentarily taken aback. Qingqing Peak shall not participate. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Alas, I had hoped to make a name for myself in this competition. Changzhi questioned, perplexed. What significance is there in competing against those at the martial master level with your cultivation at the 5th level of martial king? Chen Changsheng remarked with indifference. That is true, Changzhi conceded reluctantly, yet he could not shake his disappointment. Anzhi, you two need not partake in this competition. Focus on your cultivation, Chen Changsheng instructed. Turning to another disciple, Chen Anzhi. Understood, ancestor, Chen Anzhi nodded obediently. Changzhi, when did the cafeteria's dishes become so sumptuous? Chen Changsheng inquired curiously, gazing at the array of delectable dishes before him. These are from Juxianju. I arranged for them to provide delivery, with a bill on your account, master. Changzhi grinned at his teacher. You rascal, you've grown quite bold. Chen Changsheng chided him with a smile. The path to the mountain gate is littered with fallen leaves, and no one has cleaned it. Go tidy it up. After all, we are a prestigious sect of cultivation. Remember, there should not be a single leaf on the ground. Chen Changsheng instructed. Are you serious, master? I still have to cultivate. I aspire to traverse the world. Changzhi exclaimed. Look at you, getting anxious again. I have not finished speaking. Chen Changsheng replied leisurely. Oh, Changzhi said helplessly. Remember, do not use any spiritual power, understood? Chen Changsheng added. Master, you must be joking. This is too absurd. Changzhi laughed nervously. Who is joking with you? I should have mentioned, you have only one day, Chen Changsheng stated. What? Changzhi responded in disbelief. Ranxian, once you finish, come to the Grand Hall, Chen Changsheng called, ignoring Changzhi. All right, master. Xiao Ranxian, who had been observing, promptly replied. She quickly finished her meal in a couple of bites and hurried after Chen Changsheng. Junior brother Chen. Changzhi turned to look at Chen Anzhi, who was munching nearby as the figures of their master and junior sister grew distant. Senior brother, I am off to the cliff of reflection to cultivate. Farewell. Chen Anzhi said, sensing Changzhi's mischievous intent, and with that he dashed away. Upon entering the Grand Hall, a solemn and austere atmosphere enveloped them. The towering dome looms overhead like the heavens themselves, obscuring the light above and instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. A faint aura of spirituality pervades the hall, as if one has stepped into a realm of mystery. At the center of the Grand Hall, a colossal jade pedestal rises majestically, adorned with an array of magical artifacts and ancient texts, glimmering with a subtle, ethereal light. Surrounding the pedestal, dozens of stone columns stretch skyward, intricately carved with enigmatic runes and patterns that dazzle the eye. The floor of the hall is laid with smooth jade stones, reflecting the brilliance of the ceiling like a polished mirror. In this tranquil atmosphere, the gentle passage of time seems almost audible. At the northernmost end of the hall, the main seat stands elevated, facing the jade pedestal, occasionally emanating an air of authority. This seat, crafted from the finest wood, is embellished with exquisite carvings that showcase the artisan's remarkable skill. The backrest is draped in sumptuous satin, resplendent in its vibrant yet solemn hues. From this vantage point, one can gaze down upon the entire hall, the expansive view encompassing all. Seated upon the main throne, Chen Changsheng reclines languidly, propping his head on his hand, his gaze piercing like an arrow aimed at the figure of Xiao Ranxian below. Xiao Ranxian, you are the reincarnation of the 10 lifetimes. I truly do not know which method of cultivation to impart to you. Chen Changsheng's heart is torn as he contemplates the standing figure of Xiao Ranxian. These 3 techniques. Examine them, and choose the one that suits you best. With that, 3 scrolls soar towards Xiao Ranxian like beams of light. Thank you, Master. Xiao Ranxian exclaims joyfully as she eagerly accepts the 3 scrolls, unable to contain her excitement as she unfurls one of them. The Reincarnation Sutra, crafted by ancient immortals and refined over countless ages, grants those who cultivated dominion over the cycle of life and death, allowing them to transcend the mortal realm and ascend to the pinnacle of divinity. Is it truly the complete Reincarnation Sutra? Master, is this really for me? Xiao Ranxian gazes incredulously at her mentor, clutching the complete text in her hands. Finish reading it first, Chen Changsheng responds, his demeanor calm in the face of her exuberance. She then opens the second scroll, the Reincarnation Nirvana Sutra, which reveals the profound truths of life, death, karmic retribution, and the realm of nirvana. Such miraculous techniques exist in this world. Once again astonished, Xiao Ranxian reflects on the myriad surprises she has encountered since arriving at Qingqing Peak, to the point where she begins to question whether her 9 lifetimes have been in vain. With impatience, she opens the 3rd volume, the Reincarnation of Time and Space Sutra, which allows mastery over the intricacies of time and space, enabling one to traverse between the past, present, and future, and to glimpse what lies ahead through diligent cultivation. The future seat of power shall be yours, she contemplates. Such astonishing techniques truly exist, the ability to command both time and space, as well as to govern the cycles of life and death, leave Xiao Ranxian in awe, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. At that moment, she is utterly captivated, as if the entire world has blurred into insignificance, with only the irresistible allure of this extraordinary tome radiating in her grasp. At that moment, Chen Changsheng, observing Xiao Ranxian's exaggerated reaction, could not help but remind her, have you made your choice? Xiao Ranxian, as if awakening from a dream, returned to her senses, her gaze fixed intently on the technique in her hands. In disbelief, she inquired, Master, could this truly be a gift bestowed upon me? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly, responding with a hint of difficulty in his tone. What, do you not like it? No, not at all, Master. Xiao Ranxian hastily waved her hands in explanation. I'm simply too astonished to know how to choose. Her eyes were filled with conflict and turmoil. On one hand lay the complete reincarnation immortal scripture that she had longed to cultivate, while on the other were 2 evidently more formidable and profound texts, the Reincarnation Nirvana scripture and the Reincarnation Time and Space scripture. Faced with such a daunting decision, Xiao Ranxian found herself engulfed in deep distress. Since that is the case, then take a look at them all. Chen Changsheng's voice suddenly broke through her hesitation. Is that truly permissible, Master? Xiao Ranxian quickly sought confirmation. Of course. Once you have made your selection, you may begin your cultivation at your leisure, Chen Changsheng replied languidly, exuding an air of tranquility. Here, take this Qingxiao sword. With that, a cerulean sword soared towards Xiao Ranxian. The Qingxiao Imperial Sword, with its translucent and luminous blade, resembled the azure sky above, emanating an intense chill. Mysterious patterns faintly adorned the blade, reminiscent of twinkling stars and swirling mists, captivating all who beheld it. The hilt, forged from fine gold and encrusted with gemstones, shimmered brilliantly, signifying unparalleled nobility. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through iron as if it were clay, seemingly able to sever all obstacles in the world. When wielded, its ringing echoed like a dragon's roar, commanding awe and reverence. Master, I cannot accept, Xiao Ranxian exclaimed in alarm, gazing at the sword radiating a piercing blue light. She repeatedly declined, shaking her head. However, Chen Changsheng smiled nonchalantly. Take it, consider it a gift of introduction from your master. As Xiao Ranxian accepted the Qingxiao sword, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your generous grace, Master. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation and ensure that I do not tarnish the illustrious name of the Qingxiao sword. This 6 paths of reincarnation sword technique is for you as well, Chen Changsheng said with a smile. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, an ancient scroll shot forth from the system space, landing steadily in Xiao Ranxian's hands. Staring at the martial technique in her grasp, Xiao Ranxian was momentarily taken aback. She had initially thought that the 3 techniques and the Qingxiao sword she had received were already abundant, but to her surprise, there was also a martial skill. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Ranxian tightly clutched the 6 paths of reincarnation sword technique, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. As she opened the sword technique, the words Imperial Level Martial Technique leaped into view, and despite her previous mental preparation, she was still astonished. The 6 paths of reincarnation sword technique is an Imperial level martial art that embodies the most enigmatic forces of the universe, enabling practitioners to transcend the cycle of life and death. This sword technique comprises 6 distinct realms, each possessing unique powers and transformations. The first realm, the underworld. The sword's momentum is fierce, akin to malevolent spirits entwining their prey, instilling boundless fear in adversaries. The second realm, the hungry ghost path. The sword's energy surges like a tumultuous tide, devouring all living beings in its path. The third realm, the beast path. The swordplay is bizarre and multifaceted, reminiscent of rampaging demons, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. The fourth realm, the human path. The sword techniques are grand and imposing, showcasing the brilliance and greatness of humanity. The fifth realm, the Azura path. The sword's intent is overwhelmingly tyrannical, capable of shattering all that exists. The sixth realm, the heavenly path. The swordsmanship reaches a transcendent state, executing techniques at will, capable of dismantling myriad laws with a single strike. Master, is it truly possible for a disciple at my level to cultivate this martial art? Xiao Ranxian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the 6 paths of reincarnation sword technique in her hands. Despite the profound shock within her, her mind remained composed and rational. Having experienced 9 cycles of reincarnation, she was acutely aware that the path of cultivation necessitated a grounded approach, eschewing reckless ambition, lest one suffer dire consequences. Chen Changsheng smiled gently, imparting wisdom to Xiao Ranxian. Do you understand what a prodigy is? A prodigy possesses extraordinary talent, insight, and potential. And you, my dear, are precisely that. The frameworks and limitations established by the mundane world often apply only to ordinary geniuses. Individuals like you, a peerless prodigy, must be viewed through a different lens. Remember to maintain a clear and accurate self-awareness. After a brief pause, a smile graced his lips. In the past, your senior brother was filled with doubts, much like yours. Yet in the end, he succeeded in his cultivation. With your aptitude, you shall not fall short of his achievements. Master, are you suggesting that my senior brother also cultivated an imperial-level martial art? Xiao Ranxian's eyes widened in astonishment, as though she had encountered the most absurd revelation. Chen Changsheng smiled gently, his tone earnest. Xiao Ranxian, now that you have dedicated yourself to Qingchang Peak, you must embrace a broader vision and an open heart. On this peak, nothing is impossible. If you dare to dream and strive for it, all can be realized. Do you understand? Xiao Ranxian suddenly comprehended, feeling a pang of regret within. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and bowed respectfully to Chen Changsheng. I understand, Master. Please rest assured. Very well. You may leave now. Chen Changsheng replied calmly, gesturing for her to depart. With a respectful bow, Xiao Ranxian softly responded, I take my leave. She turned gracefully, her steps steady and light, exuding confidence. Having received Chen Changsheng's approval, Xiao Ranxian began to exit the grand hall. However, just as she was about to depart, Chen Changsheng called out to her, Xiao Ranxian, what may not have existed in the past does not preclude the possibilities of the future. From this day forth, I shall be your pillar of support. Pursue your desires fearlessly. I shall bear the consequences for you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Xiao Ran, who had just stepped onto the jade platform to depart, abruptly halted. She turned around, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. Memories of the past, filled with torment and hardship, flooded her mind. In those times, she had been utterly alone, suffering through relentless bullying and anguish, enduring every trial in silence. At this moment, upon hearing her master's words, it felt as though a ray of sunlight had pierced through the dense fog, illuminating the deepest corners of her heart, filling her with an unprecedented warmth and solace. Disciple is eternally grateful to Master, Xiao Ran murmured through her tears, her voice imbued with profound gratitude. Chapter 39. The Six Paths Reincarnation Sword Technique. As she watched her master vanish from the main seat, Xiao Ran felt a torrent of emotions swell within her. In this instant, the myriad sufferings endured over 9 lifetimes seemed trivial. In each of her past lives, she had possessed exceptional talents, rising against the currents through her own strength. Yet it was only in her first life, upon meeting him, that she truly experienced warmth and support. Alas, such precious moments are always fleeting. The tribulations of the other 8 lives were unfathomable to others. The essence of those experiences was known only to her. Yet now, all suffering had receded. She was blessed with loved ones, dear friends, and a kind master and senior brother. With this thought, Xiao Ran cast aside her gloom and stepped out of the Qingchang Grand Hall. With a heart full of joy, she briskly exited the hall. At that moment, sunlight cascaded upon her, as if draping her in a golden veil. As she passed the Qingchang dojo, she caught a glimpse of a man diligently sweeping the fallen leaves. As she approached, the murmurs of the man reached her ears. It was Lu Changzhi, expertly wielding a broom, yet grumbling to himself. Why can't my mouth just behave? He continued to mutter in frustration. Master truly is something. He asked me to sweep but forbids the use of spiritual power. He is so powerful. Why doesn't he do it himself? His irritation grew. Here I am, the illustrious young Sword Emperor, reduced to sweeping the grounds of Qingchang Peak. What will become of my reputation if this gets out? He sighed heavily, alas. Despite his incessant complaints, Lu Changzhi's sweeping never faltered. At that moment, Xiao Ran had reached his side and suddenly exclaimed with a playful smile, "Senior brother, how dare you speak ill of Master?" Her tone was laced with mischief. "Goodness, you scare me half to death, junior sister. How do you walk without making a sound? Like a ghost," Lu Changzhi exclaimed, his heart racing as he looked at Xiao Ran, who had appeared before him unexpectedly. He nervously swallowed and quickly clarified, "And junior sister, please don't misinterpret. I absolutely did not speak ill of Master." Xiao Ran blinked her sparkling eyes, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she replied softly, "Oh, is that so? But I believe I just heard someone say, 'Oh dear, junior sister, you must have misheard. I hold Master in the utmost respect. How could I ever utter a word of disrespect?'" A fine sheen of sweat beaded upon Lu Changzhi's forehead, and internally he lamented the difficulty of dealing with his junior sister. Observing Lu Changzhi's flustered demeanor, Xiao Ranxian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though her expression remained stern. She rubbed her hands together and deliberately elongated her tone, saying, "Well then, allow me to share with you, brother, your true evaluation of our esteemed master." Cough, cough. "Junior sister, your skills are becoming increasingly adept," Lu Changzhi remarked as he swiftly retrieved 10,000 resplendent spirit stones from his storage ring and presented them to Xiao Ranxian. "Here, take these as a token of silence. Please, do not let our master be aware of this, understood?" Xiao Ranxian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the glittering spirit stones before her, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, brother, you are exceedingly generous." She calculated in her mind that this bounty of spirit stones would sustain her cultivation for an extended period. Truly, as a disciple of a prestigious sect, his generosity was expected. After all, with his innate talent and prowess, acquiring such treasures was undoubtedly a trivial matter. Brother, I shall not be polite then," she said gleefully as she accepted the spirit stones, carefully stowing them away in her own storage ring. Although she hailed from a modest family, they still possessed the means to acquire such items in the central region of the celestial domain. "However, junior sister, what do you intend to do with these spirit stones?" Lu Changzhi inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. "Of course, they are for cultivation, brother. Do you not require spirit stones for your own practice?" Xiao Ranxian blinked her large, innocent eyes, her face a picture of bewilderment. "Is it enough? If not, I have plenty more," Lu Changzhi replied, shaking his head gently as he produced even more spirit stones. Brother, you have already given me so much. Do you not need these for your own cultivation?" Xiao Ranxian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Seeing him produce even more spirit stones, she hastily declined. "Take them. I have no use for these spirit stones in my cultivation," Lu Changzhi said, reaching up to scratch his head and then displaying a simple, sincere smile. "What? How do you cultivate then?" Xiao Ranxian was left dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she had just heard. The idea that her elder brother cultivated without the aid of spirit stones seemed utterly preposterous. One must be grateful for the gifts of nature, Lu Changzhi said, a hint of pride illuminating his features. Brother, how could your method of cultivation possibly compare to the exceptional talents of the ancient prodigies? Xiao Ranxian remarked, shaking her head with a mix of exasperation and admiration. By the way, junior sister, are you familiar with the peerless sword technique? Lu Changzhi suddenly recalled that his junior sister had experienced 9 lifetimes as an emperor, and her understanding must be profoundly extensive. He had always struggled to grasp the intricacies of this technique, so he inquired with great curiosity. Of course I am. The unmatched sword technique is a renowned martial art of the unmatched sword emperor. Master brother, could it be that this is the very technique imparted to you by our master? Xiao Ranxian, possessing remarkable intelligence, immediately deduced the origin of the unmatched sword technique. In her previous lives, she had witnessed the unmatched sword emperor performing this extraordinary sword art and had long held a deep yearning for it. Unfortunately, due to the emperor's rigid nature, he had never been willing to pass this technique on to others, leaving her desires unfulfilled. Upon hearing Lu Changzhi mention it, Xiao Ranxian could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly inquired, Master brother, could you allow me to witness it as well? Seeing his junior sister so fervently impatient, entirely shedding the dignity and reserve befitting a 9-generation emperor, Lu Changzhi could not help but chuckle and shake his head. He then retrieved the imperial-level martial art, the unmatched sword technique, from within his robe. As Xiao Ranxian cautiously flipped open the pages and confirmed that this was indeed the authentic unmatched sword technique, she could no longer suppress her inner joy and burst into laughter, exclaiming, this is simply marvelous. I never anticipated that the unmatched sword emperor's unmatched sword technique would ultimately fall into my hands. Master brother, I too am a sword cultivator. Once you have mastered it, would you consider gifting this technique to me? I would not ask for it without recompense. I would offer you the 6 paths of reincarnation sword technique that Master bestowed upon me in exchange. What do you say? Xiao Ranxian's face radiated excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she spontaneously proposed the exchange of techniques with her master brother. Chapter 40. Comprehending Divine Consciousness. No problem, Lu Changzhi readily acquiesced. Master brother, here is the 6 paths of reincarnation sword technique. Please take a look. Xiao Ranxian retrieved the secret from her spatial ring and handed it to Lu Changzhi. Junior sister, there is no need to rush. Please first share with me your insights on the unmatched sword technique, Lu Changzhi replied, initially refusing the secret technique presented by his junior sister, as he was eager to understand the unmatched sword technique more thoroughly. Master brother, the essence of the sword technique lies in wielding the sword through qi, intention, and thought. She explained, given your clarity of sword heart, you have likely achieved mastery in wielding the sword through qi and intention. As for the final aspect of wielding the sword through thought, it necessitates the transformation of divine consciousness. Divine consciousness typically refers to a form of mental or conscious power that transcends ordinary thought and perception. Those with formidable divine consciousness can even kill invisibly with it. Divine consciousness manifests as an invisible force, capable of permeating through the constraints of space and time. It can explore distant realms, perceive the thoughts and emotions of others, and even engage in spiritual communication with other beings. The power of divine consciousness allows one to discern the essence of all things and grasp their mysteries. Xiao Ranxian confidently shared her knowledge about divine consciousness, while Lu Changzhi listened intently. He nodded thoughtfully, seemingly attaining a deeper understanding of divine consciousness. So, it is indeed so powerful, he murmured to himself. However, how might one enhance their own divine consciousness? Lu Changzhi turned his gaze towards Xiao Ranxian, hoping she would provide an answer. With a smile, she replied, the enhancement of divine consciousness requires continuous practice and refinement, alongside dedicated cultivation methods. Furthermore, one may attain profound insights and enlightenment through communion with other formidable entities or by exploring enigmatic relics. Thank you for your guidance, junior sister, he expressed gratefully. Xiao Ranxian gently shook her head. Senior brother, there is no need for such formality. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire of me at any time. Here is the unmatched sword technique back to you. Once you have mastered it, we shall exchange again. Before Lu Changzhi could utter a word, Xiao Ranxian hastily continued. How can one condense the sea of consciousness through mental prowess? Engaging in spiritual dialogue with other beings, discerning the essence of all things, and grasping the mysteries of the universe. After Xiao Ranxian departed, Lu Changzhi fell into contemplation. Perceiving all things, Lu Changzhi murmured softly, his thoughts deepening, as if he was merging with the world surrounding him. As his contemplation intensified, the broom in his hand gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a halt. Lu Changzhi slowly settled into a cross-legged position, forming hand seals and placing them before his chest. A surge of gray and white energy materialized upon his forehead, intertwining and merging like two agile dragons dancing above him. In the blink of an eye, this gray-white energy coalesced into the shape of a sharp sword, swiftly forming an oval that hovered steadily at the center of his brow. At that moment, a faint luminescence emanated from Lu Changzhi's forehead, casting a gray-white hue that perfectly matched the color of his consciousness. This enigmatic gray-white light flowed forth like a gentle stream. The light, seemingly imbued with life, delicately brushed against a fallen leaf on the ground. In an instant, that previously unremarkable leaf appeared to be endowed with extraordinary power, beginning to tremble ever so slightly. As time passed, the entire leaf became suffused with the gray-white light, transforming into a translucent marvel, akin to a finely crafted work of art. Even more astonishing was the clarity with which every vein of the leaf was revealed, as if magnified countless times within Lu Changzhi's mind. Under his mental guidance, the leaf began to levitate slowly, rising from the ground and hovering in the void. Lu Changzhi could hardly contain his excitement and joy. Focusing intently as he exerted his will to extend his consciousness further outward, eager to perceive all that surrounded him. Gradually, the previously indistinct images sharpened into clarity, fragmented stones, trees, flowing water, and flying birds. In mere moments, everything in his vicinity seemed to present itself in an ethereal form within his mind. This sensation was both extraordinarily wondrous and intoxicating, rendering him utterly entranced. Retract. With a swift command, Lu Changzhi drew back his dispersed consciousness into his being. The myriad of entities that had vividly appeared in his sea of consciousness vanished like phantoms in an instant. Unable to suppress the elation within, Lu Changzhi burst into I have succeeded. At last, I have triumphed. It seems that I truly possess extraordinary talent. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Lu Changzhi's mind. Wait, my master once cautioned me against using spiritual power to clean the courtyard. Could it be that he has already discerned the root of my cultivation issues? My master is indeed an unfathomable sage. Reflecting on this, Lu Changzhi experienced a moment of enlightenment, filled with profound admiration for his master. Thus, with heartfelt gratitude, he reverently bowed towards the direction of the back mountain, expressing his deep respect for his master's teachings. Let me see what marvels the divine consciousness possesses. Observing the fallen leaves on the path, Lu Changzhi formed seals with his hands, and the gray-white talisman once again appeared on his forehead as strands of divine consciousness surged forth towards the leaves. Armed with the knowledge from his initial success, Lu Changzhi deftly maneuvered the leaves into the air. With a gentle wave of his hands, the scattered leaves on the ground rose as if summoned by some mysterious force, soaring into the sky like butterflies in a dance. In that moment, countless leaves intertwined in midair, gradually coalescing into a gigantic sphere, rolling forward at a slow yet steady pace. Go! Once all the leaves ascended to the midair, Lu Changzhi took a deep breath, channeling his internal spiritual energy to transform it into roaring flames, and then he forcefully directed it towards the spherical mass of leaves. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, engulfing the entire sphere in a fiery embrace. Accompanied by crackling sounds, the aerial sphere ignited rapidly. The fire grew fiercer, and in the blink of an eye, the massive sphere composed of countless leaves was reduced to ashes amidst the fierce flames. Meanwhile, far away on the back mountain of Qingshang Peak, Chen Changsheng reclined leisurely on a comfortable lounge chair. Upon witnessing Lu Changzhi successfully execute this technique, a faint smile of satisfaction crept onto his lips. Back at her loft, Xiao Ranxian stood by the window, gazing at the colossal fireball blazing in the sky, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Such an extraordinarily gifted individual is likely unparalleled in the entire celestial realm, she murmured softly, as if conversing with herself. Having said that, she gently turned away and slowly stepped into the room. Inside, 3 ancient and mysterious scriptures lay before her: the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, the Reincarnation Nirvana Sutra, and the Reincarnation Spacetime Sutra. These 3 practices are undoubtedly rare treasures of the world, each brimming with boundless profundity and power. After meticulously perusing the 3 supreme techniques bestowed by her master, a deep contemplation welled up within her. She recalled the complete version of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, which she had desperately sought in the past, yet never attained, filling her heart with conflict and struggle. Now laid before her were these 3 techniques, each a paragon of uniqueness, yet each possessing distinct characteristics. Faced with such a challenging decision, Xiao Ranxian found herself momentarily hesitant. She understood that any choice could significantly influence her future path of cultivation, even affecting matters of life and death. However, selecting the most suitable technique from these 3 equally exceptional methods is no simple task. As time ticks away, Xiao Ranxian remains immersed in contemplation. She continually recalls the myriad hardships and tribulations she has endured, savoring the unforgettable adventures and fortuitous encounters that have shaped her journey. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, she seems to have found her answer. Suddenly, the image of a relentless adversary who has pursued her through 9 lifetimes flashes in her mind. A powerful desire for vengeance, akin to a seed buried deep within her heart, reemerges, taking root and sprouting anew. The Reincarnation Time and Space Sutra. I am indeed curious to uncover the profound mysteries and wonders you conceal. After deep reflection, Xiao Ranxian resolutely decides to cultivate this sutra, as it not only grants mastery over the power of reincarnation, but also allows for the manipulation of time and space at will. Such extraordinary capabilities align perfectly with her innermost aspirations. Each time she recalls her implacable foe, her yearning for revenge grows ever more resolute. Chapter 41. An influx of events. In the plaza of the Taiching Heavenly Sect, a bustling throng gathers, the air filled with a cacophony of voices, and everywhere is the flurry of activity, creating a scene of vibrant enthusiasm. In the heart of the expansive square, a breathtaking and intense competition is being meticulously prepared. Numerous martial stages, each uniquely designed, stand in orderly rows, resembling steadfast sentinels forged from steel, exuding an aura of solemnity as if silently narrating the fierce battles about to unfold. Surrounding the square are designated areas for various sects and clans, also busily arranging their final preparations. Brightly colored banners flutter high, roaring in the wind like eagles poised to soar, showcasing the distinctive styles and formidable strength of the sects and families they represent. The young disciples within the sect are fervently engaged, some intently examining their assorted gear, meticulously ensuring no detail has been overlooked, while others spar in pairs, blades flashing in a dazzling display, creating a whirlwind of activity that captivates the senses. An atmosphere of palpable tension pervades the entire plaza, intertwined with an exhilarating excitement, akin to a vast cauldron on the verge of boiling, waiting for the moment the competition begins, when all fervor and vitality will erupt like a volcanic explosion. Each individual harbors an eager anticipation, longing to witness the remarkable performances of the new generation of disciples, this desire akin to yearning for the first blossom of spring. The grand competition of the sect's newcomers is imminent. This momentous event not only concerns the future of the sect, but also promises a thrilling and fierce contest. The news spread as if it had sprouted wings, rippling through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating concentric waves. Young talents from various sects and noble families were stirred into action, flocking to the competition. At the foot of the mountain, Taiching City transformed into a bustling hub, akin to a pot of boiling water, with voices resonating everywhere. The streets and alleys were teeming with crowds, some gathered in small groups, whispering excitedly about the highlights of the competition, while others engaged in fervent discussions regarding the newcomers of the Taiching Heavenly Sect. Tea houses and taverns were filled to capacity, patrons savoring fragrant teas and fine wines while eagerly absorbing the myriad rumors surrounding the grand contest. The entire Taiching City was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and excitement, as if a grand celebration was quietly brewing, awaiting the moment the curtain would rise. Amidst the fervent anticipation and discussions, Changzhi unexpectedly became the focal point of attention. Various rumors about him swirled around like a mysterious fog, leaving people bewildered and unable to discern truth from fiction. Have you heard? The young Sword Emperor of Changcheng Peak actually intends to abstain from battle, exclaimed a man, his face a mask of astonishment. How do you know this? Inquired another, curiosity etched on his face. My second uncle's third cousin's aunt's little uncle is a menial disciple of the Taiching heavenly sect. This news cannot be wrong. He told me himself, the man asserted with unwavering conviction. Is that true? If so, will we miss the chance to witness the young Sword Emperor in action? Someone lamented, disappointment heavy in their tone. Alas, what a wasted trip. Who among us did not come with a desire to behold the young Sword Emperor's grandeur? Such a pity. Another voiced their regrets. However, I have heard of that dragon Chen, who can unleash 8 strikes. They say his prowess is quite formidable. And perhaps he will offer some excitement, interjected a bystander. Indeed, and there's also that Long Wu, who seems rather strong as well, another chimed in. True. The upcoming competition of the Taiching heavenly sect indeed promises to be intriguing. Before long, the crowd's attention shifted from a young Sword Emperor to discussions of Dragon Chen. Some even boldly claimed that the exceptionally gifted youth would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable rival to the young Sword Emperor. A growing number of spectators were filled with eager anticipation for the imminent contest, unable to wait to witness the unparalleled elegance of the new generation of Taiching heavenly sect's elites. Eager to see if these rising stars were as invincible as the rumors suggested. The murmurs in the crowd rose and fell like a grand debate, as individuals passionately exchanged their views on the young Sword Emperor, with some expressing unwavering belief in his strength, while others harbored even higher expectations. Brother Nan, Brother Fong, they have already entered the Taiching heavenly sect. A man's voice boomed like thunder, capturing the attention of those fervently engaged in discussion around him. Upon hearing the news, a man known as Nan Gu exhibited a fleeting glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He nodded vigorously and responded loudly, yes, indeed, if that is the case. Let us proceed and witness the legendary young Sword Emperor to see if he truly possesses the unparalleled grace as rumored. No sooner had he spoken than Nan took the lead, moving with a ghostly swiftness as he traversed the path ahead. Close behind him were several equally skilled masters, each exuding a formidable aura. These individuals hailed from the misdirected faction of Nan Fong. They had journeyed through months of arduous travel, finally arriving at Daotian City in the northern wilderness. At this moment, their hearts brimmed with anticipation and exhilaration. They had long heard tales of this legendary Sword Emperor, yet had never beheld his true visage. Now, with the opportunity to engage closely with this mythical figure, how could their hearts not swell with fervor? Under Nan Fong's guidance, the group hastened toward the direction of Taiching heavenly sect. Their strides were resolute and vigorous, as though they intended to leave deep imprints upon the earth. Passers-by turned their heads in curiosity, intrigued by the formidable presence of this procession, speculating about their purpose. As they drew nearer to Taiching heavenly sect, Nan Fong and his companions felt their excitement intensify. They quickened their pace, eager to reach the young Sword Emperor and behold his extraordinary charm. Who exactly were these individuals? They possessed an awe-inspiring aura. Speculations arose regarding which powerful sect they belonged to. Observing the throng of Nan Fong as they surged forward like a tide, gasps of astonishment and bewilderment rippled through the crowd. People whispered amongst themselves, filled with curiosity about these enigmatic figures. Some widened their eyes, attempting to glean insights from their silhouettes, while others furrowed their brows in contemplation. Many cast their gazes into the distance, seemingly awaiting the revelation of some answer. Uncertain but convinced, another voice emerged, suggesting they must be drawn to the young Sword Emperor. This assertion garnered the agreement of many nearby, who nodded in affirmation. Chapter 42. The Descent of the Accompanying Imperial Weapon. Qianquan Peak, nestled in the rear mountains of Taiching heavenly sect's Daotian Peak, boasts an environment both serene and magnificent. The peak rises steeply, shrouded in swirling mists, with lush greenery enveloping it, offering crisp and refreshing air. The temples scattered throughout the mountains harmoniously complement the natural landscape, creating a vivid tableau. Within this realm, one can profoundly sense the tranquility and mystique of nature, as if immersed in a celestial paradise. The grand hall's roof soars into the clouds, its corners gently curving upwards, as if whispering its existence to the heavens. The glazed tiles glisten radiantly under the sunlight, creating a striking contrast with the surrounding structures. The hall's entrance is wide and lofty, adorned with intricately carved patterns that seem to come alive. Upon stepping inside, a tranquil atmosphere immediately envelopes you. Chen, do you stand a chance in this competition? At this moment, the atmosphere within the grand hall of Qingquan Peak grew tense. As Wu fixed his keen gaze upon his proud disciple, Long Chen, Dragon Chen was a striking figure, his visage as exquisite as jade, with eyebrows that arched elegantly into his temples, enhancing his gallant demeanor. His starry eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, deep and luminous, seemingly capable of perceiving the world's essence. The gaze was steadfast and imbued with confidence, suggesting an infinite reservoir of strength. Beneath his prominent nose, his lips curled slightly upward, sketching a subtle smile that radiated kindness toward the vast world. His lustrous black hair, thick and supple, danced gently in the breeze, adding an air of nonchalance and grace. An undeniable charm emanated from him, compelling admiration from those who beheld him. Rest assured, Master, I have attained the second level of martial spirit, and I am fully aware of the absence of the Taiqing sect's Qingcheng peak in this competition. Thus, I am entirely confident in my abilities for this contest, Dragon Chen proclaimed, his voice resonating powerfully within the expansive hall. Very well, prepare diligently and remain vigilant, Wu replied, nodding slightly, his tone calm, yet revealing a glimmer of recognition and hope for Dragon Chen. Yes, Master. Dragon Chen respectfully bowed before turning to depart, his steps firm and resolute. He understood the significance of this mission and the expectations of his master, silently vowing to exert every effort and not to betray his mentor's trust. To the west of the Taiqing sect, majestic mountains towered into the clouds, their grandeur palpable, with swirling mist that seemed to conceal myriad mysterious powers. Upon reaching the summit of Taiqing Peak, one could behold a verdant panorama, ancient trees reaching skyward and blossoms bursting forth in vibrant hues. Among the woods, birds sang joyfully, their melodies enchanting, while crystal-clear streams flowed serenely, revealing the pebbles beneath. The air was fresh and dense with spiritual energy, as if one had stepped into a realm of immortality. The training ground at Taiqing Peak was vast and unbounded, its surface adorned with smooth, flat stones, where sunlight cascaded down, casting a soft glow. A tranquil and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the area, elevating spirits and allowing one to forget the complexities of the mundane world. At that moment, a group of female disciples clad in simple white robes practiced their swordplay within the training ground. Their movements were agile and graceful, the swords in their hands gliding through the air like nimble serpents, tracing beautiful arcs. The flow of their swordplay was as natural and smooth as flowing water, each technique infused with profound inner strength, harmonizing perfectly with the surrounding scenery, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze whispered through, carrying the freshness and tranquility of the mountains, lightly tousling the hair of the female disciples. In this serene ambience, their sword dances appeared even more elegant and mysterious, as if they had become one with nature, together portraying an extraordinary and transcendent beauty. Xiao Wu, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Simply give your all, Nianqing Wu said softly, seated in the grand hall that soared into the clouds. Her gaze filled with affection for a newly accepted disciple, Long Wu. Before him, Nianqing Wu moved with a grace that was both mesmerizing and enchanting, akin to a flower blossoming in the warmth of spring, exquisite, vibrant, and captivating. Her skin was as pristine as freshly fallen snow, smooth and delicate like silk, subtly shimmering with an ethereal glow. Her lovely eyes, clear and bright as water, sparkled like stars scattered across the night sky. At your command, Master, Long responded with utmost reverence, his voice laced with a deep respect for his teacher. In the tranquil setting behind Qingcheng Peak, before a humble thatched cottage, Lu Changzhi stood quietly, his gaze fixed upon Chen Changsheng, who reclined languidly on a chair. In a gentle tone, he inquired, Master? Chen Changsheng slightly opened his eyes, a hint of drowsiness still lingering, yet his voice rang out clearly. You wish to inquire about the companion imperial weapon, do you not? It was as if he had anticipated Lu Changzhi's unspoken thoughts. Lu Changzhi nodded, a flicker of anticipation and reverence crossing his eyes. Observing this, Chen Changsheng straightened himself, rubbed his eyes, and asked, So, do you wish for your master to intervene, or do you prefer to resolve this matter on your own? Without hesitation, Changzhi declared, "Master, I wish to rely on myself." His tone was resolute and confident, reflecting his trust in his own abilities. Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded in approval. Eagerly, Changzhi pressed on, "Master, does the companion imperial weapon truly exist?" With a slight upward curve of his lips, Chen Changsheng countered, "What do you believe?" After a moment of contemplation, Changzhi asserted, "I firmly believe it exists. I just do not know its exact hiding place, though I can sense it." Chen Changsheng regarded him with a smile, satisfaction evident in his eyes, and softly remarked, "Your companion imperial weapon has been sealed by another." A jolt of shock surged through Changzhi's heart. Despite his inner premonitions about the existence of the companion imperial weapon, hearing it spoken aloud left him utterly astounded. Especially the revelation that his own companion imperial weapon had been sealed bewildered him further. What could have led to such a sealing? Filled with gratitude, he turned his gaze to Chen Changsheng, poised to inquire further, only to see his master gesture for patience. Calmly, Chen Changsheng continued, "Changzhi, at your current modest level of cultivation, knowing too much may not be beneficial. What I can tell you is that someone has risked their life as a medium to perform a forbidden sealing technique, and the one capable of such a feat must possess at least the rank of a martial saint. Do you understand?" Chapter 43. The realm of the Emperor is merely the beginning. Changzhi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might leap from their sockets. His expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. His lips trembled involuntarily, and within him, a storm of emotions surged, overwhelming him with an uncontrollable sense of astonishment. What is a martial saint? Each move of a martial saint is imbued with terrifying power capable of annihilating the world. Each strike descends like the thunder from the heavens. Formidable and unstoppable. With a mere punch unleashed, the surrounding void shattered instantaneously, and all things in the world were reduced to ashes beneath its might. As if the very fabric of reality trembled violently in response to this singular blow. The presence of the martial saint was indeed astonishing, for his strength transcended the comprehension of mere mortals, reaching an exalted realm that evoked the awe of divine beings. In the face of such formidable power, everything appeared diminutive and fragile, as if compelled to bow its head in reverent submission and distant admiration. Upon discovering that his innate imperial weapon was inextricably linked to the martial saint, Changzhi's gaze was instantly consumed by boundless despair and fury. As if the entire world had crumbled in that fleeting moment. He could scarcely accept the brutal reality that his companion weapon had been sealed by the very hands of the martial saint. His body trembled involuntarily, fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms, blood welling from his fingertips. His heart raced with a wild ferocity akin to a runaway stallion, as if it might burst forth from his chest at any moment. Changzhi's breath grew increasingly labored and heavy, his mouth agape as he gasped for air, desperately attempting to quell the tumultuous waves of emotion within. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the tempest brewing in his heart was beyond containment. Observing this turmoil, Chen Changsheng rose slowly, stepping softly to Changzhi's side, gently placing a hand upon his shoulder, his eyes reflecting a sincere concern. With great difficulty, Changzhi lifted his gaze to meet Chen Changsheng's, his expression a tapestry of confusion and bewilderment. "What? Are you truly intimidated by the martial saint?" Chen Changsheng's voice was gentle yet resolute, akin to a warm spring breeze or the soothing rays of the sun, softly entering Changzhi's ears like a gentle stream flowing into his slightly disordered heart. Changzhi furrowed his brow slightly, his lips moving as if to voice something, yet hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. Noticing this, Chen Changsheng's smile grew even brighter as he comforted, "Do not forget, you are my disciple, Changzhi, with your extraordinary talent. Becoming an emperor is merely the beginning. Why then should you concern yourself with this so-called martial saint?" Hearing his mentor's unwavering words, Changzhi's previously unclear gaze gradually transformed into one of clarity and determination. He nodded vigorously, silently reminding himself to firmly believe in Chen Changsheng's reassurances. "Master, thank you." Changzhi's voice trembled, laden with emotion that threatened to overflow. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Chen Changsheng, a teacher and friend, he might have been lost, perhaps reduced to begging in some street corner, never to seize the precious opportunity for cultivation he now possessed. Reflecting on this, his gratitude towards Chen Changsheng deepened profoundly. Chen Changsheng gently patted his shoulder once more, speaking earnestly, persevere with diligence. It is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, Lu Changzhi regained his former confidence, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upward to reveal a faint smile. Understood, Master. In this brief yet earnest exchange, Chen Changsheng's heartwarming reassurance felt akin to a gentle spring breeze, instilling within Lu Changzhi a profound sense of strength. His previously restless mind gradually found tranquility, replaced by steadfastness and self-assurance. They gazed quietly at one another, their eyes reflecting an unwavering trust and unconditional support for each other. Tomorrow marks the day of the grand competition of the Ta Ching sect. It is imperative that we are not late. Chen Changsheng suddenly shifted the conversation, directing his gaze toward Lu Changzhi with solemn admonition. Yes, Master. Lu Changzhi responded promptly. Moreover, do not forget to escort your junior sister to the Internal Affairs Pavilion to complete the registration process. As Chen Changsheng spoke, he made his way toward a nearby chaise lounge. Understood, disciple. Lu Changzhi nodded in acknowledgement. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave, Chen Changsheng gestured, indicating for him to depart. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows, as the Qingqing Peak dojo basked in a serene tranquility. At this moment, a figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. Clad in a sky-blue Dao robe, Lu Changzhi stood tall, his posture as erect as a proud pine. A deep blue long sword slung across his back. His handsome features were sharply defined, with a resolute spirit emanating from his brow. The brilliant sword-like eyebrows framing eyes that shone with determination and sharpness, as if they could perceive the essence of all things. He radiated a distinctive aura, embodying both youthful vitality and a mature composure. With every gesture, he exuded boundless confidence and poise. As the breeze tousled his long hair, it danced freely in the wind, harmonizing with the deep blue sword at his back, amplifying his spirited and gallant demeanor. The sword glimmered with a chilling brilliance, its hilt adorned with precious gems. Splendid, yet commanding respect. The blade was long and sharp, emanating an invisible pressure. Lu Changzhi gripped the hilt firmly, as if sharing a profound connection with this extraordinary sword. His steps were steady and light, each stride imbued with inexhaustible power, as though the very earth trembled slightly beneath him. His figure moved like a specter, swiftly weaving through the woods, startling the surrounding birds into flight. On the opposite side of the dojo stood Chen Anzhi, also clad in a sky-blue robe, radiating brilliance like a resplendent star. His sharp gaze pierced the hearts of those who met it, instilling trepidation and discouraging casual eye contact. The firmness and confidence reflected in his brow suggested the weight of experiences that had traversed the vastness of life. Despite his youth, his eyes were strikingly keen, seemingly possessing the ability to discern the very souls of others. Standing tall and straight, he resembled an indomitable mountain, exuding an intangible sense of overwhelming pressure. Behind him, a black halberd shimmered with a captivating cold light, subtly emanating an unmatched, formidable aura. The imposing halberd stands in stark contrast to the youthful, diminutive figure of the boy. Yet they complement each other so harmoniously, as if the weapon were an intrinsic part of the boy's very being. The boy's tousled black hair dances freely in the wind, framing a strikingly handsome face marked by sharp features and a resolute expression. His eyes brim with confidence and determination. He stands as still as a statue, yet an unparalleled aura of dominance emanates from him, compelling one to bow in reverence. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the flowing robe he wears to flutter slightly, further accentuating his graceful and agile demeanor. Eldest brother, second brother, a melodious voice calls from near the Taoist temple at Qingqing Peak. A radiant young woman, carrying a slender blue sword on her back, approaches with a light and buoyant step. She possesses a vigorous and spirited presence, seamlessly blending with her surroundings. The brilliance in her star-like eyes sparkles with determination and depth, hinting at the steadiness and restraint forged through the trials of time. A unique aura surrounds her, evidently a result of her cultivation in the cycle of time and space. Every movement she makes exudes elegance and grace, as if she has already grasped the profound truths of the passage of time. As her steady breath harmonizes with the surrounding air, a subtle resonance forms between them. Now that everyone is gathered, we shall set forth. Lu Changzhi speaks softly, his voice calm, yet resolute. With that, he swiftly gestures his hands to perform a spell, chanting incantations under his breath. In an instant, 3 shimmering flying swords materialized beneath his feet. Changzhi steps onto one of the swords, and a radiant azure light envelopes him, making him appear ethereal like a celestial being. He then gestures for the 2 behind him to follow, guiding the flying sword towards the plaza of the Taiching heavenly sect with remarkable speed, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, leaving behind 3 faint azure trails. Chapter 44. A hasty arrival. At the plaza of the Taiching heavenly sect, a throng of people jostles together, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. The cacophony of voices reverberates through the air, as if thunder itself has descended. People cheer and exclaim with fervor, igniting the very atmosphere around them with their enthusiasm. At this moment, the sect master, along with the heads of various peaks and esteemed figures from other sects and families, has arrived, inciting waves of excitement among the crowd. The disciples below fix their gazes on the high-ranking members of the Taiching sect and representatives from other sects, murmuring amongst themselves, "Is that the sect master of the Taiching heavenly sect?" Just a distant glance evokes an unfathomable sense of awe, as his presence radiates an aura that commands respect, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. Gasps of admiration ripple through the crowd. It seems that the figure standing nearby is the revered Dugu, known for his unparalleled swordsmanship, a rarity in this world. Observing his formidable and imposing stature, complemented by the long sword he wields, one cannot help but acknowledge the truth behind his esteemed reputation. Eyes filled with envy and reverence turn towards Dugu Wu, captivated by his commanding presence. Behold, dear friends, the enchanting beauty over yonder, undoubtedly the foremost disciple of Taiching Peak. Her visage is nothing short of captivating, rendering words inadequate to describe her exquisite charm. A man gazes intently at the ethereal figure of Nianqing Wu, unable to suppress his admiration. "Look, everyone! The representatives from other sects have arrived," a voice exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around. The display of the Tianjin sect is truly magnificent, clad in uniform white robes, their backs adorned with an array of swords. The entire ensemble exudes an imposing presence, formidable and relentless, prompting murmurs of approval from the discerning onlookers. The disciples of the Holy See have also made their appearance. No sooner had the words left his lips than a group of disciples robed in yellow stepped forward, their movements synchronized, bearing an air of solemnity and dignity that radiated authority. The celestial maidens of Kunlun Su are indeed breathtaking, akin to fairies descending from the heavens. The crowd gazes in awe at the approaching figures from Kunlun Su, their expressions infused with wonder. With a larger number of female disciples, all eyes are drawn to these graceful women, whose beauty resembles blooming flowers, enchanting all who behold them, while the male disciples awkwardly play the role of mere backdrop. Soon after, a group of Qingyun sect disciples clad in azure robes comes into view. "The disciples of Qingyun sect are truly remarkable," someone exclaims. Each of them exudes charisma and vigor. However, as the last group, the disciples of the Bronze Hall, arrives, a murmur of confusion spreads through the crowd. Why do the disciples of the Bronze Hall appear so enigmatic, and why are there so few of them? A curious voice inquires. An immediate response follows. "What do you know? The criteria for joining the Bronze Hall are exceedingly stringent. Even if your ancestors were to rise in smoke, entry would still be a challenge." Though laced with jest, this statement underscores the high threshold of the Bronze Hall. All sects have gathered for this momentous occasion. Yet the absence of the monks from the Great Thunder Sound Temple is conspicuous. It is said that they had no intention of joining this revelry. One individual, filled with disappointment, lamented, "I was so eager to witness the renowned sects of the northern wilderness. Yet the absence of the Great Thunder Sound Temple leaves a void in my heart." Others echoed his sentiments, expressing their curiosity and confusion regarding the Great Thunder Sound Temple's absence. Speculations arose, suggesting internal matters may have delayed them, while others believed they were merely cultivating an air of mystery to attract attention. Some even pondered whether there might be conflicts or disputes with other sections. Regardless of the reasons, the absence of the Great Thunder Sound Temple undeniably casts a shadow of regret over this grand assembly. Many had anticipated their presence, but now it seems they must depart with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. The grandeur displayed by each major sect stirs the hearts of the young men and women who accompany their factions, filling them with both anticipation and reverence, as they eagerly look forward to the forthcoming journey of cultivation. At the summit of the Taiching sect, the esteemed leader donned a resplendent robe of brocade, exuding an air of elegance and poise. His gaze, piercing as a beacon, swept over the multitude gathered in the square, emanating an aura of supreme authority and unwavering confidence. The other sect masters, clad in distinctive Taoist robes representative of their respective schools, displayed their own unique charms and dignities. Among them were those who appeared solemn and awe-inspiring, while others exuded a gentle grace that invited warmth. There were also those of a bold and spirited demeanor, whose every movement radiated a carefree elegance. Despite their divergent styles, each one unmistakably emanated a formidable presence that commanded respect. Following closely, representatives from various sects and illustrious families made their grand entrance. Adorned in embroidered garments and resplendent jewelry, they bore an array of medals and fine swords, symbols of their status and identity. Some sects arrived with great fanfare and numerous disciples, creating an overwhelming spectacle, while other families, though fewer in number, showcased members whose vibrant spirits and extraordinary bearing indicated they were no ordinary individuals. In the heart of the square, colorful banners fluttered in the breeze, accompanied by the resounding echoes of drums and gongs, filling the air with a jubilant and harmonious atmosphere. The crowd, brimming with joy and eager anticipation, anxiously awaited the commencement of the grand competition, excitement palpable on every face. The square transformed into a magnificent stage, drawing together heroes and champions from far and wide, poised for an exhilarating contest of dragon and tiger. As the buzz of conversation reached a fever pitch, a sudden, melodious, and piercing sound of a sword echoed from the distant horizon. The crowd, drawn by the sound, turned their gazes upward to behold Lu Changzhi. Bearing a long sword upon his back, clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe, his garments billowing gracefully in the wind. Leading a group of disciples, they soared on flying swords, hurtling through the air like shooting stars. His movements were agile and fluid, reminiscent of a noble and ethereal crane, soaring freely in the azure sky. Following closely were his disciples, synchronizing their steps, their figures bathed in the brilliant sunlight, shimmering with an enchanting brilliance, akin to a group of ethereal fairies descending to the mortal realm. A slight smile graced Lu Changzhi's lips, his bright and profound eyes sparkling with resolute confidence. His arrival sent ripples through the crowd, instantly silencing the previously animated gathering. All conversation ceased as every gaze converged upon him. The disciples accompanying him radiated vigor and enthusiasm, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement and dreams. As Lu Changzhi descended gracefully, he appeared both grounded and buoyant, as if strolling on clouds. Every subtle movement he makes radiates a unique elegance and a lively charisma, creating an enchanting tableau alongside his fellow disciples. All present are irresistibly drawn to their extraordinary grace, unable to contain their admiration. "Greetings, sect master and esteemed elders," he said. Upon reaching the elevated platform, Lu Changzhi led the two others in a respectful gesture towards the assembled crowd. Xiao Ranxian gazed intently at the hurriedly arriving trio, gently stroking his goatee as he spoke kindly. "Ah, now that you have arrived, please take your seats." "Yes, sect master." No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Changzhi gracefully settled into the foremost position at Qingxing Peak, with Chen Anzhi and Xiao Ranxian standing respectfully by his sides. Chapter 45. The competition begins. At this moment, the women in the crowd fixated their gazes upon Lu Changzhi at the high platform, their eyes brimming with infatuation. One murmured, "Is this elegantly poised youth truly the legendary young Sword Emperor?" Although her voice was soft, it was loud enough for those nearby to hear, inciting a stir among the onlookers. The young Sword Emperor is indeed extraordinary. The crowd's attention converged on Lu Changzhi, as if drawn by an invisible magnet. Unable to look away, he stood tall and slender, exuding a profound and steady aura, enveloped in an overwhelming presence that left others breathless. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, clad in pristine white robes, gazed at Lu Changzhi with rapt attention, secretly marveling at his unparalleled, commanding presence. Indeed, it is rare to witness such formidable pressure at such a young age. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if this impressive aura was genuine or merely a facade. Nearby, a disciple of the papal hall, dressed in yellow, murmured softly. However, the disciple beside him wore a look of disbelief, clearly skeptical of Lu Changzhi's abilities. "Junior brother, refrain from reckless words. This is the Taiching Heavenly Sect, the more imposing figure beside the yellow-robed disciple interjected. No sooner had he spoken than the previously defiant youth fell silent, obediently closing his mouth. Who are those standing beside the young sword emperor? Someone in the crowd suddenly called out. The audience echoed in agreement, urging, yes, indeed. Who knows? Please enlighten us. At that moment, a man, captivated by Xiao Ranxian's breathtaking beauty, murmured, that woman is simply too stunning, like a celestial fairy descended to earth. Another chimed in, I happen to know a bit about this. The slightly shorter one standing next to her is Anzhi, reportedly a scion of the Changsheng Peak's foremost lineage. This lad possesses extraordinary talent and unfathomable strength. As for that woman, I cannot say. Oh, such a background exists? The surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. Another voice interjected, indeed. I have also heard that the disciples of the Taiching heavenly sect are privately discussing how Chunin, at the tender age of merely 15, has already ascended to the realm of martial spirit, an achievement that truly astonishes all. Is he really that formidable? Someone inquired, skepticism etched across their face. Immediately, another retorted, those who can cultivate on Changcheng Peak are by no means ordinary mortals. Each of them possesses a near monster-like talent and potential. This woman is simply breathtaking. She surpasses the so-called three beauties of the northern wilderness by several degrees. A chorus of admiration and lamentation arose from the crowd, as all eyes turned toward the enchanting woman named Xiao Ranxian, who was the object of their fervent admiration and eager discussions. Yet, in the face of this spectacle, whether it be the esteemed and venerable figures within the sect or the powerful and influential members of the noble families, all chose to remain silent, their lips sealed. They merely stood by, observing the unfolding events with an air of detachment. However, the heavy expressions on their faces revealed the tumultuous thoughts churning within their minds. Could this be the legendary young sword emperor? Standing atop a platform closer to the Taiching heavenly sect, Jian Shifeng gazed upward at Lu Changzhi and softly murmured, brother. The pressure he exudes even surpasses that of Gong Wushuang. Jian Nanfeng, after a brief silence, responded in a hushed tone. Yet the next moment, he abruptly broke the silence, expressing, I truly wish to exchange a few moves. In response to the eager longing evident in his brother's eyes, Jian Shifeng merely smiled reassuringly. There's no need to rush. Meanwhile, on the platform, Nian Qingwu raised her beautiful eyes and directed her gaze toward the graceful girl bearing the Qingxiao sword, her lips parting slightly as she remarked, this must be the disciple that Brother Chun has recently taken under his wing. The events of yesterday had already spread like wildfire within the Taiching heavenly sect, and everyone was aware that the head of Changcheng Peak had returned with a female disciple. Those present, being well-versed in the matters of the Taoist sects, understood the implications. Disciple Xiao Ranxian pays her respects to senior Aunt Yen. Xiao Ranxian's gaze was firmly fixed upon the stunning figure before her. Acknowledging her status as her master's junior, she bowed respectfully. Indeed, as rumored, her talent is unparalleled, her demeanor striking, and she is truly extraordinary. Should you find the time, do visit us at Taiching Peak for some leisure. Nian Qingwu's eyes sparkled as she appraised the clever and charming young girl, a smile of admiration gracing her lips as she extended a warm invitation. Thank you for your generous kindness, Senior Aunt, Xiao Ranxian humbly replied. Ah, splendid indeed. Nian Qingwu nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Jun Gujin caught sight of the shimmering blue sword strapped to Xiao Ranxian's back, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He then smiled and remarked, it seems that Senior Brother Chun holds you in high regard, even willing to bestow upon you such an extraordinary weapon as the Qingxiao sword. Xiao Ranxian, gazing at the kind-eyed Jun Gujin, offered a gentle smile, lowering her head to caress the hilt of the sword, and with a heart full of emotions, she responded, Uncle Jun, you flatter me. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation and ensure that I do not tarnish the illustrious reputation of the Qingxiao sword. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuxiang, seated at the head, felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile gracing his lips as he thought. This young woman possesses not only beauty and extraordinary talent, but also great ambition. She is destined for greatness. Indeed, the disciples of Changcheng Peak are remarkable prodigies. Elder, let us commence. Zhao Wuxiang gazed expectantly at Li Yinfeng, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Li Yinfeng nodded slightly, signaling his readiness. In an instant, he leaped to the most magnificent stage at the center of the arena, moving like a flash of lightning. His figure stood tall and imposing, emanating an aura of respect. Within his profound eyes lay boundless wisdom and a warm light of compassion. He clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Esteemed friends, it is indeed arduous to have journeyed here. Today, I sincerely welcome all of you on behalf of our sect." Li Yunfeng's voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the square. His words swept over the crowd like a spring breeze, filling hearts with warmth and familiarity. The square erupted into thunderous applause as representatives from various factions rose to bow in respect, expressing their deep admiration. Li Yunfeng smiled and nodded gracefully before continuing. "The purpose of this grand tournament is to foster martial exchanges among sects and strengthen our bonds. It also offers the younger generation an opportunity to showcase their talents. I hope all the new talents will give their utmost to display their unique flair. Without further ado, I hereby solemnly declare that the tournament is about to commence." As the elders' authoritative and anticipatory words slowly faded, the already bustling square fell into an abrupt silence, only to be followed by a wave of cheers and shouts that resembled a roaring sea. The atmosphere ignited with an electrifying tension and fervor. It is widely recognized that this grand competition holds immense significance, intricately linked not only to the honor and fate of countless disciples, but also to their respective futures. For this reason, every individual felt the weight of the moment, holding their breath and concentrating all their energy, quietly awaiting the pivotal moment when the competition would officially begin. All new disciples, please ascend the martial platform to draw your number plates. Number 1 will battle number 5,000, number 2 will face number 4,999, and so forth. The total number of participants in this newcomer competition, excluding Qingchang Peak's disciples, stands exactly at 5,000. The implementation of this lottery pairing method for the competition serves as a comprehensive assessment of each disciple's true strength and the element of luck involved. After all, possessing formidable talent and fortuitous luck is often a critical factor in determining whether one can attain the status of an unparalleled powerhouse. Chapter 46. Lin Jiuxiao. The heavenly sect appears to place great importance on this grand competition, as they have even summoned him personally to preside over it. The elder Murongjiu, who leads the delegation from the papal hall, muttered quietly to himself, his gaze fixed intently on Li Yunfeng on the stage, a subtle hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. Indeed, it seems that the rumors surrounding this golden era hold a kernel of truth. Shui Yue, also an elder of Kunlun Su, softly echoed this sentiment, her words revealing a lingering concern regarding the future developments of the situation and a fervent desire for the enhancement of her own capabilities. "I have heard that your Kunlun Su has taken in a disciple possessing the 9 apertures exquisite sword heart. I wonder if this is true?" The elder Zhongliu of the Heavenly Sword sect inquired with a smile, regarding the graceful and charming Shui Yue before him. Shui Yue responded with a gentle smile, saying, "Oh no, compared to your sect's exceptionally gifted innate sword body, our disciple is still quite lacking. In the northern wilderness, every sect has its spies or informants embedded within each other. Hence, any stirrings are swiftly known. Such levels of information exchange have long since become the norm." Zhongliu laughed heartily and remarked, "Elder Shui is too modest. While they are indeed outstanding, if one were to compare them to the Taiching Heavenly Sect, they might still fall short." At that moment, the elder Ninbaili of the Qingyun sect directed his gaze towards a group of elegantly dressed disciples from the Sword Palace in the distance, and spoke, "Look over there." It is said that these individuals hail from the Central State's heavenly domain. With the arrival of the people from the Central State, there must be some deeper significance behind it, Murongjiu stated matter-of-factly. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, the disciples of the heavenly sect had already received their respective number plates. These young warriors exhibited expressions filled with anticipation and tension. At that moment, the atmosphere grew exceptionally boisterous. However, as Zhang Xuantian's steady and resonant voice rang out, the clamor was abruptly silenced. Contestant number 1 will face contestant number 5,000. Number 2 will face number 4,999, and number 3 will face number 4,998. The previously cacophonous environment fell into complete silence, with all eyes drawn to the figure of Zhang Xiantian, who stood majestically in mid-air. He stood tall like a pine, exuding an air of elegance and transcendence, his flowing white robe billowing in the wind, enhancing his ethereal presence. With a smile that conveyed both warmth and authority, he instilled a profound sense of reverence in those who beheld him. Before long, the martial competition stage was filled with contestants, each appearing invigorated and formidable, reminiscent of war gods, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. Every individual gripped their weapons tightly, their focus unwavering as they locked eyes with their opponents, revealing hints of enmity and determination, seemingly resolved to utterly vanquish their adversaries in this contest. From the audience arose waves of cheers and shouts, a deafening cacophony of excitement that rendered the atmosphere extraordinarily vibrant. Look, on the 17th arena stood none other than the prodigious talent, Long Yichen. At the sound of an exclamation, the previously boisterous crowd of spectators erupted into fervent excitement. Whispers filled the air as people exchanged thoughts. I never expected it to be him. This match is bound to be thrilling. Indeed, one could only wonder who the unfortunate soul would be to face such a formidable opponent. Since learning of Long Yichen's astonishing gifts and his apprenticeship under the illustrious Dugu sect, anticipation for this contest soared to new heights. Everyone was eager to discover the identity of the individual who would dare to challenge this extraordinary genius. Just as speculation swirled, a figure emerged within the crowd's line of sight. A young man, clad in the distinctive cloud-white robes of the inner disciples of the Taiching sect, moved gracefully towards the 17th arena. His stature was as upright as a pine, exuding an air of elegance and refinement, as though he were one with the immaculate garb he donned, appearing exceptionally ethereal and unrestrained. The audience could not help but marvel, pondering the identity and prowess of this enigmatic youth. At that moment, Long Yichen too gazed intently at his approaching adversary, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The youth bore a colossal sword upon his back, its blade glinting ominously with a chilling radiance, emanating an invisible pressure that instilled a sense of reverence. The contours of his face were sharply defined, reminiscent of a sculpted masterpiece, radiating the vitality of youth. In an instant, he leaped effortlessly onto the arena, his gaze brimming with confidence and composure, akin to a blazing torch, bright and fervent, devoid of any fear or hesitation in the face of a powerful foe. I am Lin Jiuxiao, an inner disciple, proclaimed the young man, his voice resonant and emphatic. Long Yichen of Qingquan Mountain, I invite you to begin, replied Long Yichen, his lips curling into a slight smile as he crossed his arms, gesturing for his opponent to proceed. At that moment, the two stood facing each other, their eyes ablaze with intense animosity. Both bodies were coiled tightly, like beasts poised to pounce, as if they would launch a lethal strike at any moment. Just as the tension reached its zenith, one of them suddenly struck first without warning, moving with the speed of lightning, charging towards his opponent like a tempest. The other sidestepped deftly, countering with a punch aimed directly at his adversary's cheek. The exchanges came rapidly, each combatant retaliating fiercely, their movements swift and relentless. Every attack was infused with power and finesse, leaving the onlookers entranced. In a fleeting moment, their figures entwined in a fierce struggle, the atmosphere thick with tension as the spectators held their breath, captivated by the intensity of the melee. Second level of martial spirit. Brother Long Yichen has actually achieved the second level of martial spirit, exclaimed a voice in disbelief. This is truly astounding. Amidst the crowd, waves of admiration surged forth, with all eyes riveted on Long Yichen upon the stage, reflecting a profound sense of envy and reverence. Conversely, Lin Jiuxiao, who also exhibited remarkable prowess, captured the attention of the onlookers. That lad was indeed a martial spirit, yet, regrettably, he was only at the first level. Some lamented, unable to overlook the glaring disparity in realms when compared to Long Yichen. Who exactly is this young man? How can he, despite his lower cultivation, engage in such a fierce contest with Brother Long? The disciples of the heavenly sect murmured in disbelief, their minds racing to comprehend how this previously unnoticed youth could contend with a prodigy of the eighth resonance, Long Yichen. At that moment, a disciple from the Eastern Xuanyu stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, I know him. His name is Lin Jiuxiao, famously regarded as the waste of our eastern state. This declaration reverberated like thunder in the ears of the assembly, instantly inciting uproar among those who had been curious about Lin Jiuxiao. No sooner had he uttered those words than countless glares filled with malice and rage locked onto him, for one cannot conceal the intent to harm through their gaze. The crowd pondered, if he is deemed a waste, what does that make us? Are we not even inferior to a waste? Could it be that this fellow is subtly insulting us? Just then, the combatants, who had been fiercely engaged in battle on the arena, halted their actions. gazing in astonishment towards the 17th combat platform. Is this truly merely a competition for newcomers? Someone could not help but exclaim. Zhong Liu fixed his gaze upon the two figures on stage, unable to restrain his admiration. Is this the heavenly sect? Indeed, it is a place teeming with talent and hidden dragons. Such an exquisite duel is truly awe-inspiring. Murong Jiusheng, with his inherently bold nature, burst into hearty laughter. Splendid. Long Yichen's extraordinary talent goes without saying, but this lad is certainly no ordinary individual. On the high platform, Zhao Wuxiang also focused his attention on the two combatants and inquired, "Does anyone know the background of this young man?" The sect leader replied, Lin Jiuxiao originally hailed from a small family in the eastern Xuanyu, yet his exceptional talent once earned him the title of the most dazzling prodigy in the eastern state. However, perplexingly, at some point, he suddenly lost all his cultivation, as if he had been reduced to an ordinary person overnight. Even more astonishing, after some time, he resumed his path of cultivation and successfully joined our esteemed sect, the Ta Qing Tianzong, with the help of our sect's decree. Idhir Suran, the third elder of the outer sect of Ta Qing Tianzong, could hardly contain her excitement as she reported to the sect leader, recalling that she had been responsible for receiving and registering Lin Jiuxiao when he presented the decree to join the Taoist heavenly sect. This former champion of the Eastern Xuanyu had always drawn Su Ran's attention. Furthermore, she had provided Lin Jiuxiao with substantial assistance. When others attempted to strip him of the resources he rightfully deserved due to his older age, it was Su Ran who vigorously defended him, ultimately securing the rights that belonged to this once renowned figure of the Eastern State. As Lin Jiuxiao shone brilliantly on the arena, showcasing his exceptional prowess, Su Ran was acutely aware that her own status and reputation would inevitably rise in tandem. Indeed, those fortunate enough to come into contact with the Dao token were no ordinary individuals. Observing the fierce battle unfolding on the stage, Jun Gujin wore an expression of admiration and could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Dugu Wu maintained his aloof demeanor, silently observing the two combatants on the stage. The Dao token, a prestigious emblem from the sect, served as an invitation extended to unparalleled prodigies of the world. These tokens not only symbolized unmatched glory and rare opportunities, but also conferred the privilege to bypass the sect's assessments and directly embark on the path of cultivation as disciples. The prodigies who secured the Dao tokens undoubtedly became the focal point of everyone's attention, endowed with extraordinary talents and unfathomable potential, marking them as prime candidates for the sect's intensive training. Chapter 47. Draw Your Sword. Junior brother, draw your sword, where you stand no chance. After several rounds of fierce combat, the two faced each other, both panting heavily and utterly fatigued. However, in a somewhat advantageous position, Long Yichen held a gleaming long sword, its hilt intricately carved with a majestic dragon head, its mouth agape, releasing a blade as pure and white as snow. As you wish, Lin Jiuxiao responded, extending his arm and forcefully swinging it, causing the enormous black sword behind him to crash down onto the arena with a resounding thud. The colossal sword, entirely devoid of luster, was adorned with numerous fine cracks, and its tip was sharply curved. Without hesitation, Lin Jiuxiao gripped the hilt tightly and launched a powerful strike towards Long Yichen. In an instant, the two surged forth like lightning, swords drawn, charging at one another. Their speed was astonishing, far exceeding the limits of ordinary reflexes. The air was filled with the crisp, resonant sounds of clashing blades, a continuous symphony of combat. Brilliant beams of sword light intertwined and collided, reminiscent of meteors streaking across the sky. Their swordplay was fierce and varied, each swing accompanied by a gust of wind. The flashing sword shadows seemingly intent on tearing the very fabric of space. The exchange of blows was relentless, a tempest of sword techniques that dazzled the onlookers. Amidst this intense confrontation, the surrounding air seemed to swirl with the energy of their swords, creating an invisible pressure that left spectators breathless. As the battle escalated, their breaths grew increasingly labored, yet their gazes remained unwaveringly resolute, showing no signs of retreat. They knew all too well that this life-and-death struggle was not merely a contest of swordsmanship, but a battle of wills. In this heart-pounding clash of sword shadows, only those who could endure until the final moment would emerge victorious. Xian Zhong Jiu Changzhan. Suddenly, Lin Jiuxiao bellowed, as his longsword erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The overwhelming aura emanating from the blade surged forth like tumultuous waves, crashing toward Long Yichen. After exhausting the last remnants of his spiritual power, Lin Jiuxiao struggled to support himself with a massive black sword, his body teetering precariously as he fought to remain upright. The spring rain of the Four Seasons sword song. In the face of the overwhelming sword radiance, Long Yichen exhibited no fear. He gently grasped the hilt of his sword with his right hand while tenderly caressing the blade with his left. In an instant, the sword shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. Subsequently, a wave of sword energy, imbued with boundless might, surged forth, charging directly towards the unstoppable sword light. This sword energy, akin to the gentle spring rain, fell incessantly, appearing soft yet concealing lethal intent. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the colossal wave of sword energy collided with countless sword beams, triggering a series of earth-shattering explosions. The wave of sword energy then slashed towards Lin Jiuxiao, who, having depleted all his spiritual power, found himself unable to evade the impending doom. He could only stand frozen, helplessly watching the fatal strike approach. A profound sense of powerlessness washed over him, as if an immense burden were suffocating him. Despite an intense desire to escape this calamity, moving even a single step had become a distant luxury. In this critical moment, a figure appeared before Lin Jiuxiao like a wraith. It was Li Yunfeng. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, effortlessly seizing the rushing sword energy and shattering it into countless fragments. Lin Jiuxiao exhaled deeply, feeling an immense relief, and subsequently released his grip on the black sword, collapsing onto the arena like a deflated balloon, gasping for air. After regaining a semblance of calm, he painstakingly retrieved a medicinal pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Meanwhile, Long Yichen, though equally breathless, appeared far better off compared to the disheveled Lin Jiuxiao. He stood firm, bearing only a few shallow wounds. The long sword in his hand still glimmered with a chilling light, contrasting sharply with Lin Jiuxiao's dire state. His breathing gradually became steady, sweat cascading down his muscular form, glistening like crystal under the sunlight. His clothes were thoroughly soaked, clinging to his skin, yet his posture remained tall and upright. He could hardly fathom that an unassuming opponent could push him to such a brink. At that moment, an unprecedented shock and astonishment surged within him. The victor of this battle was Long Yichen. As Li Yunfeng stood at the center of the arena, proclaiming the results, each word struck the hearts of the spectators like a heavy hammer. In an instant, the atmosphere was ignited as if with roaring flames. All eyes instinctively focused on the two figures who had just engaged in fierce combat, their gazes brimming with admiration. Their expressions were filled with genuine praise and acknowledgement of the exceptional performances displayed by both combatants. Following this, a thunderous cheer erupted, resonating through the skies like a clap of thunder. The cacophony of cheers intermingled into a colossal surge of power, reminiscent of tumultuous waves, elevating the fervent atmosphere of the scene to its zenith. In the throng, individuals fervently waved their arms, passionately expressing the tumult of emotions that surged within them, offering resounding applause for this breathtaking confrontation. Amidst the thunderous ovation, Long Yichen clasped his fists in salute towards Lin Jiuxiao. With a graceful movement, akin to a light and agile swallow, he effortlessly leapt down from the arena and turned to depart. Meanwhile, Lin Jiuxiao, having ingested a medicinal pill, gradually regained his strength and rose from the ground. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the enormous black sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, effortlessly returning to its sheath behind him. Following suit, Lin Jiuxiao leaped from the arena and slowly made his exit under the watchful gazes of the crowd. Could this be the disciple of the Ta Ching Tian sect's newcomer? It is remarkable to think that such an exhilarating spectacle unfolded so early in the competition. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Indeed, it is a pity that luck was not on his side. He was poised to be the strongest dark horse in this grand tournament, yet who could have anticipated encountering the most formidable opponent in the very first match? Alas, it truly evokes a sense of regret, as some faces displayed sorrowful expressions, sighing in lament. Though slightly older, his cultivation talent is extraordinarily rare, truly deserving of the title of a prodigy. Elder Zhao, you have achieved a significant feat this time, as he watched Lin Jiuxiao recede into the distance. Zhao Wuxiang's face brimmed with admiration, before shifting his gaze to Su Ran beside him. Sect Master, this is merely my duty, Su Ran quickly replied, modestly asserting that she had simply fulfilled her responsibilities. The Sect Master smiled faintly. a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. You are on the verge of breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. Consider this breaking through pill as your reward. Before his words concluded, a pill shimmering with a crystalline purple glow materialized in the sect master's hand. This pill seemed to harbor boundless mysteries, emanating a faint yet intoxicating luminescence. The breaking through pill, a rare 6th grade elixir, possesses the miraculous effect of dismantling cultivation constraints, aiding warriors in transcending their bottlenecks and ascending to higher realms. Thank you, Sect Master. Su Ran felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Fully aware of the immeasurable value of the breaking through pill, she carefully extended her hand to receive the pill, feeling a subtle yet enigmatic energy pulse within her palm. However, she did not linger, swiftly placing the breaking through pill into her spatial ring. Chapter 48. The Chosen of Heaven. Proceed. Xiao Wuxiang's voice was calm and steady, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. His gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting on Elder Li Yunfeng of the inner sect. Li Yunfeng felt a jolt in his heart and promptly bowed in response. Yes, Sect Master. Upon receiving the directive, Li Yunfeng inhaled deeply and raised his voice. Let the competition continue. His words reverberated through the square like thunder, instantly transforming the previously bustling atmosphere into one of solemnity. As his statement resonated, a cacophony erupted across the various arenas, with fists colliding and weapons clashing, sending sparks flying and energy surging. The crowd's attention was promptly refocused on the competition, their eyes fixated on the contestants as they anxiously anticipated the forthcoming thrilling clashes. However, atop the high platform, Xiao Ranxian seemed only partially engaged in the unfolding scene. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction in which Lin Jiuxiao had departed, a hint of perplexity and contemplation evident in her eyes. Noticing his junior sister's unusual demeanor, Lu Changzhi could not help but inquire, "Junior sister, what occupies your thoughts?" Xiao Ranxian came to her senses, offering a faint smile as she replied, "Nothing, brother, perhaps it is merely my imagination." Sensing her reluctance to elaborate, Lu Changzhi chose not to press further. As the sun began its slow descent, casting a sanguine glow that painted half the sky, the final contest on the arena concluded, marking the end of the first round of fierce competition. Reflecting on the event, no remarkable dark horse emerged to astonish the spectators anew. With the conclusion of the preliminary matches, the victors erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating their hard-won triumphs, their faces alight with pride and satisfaction. In stark contrast, those who faced defeat quietly exited the scene, perhaps burdened by an overwhelming sense of desolation and frustration. Such is the harsh reality of the path of cultivation. Only the truly formidable can stand at the center of the stage, basking in the admiration of the multitude. At this moment, atop a towering peak of the Taiching heavenly sect, a man sat in serene contemplation, savoring the beauty of the setting sun. Beside him lay an immense obsidian sword deeply embedded in the ground. This man was none other than the undisputed dark horse of the day, Lin Jiuxiao. Sword Spirit, did you not assert with unwavering confidence that together we would be unparalleled in the world? Lin Jiuxiao remarked, casting a glance at the dark sword as the sun dipped below the horizon. Whose fault is it for having such low wit? You faced Long Yiqian in the first round. Both of you are top-tier geniuses, and he possesses a higher realm. How could you possibly win? Suddenly, a playful female voice emerged from the enormous black sword. Lin Jiuxiao pondered the heart-stopping duel with Long Yiqian, a surge of admiration swelling within him. That guy is indeed formidable. Yet almost immediately, the voice from the sword chimed in again, tinged with discontent. Lin Jiuxiao, could you not aspire for greater heights? Let us not forget that you were once the foremost genius of the Dong-Xian domain. In response to this admonition, Lin Jiuxiao remained silent, his gaze drifting back to the gradually setting sun, his thoughts meandering back to the days of yore. In those times, he stood proudly atop the Dong-Xian domain, unmatched by his peers. Moreover, as a direct disciple of the esteemed Dong-Xian sect, he possessed unparalleled talent and a prestigious lineage. In his eyes, he perceived himself as the destined protagonist, fated to sweep through the world and command both past and present. During that period, he was brimming with ambition, feeling as though the entire world lay beneath his feet, with the future teeming with infinite possibilities. However, fate has a penchant for playing cruel tricks, and an unforeseen turn of events altered everything. While participating in a sect trial, he stumbled upon a peculiar black giant sword. This sword emanated a mysterious and formidable aura, leading him to instinctively recognize it as an extraordinary artifact. Determined, he resolved to refine it, hoping to harness its power to elevate his own strength. Yet, to his dismay, from that day forth, no matter how diligently he trained, his cultivation stagnated, showing no signs of progress. Worse still, he began to experience regression in his abilities. This unexpected turn left him utterly astonished and bewildered. Upon learning of this matter, the sect took it very seriously. The sect leader personally undertook an examination, but the results were profoundly disappointing. Even the ancestors of the sect were unable to discern the issue, leaving everyone at a loss. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When one is in a position of power, many followers flock eagerly, but when one falls from grace, circumstances take a rapid downturn. Ultimately, he not only lost the esteemed title of the sect leader's direct disciple, but also faced the heart-wrenching betrayal of his fiancée, who unhesitatingly sought to annul their engagement. Confronted with such a profound humiliation, which tarnished his family's reputation, he, filled with indignation, resolved to follow in the footsteps of a certain formidable predecessor and set a 3-year pact. Each time he recalled that 3-year agreement, he was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier bravado. In a state of despair, he resolutely departed from the Dao-Ancestor sect, the very place that once bestowed upon him glory and dreams. However, the outside world offered no warmth or solace. On the contrary, he encountered numerous obstacles, enduring endless disdain and mockery. The people had long forgotten his former brilliance, leaving only scorn and derision for his current plight. Every indifferent gaze and every cutting remark pierced his soul like a dagger. Gradually, his heart became consumed with resentment and unwillingness, igniting a raging fire within him. Countless nights, he wandered alone in darkness, contemplating his future, even contemplating abandoning his pursuit of martial arts. Yet, just when he was on the brink of collapse, a miracle occurred. The black giant sword he had carried with him suddenly erupted with strange brilliance, followed by the ethereal apparition of a woman emerging from its blade. The sword spirit. The sword spirit revealed to him that he was no ordinary mortal, but possessed the rare and exceptional endless fire divine body. This physique harbored boundless potential, and once its power was awakened, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of martial arts. This revelation struck his soul like a thunderclap, reigniting the fiery spark in his once dimmed eyes. In an instant, all grievances, pain, and confusion dissipated, replaced by a fervent passion and unwavering conviction. Inspired by the spirit of sword spirit, he regained his confidence and, clutching the Dao decree he had once obtained, joined the Tai Ching sect. "Hey, Lin Jiuxiao, I'm speaking to you. Are you even listening?" The spirit of the massive black sword, growing increasingly anxious, shouted as it noticed Lin Jiuxiao's utter lack of response. "I heard you, my dear sword spirit," Lin Jiuxiao replied with an indifferent tone. "Do not lose heart. Even if you've lost your cultivation, we can train anew." The spirit attempted to console him. "Easier said than done. If it weren't for you, I would not be in this predicament," Lin Jiuxiao retorted vehemently. "I know. I did indeed absorb a bit too much, but it shouldn't have come to this," the spirit responded nonchalantly. "A bit too much? I was once a dignified martial king of the fourth heaven, and you reduced me to a mere martial master." The reminiscence of his former glory only fueled Lin Jiuxiao's fury. Indeed, his regression in cultivation was due to the black sword, or rather, the spirit within it, which had siphoned away his powers, transforming him from an unparalleled genius into a mere jest. "I did not wish for this either. Who knew you were so weak?" The spirit mumbled. Lin Jiuxiao was momentarily speechless, wanting to retort, but at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, "Well, it has come to this. Further discussion is futile. I should consider how to proceed. What else can you do?" "Of course, you must continue to cultivate," the spirit cheerfully replied. "Easier said than done. With my current cultivation, I would only humiliate myself in 2 years," Lin Jiuxiao lamented. "With me by your side, what is there to fear? It is merely a 3-year agreement," the spirit stated calmly. A flicker of hope reignited within Lin Jiuxiao's heart. "Do you have a plan?" The spirit smiled slightly, its tone resolute. "Certainly. Throughout history, those who have shaken the world and swept through the realms all possessed formidable masters as their backing. Thus, you too must seek a mentor of unparalleled strength." Lin Jiuxiao, upon hearing this, could only shake his head helplessly and sigh softly. "Where am I to find such a person?" "I cannot say," the spirit replied with a serious expression. Nevertheless, under the current circumstances, if you wish to win that 3-year agreement, you must awaken your physique to have any chance of success. The spirit's voice was low and firm. Hearing this, Lin Jiuxiao could no longer contain himself and raised his voice. So the question arises, who should I take as my master? Before he could finish, a melodious voice, akin to celestial music, resonated as if from the heavens. Seeking a master? Why not come to me? Lin Jiuxiao, in disbelief, abruptly stood and turned to look behind him. Chapter 49. The kneeling to take a master. Lin Jiuxiao followed the sound and beheld a stunning woman clad in azure robes approaching from behind. Her garments fluttered gracefully, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The woman halted a few meters away from Lin Jiuxiao, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile as she gazed at him. Are you from Qingqing Peak? Lin Jiuxiao asked in astonishment. The sky-blue robe stood in stark contrast to the purely white garments of the Taqing sect, making it exceptionally eye-catching and easily recognizable as belonging to the esteemed Xiao Ranxian. Indeed, it was she who gently pursed her cherry-red lips, her voice melodious and clear, having just completed her registration at the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Upon receiving confirmation, Lin Jiuxiao felt a surge of boundless joy and excitement. Yet this fervor swiftly dissipated, as if doused by a bucket of icy water. A wave of disappointment washed over him, plunging his spirits into the depths of despair. He had naively believed that a powerful emperor had taken notice of his potential, willing to accept him as a disciple. However, the harsh reality jolted him awake. Lin Jiuxiao resembled a deflated balloon, collapsing helplessly to the ground, his gaze slowly shifting to the seemingly less skilled Xiao Ranxian, his face betraying unmistakable disappointment. Do not jest with me, fair maiden, he muttered, his voice tinged with helplessness and self-mockery. Observing the forlorn expression on Lin Jiuxiao's face, Xiao Ranxian's lips curled into a faint smile as she gently replied, You wish to be my disciple, and I am inclined to accept a pupil. Is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement? What jesting is there? But you're merely at the martial artist realm. How can you possibly instruct Lin Jiuxiao? He stammered, laden with doubt and confusion. Fool, accept her offer at once. She is the reincarnation of a great emperor. The urgent voice of the sword spirit echoed in his mind before Lin Jiuxiao could finish his thought. By the heavens, an emperor? A significant figure indeed. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Trusting the sword spirit implicitly, Lin Jiuxiao's heart soared with elation. Without hesitation, he moved with greater speed than before, sliding forward on his knees until he came to a halt before Xiao Ranxian. Then, he prostrated himself thrice, striking the ground with a determined thud, and exclaimed, Disciple Lin Jiuxiao pays respects to master. Xiao Ranxian found herself momentarily taken aback, staring at the long skid mark on the ground and the kneeling figure before her. After a considerable pause, she softly instructed, Please rise. Certainly, master. Lin Jiuxiao responded eagerly, gradually standing up, his gaze fixated on his breathtakingly beautiful mentor, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Once he regained his footing, Xiao Ranxian calmly inquired, Which peak are you currently cultivating upon? Master, I am presently training at the Inner Disciple Pavilion, Lin Jiuxiao replied, feeling somewhat awkward addressing someone who appeared to be younger than himself. Is there anything you need to collect? Xiao Ranxian asked again. And no, master, I am but a solitary soul, Lin Jiuxiao replied, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. In that case, come with me, Xiao Ranxian said gently. Lin Jiuxiao nodded, silently following in her wake. Lin Jiuxiao's heart was filled with questions, prompting him to engage in a conversation with the sword spirit within his consciousness. Sword spirit, is she truly the reincarnation of the great emperor? Lin Jiuxiao inquired, laden with skepticism. She possesses the reincarnation immortal body, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she must indeed be the great emperor reincarnated. Moreover, she has already referred to herself as this emperor. The sword spirit playfully responded. What do you mean by unforeseen circumstances? Could you provide a definitive answer? Lin Jiuxiao said, a hint of urgency in his voice. Well, I can't make any guarantees. Why not ask yourself? Honestly, I'm quite curious as well. The sword spirit suggested with eager anticipation. Master, I have a question that perplexes me, Lin Jiuxiao said, fixating on the figure of Xiao Ranxian ahead, his eyes brimming with uncertainty. Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, he posed his question to her. Xiao Ranxian smiled gently. her expression as warm as a spring breeze and as serene as the autumn moon hanging in the sky. It seemed she had anticipated Lin Jiuxiao's inquiry. As she softly replied, "Speak freely." Lin Jiuxiao's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. After a moment of hesitation, he finally asked, "Master, what is your cultivation level?" Instead of answering directly, Xiao Ranxian countered, "Are you inquiring about the past or the present?" After a brief contemplation, Lin Jiuxiao decisively responded, "The past. A once-in-a-lifetime immortal," Xiao Ranxian stated in a calm tone, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. However, those 3 words struck Lin Jiuxiao like a boulder cast into a lake, creating waves of shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a chicken egg. He stood there in a daze, his mind a blank slate. A once-in-a-lifetime immortal. This was a legendary realm. He had never imagined his master to be so formidable. While Lin Jiuxiao was still reeling from the astonishment, Xiao Ranxian spoke again, her voice still gentle. "If I am not mistaken, you must possess a special physique." Lin Jiuxiao snapped back to reality, his heart racing with surprise. He had never disclosed his physical condition to anyone other than the sword spirit, yet his master could discern everything at a single glance. Such insight was truly admirable. At that moment, Lin Jiuxiao's gaze toward Xiao Ranxian was infused with not just reverence, but also an increased sense of curiosity and anticipation. Xiao Ranxian continued, "Furthermore, from what I observe, what you possess is likely not an ordinary special physique, but rather the legendary endless fire god body. However, it has yet to awaken, rendering it imperceptible to the average person." Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Jiuxiao eagerly asked, "Master, do you know how I might awaken this physique?" He was desperate to uncover more about his potential. Xiao Ranxian turned to him, her gaze piercing as she regarded Lin Jiuxiao with intensity, and said slowly, "It seems you are quite knowledgeable." Lin Jiuxiao's face turned crimson, feeling slightly embarrassed as he lowered his gaze and explained, "I enjoy reading and have a modest understanding of various extraordinary tales." Xiao Ranxian nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her approval. She continued, "The endless fire god body is a legendary, unparalleled physique, allowing its possessor to wield the power of infinite flames, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, rendering them omnipotent. This particular constitution is exceedingly rare, and the conditions for its awakening are exceptionally stringent. One can only ignite the divine body by harnessing the ethereal flames of the universe. The higher the grade of the ignited spiritual fire, the boundless potential one possesses in the future. This, perhaps, elucidates why you have yet to ignite your divine body." "Indeed, Master." Lin Jiuxiao nodded in agreement. "May I inquire if you know where to find high-grade spiritual fire?" Lin Jiuxiao asked with hopeful anticipation. "I am unaware, but I am certain that your esteemed master holds the knowledge." Observing the glimmer of expectation in Lin Jiuxiao's eyes, Xiao Ranxian responded. Time swiftly passed, and the two soon arrived at Changzhi Peak. "This is my loft. From now on, you shall cultivate your mind here in tranquility. Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet your master." After guiding Lin Jiuxiao into the loft, Xiao Ranxian issued this instruction. As Lin Jiuxiao surveyed his surroundings, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The spiritual energy within the loft was even denser than that of the inner sect. Chapter 50. The Furnace of 10,000 Flames. Before long, Lin Jiuxiao found a room on the first floor to settle in. The loft at Changzhi Peak was quite expansive, comprising 3 stories, while Xiao Ranxian resided on the 3rd floor. Once everything was arranged, Lin Jiuxiao, gradually calming his emotions, anxiously called out in his consciousness, "Sword Spirit, are you well?" Before long, the voice of the Sword Spirit resonated clearly within Lin Jiuxiao's mind. "Rest assured, I am unharmed." Hearing that the Sword Spirit was safe brought a sense of relief to Lin Jiuxiao, yet he remained puzzled over their prior disconnection, thus curiously inquired, "What happened just now?" The Sword Spirit responded, still shaken. "The moment you stepped onto Changcheng Peak, an immensely powerful consciousness immediately locked onto me, and I was utterly terrified." Consciousness? Could it be the first seat of Changcheng Peak? Lin Jiuxiao speculated with a look of skepticism. It is highly likely to be him, but fortunately, he harbored no malice. The Sword Spirit replied with unwavering conviction. "That is a relief." Lin Jiuxiao sighed in relief. The Sword Spirit was his most important secret, known to no one. "You truly had the fortune of a lifetime today. You ventured out only to take a reincarnated immortal as your master. If you were to acquire a top-tier imperial-level technique, it would be simply marvelous. The sword spirit exclaimed with unbridled joy and anticipation. Do you think imperial-level techniques grow on trees? How audacious of you to think so. Lin Jiuxiao reproached with a disdainful expression, having once been the foremost genius of the Eastern Shan domain. He was acutely aware of how rare imperial-level techniques were. There was only one in the Eastern Shan domain. Hey, what do you mean by that? Lin Mudo, I'm doing this all for you. The sword spirit retorted, puffing up in indignation. All right, I understand. Thank you, my dear sword spirit. Lin Jiuxiao hastily comforted. Consider yourself perceptive. So why are you still standing there? Hurry and seize the time to cultivate. Otherwise, in the competition 2 years hence, you shall only be on the receiving end of blows. Your fiancé is no pushover, the sword spirit teased, its voice emanating from the great sword. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jiuxiao felt no displeasure. He understood that the sword spirit's intention was to spur him on through provocation, encouraging him to redouble his efforts in cultivation. Taking several deep breaths to calm his mind, he resolutely sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed himself wholly in the practice of internal energy regulation. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, dawn broke, heralding the arrival of a new day. After a night of dedicated cultivation, Lin Jiuxiao distinctly sensed a notable enhancement in his abilities. Gradually, he opened his eyes, rose from the ground, and stretched his limbs before stepping toward the door. Gently pushing open the slightly worn door, a refreshing breeze enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. As he stepped out of the room, it felt as though he had crossed an invisible threshold, entering an entirely new realm. The radiant sunlight streamed through the windows like golden silk, casting a tapestry of dappled light and shadow upon the floor, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Raising his gaze, he found himself irresistibly drawn to a figure perched at the edge of the loft. There sat Xiao Ranxian, resembling a statue, her legs gracefully crossed, eyes closed, seemingly in harmony with the surrounding world, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Lin Jiuxiao took a deep breath and softly called out, "Master." Xiao Ranxian slowly opened her eyes, their clarity akin to water, as they focused on Lin Jiuxiao below. A gentle smile graced her lips, and she beckoned, "Come up. I wish to hear your thoughts on certain matters." Her voice, melodious and enchanting, resonated in the air. Lin Jiuxiao's heart soared with joy in an instant. He leaped onto the loft with the grace of a bird, landing steadily beside Xiao Ranxian. "What level of cultivation method are you currently practicing?" she inquired gently, her gaze resting on her disciple. A flicker of pride crossed Lin Jiuxiao's eyes as he lowered his voice to reply, "Master, I am cultivating the imperial-level technique, Sacred Fire Formula." This mysterious and powerful method was acquired by chance during an expedition. However, apart from his intimate sword spirit confidant, no one else was aware of this matter. After all, it is a well-known axiom in the realm of cultivation that a man with a treasure is often in danger. Only imperial level. You say? Xiao Ranxian remarked with a hint of a smile, her demeanor light and untroubled. In truth, my decision to take you as a disciple was somewhat self-serving. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she continued. This technique was obtained by me in a mysterious, forbidden area and contains unfathomable profundities. As she spoke, Xiao Ranxian produced an ancient scroll emanating an aura of antiquity. Lin Jiuxiao respectfully accepted the scroll, his gaze drawn to the still wet ink marks, curiosity swelling within him. Carefully, he unfurled the scroll, and what he beheld left him wide-eyed in astonishment. The 10,000 fires furnace. Transform oneself into the furnace, uniting the myriad fires of heaven and earth to forge an unparalleled divine body. Master this. This is truly real. Gazing at the flowing, elegant script upon the scroll, alongside the profound and awe-inspiring cultivation technique, Lin Jiuxiao found himself utterly entranced. This method of practice surpassed all imagination, exhibiting an extraordinary and mystical essence. His heart surged with tumultuous emotions. As his master had stated, the royal level truly seemed devalued. When his teacher first acquired this technique, his emotions mirrored Lin Jiuxiao's present astonishment. Yet, this cultivation method lacked a definitive grading system, leaving its true realm shrouded in mystery. Xiao Ranxian furrowed her brows, her face a portrait of conflict. She wished for Lin Jiuxiao to endeavor in cultivating this method, Yet she also feared the inherent risks might obliterate this exceptionally gifted disciple. Master, has anyone ever practiced this technique? Lin Jiuxiao noted the troubled expression on his teacher's face and inquired with concern. None have for now, keep it for yourself. The techniques available here are too rudimentary for you. Soon, I will assist you in acquiring a more advanced and suitable method. Come, let us go meet your senior brothers. Xiao Ranxian replied, her voice barely fading before her figure flickered, akin to a specter leaping from the loft, swiftly racing toward the Qingqing Peak Dojo. Master, what grade does this rudimentary technique belong to? Lin Jiuxiao hurriedly followed, calling out as he ran. Just the imperial level, Xiao Ranxian answered with an air of indifference. What? Master, is the imperial level considered low? Lin Jiuxiao and the sword spirit were both taken aback, having anticipated the acquisition of an imperial technique, only to hear their teacher dismiss it so lightly as inferior. What, then, constitutes a higher-tier technique? You shall discover soon enough, Xiao Ranxian gently reassured him. Truly, she is a reincarnated celestial being, the sword spirit remarked in awe. Lin Mudo, do you not sense that the 10,000 fire-melting furnace is extraordinary? Just as Lin Jiuxiao followed closely behind Xiao Ranxian, lost in contemplation, a melodious voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Lin Jiuxiao was startled, instantly realizing it was the sword spirit communicating with him. He responded softly, "Oh, why do you say that?" Intuition. The sword spirit's tone bore a hint of playfulness. Is it merely intuition? Lin Jiuxiao could not help but question. Ponder it yourself. How could something so elusive, even to a celestial being, be an ordinary technique? The sword spirit continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuxiao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, given his master Xiao Ranxian's cultivation and insight, her high regard for this technique hinted at profound significance. Chapter 51. Primordial Flame of Destruction. Lin Jiuxiao entered the plaza of the Qingqing Dojo alongside Xiao Ranxian, his gaze drawn to two individuals seated in serene meditation ahead. These two figures resembled venerable monks in deep concentration, their eyes gently closed, exuding an air of solemnity that harmonized seamlessly with their surroundings. Their breathing was steady and rhythmic, as if concealing a certain profound and mysterious principle. With each inhalation and exhalation, wisps of ethereal energy, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, gradually emanated from the air around them. The ethereal energies resembled gossamer veils, gracefully swirling and dancing, slowly converging towards the two individuals. As these energies approached their forms, they did not intrude audaciously. Rather, they coiled around them like nimble little serpents, delicately weaving through the air. Subsequently, these energies began to permeate their skin, navigating along the intricate pathways of their bodies. Each subtle flow of energy elicited a gentle tremor, harmonizing perfectly with their own breath, resulting in a wondrous and ineffable resonance. Is Qingcheng Peak always like this? Lin Jiuxiao murmured in astonishment as he observed the two practitioners. Sister, a voice suddenly resonated as Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao stepped into the dojo. The speaker was Lu Changzhi, a formidable martial king, whose sensitivity to the atmospheric energies surrounding the dojo allowed him to detect their presence instantaneously. His voice sliced through the tranquility like a thunderclap, shattering the serene ambience and startling Chen Anzhi, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, causing him to open his eyes abruptly. You are that dark horse from yesterday's competition. Lin Jiuxiao, Lu Changzhi remarked with a smile, his gaze resting on Lin Jiuxiao, who stood behind Xiao Ranxian. Before Lin Jiuxiao could respond, Xiao Ranxian, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly introduced him to the group. Brother, allow me to formally present Lin Jiuxiao, my disciple. Impressive sister, your actions are remarkably swift. Those old fellows are likely scouring the place for his whereabouts right now. Lu Changzhi displayed no overt surprise at his sister's decisive demeanor. In truth, he had already surmised the potential developments of the situation after witnessing her hasty departure the previous day. Jiuxiao, let me properly introduce you. This is Lu Changzhi, my elder brother, known as the Young Sword Emperor. And this beside him is Chen Anzhi, my second brother, whose talent is unparalleled, Xiao Ranxian said, her smile warm as she introduced Lin Jiuxiao to the others present. Greetings, Master Uncle and Second Master Uncle, Lin Jiuxiao said, his expression revealing a hint of awkwardness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. Let us keep matters separate, Lu Changzhi responded, feeling a bit uncomfortable, scratching his head. Chen Anzhi beside him nodded in agreement. Respect must yield to compliance. Then I shall adhere to your wishes, Brother Lu, Lin Jiuxiao replied politely. After all, being older than both of them, he found it somewhat peculiar to refer to them as master uncles. At that moment, a shout rang out. Dao Master, you are all here? It was Zheng Yo, who had come to deliver breakfast. Anyo, what delightful fare do we have today? Lu Changzhi inquired, aiming to alleviate the slightly awkward atmosphere as Zheng Yo approached at a leisurely pace. Dao Master, today's provisions are quite sumptuous, Zheng Yo replied, as he stepped into the side hall amidst the gathering of individuals. Lin Jiuxiao, with a perplexed expression, had no choice but to follow suit. Soon, the table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, a veritable feast for the senses, the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, evoking salivation. There were delicately crafted pastries and soft, fluffy breads, exuding an irresistible fragrance, embellished with sweet jams or creams. Beside these lay fresh fruits, vibrant in color and delightful in taste, adding a touch of health and freshness to the breakfast spread. There was also steaming rice porridge, with plump grains offering a creamy texture, complemented by pickles or shredded meat, a simple yet delectable dish. The golden fried eggs, fragrant and nutritious, were accompanied by crispy fried dough sticks, a perfect match for soy milk. At Qingchang Peak, having 3 meals a day is customary. You shall soon acclimatize, smiled Xiao Ranxian, observing her curious disciple and patiently explaining. Yes, master, Lin Jiuxiao replied respectfully. At that moment, Zheng Yo, who had arranged the breakfast neatly, spoke up. Everything is prepared, Taoist. Please enjoy your meal. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Ah, do not be in such a hurry to depart. Stay and share a meal with us, Lu Changzhi urged, his gaze fixed on the departing Zheng Yo. Thank you for the kind offer, Taoist. But there are still tasks awaiting me in the shop. Zheng Yo politely declined, his tone slow and resolute. Very well, I shall not press you. I will visit you at the tavern another day. Lu Changzhi nodded in understanding. Agreed. When you come, the treat shall be on me, Zheng Yo responded. Before turning to leave, have I arrived too late? After Zheng Yo's departure, a voice called out, and in an instant, Chen Changsheng appeared at the head of the table like a specter. His gaze swiftly swept over the sumptuous breakfast spread before he contentedly picked up a piece of pastry to savor. Disciples pay their respects to Headmaster Chen. Lin Jiuxiao, witnessing Chen Changsheng's sudden appearance, had barely settled into his chair before he hastily rose, bowing respectfully and offering his greetings. Qingqing Peak does not uphold such formalities. Please take your seat. Chen Changsheng waved his hand casually, indicating that Lin Jiuxiao need not be so constrained. What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry and eat, Chen Changsheng urged, his eyes glancing over the remaining few who had yet to commence their meal. System, check Lin Jiuxiao's information. Chen Changsheng thought silently while casting a glance at Lin Jiuxiao. Ding. Name, Lin Jiuxiao. Talent, golden fortune. Physique, endless fire god body yet to awaken. Background, once the foremost youth of the Eastern Xian domain, 7 years ago he fortuitously acquired a mysterious ancient sword, which housed a sword spirit that devoured his cultivation. 5 years ago, he was cast out by his sect, and a year ago, he faced the cruel rejection of his fiancée and abandonment by his family. Ding. Next time, please use the Chaos Dao I to inspect. If it is not red fortune, this system will refuse to check and will downgrade your status. Chen Changsheng, upon hearing the system's notification, spoke with a bemused expression. Look at what you've said. If I no longer employ you, you will be worthless. As his gaze fell upon the information displayed by the system, a subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a profound sense of satisfaction. He inwardly marveled at the treatment befitting a protagonist. The layers of buff effects were truly astonishing. At that moment, the previously silent Xiao Ranxian hastily interjected, Master, allow me to formally introduce this individual. He is my disciple, Lin Jiuxiao. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuxiao, who stood beside her, promptly rose to his feet, bowing respectfully to Chen Changsheng, and greeted him. Junior Lin Jiuxiao pays his respect to the ancestral master. Noticing this, Chen Changsheng's smile deepened, and he gently waved his hand, indicating that Lin Jiuxiao need not be so formal. He spoke amiably, no need for such courtesies. Once Lin Jiuxiao had resumed his seat, Xiao Ranxian could no longer contain her anxiousness and blurted out, Master, do you happen to know where one might find powerful Immortal? Her tone conveyed a sense of urgency. The endless fire god Physique indeed qualified as an extraordinary and exceptional constitution, Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately, but posed a counter-question instead. At that moment, both Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi, standing nearby, simultaneously turned their gazes towards Lin Jiuxiao, their eyes reflecting admiration and recognition. No wonder my junior sister chose to take him as a disciple. It turns out he possesses such a formidable physique. Master, indeed, nothing escapes your discerning eye. As you have seen, he possesses the exceedingly rare, endless fire god physique. However, to awaken the potential of such a physique, one must rely on immensely powerful flame energy. Therefore, I earnestly request your assistance in finding him as suitably Xiao Ranxian explained earnestly. What must it be, Yoa? Chen Changsheng inquired thoughtfully, chewing on his food while closely observing both Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao. Master, do you perhaps know of any hidden celestial flames? Xiao Ranxian quickly grasped the implication. Her gaze fixed intently on her master, brimming with anxiety and expectation. Lin Jiuxiao, standing beside her, also exhibited a face full of hope and yearning. Chen Changsheng smiled slightly, his tone calm as he replied, "There are no celestial flames, but what about the Dao fire, the Hongmeng burning heaven flame? Would that suffice?" Before he finished speaking, he leisurely produced a pristine, snow-white lotus flower from the system space. The flower unfurled quietly, emanating an unsettling yet awe-inspiring aura. Its petals were immaculate, resembling the purest white jade, radiating a sacred light. However, the most captivating aspect was the white flame at the heart of the lotus, pulsating with intense energy, as if it were the very essence of life itself. The flame danced and swirled in the lotus's center, creating an atmosphere of vibrant vitality. With the appearance of the lotus, the temperature in the room surged dramatically, enveloped by an overwhelming heat. This formidable energy exerted a powerful pressure akin to a heavy mountain, making it nearly impossible to breathe. It permeates the air, evoking an irresistible force within. Under this oppressive weight, everything assumes a solemn and grave demeanor. Chapter 52, The Refinement of Dao Fire. Lu Changzhi and his companions fixed their gazes intently ahead, observing the white flame in their master's hand. It radiated an unsettling and formidable pressure, as if it originated from another dimension. The expressions on the faces of the four were filled with disbelief. Their eyes widened as they sought to comprehend this extraordinary spectacle before them. Among them, Lin Jiuxiao particularly focused on the flame in Chen Changsheng's hand, his gaze fixated with a fervent desire. His body began to tremble involuntarily, as though drawn by an invisible force. The flame danced in the air, flickering with a scorching brilliance, seemingly alive. Lin Jiuxiao's breath quickened. He felt the temperature of the flame, an exhilaration and hunger he had never experienced before. His heart raced, blood surged through his veins, and every cell in his body seemed to ignite. He unconsciously took a step forward, yearning to draw closer to the flame and feel its heat and power. The flame appeared to sense his longing, becoming increasingly animated. Its rhythm intensified, the flames roaring higher, as if responding to Lin Jiuxiao's inner call. Unconsciously, Lin Jiuxiao reached out towards the flame as if attempting to grasp it. His fingertips nearly brushed the edge of the flame, but at the last moment, he suddenly regained his composure and swiftly withdrew his hand. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. Nevertheless, the yearning within him continued to blaze, growing ever stronger. He understood that this flame represented something he had long sought, and his body was responding in a unique manner to this desire. "Master, what kind of fire is this? Why do I feel it is even more potent than the celestial flames?" The erudite Xiao Ranxian could not help but exclaim. Even having witnessed the power of celestial flames before, she found it hard to maintain her composure in the presence of this enigmatic inferno. The blazing flames exuded a heart-stopping pressure, surpassing that of celestial flames, as if containing boundless laws. Chen Changsheng, with an air of tranquility, casually explained, "Flames in this world are classified into 5 categories: earthly flames, spiritual flames, beast flames, exotic flames, and celestial flames. Dao fire, however, transcends even celestial flames. It is not surprising that you have not encountered it before." Xiao Ranxian listened, somewhat comprehending, and softly inquired, "Then, Master, what exactly is Dao fire?" Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied in a calm tone, "Dao fire is inherently imbued with the essence of Taoist principles." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ranxian silently marveled. At this moment, Lin Jiuxiao could no longer contain his excitement, gazing earnestly at Chen Changsheng. Understanding his thoughts, Chen Changsheng smiled at Lin Jiuxiao, saying, Zhu Xiao, now that you have entered under my Qingchang Peak, you are a disciple of Qingcheng Peak. This Dao fire shall serve as a welcoming gift from me. As his words fell, with a mere wave of his hand, the Dao fire surged towards Lin Jiuxiao with a sentient grace. Thank you, esteemed Master Ancestor. Lin Jiuxiao trembled as he cradled the terrifying flame, his heart brimming with joy and gratitude. He was acutely aware of the rarity and preciousness of this sacred fire, and his appreciation for his Master Ancestor was palpable. Indeed, I am also quite curious about what the endless divine fire body will transform into once ignited by this flame. Chen Changsheng remarked, his gaze calm as he watched Lin Jiuxiao accept the fire. I will never disappoint your expectations, Master Ancestor. Lin Jiuxiao once again bowed in gratitude to Chen Changsheng before resolutely turning away and striding out of the testing hall, making his way directly towards the Qingcheng Daoist temple. Master, I shall take a look, Xiao Ranxian said, swiftly reaching for a pastry on the table beside her before hastily exiting the side hall. Meanwhile, Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi followed closely behind her, mirroring her every step. System, conceal the celestial phenomena, Chen Changsheng whispered to the system. Ding, concealment complete. Atop the Qingcheng Daoist temple, Lin Jiuxiao gazed down at the white lotus in his hands, exuding a terrifying aura, and inquired with a face full of confusion, Sword Spirit, what should I do now? I shall impart to you a mantra. Guide it as instructed and attempt to refine it. The Sword Spirit replied with a steady tone. Lin Jiuxiao began to chant the incantation, forming seals with his hands, as a faint golden consciousness emanated from his forehead towards the white lotus. Upon contact, the lotus released streams of white flames enveloping the golden consciousness, gradually directing the flames towards Lin Jiuxiao. Now is the moment to refine it, the Sword Spirit urged anxiously. As soon as the Sword Spirit's words fell, Lin Jiuxiao swiftly altered his hand seals, and the white flames engulfed him. With the passage of time, the white lotus in the air grew increasingly faint, while the white flames surrounding Lin Jiuxiao multiplied. All right, the three of you may proceed to participate in the grand competition. I shall remain here, Chen Changsheng said with a smile as he slowly emerged from the side hall, speaking calmly to the three disciples before him. Yes, Master, they chorused in unison. Then, Lu Changzhi took the lead, guiding Chen Anzhi and Xiao Ranxian as they turned it apart. Chen Changsheng, however, remained quietly in place. Once their figures vanished from view, he gently waved his sleeve, and a resplendent chaise longue appeared before him. He then reclined leisurely upon it, closing his eyes as if savoring a moment of tranquility. When Lu Changzhi and the others finally reached the square, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The once spacious square had become a sea of people, teeming with a bustling crowd. Conversations buzzed and voices shouted, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. Look over there. At the Tianjin sect, that young man is the famed innate sword body genius. A voice rang out from the throng. Immediately after, another voice exclaimed, Behold, that is Shen Liuli, the nine orifices exquisite sword heart from Kunlun Su. And even Shun Ke from the Papal Hall has come. Have you heard? Even disciples from the Sword Palace of the Central State have arrived for this event. Could be true. The news has ignited a wave of excitement among the crowd. Clearly, this upcoming competition for new disciples will be anything but ordinary, promising a fierce contest. Many among them speculated quietly. Shortly thereafter, Lu Changzhi, accompanied by two others, smoothly made their way to the main seat at Qingcheng Peak. At noon, the sun blazed down, casting its radiant light upon the plaza where a multitude had gathered, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. Li Yunfeng surveyed the surroundings, noting that most had arrived, and then spoke aloud. Esteemed friends, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you who have traveled from afar. As his words resonated, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, echoing endlessly. With a slight smile, he continued, Today marks the final round of our sect competition for new disciples. Following discussions within the sect, the original one-on-one format has been transformed into a more exhilarating ranking battle. Each disciple will have a single opportunity to challenge others on the arena. If one can achieve 3 consecutive victories, they shall become the arena champion, with their arena number reflecting their ultimate ranking. Li Yunfeng then raised his voice slightly, solemnly declaring, In this competition, the first place will be rewarded with a royal-level technique, Qian Yuan Jin, along with a royal-level spirit weapon. The second place will receive the advanced earth-level martial art, Hun Yuan Palm, and a heavenly level spirit weapon. The third place will garner a low-level earth martial art, Bei Shou, and a mysterious level spirit weapon. As the prizes were announced one by one, the attendees widened their eyes, displaying expressions of envy and admiration. However, the surprises did not cease there. Li Yunfeng paused momentarily and added, moreover, the top 10 disciples will each be granted the opportunity to select one technique or martial art from the scripture pavilion. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into a clamor, the disciples brimming with excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for victory. Finally, taking a deep breath, Li Yunfeng raised his voice to announce loudly, "Now, I officially declare the commencement of the final round of the competition for new disciples." With his proclamation, the entire plaza erupted into a frenzy, cheers and shouts reverberating through the air. My heavens! The Taiching sect is indeed generous, offering a royal-level spirit weapon right off the bat. As Li Yunfeng vividly described the prizes, the crowd surged with exhilaration, as if a pot had boiled over. No wonder the young elites from the Central State traveled so far to join the Taiching sect, a disciple remarked, filled with emotion. The depth of the Taiching sect's resources is truly unparalleled. Several, including Murong Jiao, couldn't help but express their astonishment. Could this be the imposing presence of the foremost sect in the northern wilderness? Even the usually composed Jian Shifeng could not suppress his heartfelt exclamation. For such precious items are indeed rare, even within their sword palace. It is well known that within the vast expanse of the ancestral martial realm, weapons are classified into various tiers based on their quality and power, ranging from the lowest to the highest. True-level spirit weapons, treasure-level spirit weapons, mysterious-level spirit weapons, heavenly-level spirit weapons, royal-level spirit weapons, imperial-level spirit weapons, sacred-level spirit weapons, and those legendary divine weapons such as emperor weapons, celestial artifacts, and ultimate ancestral weapons. Chapter 53. Long Yichen versus Long Wu. With a hearty laugh, it appeared that no one dared to ascend the first arena. Thus, I shall take the initiative. A clear, melodious laugh echoed as a disciple wielding a sword gracefully leapt onto the first stage, landing with poise. His arrival was akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, capturing the attention of the onlookers. However, at that moment, another voice followed closely. Junior brother, as a novice, you may find the weighty responsibility of being the first arena champion beyond your capacity. Allow me to take the lead. The speaker was a robust figure, stepping forth like a mountain, standing opposite the sword-wielding disciple. Dear junior brothers and sisters, please wait. This opportunity should be seized by me, your senior sister. For your abilities may not withstand the consequences of claiming the title of first champion. Another figure, a woman of graceful demeanor, descended like a celestial being. Before her words could fully resonate, countless silhouettes surged towards the first arena, turning the scene into a chaotic frenzy. Everyone yearned to claim the title of first champion. And soon swords clashed in a dazzling display of brilliance, spiritual energy radiating in all directions. What madness possesses the disciples of the Taiching sect? Do they all aspire to seize first place? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Indeed, even before Long Yichen has made his move, the competition has already reached a fever pitch. It is truly a spectacle to behold. Someone exclaimed. At that moment, an exhilarating contest erupted upon the first stage. Numerous disciples unleashed their full potential, showcasing an array of intricate martial arts. In an instant, the air was filled with radiant light, as fists and sword energies intertwined. Far from the arena, Long Yichen swiftly ascended the first stage with ease. The very instant he appeared, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from spectators. Look, it's Long Yichen, cried an excited voice from the audience. He has finally made his move. This contest promises to be extraordinary. Dear junior brothers and sisters, allow me, your senior brother, to take on the title of first champion. You lack the capability to seize it. With a flourish of his long sword, Long Yichen unleashed a surge of sword energy, instantly pushing back all those standing on the first stage. Truly audacious, Long Yichen. However, the title of first champion is far more fitting for me, declared a figure as she gracefully soared into the air and landed firmly on the first stage. None other than Long Wu. With keen eyes fixed on Long Yichen, a confident and challenging smile graced her lips. Then let us see who prevails, Long Yichen replied, undeterred, gripping the hilt of his sword as an imposing aura emanated from him. I couldn't agree more, Long Wu retorted without hesitation. At that moment, amidst the previously fervent battles on the first stage, only the two of them remained. The other contenders, sensing the palpable tension between them, instinctively stepped aside, leaving the stage for the two. In an instant, the two figures moved like lightning, their swords flashing intermittently, unleashing fierce sword energies that shot forth in all directions. Each swing of their swords was accompanied by a melodious chime, weaving together the exquisite rhythm of music and the coldness of lethal intent. At that moment, the two individuals simultaneously unleashed their full prowess without any forewarning. The clash of their formidable forces reverberated with an earth-shattering intensity, instantly conjuring a tempest of unparalleled ferocity. Those in proximity to the arena found it increasingly difficult to breathe amidst the tumultuous winds. Good heavens! I never anticipated that Long Wu had already ascended to the realm of the second heaven of martial spirits. A gasp echoed through the crowd. The spectacle of this contest was becoming ever more enthralling. Spectators expressed their astonishment, scarcely believing that the two combatants before them were so evenly matched. Junior sister, your disciple is truly remarkable, Xiao Wuxiang remarked with evident admiration towards Nian Qingwu. You flatter me, sect master. All of this is a testament to her diligent training. Nian Qingwu replied, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Junior sister, who do you think will prevail? Lu Changzhi inquired, his eyes alight with anticipation and curiosity. Long Yichen, Xiao Ranxian answered without hesitation, her beautiful visage radiating unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, Anzhi stood silently to the side, disregarding the two, as he quietly observed the fierce battle unfolding. On the arena, at the instant their blades met, sparks flew like brilliant stars twinkling in the night sky. The two figures moved with the grace and agility of swallows, weaving through the flurry of sword shadows, captivating all who beheld the scene. In the blink of an eye, they separated once more, their movements as swift as lightning, crossing paths in an instant. Long Yichen's gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, fixated intently on his opponent, Long Wu. With a commanding shout, he declared, Four Seasons Sword Song, Spring Rain. No sooner had the words left his lips than his sword erupted with a dazzling cold light, akin to the fine, relentless rain of spring, surging forth relentlessly towards Long Wu. This technique was one of the ultimate forms of the Four Seasons Sword Song, embodying an inexhaustible might, akin to a tempest bearing down upon Long Wu. In the face of such a formidable adversary, Long Wu exhibited no trace of trepidation. With a swift motion, she transformed into a delicate willow leaf dancing in the breeze. In the next heartbeat, she flicked her wrist, and her sword became a myriad of phantoms. The swordplay as supple and agile as willow strands, yet each strike contained astonishing power, directly confronting Long Yichen's overwhelming assault. In an instant, the gleaming blades collided with a deafening, crisp resonance. Sparks erupted like fireworks, illuminating the scene with a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of a shooting star streaking across the vast night sky. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to suspend, the two figures seemingly frozen as if under a spell. Yet, in the next breath, they separated once more like a whirlwind in the midst of a tempest. The surrounding air seemed to resonate with the fervor and intensity of the battle, ignited by an invisible fire, rendering the atmosphere stiflingly hot. The audience members were left agape, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if they had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. They stood frozen in place, even their breaths suspended, fixated on the unfolding spectacle before them, fearful that a mere blink would cause them to miss a breathtaking moment. All attention was riveted on the intense and suffocating clash occurring right in front of them. Long Wu struggled to steady her trembling figure, crimson blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. With gritted teeth, she locked her resolute gaze upon Long Yichen, her eyes shimmering with a fearless glint that suggested a willingness to embrace death. In the summer breeze of the seasonal sword song, Long Yichen uttered a soft command, and the momentum of his sword shifted abruptly. A fierce blade aura, imbued with a piercing chill, surged forth like a tempest towards Long Wu. Unfazed, she summoned all her strength to parry the incoming assault. However, against Long Yichen's relentless and domineering onslaught, she ultimately found herself overwhelmed, retreating step by step. At last, under the weight of Long Yichen's unyielding barrage, the sword in Long Wu's grasp was forcefully knocked away, and she, like a kite severed from its string, was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing her fallen form, Long Yichen sheathed his sword and stood tall. Despite her weakened state, Long Wu uttered softly, I concede. Long Yichen's lips curved into a slight smile as he replied nonchalantly, I appreciate your sportsmanship. He then pointed his sword toward the audience and inquired, who else dares to challenge? Chapter 54. The Challenge of Lu Changzhi. Senior brother, perhaps you should step up, a woman suggested softly to the man beside her. He chuckled in response, Sister, do not jest with me. I am not the type to take advantage of another's misfortune. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a subtle smile as she replied, Indeed, it seems quite fitting. Her voice was calm and unperturbed, as if merely stating an undeniable truth. Yet, beneath her seemingly casual words lay a hint of elusive mockery. After uttering this, her gaze drifted slowly toward the man, her eyes twinkling with a barely perceptible mirth. The man, uncomfortably ensnared by her gaze, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, a blend of frustration and embarrassment crossing his features as he shot her a glare. In that moment, he inwardly mused, Step up? To be tormented, perhaps? Why don't you go instead? Just then a robust figure among them proclaimed loudly as cultivators, We ought to strive for the pinnacle. Yet, as the title of champion has already been claimed today, I shall take my leave and withdraw from the contest. With that, he resolutely turned and strode toward the exit of the first arena. Another swordsman, observing this, quickly echoed, What my junior brother says is very true. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I too shall withdraw from the competition. As he finished speaking, he followed the burly man, prompting the gazes of the remaining newcomers to shift toward the two departing figures. Just when everyone believed that these two would exit the stage, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The two boastful men, who had previously expressed disdain for participation, were now sprinting with all their might towards the second and third arenas. Spectators watched in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. The sudden transformation of the two, who had just moments ago dismissed the competition into eager contenders, took everyone by surprise. After a brief moment of confusion, the crowd realized it was indeed a game of wits. Observing this dramatic scene, the onlookers couldn't help but reflect on the fickleness of human nature, chuckling at their own naivety. This is the first lesson the senior brother teaches you about the realm of cultivation, remarked a robust man, turning to face the throng. Upon hearing his words, the crowd surged towards the remaining arenas like a tidal wave, instantly throwing the entire scene into chaos. Let me see what capabilities you possess, he added. Countless challengers rushed onto the second and third arenas, and soon, the contest on those platforms had reached a fever pitch. The elegant youth, bearing a long sword, and the burly man stood resolutely on the stage, their gazes sweeping over the audience. With a slight smirk, they mockingly declared, Surely, no one believes we are easy prey? Amidst the crowd, a voice of astonishment rang out. How unexpected! I never anticipated that they too possessed the first level of martial spirit. Though shameless, they indeed possess some skill, murmured a few spectators in hushed tones. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? As time passed, the challenges on the platforms drew to a close. Noticing this, elderly Yunfeng fixed his piercing gaze on the vibrant group of new disciples below and spoke. At this moment, the square was enveloped in silence. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the elder's next words. After a brief pause, the elder finally announced, Since no one dares to challenge further, I hereby solemnly declare that the first place in the new disciples competition of the Taiching sect goes to Long Yichen. Second place, Wang Ming. Third place, Gu Jian. And fourth place. As the elder recited each name, the atmosphere gradually grew more animated. Once elderly Yunfeng finished naming all the winners, Long Yichen, standing firmly atop the first arena, clasped his hands toward the elder and proclaimed, Elder, I wish to challenge Brother Liu. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting a tempest of reactions. Gasps echoed, What? Long Yichen is daring to challenge the young sword emperor? Is he out of his mind? A martial spirit challenging a martial king. Does he seek his own demise? Expressions of disbelief spread across faces as people exchanged glances. It was well known that Brother Liu was a prodigy among the younger generation of the Taiching sect, renowned as the young sword emperor, whose swordsmanship had reached unparalleled heights. Now, the freshly crowned champion of the competition, Long Yichen, was audaciously challenging such a formidable opponent, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. Ha ha ha, the show is about to get exciting. I wonder if the young sword emperor will accept the challenge, murmured the crowd, filled with anticipation and whispers. At this moment, numerous disciples and elders of the Taiching sect turned their gazes toward Lu Changzhi, their eyes shimmering with curiosity and inquiry. Observing their focused attention, Xiao Wuxiang inquired, "Nephew, what are your thoughts?" The crowd held its breath, eagerly awaiting Lu Changzhi's response. Slowly rising, Lu Changzhi's posture was as steadfast and imposing as a mountain. His gaze, sharp as frost, was fixed intently upon Long Yichen below, as if he could penetrate the very essence of the man's soul. In a tone both icy and confident, he declared, "You are not my match." Upon hearing this, Long Yichen straightened his form and bowed once more, exclaiming, "I humbly request your guidance, senior brother." His words revealed a thirst for strength and an eager anticipation for battle. A slight smile of confidence graced Lu Changzhi's lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, he vanished from sight, akin to a wisp of smoke. Leaping onto the arena, immediately, he raised his right hand and grasped at the air, a sword shimmering with a cold brilliance, transparent as crystal, materializing in his grasp. The manifestation of sword intent. This was a skill achievable only at the pinnacle of sword cultivation, exclaimed Zhong Liu in astonishment. Such a terrifying talent for the sword. Even Gong Wuxuang would find it difficult to rival, Sword Nanfang remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Changzhi in the arena, turning to Sword Shifang beside him, expressing his admiration. Indeed, Sword Shifang nodded without hesitation, while the followers beside them were already wide-eyed and speechless, their eyes glued to Lu Changzhi, not daring to blink. This young man possesses extraordinary talent in the way of the sword, Jun Gujin remarked with a faint smile. Nearby, Nian Qingwu, her beautiful eyes sparkling, turned to Dugu Wu and softly asked, "What is your perspective, senior brother Dugu?" Dugu Wu calmly observed Long Yichen in the arena, slowly responding, "The youth must endure trials to grow." At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense and fervent, with Long Yichen evidently unwilling to be overshadowed by Lu Changzhi. With a flourish of his hands, the long sword behind him responded like a nimble fish, unsheathing itself and landing steadily in his grip. Clutching the sword, Long Yichen's gaze was resolute and sharp as he called out, "Four-season sword song, spring rain." As his words faded, the sword in his hand shot forth like lightning, its brilliance flashing, momentum surging directly toward Lu Changzhi. Unfazed by Long Yichen's fierce assault, Lu Changzhi remained undaunted. With a swift motion, he uttered Wuxuang's sword art. The sword in his hand was swiftly raised above his head and began to spin rapidly in a clockwise direction. As the blade whirled, waves of sword energy howled forth, each arc of energy conjuring phantoms of swords that appeared out of thin air. These spectral blades lined up densely behind Lu Changzhi, resembling a well-prepared battalion. Then, with a decisive swing of his sword, Lu Changzhi commanded all the sword phantoms to surge toward Long Yichen's sword light. In an instant, the spectral blades and the sword light collided with resounding clarity, producing a symphony of crisp, melodious sounds, sparks flying in a dazzling display. A resounding clang echoed, shaking the very foundations of the world. Long Yichen was violently thrust back by the residual force of the sword's brilliance, staggering several steps before managing to regain his balance. Meanwhile, Lu Changzhi remained steadfast, fully engrossed in directing countless swords that surged forward relentlessly towards Long Yichen. At that moment, Long Yichen silently marveled at Lu Changzhi's prowess. Yet he felt no trace of fear. Once his stance was secure, he fixed his gaze upon the swiftly approaching flying swords, determination flashing in his eyes. Then, he uttered a command, "Four-season sword song, summer wind." As the words left his lips, his long sword transformed into a whirlwind, unleashing a fierce sword aura that swept forth. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred by this formidable force, generating a tempestuous current. Chapter 55, Thunderous Sword Technique. The violent sword wind crashed against the oncoming flying swords like tumultuous waves battering the shore. However, these powerful gusts shattered upon contact with the myriad flying swords, dissipating like fragile bubbles, unable to hinder their advance. Witnessing the relentless onslaught of flying swords, Long Yichen's complexion paled. He inwardly lamented his plight and hastily summoned all his agility in an attempt to evade these lethal strikes. Yet, the flying swords appeared almost sentient, their speed astonishing, akin to lightning cleaving the sky, relentlessly pursuing Long Yichen. No matter how he dodged and weaved, he could not escape their relentless chase. Four Seasons Sword Song, Autumn Frost. After narrowly evading another assault from the flying swords, Long Yichen gasped, his voice barely a whisper. He was utterly exhausted, Forcing himself to execute the third form of the four-season sword song had drained a significant portion of his energy and inner strength, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Your disciple, indeed, is extraordinary, mastering the third form of the sword technique in such a brief span. Alas, he has encountered Lu Changzhi, remarked Xiao Ranxian, who observed the duel with admiration tinged with regret. Indeed, the Hunyuan sword body was as formidable as its reputation suggested, rendering him nearly invincible even within the same realm. After a moment of silence, Dugu Wu responded softly. It was well known that Lu Changzhi had deliberately suppressed his own cultivation during this contest. Yet even under such circumstances, Long Yichen remained powerless to retaliate. No matter how desperately he fought, his efforts proved futile. The flying swords effortlessly sliced through his techniques, hurtling towards him with astonishing velocity. In the blink of an eye, the rapidly approaching swords were poised at his throat, mere moments away from claiming his life. I lost, gazing at the sword that was so near, yet steadfastly still, then glanced once more at the calm-faced Lu Changzhi. A profound sense of helplessness surged within me, and Long Yichen murmured in discontent. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he crumpled to the ground, his warm crimson blood instantly staining the earth beneath him. He fixed his gaze on Lu Changzhi, his eyes brimming with boundless resentment and despair. Concede. Lu Changzhi spoke softly, wielding his sword with an air of tranquility. To my astonishment, even the formidable Long Shixiao was bested by Lu Shixiao. Someone among the new disciples exclaimed in surprise. This is indeed the young Sword Emperor, who has defeated Long Yichen with but a single stroke. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. The young Sword Emperor truly lives up to his name. Shen Liuli from Kunlun Su remarked, her insight into the sword path sharpened by her own 9 apertures Linglong sword heart, making her more perceptive than anyone present regarding Lu Changzhi's precise command of the sword. Indeed, the young Sword Emperor is as magnificent as rumored. I, Jian Nanfang from the Sword Palace, have come today to seek your guidance, he declared, his words resonating like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of astonishment among the onlookers. As Jian Nanfang approached, his figure exuded a striking elegance, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, locking onto Lu Changzhi with an aura that sent shivers through the crowd. In a swift motion, he appeared at the center of the arena, confronting Lu Changzhi. He slightly bowed and saluted, proclaiming, "Please enlighten me." Before his voice faded, an overwhelming force erupted, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, shaking the entire venue. By heavens, what a formidable Sword Palace disciple. At such a young age, he has already reached the 7th heaven of the martial king realm. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the pride of the Sword Palace? Shenke whispered in awe. This outing is to broaden your horizons and prevent you from becoming complacent, Murong Jiao remarked to Shenke. As top-tier prodigies, this duel promised to be nothing short of spectacular. Excitement coursed through the spectators, their eyes eagerly fixed on the 2 figures on the stage. In response to Jian Nanfang's challenge, Lu Changzhi remained stoic, his expression unperturbed. He regarded his opponent with indifference, a slight smile gracing his lips as he coolly replied, "Those who wish to challenge me are as numerous as the stars. You should patiently await your turn." With that, he turned to leave, seemingly disinterested in the impending contest. Ha! Has the illustrious young Sword Emperor truly succumbed to fear? Jian Nanfang's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze fixed on Lu Changzhi as he prepared to depart. Surely, the young Sword Emperor, a peerless prodigy who can conquer 7 realms in a day, could not possibly be so timid. The crowd erupted in a chorus of chatter. I have heard that although he can breach 7 realms in one day, his cultivation has yet to stabilize. Faced with the skepticism and derision of the crowd, Lu Changzhi merely smiled faintly, showing no sign of anger. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, he turned his head leisurely, a cheerful smile gracing his lips as he addressed Jian Nanfang. While I have no objection to this gentleman surnamed Jian wishing to challenge me, it seems rather presumptuous to attempt to cut in line when others are still waiting. This puts me in quite a predicament. Upon hearing this, Jian Nanfang's expression shifted. Urgency etched across his features as he inquired, "What do you suggest, Brother Lu?" Clearly, he was eager for this challenge. "It's quite simple," Lu Changzhi replied, a teasing grin playing at the corners of his mouth as his gaze fixed intently on Jian Nanfang. "You wish to cut in line? Well, I would like a little incentive. Brother Lu, do enlighten me. What sort of incentive do you desire?" Jian Nanfang furrowed his brow, yet maintained his composure as he asked. 500 top-grade spirit stones, Lu Changzhi declared, raising 5 fingers in a playful manner. What? Just 500 top-grade spirit stones? Is that all? Jian Nanfang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Damn, I expected something far more significant. Came a voice of exasperation from the crowd. In an instant, everyone present was taken aback, utterly confounded. After all, for most factions, producing several hundred top-grade spirit stones posed a challenge, yet for larger powers, such a sum was merely a trifle. What? Can you not afford it? Lu Changzhi probed, unable to resist teasing at the astonished expressions surrounding him. Spare me the chatter. I'll give you 1,000. Let us commence. Jian Nanfang retorted with evident disdain, tossing a ring filled with spirit stones towards Lu Changzhi. Is that insufficient? Lu Changzhi queried, observing Jian Nanfang's readiness to part with the stones. He then shifted his gaze toward Anzhi and Xiao Ranxian. Upon feeling Lu Changzhi's scrutiny, the two quickly averted their eyes to the heavens, silently contemplating. We are hardly acquainted with him. Witnessing this, Lu Changzhi felt quite astonished and turned to look at the sect leader and the esteemed members present. To his surprise, they too directed their gazes toward the same patch of sky, plunging the scene into an awkward silence. As they all shared an unspoken understanding, they did not know this individual at all. At this moment, Jian Nanfang broke the silence, asking, Brother Lu, may we begin? Very well. Let us proceed. Lu Changzhi responded, pocketing the spirit stones. Soon after, Lu Changzhi stood opposite Jian Nanfang, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Jian Nanfang was the first to strike, swiftly drawing his sword, his technique fierce and relentless, akin to a tempest as he charged at Lu Changzhi. In contrast, Lu Changzhi, with his agile movements, adeptly evaded the assault, extending his hand to grasp at the air, summoning forth a sword as pure as snow. In the blink of an eye, he held the gleaming blade, engaging in an intense duel with Jian Nanfang. The two exchanged blows, their swords weaving intricate patterns, sparks flying with each clash. It must be said, Jian Nanfang indeed wielded formidable prowess. Each strike he delivered was imbued with unmatched strength. Yet, facing an adversary of superior cultivation, Lu Changzhi remained unfazed, skillfully countering without losing ground. The thunderous sword technique strikes with the might of a tempest. In the midst of a fierce battle, Jian Nanfang suddenly bellowed, swinging his long sword with great force, unleashing a powerful sword energy that surged towards Lu Changzhi like a bolt of lightning. Could this be the celestial-level martial art of the Sword Palace, the thunderous sword technique? Zhao Yuntian's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on Jian Nanfang, exclaiming in surprise. Indeed, it possesses some merit. Zhao Wuxiang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The thunderous sword technique comprises 4 forms: thunderous strike, flash of lightning, roar of thunder, and wrath of thunder. Each form surpasses the previous one in strength, and it was astonishing that Jian Nanfang, so young, had already mastered the first form, thunderous strike. Murong Jiu's tone remained calm, yet a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Clearly, his standing within the Sword Palace must be quite significant, commented Chiuyue softly from her seat. With unparalleled mastery, Lu Changzhi employed the unmatched sword technique. Without hesitation, he initiated the movement, and a Taiji diagram unfurled behind him, from which countless swords surged forth towards the thunderous attack. The two forces collided, producing a deafening roar. Jian Nanfang was sent staggering back several paces before regaining his footing, a trace of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. What an impressive sword technique! A flash of shock crossed Jian Nanfang's eyes, quickly replaced by fervor. This was precisely what he desired. He took a deep breath, his internal energy surging wildly as his long sword shimmered with dazzling light. Thunderous strike! He bellowed, charging once more towards Lu Changzhi. Lu Changzhi's gaze sharpened, his hands forming intricate seals as he chanted incantations. Unmatched sword technique, manifesting the sword through intent. Countless flying swords coalesced into a colossal luminous sword, wielding the power to obliterate worlds as it descended upon Jian Nanfang. Chapter 56, The Dual-Handed Sword. The two forces collided with a resounding crash, unleashing a cacophony that echoed through the air. In an instant, brilliance surged forth like a tidal wave, with sword energy intertwining as if to rend the very fabric of reality. The surrounding air churned violently, generating turbulent currents that swept in all directions. Jian Nanfang was propelled backwards, blood erupting from his mouth, blooming like a crimson flower in the air. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. clearly unprepared for such a thorough defeat. In contrast, Changzhi stood unwavering, akin to a mountain, as the luminous sword in his hand continued to radiate a mesmerizing glow. He stood tall and poised, exuding an extraordinary elegance, as if a war god had descended upon the earth. "Curse it!" Jian Nanfang clutched his chest, gazing at Changzhi with an expression of bitter resentment, an overwhelming sense of defeat swelling within him. He could not comprehend how his utmost efforts in executing the thunderous sword technique had been so effortlessly countered by his opponent. Changzhi gently shook his head, letting out a sigh. "Your thunderous sword technique is indeed formidable, yet regrettably, your state of mind lacks the necessary composure to fully realize its essence. No matter how high the swordsmanship, without a corresponding mindset, it is difficult to achieve greatness." As his words trailed off, Changzhi waved his hand, and the luminous sword vanished like an illusion. Immediately afterward, he turned and strode away, leaving Jian Nanfang with nothing but a solitary and desolate silhouette. Losing to him is not disgraceful. Dugu Wu gazed calmly ahead, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Under his watchful eyes, the confrontation between Changzhi and Jian Nanfang had reached its conclusion, with Changzhi triumphing over the formidable adversary from Zhongzhou Tianyu with an air of almost effortless ease. Dugu Wu turned his head, his gaze landing upon the figure of Long Yichen standing nearby. A flicker of admiration crossed Long Yichen's eyes. But what predominated was a firm determination. "I will surely catch up with him," he resolved silently. Dugu Wu nodded slightly. Ambition is commendable, yet one must not be overly eager for immediate success. Long Yichen took a deep breath, understanding his master's words. "Wait a moment, Brother Lu. I too wish to issue a challenge." Before he could finish speaking, a figure darted through the air like a bird, landing steadily upon the arena. The man's aura surged powerfully, revealing his formidable strength at the first level of the martial emperor realm. The crowd below, still reeling from Changzhi's victory over Jian Nanfang, was taken aback to see someone who bore a striking resemblance to Jian Nanfang ascend the stage. "Brother, I have lost," Jian Nanfang said, looking at the man before him, his voice low and tinged with a hint of disappointment. His eyes reflected a blend of helplessness and regret, yet more so, a deep-seated self-reproach for his inadequacies. "You performed admirably. Losing to him is no shame." Jian Shifang gently patted Jian Nanfang's shoulder, offering heartfelt consolation. Jian Nanfang nodded silently, yet a flicker of unwillingness remained in his gaze. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, seemingly yearning to prove something. Yet reality weighed heavily upon him, and the tide of defeat surged within his heart. Noticing his disciple's distress, Jian Shifang let out a soft sigh. He understood the significance of this defeat for Jian Nanfang, but as someone who had experienced such trials, he recognized that failure is not an end, but rather a new beginning. Thus, he continued, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. There is no need to dwell excessively on temporary gains or losses. Jian Nanfang lifted his head to meet Jian Shifang's gaze. He inhaled deeply, gradually relaxing his grip on the sword's hilt, and then walked towards the edge of the arena. Jian Shifang is indeed Jian Shifang, the second prodigy of the Sword Palace. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Indeed, he was the most distinguished disciple of the Sword Palace, second only to the young Sword Sovereign, and was rumored to be Jian Nanfang's biological elder brother. It seems he is here to avenge his younger brother, Jian Nanfang. Some speculated. I wonder how the foremost disciple beneath the young Sword Sovereign compares in strength to the young Sword Emperor. Someone remarked with great anticipation. Defeat the Thunderclap sword technique, and I shall reward you with 100,000 premium spirit stones. Just as the murmurs among the crowd intensified, Zhao Wuxiang discreetly transmitted a message to Changzhi. Changzhi cast a glance toward the location of the sect master, and, after signaling an affirmative gesture, turned to Jian Shifang with a smile, saying, "This esteemed brother also wishes to challenge me." "Clearly so," Jian Shifang replied. "However, esteemed sword brother, you are already a powerful martial emperor. Is it truly fitting for you to challenge one as humble as a martial king?" Changzhi gazed at Jian Shifang with a playful smile. "Brother Lu, if you have any requests, feel free to express them." Jian Shifang, confronted by Changzhi's obsequious demeanor, responded with a hint of resignation. "Very well, I shall be direct. I desire the Thunderclap sword technique." Changzhi replied with a serious expression. "No problem, but should fortune favor me, I will require the martial skill you just demonstrated." "What do you think?" Jian Shifeng nodded decisively after contemplating the proposition. All right, since Brother Jian is so forthright, I have no reason to decline. Let me witness the prowess of the second-ranked sword master of the Sword Palace. Lu Changzhi's gaze turned icy, emanating a formidable aura. He grasped his sword in midair and thrust it forward, unleashing a dazzling flash of light accompanied by a fierce sword energy akin to a tempest directed at Jian Shifeng. Despite the ferocity of the onslaught, Jian Shifeng remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he evaded Lu Changzhi's attack as if he were Spectre. Such incredible speed, Lu Changzhi thought to himself, secretly admiring. The thunderclap's sword technique was formidable indeed. However, Jian Shifeng was not one to relent easily. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of lightning flickered in his hand, followed by a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a bolt from the blue. A razor-sharp sword energy erupted, crashing toward Lu Changzhi with overwhelming force. Lu Changzhi, not daring to show any signs of hesitation, swiftly raised his sword to defend. In an instant, the two immense forces collided, producing a deep, resonating sound that caused the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Intriguing, Lu Changzhi smirked, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, allowing his internal energy to flow unceasingly, while his left hand gently grasped the air. In the next moment, a sword, gleaming with a cold light, materialized in his grasp. Now wielding two swords, Lu Changzhi's aura surged dramatically. His sword techniques became increasingly ferocious, each strike infused with boundless power, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. What? Two swords? Jian Shifeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched Lu Changzhi dance like a butterfly, launching a relentless assault. Daring to be distracted in battle against me. Lu Changzhi bellowed, his swordplay shifting to an even more aggressive and fierce style, sweeping toward Jian Shifeng like a violent storm. How is this possible? Brother Lu can actually wield two swords? Why has no one mentioned this before? The disciples familiar with Lu Changzhi were now collectively astonished, their mouths agape as they murmured among themselves. At that moment, everyone focused on Lu Changzhi on the arena, their expressions filled with disbelief. On the high platform, Xiao Ranxian turned to Chen Changsheng, who shook his head, indicating his own ignorance. Soon, Jian Shifeng regained his composure, leveraging his superior cultivation to engage in a back-and-forth exchange with Lu Changzhi, their sword shadows intertwining without yielding. Lu Changzhi's dual sword technique grew increasingly proficient, his movements flowing like a river, dazzling all who watched. However, Jian Shifeng began to feel the mounting pressure, beads of sweat soaking through his garments. At that moment, Lu Changzhi seized a flaw in Jian Shifeng's defense, exerting tremendous force as he struck with both swords. Jian Shifeng found himself unable to evade, forced to watch as the sword tips drew near. Yet, in a critical instant, a blue glow enveloped Jian Shifeng, forming a robust shield that deflected Lu Changzhi's lethal strike. It was the sword escape, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Thunderous wrath. With a roar, Jian Shifeng seized the opportunity to counterattack, his hands shimmering with lightning as he unleashed the ultimate move from the Thunder Sword technique, Thunderous Wrath. Faced with such a fierce assault from Jian Shifeng, Lu Changzhi dared not show the slightest sign of complacency. The unmatched sword control transformed thought into blade. With a soft command, Lu Changzhi's intent surged, and in an instant, countless sword energies erupted from within him, swiftly converging into the twin swords he held tightly. As the myriad sword images fused into one, Lu Changzhi swung the dual swords fiercely toward Jian Shifeng. Jian Shifeng's thunderous wrath, imbued with immense pressure, struck toward Lu Changzhi like divine thunder from the heavens, while Lu Changzhi met it head-on with a gray-white sword aura formed from his thoughts. In an instant, the sky darkened and the wind swirled, followed by a deafening roar, as if the entire world were about to be torn asunder. When the brilliance faded, the onlookers beheld the two combatants retreating several steps, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, clearly indicating that the previous clash had inflicted significant injuries upon both, yet their gazes remained resolute and unyielding. Impressive. Jian Shifeng gasped, clutching his chest, incredulously staring at Lu Changzhi. You were able to withstand my thunderous wrath. Lu Changzhi gently wiped the blood from his lips, offering a faint smile as he replied, likewise. Taking a deep breath to steady the turbulent energy within, Jian Shifeng nodded slowly. Alas, I concede this contest. The thunderous sword technique will temporarily remain with you. One day I shall reclaim it. Upon hearing this, Changzhi was not angered. Instead, he declared with a hearty voice, I await your return at any time. With that, the twin swords in his hands vanished, and he leaped down from the platform. His mind occupied with the sword shield Jian Shifeng had just manifested. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd below, all captivated by the breathtaking duel they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, on a nearby elevated platform, Xiao Wuxiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he observed Changzhi, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Chapter 57. The Celestial Race. Esteemed friends, our sect's grand competition has now concluded. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your attendance, which brings unparalleled glory to our sect. In no time, Xiao Wuxiang's resonant voice echoed amidst the bustling crowd. May the auspicious signs of heaven bless our sect, ensuring its prosperity. And may all friends enjoy success on their path to immortality. Xiao Wuxiang spoke earnestly, bowing in respect as he addressed the assemblage. Until we meet again, sect leader Xiao. Murongjiu was the first to rise and bid farewell, leading his disciples as they turned to depart. With his leadership, other sects followed suit, bidding farewell to Xiao Wuxiang in succession. At this very moment, atop the Qingcheng Peak's Taoist temple, Lin Jiuxiao sat gracefully at the center of a magnificent lotus flower, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. As time flowed by, this resplendent lotus gradually melded into Lin Jiuxiao's form. Suddenly, the colossal black sword on Lin Jiuxiao's back tumbled to the ground, and a silver figure appeared, clad in a shimmering silver garment that seemed to capture the moonlight. She radiated a gentle glow. The fabric was soft and delicate, flowing gracefully with her movements, akin to a fairy dancing in the breeze. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, lightly brushing against the silken hem of her attire. Junior Tian Nishang pays her respects to the esteemed senior. The beautiful lady in silver garments, Tian Nishang, said reverently, performing a respectful gesture towards Chen Changsheng, who was reclined on a chair. It seems you have indeed come forth. Chen Changsheng replied lazily, his eyes half closed. Esteemed senior, it appears you are fully aware. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Tian Nishang's face as she smiled softly. You belong to the celestial race? Chen Changsheng waved his hand, seemingly unperturbed. Indeed, esteemed senior, I hail from the celestial race. Tian Nishang bowed her head in response. Chen Changsheng paused for a moment, then gently called out, System, please check Tian Nishang's information. Beep, accompanied by a crisp notification sound. Detailed information about Tian Nishang appeared before him. Name, Tian Nishang, talent, supreme golden fortune, background. Little princess of the celestial race in the celestial realm, status, soul state, spirit of the nine heavens, profound heavy sword. How did you become a sword spirit? After reading the system's introduction, Chen Changsheng opened his eyes and, with a thoughtful gaze, focused on Tian Nishang's ethereal form. Esteemed senior, I fortuitously acquired the nine heavens' profound heavy sword during a trial, but for some unknown reason, the news leaked. I was subsequently hunted down, and when I awoke, I found myself transformed into a sword spirit, Tian Nishang explained gravely. Chen Changsheng pointed toward the heavens, gesturing towards Lin Jiuxiao, and inquired, Then why did you choose him? Tian Nishang quickly waved her hand, smiling as she replied, Esteemed senior, you overestimate me. It was not my intention to select him. In fact, when I awakened, he had already gained the sword's recognition. Chen Changsheng's gaze shifted abruptly to the enormous black sword, pondering as he asked, What is the significance of the nine heavens' profound heavy sword in the celestial realm? Tian Nishang responded with a serious expression, Esteemed senior, the nine heavens' profound heavy sword is a divine artifact. Chen Changsheng realized the implications, murmuring, No wonder even the little princess of the celestial race dares to act decisively. Upon hearing this, Tian Nishang's previously respectful demeanor vanished, replaced by a playful curiosity as she asked, Esteemed senior, how did you know? Was it a guess? With a smile, Chen Changsheng looked at the soul state Tian Nishang and softly remarked, However, I observe your extraordinary talent. You are indeed a rare genius. Such a gifted individual, if left undiscovered, would be a lamentable loss. How about this? Are you willing to assist me, your humble disciple, in ascending to the throne of the martial emperor? Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I shall bestow upon you a nirvana elixir. Upon hearing these words, Tianishang's eyes widened in disbelief, her face betraying a mixture of astonishment and elation. She quickly allowed joy to wash over her and excitedly inquired, "Senior, is what you say true?" Her voice brimmed with anticipation and exhilaration. "Indeed, it is true," Chen Changsheng replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Tianishang, overwhelmed with joy, immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." She was acutely aware that within the realm of cultivation, elixirs were classified into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Yet, this classification merely marked the beginning. Above the 9th grade, there existed even rarer and more powerful entities: Xian grade, Earth grade, and Heaven grade elixirs. Each ascent in grade heralded a monumental transformation in their potency and efficacy. These high-tier elixirs were indeed among the rarest treasures in existence. Beyond these lay the legendary King grade, Emperor grade, and Sovereign grade elixirs, whose power transcended the limits of mortal comprehension, capable of bestowing a complete rebirth and ascension into the heavens. As for the Saint grade, Emperor grade, and even higher tiers such as Immortal grade and Divine grade elixirs, they resided solely in the annals of myth. Perhaps only those who stand at the pinnacle of cultivation could hope to behold them. In this realm, elixirs were meticulously categorized into different grades, each further subdivided into 4 distinct levels: low, medium, high, and supreme. This classification system resembled a pyramid, with elixirs becoming increasingly precious and their effects ever more astonishing as one ascended. Among them, the Nirvana elixir was a mythical immortal grade concoction, renowned for its unparalleled efficacy. It was said that consuming a single Nirvana elixir could grant one the experience of rebirth, leading to a completely new life. "Senior, with your profound cultivation, this meager world should hardly be able to accommodate you," Tianishang remarked, her curiosity piqued after the initial shock. After a brief silence, Chen Changsheng softly replied, "This realm is known as Zuwu." "Zuwu," Tianishang echoed, pondering the name. "The center of the world," Chen Changsheng stated calmly, observing her reaction. "The center of the world? Why does that evoke such a sense of familiarity?" Tianishang's expression grew increasingly solemn as she murmured to herself, seemingly striving to unearth more information from the depths of her memory. Suddenly, as though struck by a momentous realization, her eyes widened dramatically, fixated on Chen Changsheng, her voice trembling with excitement. "Wait, the center of the world? Could this be the fabled lost land of the Shangqing immortal domain, the Zuwu realm?" This thought flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning, leaving her utterly astounded. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her body trembled involuntarily. It was well known that the legend surrounding the lost land of the Shangqing immortal domain had always been shrouded in mystery. No one could ascertain its existence, let alone pinpoint its exact location. At this moment, as Tianishang recalled her various encounters in this place, a powerful intuition surged within her, suggesting that this might indeed be the legendary realm she had heard of. She couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement and tension. However, as her words fell, she quickly realized that she had perhaps inquired too much and hastily altered her tone, saying, "Senior, is this the kind of confidential matter that I am permitted to know?" "You little girl, enough of that. It's about time," Lin Jiuxiao remarked, as his form began to merge with the Hongming burning heaven flame. Chen Changsheng stood up and softly spoke, then vanished from sight. "Very well, Senior," Tianishang replied respectfully, her gaze firmly fixed upon the unfolding scene before her. Once Chen Changsheng's figure had completely disappeared, she slowly withdrew her sight, clasped her hands towards the heavens, and murmured softly, "Is this truly the ancestral martial realm?" A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by resolute conviction. "No, this must indeed be the ancestral martial realm. Otherwise, how could such a multitude of fearsome special physiques have originated here?" Tianishang pondered to herself. Her mind was flooded with legends regarding the ancestral martial realm, recalling a few key phrases: ancestral martial realm, birthplace of the human race, origin of martial arts. Slowly, she lifted her gaze towards the sky, where Lin Jiuxiao's figure became increasingly distinct. He resembled a dazzling star, radiating a brilliant light. Undoubtedly, this was the fabled ancestral martial realm, she asserted once more, overwhelmed by an uncontainable surge of excitement. At that moment, the white flames enveloping Lin Jiuxiao suddenly receded entirely into his being, leaving a silver flame mark upon his forehead. Chapter 58: Restoration of Cultivation. As the mark appeared, His aura surged instantaneously, causing the very air around him to tremble. A brilliant white light shot upward from him, piercing the heavens. Within the white glow, a figure could be vaguely discerned, standing tall as though a war deity had descended. Lin Jiuxiao's eyes sparkled with fierce brilliance. He drew a deep breath, uttered a soft command, and gestured with his hands. In an instant, countless white flames cascaded down like meteors, sweeping in all directions. My cultivation has been restored. Lin Jiuxiao exclaimed joyfully as he landed. Disbelief etched upon his face as he marveled at the powerful energy coursing within him. He had never anticipated that his lost cultivation could return to him so effortlessly. However, just as Lin Jiuxiao reveled in this unexpected delight, a clear and melodious voice suddenly chimed. "Hello, Lin Woodenhead." He abruptly lifted his head, captivated by the sight before him. A girl clad in pristine white garments floated gracefully in midair, her silver hair flowing like a cascading waterfall, shimmering with a radiant glow. Her large, star-like eyes were breathtakingly beautiful, enchanting all who beheld her. "Are you the sword spirit?" Lin Jiuxiao inquired hesitantly, a sense of familiarity stirring within him. "Why, upon encountering such a beautiful sword spirit, do you find it hard to believe your own eyes?" Tian Nishang teased in response. Lin Jiuxiao widened his eyes, confirming once more, "Are you truly a sword spirit?" It seemed as if he wished to engrave every detail of the scene before him into his memory. Indeed, without a doubt, Tian and I Shang gracefully floated towards Lin Jiuxiao, arriving before him and inquiring, "Have you seen clearly now?" Lin Jiuxiao gazed at the enchanting Tian and I Shang up close, exclaiming, "You are so beautiful." "Nonsense. When has this sword spirit ever been anything less than stunning?" Tian Nisang ritorti di zanfedi. "Then why did you not reveal yourself earlier?" Lin Jiuxiao, his heart brimming with boundless joy, fixed his gaze upon her. If this sword spirit had appeared too soon, wouldn't I have worried you might be captivated by my allure? How could you focus on your cultivation then?" Tian and I Shang raised an eyebrow, responding with a teasing tone. Subsequently, her large, sparkling eyes locked onto Lin Jiuxiao. "Captivated? I have cultivated for many years, and my resolve is as solid as a rock. How could I be so easily swayed?" Faced with Tian and I Shang's intense gaze, Lin Jiuxiao felt a tinge of embarrassment and hastily turned his head, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. "Hee, do you think I believe you? Never mind. This sword spirit is magnanimous and shall overlook this. As a price for your prolonged gaze upon me, you shall henceforth be my little brother, and I will protect you." Tian and I Shang declared triumphantly, observing Lin Jiuxiao's bashful expression with delight. "Who would want to be your little brother? My combat prowess is unparalleled, and I shall sweep across the realms, invincible in this world. I do not need your protection," Lin Jiuxiao retorted defiantly, his face brimming with confidence and pride. "By the way, how do you explain your earlier absorption of my cultivation?" Lin Jiuxiao shifted the conversation, questioning her bluntly. Well, it was truly just a misunderstanding. You see, you are now recovering your power under my brilliant guidance." A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Tian and I Shang's delicate face as she scrambled to articulate her thoughts. Stammering in her explanation, Lin Jiuxiao clenched his fists, glaring at her with indignation, his eyes flickering with mischief and mockery, as if to say, "Oh really? You have the audacity to claim you helped me?" Confronted by Lin Jiuxiao's teasing gaze, Tian and I Shang's heart fluttered, but she quickly composed herself and changed the subject, saying, "You are scolding me? How dare you?" That was not my intention." Lin Jiuxiao, seeing her pitiful expression, hurried to clarify. "No, that is exactly what you meant." Tian and I Shang insisted, feigning a sob. "No, please let me explain," Lin Jiuxiao said, his face filled with urgency. I shall not listen. I do not wish to hear anything." Tian and I Shang pouted, responding petulantly. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Tian and I Shang's figure suddenly flickered, darting into the depths of the nine heavens with astonishing speed, leaving one dumbfounded by her swiftness. "Hee, do you think you can compete with this lady?" With a subtle maneuver, she returned to the celestial realm of nine heavens, reveling in her triumph as she spoke to herself with a self-satisfied grin. Observing her return, Lin Jiuxiao could only sit cross-legged in resignation, attempting once more to communicate with her. However, no matter what he uttered, he received no response from Tian Nishang. "Ancestor, what is this?" A venerable elder with a head of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles gazed incredulously towards the direction of Qingxing Peak. The elder, standing at the forefront, was cloaked in a black robe, his stature as upright as a pine tree, and his voice seemed to echo across the vastness of time and space. Is this the primordial flame born at the dawn of the universe, the celestial fire of chaos? Before his words could fully settle, the elder vanished as if he were a wraith, leaving behind an enigmatic aura lingering in the air. Meanwhile, in another location, Changzhi and Xiao Ranxian, who had just participated in a grand martial arts competition, were engaged in an excited conversation. Senior brother, you truly entrusted the Thunder Sword technique to the sect master. Xiao Ranxian's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Changzhi. Upon hearing this, Changzhi erupted in hearty laughter, thumping his broad chest with pride, and replied with an air of arrogance. Of course, his pride only intensified as he continued. However, it cannot be said that the technique was given freely to the sect master. He actually purchased it with spirit stones. Oh, how many spirit stones? Xiao Ranxian inquired, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity. Exactly 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, Changzhi declared, his hand brushing against his spatial ring, a proud smile illuminating his face. Upon hearing this figure, Xiao Ranxian's expression shifted, and with a wry smile, she looked at her somewhat pompous senior brother and said, Senior brother, do you have any concept of market prices? Changzhi, still basking in his pride, felt his smile fade at her remark, replaced by a look of confusion. Could it be that I was deceived by that old fellow? He asked, unable to contain his surprise. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Ranxian quickly reassured him, more or less. A powerful heavenly-level martial technique, like the Thunder Sword technique, typically sells for several million top-grade spirit stones in the cultivation world. Moreover, if it pertains to sword techniques, the price can be exorbitantly high. She endeavored to explain the reasoning behind this to him, hoping to impart some understanding. A peculiar type of wild grass. I should have known. No wonder that old man looked at me so oddly. It all makes sense now, Changzhi exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. That old fool. The flames of anger within Changzhi intensified, his frustration growing with each thought. How dare he deceive me? Presuming to be the sect master. Unable to contain himself any longer, he finally erupted in a furious roar. At this moment, Xiao Ranxian stood by, observing the emotionally charged Changzhi, and could only shake her head in helplessness, inwardly lamenting. The senior brother is indeed excessively innocent, naive, and endearingly charming. Very well, senior brother. Let us consider this a lesson learned through hardship. Given the circumstances, we should return now. Xiao Ranxian gently reassured Changzhi. Changzhi, feeling incredibly despondent and filled with regret, nodded in agreement. He then turned to accompany Xiao Ranxian and Chen Anzhi as they headed towards Qingcheng Peak. However, deep within his heart, he silently vowed that this matter would not be so easily overlooked. Achoo! At the Daodian Hall, Zhao Wuxiang suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "Which impudent brat dares to insult me from behind?" Meanwhile, Zhao Wuxiang toyed with a scroll in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He quietly praised, "Truly, it is a paragon among the celestial martial arts. Splendid." Chapter 59, Celestial Garment. Master, you have returned. Lin Jiuxiao exclaimed joyfully. He had been engrossed in his cultivation at the Qingcheng dojo when he suddenly sensed 3 figures descending upon the grounds. He immediately turned and respectfully bowed. Upon noticing the radiant silver mark upon Lin Jiuxiao's forehead, Xiao Ranxian could not help but inquire, "Have you refined the Hongmeng burning heaven flame?" Lin Jiuxiao nodded and replied, "Yes, master." At this moment, Changzhi also sensed the formidable aura emanating from Lin Jiuxiao, exclaiming in astonishment, "Not only that, your cultivation has also advanced." Lin Jiuxiao, feeling a bit bashful, chuckled and scratched his head. Captivated by the powerful presence Lin Jiuxiao now exhibited, Changzhi, unable to suppress his inner urge, proposed, "Why don't we have a sparring match?" However, Xiao Ranxian, standing nearby, showed no interest in their bout. She glanced at the sky and then turned to leave, muttering, "What time is it? Still thinking about fighting." Anzhi also urged, "Senior brother, you should hurry back to freshen up and rest, rather than lingering in this cycle of combat." With that, he too followed Xiao Ranxian's lead and departed. "Junior brother, do you not find such words to be insincere?" Changzhi fixated intently on the 2 retreating figures. "Ha ha! Lin junior brother, we shall battle another day." As Xiao Ranxian and Chen Anzhi gradually distanced themselves, Changzhi slowly reigned in his combative aura. Yet, Just then, he abruptly shifted his tone, gently patting Lin Jiuxiao's shoulder, and remarked with admiration, "However, Lin Junior brother, your rate of growth and strength is truly remarkable." Upon receiving Lu Changzhi's compliment, Lin Jiuxiao smiled modestly and replied, "Senior brother Lu, you flatter me. I merely regained the cultivation I had previously lost. In comparison to your ability to break through 7 realms in a single day, I am still far behind. All right. You two should cease this mutual flattery and return to rest." Having ventured a considerable distance, Xiao Ranxian turned back and urged them loudly. Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a celestial melody, evoking a profound sense of comfort in those who heard it. Lin Jiuxiao and Lu Changzhi exchanged glances, their faces simultaneously reflecting an ineffable expression of resignation. Slowly, they waved their arms in a gesture of acquiescence and turned away, quietly retreating to their respective chambers to prepare for a well-deserved rest. Under the bright, watery moonlight, the entire Qinchang Daoist temple seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious and tranquil aura, exuding an otherworldly atmosphere of serenity. Once in his room, Lin Jiuxiao gently reached into his robe and retrieved the scroll titled The 10,000 Fires Furnace. He quietly approached the table and sat down, immersing himself in the intricate pages of the scroll. However, just as he became engrossed in the mysteries contained within, the ethereal presence of Tian Nishang unexpectedly appeared beside him. "Lin Mu too, what are you reading?" her curious voice inquired, her enchanting eyes irresistibly drawn to the scroll cradled in Lin Jiuxiao's hands. Lin Jiuxiao slowly lifted his gaze, captivated by Tian Nishang's breathtaking beauty, and softly replied, "Sword Spirit, what are your thoughts on this scroll, the 10,000 Fires Furnace?" His words conveyed a deep respect for her opinion and a serious regard for the ancient text. "Well, I can't quite articulate my feelings," Tian Nishang responded softly, her tone revealing a hint of confusion and bewilderment. She furrowed her brow slightly, as if striving to articulate the complex emotions swirling within her. "Would you like to give it a try?" Tian Nishang proposed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuxiao hesitated, pondering the nature of such an experience. However, after Tian Nishang's persistent encouragement, he eventually nodded in agreement, saying, "Then let us give it a try. Why not? After all, if it doesn't work out, we can always take the time to switch to another method," Tian Nishang reassured him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jiuxiao resolved, "Since no one has practiced this before, I shall be the first." His gaze was resolute and brimming with confidence. Soon, Lin Jiuxiao began to cultivate according to the secrets of the 10,000 Fires Furnace. He entered a tranquil chamber, seated himself on the ground, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing, seeking to calm his mind as placidly as a still lake. The room was suffused with a serene and peaceful ambience, with only the soft sound of Lin Jiuxiao's breath echoing within. He parted his lips gently, reciting the cultivation mantra of the 10,000 Fires Furnace. With his eyes firmly shut, he regulated his breath, his mind serene as the surface of a lake. His hands rested lightly on his chest as he began to guide the flow of energy within him according to the scroll's teachings. As he continued to cultivate, his body gradually grew warm, as though enveloped in a cocoon of flames. The energy surged through his meridians like a fiery dragon, coalescing in his dantian to form a small vortex of flames. Beads of sweat began to appear on Lin Jiuxiao's forehead, yet his gaze remained focused and unwavering. He could sense the power of the flames burning within him, continuously refining both his body and spirit. Each breath he took drew him closer to a breakthrough. His heartbeat gradually synchronized with the rhythm of the flames, as if he had become one with a myriad of fires. In this fervent cultivation, his soul was also elevated, as if immersed in a furnace, enduring trials and tempering. With a deep, resonant roar, a blazing inferno suddenly ignited within Lin Jiuxiao's dantian, instantly transforming into an expansive sea of fire. Within this fiery ocean, the flames surged and roared, seemingly intent on devouring the entire world. At that moment, an indescribable surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from his dantian like a volcanic explosion. In an instant, Lin Jiuxiao felt as if an invisible force had lifted his body, causing him to float weightlessly in midair. His eyes widened in disbelief as he perceived the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy coursing through him. In just a fleeting moment, his cultivation level soared from the third heaven of the martial king to the seventh heaven. Witnessing this, Tian Nishang was overwhelmed with joy. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Lin Jiuxiao, her voice trembling with excitement. You did it, Lin Muzi. Lin Jiuxiao took a deep breath, striving to calm the exhilaration within. He glanced at his hands, feeling the unprecedented strength flowing through him. Then, he looked up and smiled at Tianishang, exclaiming, I never expected the myriad fire's furnace to be so powerful. What makes it special? Tianishang inquired curiously. It can absorb the spiritual fires of the heavens and earth infinitely. For each type of spiritual fire I reclaim, I gain another Dantian. Lin Jiuxiao replied in astonishment. Is it truly that terrifying? Tianishang echoed, equally astonished. Lin Jiuxiao focused his mind and began to examine his Dantian. He discovered that, in addition to the original fiery vortex, numerous other vortices had appeared, starkly contrasting with the bright flames, appearing pitch black. This means I will be able to wield the power of various spiritual fires simultaneously in the future, Lin Jiuxiao murmured excitedly. A hint of envy flickered in Tianishang's beautiful eyes as she whispered, Indeed, a formidable lineage serves as the most solid and reliable support for a cultivator on their arduous path. Yes, Lin Jiuxiao nodded slightly in agreement, pondering deeply. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his head, gazing intently at the sword spirit, and gently asked, By the way, sword spirit, you must have a name, right? His voice was gentle, tinged with curiosity. Tianishang came the melodious and enchanting reply, akin to a heavenly melody. Tianishang is truly a beautiful name, Lin Jiuxiao exclaimed, captivated by its uniqueness, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. He softly repeated the name, savoring the poetry and beauty it encompassed. Continuing, Lin Jiuxiao murmured to himself, The feathered dance of the rainbow gown is enchanting, and the ethereal melody lingers in my heart. He seemed to envision Tian Chichang clad in splendid attire, gracefully moving to the rhythm of an unseen symphony. Immersed in his reverie, a subtle smile graced his lips. Chapter 60. The Divine Wilderness of Wang. What are you smiling foolishly about? Tian Chichang furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Unable to comprehend why this man before her had suddenly exhibited such peculiar behavior, Lin Jiuxiao, as if awakening from a dream, blushed with embarrassment and stammered, in nothing at all. Noticing his discomfort, a playful smile danced on Tian Chichang's lips as she teased, You aren't truly captivated by this sword spirit's beauty, are you? Her large, sparkling eyes bore into Lin Jiuxiao, as though she sought to peer into the depths of his thoughts. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Lin Jiuxiao hastily waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, And no, how could that be? His voice was tinged with urgency, fearing that Tian Chichang might not believe him. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she probed further. Is that really true? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Jiuxiao solemnly replied, Of course it is. Upon hearing his resolute affirmation, Tian Chichang nodded in satisfaction, but couldn't resist teasing him further. Well then, you should hasten your training. I am quite eager to see your fiancé's expression upon meeting you. With that, she gracefully turned and returned to the profound space of the nine heavens. As he watched her figure gradually fade from view, Lin Jiuxiao quietly exhaled, collecting his thoughts and refocusing on his cultivation. The following morning, Lin Jiuxiao arrived at the dojo, where Lu Changzhi and the others had already gathered. You've cultivated the 10,000 fire-melting furnace, Xiao Ranxian exclaimed in astonishment, sensing the drastically different aura emanating from Lin Jiuxiao compared to the previous night. Did you succeed? She asked incredulously. Lin Jiuxiao offered a faint smile, standing tall with confidence as he replied, Yes, master. Xiao Ranxian's face lit up with immense pride and joy, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Wonderful, truly splendid. You are indeed my most accomplished disciple. Pride sparkled in her eyes. I had initially prepared the divine Fire Emperor Sutra for you, but it seems that will no longer be necessary, she reflected, retrieving an ancient scroll from within her robes, gently caressing the old scroll with her delicate hands. Xiao Ranxian gazed at it for a moment before handing it to Lin Jiuxiao, who stood beside her. With a serious tone, she said, This Emperor Sutra is an ancient relic, containing profound mysteries of the path of fire. It may greatly benefit your cultivation journey. Filled with elation, Lin Jiuxiao understood the value of this sutra. He respectfully accepted it from Xiao Ranxian, saying, Thank you, master. As the master and disciple engaged in conversation, a sudden exclamation of surprise escaped Shen En's lips. Oh, Who is that at the foot of the mountain? The group turned their gaze in the direction indicated by him, where they beheld a lone figure leisurely strolling along the path at the base of the mountain. Lu Changzhi and a few others followed suit, observing a middle-aged man clad in an orange Taoist robe ascending the hill with a graceful gait. This individual stood tall and straight like a pine tree, his steps firm yet light, exuding an extraordinary aura that was both refined and ethereal. A subtle smile graced his face, evoking a curious blend of warmth and mystery in those who beheld him. Who might this be? Lu Changzhi inquired, his curiosity piqued. That orange robe signifies a steward of the sect. Lin Jiuxiao responded softly, providing clarification. Before long, the man in the orange robe reached the four of them, bowing respectfully with cupped hands and introducing himself. I am Wang Shenwang, here to meet the esteemed true disciples. Pray tell, what brings Steward Wang to Qingshang Peak? Lin Jiuxiao replied in a neutral tone. I have come at the behest of the sect leader to deliver the resources necessary for your cultivation. Wang Shenwang said with a polite smile. Originally, these resources were to be collected by you from the Internal Affairs Pavilion, but due to your delay, the leader has sent me to deliver them personally. As his words faded, Wang Shenwang produced several bundles of cultivation resources from the enigmatic spatial ring and carefully handed them to Lu Changzhi and the others. Upon receiving the resources, the group began to examine them meticulously. At that moment, Lin Jiuxiao suddenly interjected, Steward Wang, could it be that you have made an error? His face was etched with confusion as he scrutinized the resources in his hands, disbelief evident in his expression. Although the Taiqing sect had significantly increased the allocation of resources available to all members months prior, the sheer quantity of what lay before him was astonishing, an entire 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. Moreover, there were various precious elixirs designed to aid in cultivation and enhance strength. Such a substantial and high-grade allocation of resources seemed far beyond what an ordinary inner disciple could expect. In response to Lin Jiuxiao's incredulous query, Wang Shenwang hastened to clarify. There is no mistake. The sect leader specifically instructed that your cultivation resources be allocated according to the standard for true disciples. You may accept them without concern, Lin True Disciple. His tone was resolute, radiating confidence in the arrangement. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuxiao could no longer contain his excitement and joy. He promptly turned to Wang and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you, Steward Wang. Such gestures are merely my duty, Wang Shenwang replied, dismissing the gratitude with humility. Wang Shenwang returned the greeting with a smile and addressed the gathering, stating that he would not disturb their earnest cultivation any longer. With that, he turned and departed. Within the Internal Affairs Pavilion, the disciples diligently carried out the tasks of information registration and resource distribution. Those responsible for the registration meticulously verified the identities of their peers, documenting each one while distributing the necessary resources, such as cultivation texts and elixirs. The entire process of resource allocation was conducted with precision and orderliness, creating an atmosphere imbued with rigor and efficiency. Master, I have returned. A voice interrupted the tranquility of a room within the Internal Affairs Pavilion. An elderly man clad in a simple robe, with hair as white as snow, slowly lifted his head. His previously hunched form straightened slightly, and he squinted as he regarded the newcomer, calmly inquiring, Have you delivered the items I asked you to? The elder was none other than Gangyang Qing, the head of the Internal Affairs Pavilion of the Taiqing sect. Upon hearing the question, the young man chuckled and confidently patted his chest, replying, Master, you need not worry. I handle my tasks with utmost diligence. The individual was none other than Wang Shenwang, who had just delivered resources to Qingsheng Peak. Without regard for decorum, he plopped down on the table and seized a spirit fruit, devouring it greedily while mumbling, This fruit is truly sweet. As Wang Shenwang reveled in the exquisite taste of the fruit, a sudden shift occurred. Gangyang Qing, with one hand clenched into a fist, swiftly formed a mysterious seal with the other and struck Wang Shenwang with a powerful blow. Instantly, a multitude of shimmering runes surged forth, enveloping Wang Shenwang's body. In that moment, he felt an irresistible force invade his being, sealing away the cultivation he had painstakingly honed over the years in the blink of an eye. Realizing what had transpired, Wang Shenwang was taken aback, inwardly lamenting his fate, and anxiously implored, Master, what is the meaning of this? Observing the helpless Wang Shenwang sprawled on the ground, Gangyang Qing remained unperturbed. He calmly picked up a wooden stick from beside him and approached Wang Shunhuang step by step. Upon reaching him, Ganyang Qing raised the stick and unceremoniously struck Wang Shunhuang, simultaneously reciting, "Look at the misdeeds you have committed. You have brought shame upon me, and now you still dare to question me. Master, please calm your anger. I genuinely do not understand my transgressions. I beseech you to enlighten me." Wang Shunhuang pleaded in terror, frantically attempting to explain. "Do not understand? Very well. I shall make you comprehend." With that, he struck Wang Shunhuang again, leaving a red mark on his body. "I reprimand you for your lack of ambition, for squandering your cultivation." Another strike followed. "I admonish you for neglecting your practice, for indulging in frivolities." Yet another blow ensued. "I admonish you for your indulgence in frivolous pursuits." As Ganyang Qingyue's fury escalated, he wielded the wooden staff with increasing ferocity. Each strike upon Wang Shunhuang growing heavier with every word spoken. With each utterance, Ganyang Qingyue's anger seemed to intensify, amplifying the latent power within the staff. "Master, spare me. I swear I shall never dare again," Wang Shunhuang pleaded, gritting his teeth and enduring the excruciating pain. The more Ganyang Qingyue struck, the more his rage ignited, the dull thuds of the staff echoing ominously. Wang Shunhuang curled up, incessantly begging for mercy, his cries reverberating through the inner affairs pavilion, sending chills down the spines of all who heard. Upon hearing the commotion, the other disciples rushed over, but before they could approach, Ganyang Qingyue's thunderous reprimand froze them in place. "What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do? Scram back." The disciples exchanged wary glances, yet dared not defy Ganyang Qingyue's command, retreating reluctantly. After a thorough chastisement, Ganyang Qingyue finally ceased his assault. Breathing heavily, he surveyed the battered figure of Wang Shunhuang before him and sternly inquired, "Do you comprehend your transgressions?" At this juncture, Wang Shunhuang had shed all remnants of his prior arrogance, lying on the ground and responding in a faint voice, "I understand, Master. I shall never dare again." "Humph. It is best that way. Should you ever err again, I shall personally ensure your downfall." With that, Ganyang Qingyue cast the wooden staff aside in frustration and took a seat nearby. Wang Shunhuang, grimacing against the torment coursing through his body, struggled to rise from the ground. Internally lamenting his predicament, he recognized the severity of his suffering this time. After a lengthy period allowed for Ganyang Qingyue's temper to subside, Wang Shunhuang cautiously ventured, "Master, may I leave now?" His voice trembled with trepidation and supplication, fearing another outburst from his master. "Leave? Where do you intend to go? To indulge in frivolities?" Ganyang Qingyue furrowed his brow, fixing a piercing gaze upon Wang Shunhuang, a hint of ire evident in his eyes. "And no, absolutely not, Master." At the mere mention of indulgence, Wang Shunhuang's countenance paled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He hastily waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "I would never venture to such places again." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at his master, inwardly lamenting his fate. "That better be the case. Listen well. Tomorrow, no, immediately, you shall make your way to Changzhi Peak." Ganyang Qingyue's tone was severe, imbued with an unmistakable authority as he commanded Wang Shunhuang loudly. "What? Master, why must I go to Changzhi Peak? Haven't the resources already been delivered?" Wang Shunhuang's face contorted in confusion, anxiety etched across his features, brimming with perplexity. "Do you even have the audacity to ask? Take a good look at yourself. See what you've become. Your contemporaries have already ascended to elder positions, and what of you?" Ganyang Qingyue's rage was palpable, his body trembling with indignation as he glared at Wang Shunhuang. Changzhi Peak is currently bustling with activity and is in dire need of a steward. Ganyang Qingyue inhaled deeply, striving to temper his emotions. Yet his voice remained steeped in authority. "Master, you cannot push me into a pit of fire, can you? With my character, wouldn't going to Changzhi Peak be akin to seeking my own demise? I fear I may scarcely preserve my life." Wang Shunhuang expressed his profound trepidation, anxiety palpable in his voice. "Humph. Or else, why would I have struck you just now?" Ganyang Qing retorted with a cold snort, indignation evident. Master, is there no other way? Perhaps someone else could go in my stead?" Wang Shunhuang cautiously proposed after a moment of silence. "Do you think I wish for you to go? Just look at your conduct," Ganyang Qing responded, frustration boiling within him. "Then why, Master?" Wang Shunhuang asked, bewilderment etched on his face. "Why so many questions? When I command you to go, you shall go. This time, focus your mind and stop being so carefree. Devote yourself to your cultivation. If you please, Xiao said earnestly. I understand, Master, Wang Shenhuang replied, casting a deep glance at Xiao before speaking slowly. Upon hearing these words, a nameless fury surged within Xiao. His eyes widened as he glared at Wang Shenhuang, gritting his teeth. Get lost. Hurry and don't ever appear before me again. Master, I shall take my leave. Wang Shenhuang spoke softly, turning slowly away, his steps resolute as he left swiftly towards the distance. Xiao stood silently, his gaze fixed on the receding figure of Wang Shenhuang, his eyes revealing an ineffable sense of helplessness. Once, Wang Shenhuang was a prodigy, unmatched in combat, with few rivals among his peers. High hopes rested upon him. Yet as time passed, he gradually lost his way, his heart restless and unable to settle for cultivation, consumed instead by mundane affairs. This is an opportunity one painstakingly secured for you, Shenhuang. I hope you do not squander my earnest efforts. Xiao murmured to himself, his voice laced with expectation and concern. Near the boundless Wuliang Mountain, the majestic Qinglong mountain range loomed, its towering peaks piercing the clouds like swords. Amidst the mountains, three figures raced desperately, their bodies drenched in blood, as if they had just survived a horrific battle, akin to escaping from the depths of the underworld. Their steps were unsteady, each advance fraught with immense difficulty. Yet, despite their plight, their gazes remained resolute, exuding a fierce will to survive and an unyielding spirit. Not far behind them, a menacing group of individuals with ghastly visages relentlessly pursued them, roaring and bellowing, their voices echoing through the skies and reverberating in the vast valley, resembling vengeful spirits that instilled terror. At that moment, the entire land was shrouded in an atmosphere of extreme tension. Even the once howling winds seemed to halt their breath in fear. Drops of crimson blood streamed down the bodies of the three, splattering onto the hard ground, leaving a series of shocking crimson trails. The breaths of the three individuals grew increasingly labored, their chests heaving violently, clearly surpassing their physical limits. Yet, faced with the specter of death, they gritted their teeth and persevered, unwilling to relinquish their hope for survival. One of them suddenly turned his head to glance back, revealing a pallor akin to that of a blank sheet of paper, devoid of color, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He had already been worn to the bone after a harrowing battle for life and death. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke, his voice quavering slightly. If this continues, we will inevitably be caught by them. Upon uttering these words, he exchanged a resolute glance with another companion. A flicker of determination passed between them. The man continued, Mu Mao, please ensure the safety of the Crown Prince. If there's a next life, no, old Feng, did we not agree? We are to journey together to the Taiqing Tianzone. Before he could finish, the younger of the trio hastily interrupted. Young master, given the circumstances, please do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Only your survival can ensure the continuation of Nanming. You are its last hope. Do you understand? The elder, referred to as Old Feng, spoke gravely to the young man. However, the latter wished to respond, but was cut off by Old Feng. Young master, there is no need for further words. Time is of the essence. You must leave with Mu Mao. Sensing the enemy's relentless approach, Old Feng became increasingly anxious and urged them onward. Chapter 62, Living Up to the Trust. Nevertheless, the young man remained resolute in his refusal to depart, insisting on accompanying Old Feng. At that moment, Mu Mao, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. Crown Prince, you should heed Protector Feng's advice. Should we hesitate any longer, we may all meet our end here. Old Feng concurred, saying, Crown Prince, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. You should hurry and leave. No, I have not yet finished my words, he began, but was abruptly rendered unconscious by a forceful blow from Old Feng. Crown Prince, please forgive my rudeness. If you perish, I will have no face to meet his majesty in the afterlife. A glint of determination shone in Old Feng's eyes as he gazed at the unconscious youth, then turned to Mu Mao and commanded, Mu Mao, take him away, swiftly. Take care. Without hesitation, Mu Mao scooped up the young man and bolted away, not daring to look back. However, it was not long before their whereabouts were betrayed. Found them, over here. With a shout, a throng quickly converged upon them. Traitors, today marks your demise. As the enemy drew closer, the elder known as Old Feng shouted defiantly. Ha ha ha, Protector Feng, I shall give you one last chance. Surrender Li Xianyuan and pledge your allegiance to me, and you will remain the protector of the Nanming dynasty. What say you? Surrounded, A formidable man clad in golden armor and wielding a great blade sneered. Bah! What right do you, a despicable scoundrel, have to demand my submission? Old Feng retorted with disdain. Very well, if you refuse to drink the wine of courtesy, you shall taste the wine of punishment. In light of this, I shall grant your wish. You, go and deal with him, while the rest continue the pursuit. We must not allow Li Xianyuan to escape. The man, his face contorted with fury, commanded those beside him. Understood. No sooner had the words left his lips than Elder Feng was instantly encircled by several individuals. Meanwhile, the others surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Trying to flee? It shall not be so easy. Stand still. With his long sword in hand, Elder Feng swung it fiercely, sending forth a wave of sword energy that forcibly repelled those surrounding him. In an instant, he darted towards those who were in hot pursuit. A futile struggle. Kill him. The man clad in golden armor bellowed in rage as he beheld the attacking Elder Feng. Without hesitation, the group launched a relentless assault on the Elder. And in a heartbeat, the clash of blades and cries of battle resounded thunderously. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, the Elder, ultimately outnumbered, soon collapsed under the overwhelming barrage. Lying in a pool of his own blood, he gazed longingly in the direction of the two who were departing, summoning his last vestiges of strength to murmur, "Crown Prince, you must survive." All obeyed the command, exerting themselves to capture him. That little wretch must not escape. The man in golden armor decisively issued the order. Amidst the mountains, Mu Mao's complexion was as pale as parchment, his expression one of extreme fatigue, with wounds continuously oozing bright red blood. His steps were unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment, yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. The Elder's body trembled slightly. Every step he took felt as though he bore an unbearable weight. Nevertheless, he harbored no thoughts of pausing. His breath came in rapid bursts, akin to a bellows. As if he might collapse at any moment, yet he clung tightly to the unconscious youth in his arms. Gazing at the boy who lay in a stupor, the Elder gritted his teeth and resolutely advanced towards Mount Wuliang. His figure darted swiftly through the forest. You cannot escape. At that moment, countless figures materialized behind Mu Mao like phantoms. Damn it! Seeing these unwelcome guests pursuing him, Mu Mao glared at them with loathing, then summoned all his inner strength to dash towards Mount Wuliang. He must not be allowed to enter the realm of Mount Wuliang. The man in golden armor shouted loudly. Star God steps. An Elder beside the golden-clad man barked, and in the next instant, he blocked the path of the two. Mu Mao, hand him over to me, and I shall guarantee your survival, the man in golden armor stated, pointing at Li Xianyuan in Elder Mu's grasp, his expression as cold as ice. Ha ha ha, Huang Kui. How dare you, a treasonous villain, negotiate terms with me? Mu Mao's eyes widened in fury, fixing an intense glare upon the man in golden armor. His eyes ablaze with rage. Whether one is qualified or not is not for you to determine. Surrender him at once. Huang Kui's expression darkened, coldly retorting. A fool's dream. Mu Mao showed no inclination to retreat, his tone resolute in refusal. In that case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Huang Kui's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he shouted vehemently. No sooner had his words escaped his lips than an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, revealing his mastery at the 9th level of the Martial King realm. He then charged forth with his subordinates, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, towards Mu Mao. Unfazed by the aggressive onslaught, Mu Mao boldly proclaimed, "Ignite the soul." With a swift gesture, he formed a seal with one hand, and an endless surge of spiritual energy flowed from within him, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Mere resistance. Huang Kui commanded, "Kill him." Alarmed by the dire turn of events, Huang Kui's heart raced, and he issued the order. Simultaneously, the blade in his hand glowed fiercely, unleashing a razor-sharp arc that sliced through the air towards Mu Mao. Yet it was all too late. At the cost of burning his very soul, Mu Mao elevated his strength to the 8th level of the Martial Emperor realm. In an instant, he engaged in a fierce battle with Li Xianyuan and Huang Kui's men, his form moving with the agility of a specter. He deftly unleashed his unique techniques, relying on years of combat experience to narrowly evade Huang Kui's relentless assaults. Unfortunately, such a fortunate respite was short-lived. Gravely injured, Mu Mao found his strength waning, his stamina rapidly depleting, while the excruciating agony from his soul's fiery consumption became unbearable. At this moment, Huang Kui, seeing Mu Mao's evident exhaustion, bellowed, The one who slays him shall receive my utmost reward. With that, the crowd surged once more towards Mu Mao. Faced with the impending assault, Mu Mao resolutely abandoned all defensive measures, radiating a dazzling blue spiritual aura that enveloped Li Xianyuan, drawing upon his last vestige of strength. He hurled Li Xianyuan with all his might. Not good. Stop him. Realizing Mu Mao's intent, Huang Kuei was consumed with urgency and dashed towards him, intent on preventing this calamity. However, he was a step too late. Li Xuanyuan's body was lifted by formidable spiritual power, hurtling towards Wuyang Mountain and the imposing gates of the Taiqing Heavenly Sect. Damn you! You deserve 1,000 deaths. Huang Guisechet. Watching helplessly as Li Xianyuan vanished from sight, slashing his blade furiously at Mu Mao. In the face of the swirling onslaught of blades and light, Mu Mao turned to confront his foe, resolutely issuing a heart-stirring roar. Your Majesty, I shall not fail my duty. Countless brilliant beams of light rained down upon him, and his body was sent hurtling back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous sound. Yet, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, Mu Mao struggled to raise his head, his gaze fixed upon the direction in which Li Xianyuan had flown, a faint smile of solace gracing his lips as he whispered, Crown Prince, farewell. Simultaneously, Li Xianyuan plummeted to the ground from the tremendous force, only to be rebounded upwards. After several violent impacts, he ultimately collided heavily against the towering stone pillar of the Taiqing Heavenly Sect. At that moment, a mysterious black token slipped from Li Xuanyuan's bosom. Who dares to be so audacious here? Not long after, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Wang Yi led his fellow disciples swiftly out from between the towering stone pillars. Chapter 63. His path should not be so smooth. Wang Yi gazed at the scene before him, his heart filled with astonishment. A man lay before him, covered in blood, the crimson liquid staining the ground. He turned to see a group of individuals rapidly approaching and commanded, Halt. Wang Yi's expression instantly grew grave as he unsheathed his spirit sword and strode forward with determination. Simultaneously, the other disciples drew their swords, following closely behind. This is the Taiqing sect. How dare you act recklessly here? Just then, Su Mo emerged, his voice laced with authority. A powerful pressure emanated from the martial sovereign, bearing down upon Huang Kuei and his companions. Greetings, Elder. Wang Yi and the other disciples bowed respectfully upon Su Mo's arrival. Huang Kuei and his companions felt the overwhelming force and were taken aback. They had not anticipated that their actions would ultimately disturb the higher echelons of the Taiqing sect. In response to Su Mo's inquiry, Huang Kuei hastily defended. It is a misunderstanding, Elder Su. All of this is a misunderstanding. We are merely guards of the Southern Ming dynasty, come to rescue the kidnapped crown prince. The villains have been subdued. We beseech your understanding of the disturbance caused. However, Su Mo acted decisively, striking Huang Kuei and his group back with a single palm. Coldly retorting, regardless of your identities, to act recklessly within the Taiqing sect is a grave provocation against our sect. In an instant, both parties found themselves at an impasse, the tension reaching its zenith. Elder Su has misunderstood. It is all a misunderstanding. The situation was dire, and we failed to report to your sect beforehand. This was indeed our fault, but please, Elder Zhao, understand. The circumstances were critical, and we were only concerned for the Crown Prince's safety, with no intention of offending your sect's sacred grounds. We did not engage in any actions within the Taiqing sect. Huang Kuei, seeing the situation escalate, frantically pointed at the incapacitated Li Xianyuan on the ground, desperately attempting to clarify. Are you questioning my authority? Su Mo retorted, launching another palm strike. Thu. Huang Kuei took the blow head-on, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell to the ground, but hastily rose again, eager to explain, and no, we wouldn't dare. Enough of your sweet words. You may leave. Su Mo stated, unwavering. Elder Su, we are here for the Crown Prince. We implore you to allow us to bring him back safely. If we cannot return the Crown Prince, it will be difficult for us to face his majesty. Huang Kuei said cautiously, glancing at the fallen Li Xianyuan. Leave within 3 breaths. If you linger here, you shall be killed without mercy, Su Mo declared, his expression as cold as ice. With that, the immense pressure of a martial sovereign at the 7th level descended once more upon the group. Elder Su, we shall take our leave, Huang Kuei said, forcing a smile. However, his gaze remained fixed on the lying Li Xianyuan, revealing a hint of reluctance. He then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gestured to his companions. and turned to depart. Elder, this is the edict. At that moment, Wang Wu suddenly discovered the fallen token beside Li Xianyuan and promptly picked it up. Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around, gazing incredulously at the black talisman. You shall escort him into the sect, Su Mo instructed as he watched Huang Kuei and the others depart. Ding! A red auspicious prodigy has appeared at Wuliang Mountain. The host is requested to proceed immediately to accept disciples. Ding! A red auspicious prodigy has appeared at Wuliang Mountain. The host is requested to proceed immediately to accept disciples. Ding! A red auspicious prodigy has appeared at Wuliang Mountain. The host is requested to proceed immediately to accept disciples. 3 consecutive mechanical notifications resonated in Chen Changsheng's ears. Leisurely reclining in an armchair with a book, Chen Changsheng found his tranquility interrupted by the sudden alerts. Piquing his curiosity, pray tell, what sort of prodigy warrants such incessant reminders? Noticing the system's unusual urgency today, he eagerly inquired. However, in response to his questions, the system replied succinctly, Ding. The host is requested to proceed immediately to accept disciples. Unfazed by the situation, Chen Changsheng smirked slightly and murmured, in that case, let me investigate what this prodigy is all about. With that, he gently closed the book in his hands. Open, Chaos Dao-I. The scene before the mountain gate became vividly clear to Chen Changsheng. A human emperor physique? He exclaimed in surprise, observing the unconscious youth being carried into the sect. He quickly rose and flew towards Qingxing Peak. No, his journey should not be so smooth. Halting midway, Chen Changsheng gazed at the comatose Li Xianyuan. Ding! Disciple acceptance successful. The host is rewarded with a comprehension platform. The system's urgent mechanical voice echoed in Chen Changsheng's ears. I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. He replied nonchalantly upon returning to Qingcheng Peak. A human emperor physique, an imperial lineage. How intriguing, he mused to himself, ignoring the system. As he turned to retrace his steps to the back mountain of Qingcheng Peak, he spotted a figure leisurely strolling. He approached and inquired, Are you Wang Shenhuang? Upon hearing the voice, the man abruptly raised his head, recognizing the visitor, and promptly bowed with respect, responding, I am Wang Shenhuang, at your service, Master Chen. Wang Shenhuang was inwardly astonished at Chen Changsheng's sudden appearance, but dared not show any sign of negligence, hastily offering his respects. Chen Changsheng nodded and stated directly, I have a task for you. A person has been brought into the sect. Your duty is to ensure he does not die, yet without intervening in his fate. Master, that might be somewhat. Wang Shenhuang hesitated, furrowing his brow. Observing this, Chen Changsheng's expression darkened slightly as he fixed a sharp gaze upon Wang Shenhuang. Letting out a light snort, Wang Shenhuang's heart tightened, realizing that his earlier demeanor had displeased Chen Changsheng. He quickly amended his response. I understand. Rest assured, Master. I will do my utmost and will not let you down. In the southern Ming city of the Northern Wilderness Domain, once the capital of the Southern Ming Dynasty, the once thriving city now lies in ruins, unrecognizable, as if it has been ravaged by a catastrophic disaster. Crumbling walls and shattered remnants stand in disarray, while the streets are stained with blood, creating a haunting spectacle that is difficult to behold, reminiscent of a hellish landscape. The air is thick with an oppressive aura of death, instilling a sense of suffocation and despair. Amidst the debris, fragments of broken furniture and scattered garments silently narrate the tales of lives once lived. The city walls have collapsed, and the buildings lie in tatters. The former prosperity has dissipated into mere illusion. The streets are desolate, devoid of the previous hustle and bustle, with only the wind whispering through, carrying a hint of sorrow. The only relatively intact structure within the city is the palace of the Southern Ming Dynasty. Inside, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall is palpably tense, as if the very air has solidified. Huang Kuei bows his head, bending slightly, trembling before the enigmatic figure cloaked in black before him. With a quivering voice, he utters, My lord, we have failed in our mission. At this, the man in black erupts in fury, his eyes widening as he scolds, You, a multitude, could not even dispose of a single useless wretch? A pack of inept fools. All of you are worthless. His tone drips with anger. Suddenly, he whirls around, sweeping his robe with force. In an instant, a powerful and fierce energy surges forth like a tempest, hurtling directly toward Huang Kuei. Caught off guard, Huang Kuei emits a muffled grunt as he is propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the hard wall. With a resounding thud, his body rebounds to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, his complexion as pale as parchment, though his eyes betray a mix of fear and panic. Seeing this, the man in black grits his teeth in rage, exclaiming, "Damn the Tai Ching sect! Do they truly believe no one can bring them to heal?" After venting his wrath, he turns to Huang Kuei, declaring, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. No matter the cost, you must eliminate Li Xianyuan. Should you fail again, do not expect to return." Chapter 64. The Mysterious Man in Black. Huang Kuei, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, struggles to rise from the ground. He wipes the blood from his mouth with determination and straightens up, bowing respectfully to the man in black, earnestly responding, "As you command, my lord. I shall devote myself entirely to the task, ensuring I do not dishonor my mission." "Very well, I shall afford you another chance," the man in black suddenly declares, his voice deep and authoritative. He slowly turns to face Huang Kuei, adding, "Furthermore, it will be prudent for you to distance yourself from this matter to avoid arousing the suspicions of the Tai Ching sect." Huang Kuei's expression shifts slightly at this, and he quickly inquires, "My lord, what should be done then?" The man in black snorts coldly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he replies, "Although we cannot act directly, it does not imply that others lack the courage to do so." Upon hearing this, Huang Kuei suddenly realized the implication of the man in the black robe. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Might you be referring to the Blood Shadow organization, esteemed holy envoy?" The black-robed figure nodded in affirmation. He then cautioned, "Seek out a trustworthy individual and ensure that no flaws are revealed. Once this task is complete." At this point, the black-robed man made a gesture indicative of death, the meaning unmistakable. Huang Kuei felt a chill run down his spine and solemnly responded, "Yes. Esteemed holy envoy, I shall see to it." Satisfied, the black-robed man nodded once more and added, "Furthermore, eliminate anyone associated with the Li family. Leave no one alive." "As you command." Huang Kuei replied respectfully. With that, he turned and departed the grand hall, contemplating his forthcoming actions while feeling a twinge of dread and helplessness regarding the imminent bloodshed. However, in the face of the black-robed man's orders, he had no alternative. "Guardian, why must we not strike directly?" After Huang Kuei's departure, a somewhat youthful voice emerged from a side hall, and a young boy stepped forth. "Your Highness, please remain calm." The black-robed man slowly turned to face the boy, speaking in a grave tone. "The strength of the Tai Ching heavenly sect is unfathomable and beyond our current capabilities. Acting rashly now would be akin to striking a stone with an egg." The boy's face betrayed his reluctance, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Noticing this, the black-robed man's tone grew stern. "Circumstances give rise to heroes, but one must also await the right opportunity. We are at a critical juncture as our clan strives to break free from its seal. There can be no margin for error." The boy bit his lip, determination flashing in his eyes. "I understand." The black-robed man nodded slightly in approval before gazing northward, remarking, "Currently, only one individual remains of the imperial clan that sealed us. As long as he lives, he will forever be a lingering threat to our kind." In the residence of Wang Yi of the Tai Ching heavenly sect, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Wang Wu furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face as he looked at the battered and motionless Li Xianyuan lying in bed. He turned to his silent brother, Wang Yi, and asked, "Brother, can he truly be saved in such a state?" Wang Yi shared his brother's anxiety, feeling equally uncertain. After all, Li Xianyuan's injuries were gravely severe, and his fate hung in the balance. Just as the two were consumed by their concerns, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with white hair and a vigorous demeanor entered the room. This elder was Sikong, a senior of the Tai Ching heavenly sect's Medicine Valley. Upon seeing him, Wang Yi hurried forward, urgency in his voice. "Elder Sikong, can he still survive?" After examining Li Xianyuan, Sikong slowly shook his head, his expression grave. "The situation is quite dire. His meridians have been severely damaged, and his life force is exceedingly faint. It is a miracle he has managed to cling to life." He sighed once more, his tone laced with regret and helplessness. "Even if he miraculously survives, his meridians are completely shattered, making it nearly impossible for him to cultivate again." Before the words had left his lips, a furious voice echoed from the doorway. "What injury is so grievous that even you, Elder C, are at a loss?" As he spoke, a man strode into the room with purpose. This man was Wang Shunhuang, who who had finally located this place after much inquiry. Wang Shanhuang approached the bed with a sense of urgency, bending over to closely examine the ghastly wounds on Li Xuanyuan's body, his countenance darkening with grave concern. "Uncle Huang, why have you come in person?" Wang Yi exclaimed, unable to contain his joy upon seeing the visitor. "You little rascal. Why aren't you minding your duties in the internal affairs hall? What business do you have here?" Elder Si retorted with irritation. "Haha, I simply wandered out for a bit," Wang Shanhuang replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. "Elder Si, tell me honestly, what is the current state of this boy? Is there any hope for him?" Wang Shanhuang inquired with a serious tone. "Based on the current condition, it should not be impossible to preserve his life," Elder Si began, but hesitated. "As long as he can survive, that is all that matters. Everything else is secondary." Wang Shanhuang interjected impatiently before Elder Si could finish. "This boy truly has remarkable fortune to still be alive after sustaining such severe injuries." Wang Shanhuang marveled, gazing at the injured Li Xuanyuan. Elder Si furrowed his brow, a look of worry crossing his face. "Indeed, but alas, all his meridians have been completely destroyed." Wang Shanhuang waved his hand gently, his tone calm as he instructed Wang Yi and Wang Wu. "You too, take good care of him. As long as he can hold on a life, that is sufficient." Wang Yi, puzzled, could not help but ask, "Uncle Huang, did you travel all this way just for this minor issue?" No sooner had he spoken than Wang Shanhuang delivered a swift punch to the top of Wang Yi's head, scolding him. "You child, some matters are best left unasked. Do not pry into affairs of the world." With that, Wang Shanhuang turned to bid farewell to Elder Si before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Wu remarked, "Brother, do you think Uncle Huang has gone off to indulge in entertainment again?" "Very likely," came Wang Yi's agreement, but before he could elaborate, Elder Si nodded thoughtfully, indicating his concurrence. Wang Yi then added, "I heard that because of this incident, Uncle Huang nearly faced a fatal beating from Lord Gonyang. I wonder if there is any truth to it." At the tranquil and serene back mountain of Qingqing Peak, where birds sang and flowers bloomed, Chen Changsheng was engrossed in his reading when he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps. He set down his book and raised his gaze to the approaching figure. Wang Shanhuang, appearing weary from his journey, hastened to Chen Changsheng's side and respectfully reported, "Master, I have gathered all the information." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, acknowledging his words, and inquired, "What is the specific situation?" Wang Shanhuang took a deep breath before responding, "Though Li Xuanyuan has fortuitously survived at this point." He paused slightly. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, pressing for more, "But what?" Wang Shanhuang continued, "However, his meridians are completely severed. Even if he recovers in the future, he may no longer be able to continue his cultivation." After a moment of silence, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and replied indifferently, "It matters not. As long as he is alive, that is sufficient. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Upon receiving the command, Wang Shanhuang clasped his fists in salute and responded, "I shall obey." With that, he turned and slowly departed, making his way toward the back mountain of Qingqing Peak. As Wang Shanhuang stepped out of the rear mountain and entered the dojo of Qingqing Peak, the sight before him left him utterly speechless, his face a mask of astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding scene, as if an invisible force had rendered him immobile. The shock surging within him was akin to a tumultuous wave, swiftly engulfing him entirely. The dojo of Qingqing Peak was vast and magnificent, imparting an impression of boundlessness at first glance. Within this grand arena sat 4 individuals. Chapter 65, Unstable State of Mind. The first to catch his eye was Lu Changzhi, surrounded by an exceptionally fierce sword aura. The sword energy seemed almost tangible, sometimes retracting into his body and at other times surging forth, flickering unpredictably, as if it could tear through the void at any moment. In that instant, he resembled an unparalleled divine sword, exuding a chilling sharpness that even caused the surrounding air to churn violently, emitting a series of howls. Simultaneously, beside Anzhi, serpentine lightning coiled around him incessantly. Accompanied by crackling sounds, black and red arcs of electricity danced and flickered across his body. This spectacle was reminiscent of a thunder god descending upon the world, each flash of lightning imbued with boundless destructive power, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. On the other side, Xiao Ranxian sat quietly, emanating an extraordinarily peculiar aura. Surrounding her was a bizarre force field, causing the very fabric of time and space to spiral into chaos, with everything around her moving rapidly and strangely. as if she had transcended the constraints of time and space and was calmly seated within. In contrast, Lin Jiuxiao was enveloped within fiercely burning white flames, tightly wrapped in an intense heat that was both disconcerting and terrifying. Could it be that the old man was intent on bringing me to Qingchang Peak to witness the astounding talents and terrifying powers of these four? Wang Shenhuang murmured in astonishment. Alas, why must there be both you and Liang in this world? Each of these four individuals was extraordinarily gifted, and their diligent efforts render my own endeavors seemingly futile. Wang Shenhuang sighed. Yet at that moment, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. If I could forge a connection with them, wouldn't that imply that their efforts would be tantamount to my own? In the future, I would be surrounded by great terrors, and the celestial beings of all realms would be within my grasp. In an instant, Wang Shenhuang felt a profound clarity wash over him, and he spoke with newfound confidence. Ha ha, it must be me. Old man, you truly possess a way. Let us proceed with this. After a period of contemplation, Wang Shenhuang laughed heartily. Meanwhile, in Wang Yi's residence, Li Xianyuan suddenly awoke from his dream, shouting loudly, "No! Old Mu!" He cast a glance around, discovering himself ensconced within a completely unfamiliar environment, his heart brimming with an inescapable sense of fear and unease. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his bloodless lips quivered slightly, as if each breath was accompanied by profound trepidation. Hearing sounds emanating from within the room, Wang Wu approached to investigate. "You are finally awake," he said softly, positioning himself by the bedside. Li Xianyuan widened his eyes, staring at the stranger before him, and hoarsely inquired, "Who are you? Where's this place?" With that, he attempted to prop himself up, but found himself utterly powerless. During his struggle to rise, the wound, which had been swathed in bandages, began to seep blood once more. "Hey, don't move around," Wang Wu exclaimed, quickly placing a hand on Li Xianyuan to guide him back down onto the bed. "You are in Taiqing Tianzhou. You are safe here, so there is no need for concern," he reassured, offering a brief explanation of the circumstances. Li Xuanyuan's gaze intensified with anxiety as he fixated on Wang Wu, urgently pressing for information. "What about Mu Lao? How is he?" After a moment of silence, Wang Wu responded slowly, "He has passed away. They have all perished." Despair washed over Li Xianyuan as he lay back down, his eyes vacant. Observing the despondency etched across his face, Wang Wu felt a surge of compassion. "Thank you." Li Xuanyuan's voice trembled with evident sorrow, tears welling uncontrollably in his eyes. "There is no need for thanks. Everything will be all right," Wang Wu comforted, patting Li Xuanyuan's shoulder. Time flowed inexorably, and 2 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the mountainside behind Qingchang Peak, Chen Changsheng held a book titled Chronicles of the Celestial Realms in his hands, his face marred by skepticism as he posed a question to the system. "Oh, system, I have long been puzzled by a mystery. Don't you systems typically bestow various rare treasures and divine artifacts? Why have I been left empty-handed?" As he flipped through the pages, he awaited the system's response. After a brief silence, a crisp notification chimed. "Ding, not possible." This succinct and decisive reply left Chen Changsheng scratching his head, feeling somewhat exasperated as he pressed further. "What do you mean, not possible? Can't you learn from other systems?" Yet, the system remained unwavering, delivering a clear and concise answer. "Cannot." A wave of irritation surged within Chen Changsheng, prompting him to voice his grievances. What use is a system that cannot provide? His tone was laden with discontent and disappointment. Just then, the system emitted a sharp, jarring alarm. "Ding! System is disengaging from binding." 3. 2. This sudden turn of events left Chen Changsheng in shock, and he hastily shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop! What kind of joke is this? We're brothers. You need to take this so seriously." After somewhat calming his tumultuous emotions, Chen Changsheng posed another pressing question. "Oh, by the way, system, I have discovered a grave issue. None of the so-called Supreme Emperor weapons you provided possess spirit entities. What is the meaning of this? Are you not going to provide me with a reasonable explanation?" The system promptly responded, "Ding, this system can only offer the host non-sentient entities as rewards. If the host desires, they may seek to imbue them with spirit." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow and continued to inquire. "What about the treasures of heaven and earth?" His eyes revealed a sense of perplexity and confusion. The system's voice echoed once more, "Ding. Treasures of heaven and earth are inherently sentient, and thus cannot be offered as rewards by this system. However, seeds can be provided." "Seeds?" Chen Changsheng sighed bitterly. By the time they grow, will I still be alive? Ding. One cannot perish twice, the system replied calmly. Then what's the point? I cannot utilize them immediately. The man complained with a hint of irritation. Ding. Then they shall not be given, the system stated with an unwavering emotional detachment. You truly lack courtesy. The man shook his head in resignation. Ding. Likewise, the system responded coldly. Just as silence enveloped them, a sudden crisp notification sounded. Ding. Detected an update in host disciple information. Would you like to view it? At the sound of this, Chen Changsheng felt a stir within, eager to ascertain the current cultivation of his disciples. He then spoke. Let us take a look. Ding. Name, Lu Changzhi. Talent, red fortune. Physique, Primordial Sword Body, offensive. Stop. Spare me the details. Simply show me their current cultivation realms. Chen Changsheng interjected impatiently, waving his hand. Ding. With a clear notification sound. A virtual screen appeared before Chen Changsheng, displaying the names and cultivation levels of 3 individuals. Name, Lu Changzhi, cultivation, peak of Martial King 9th Heaven. Name, Chenanji, cultivation, peak of Martial King 3rd Heaven. Name, Xiao Ranxian, cultivation, peak of Martial King 4th Heaven. Seeing the last name and corresponding cultivation, Chen Changsheng could not help but exclaim, truly worthy of being the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, with a steadfast heart and the innate talent accumulated over 9 lifetimes. Coupled with the reincarnation time, Sutra as a formidable aid in cultivation. It is as if she possesses a cheat. His gaze fixated on Xiao Ranxian's information, internally astonished. Next, he turned his attention to Chen Anzhi's name, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he murmured, Anzhi has performed remarkably well, having already stepped into the realm of Martial King 3rd Heaven. However, when his gaze fell upon Lu Changzhi's information, Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly in confusion as he mused aloud. Why is Changzhi only at the peak of Martial King 9th Heaven? Logically, with his talent, he should have already reached Martial Emperor. System, check Lin Jiuxiao's cultivation. Chen Changsheng promptly commanded. Ding. Name, Lin Jiuxiao, cultivation, Martial Emperor 2nd Heaven. The system's voice replied. Indeed, Changzhi is lagging behind. This will not do. How can a future Sword Emperor be so underwhelming? Allow me to divine his fate. With that, Chen Changsheng formed a seal with his hands and commenced his divination. Soon, Chen Changsheng discerned the reason behind Lu Changzhi's deficient cultivation. His unstable mindset and restless spirit indicated a need for further practice. Indeed, no matter how formidable one's innate talent, without a sufficient state of mind, mastery remains elusive. Chen Changsheng sighed, reflecting on this truth. Chapter 66. Departing for the eastern Xian domain. At the summit of Qingxing Peak, Lu Changzhi stood like a statue, his mind intensely focused on self-reflection, as if he sought to penetrate the depths of his being through sheer will. In this moment, he was not merely examining his exterior, but rather the culmination of years of arduous cultivation and the resulting state of his mastery. His brow slightly furrowed. The once resolute countenance revealed a hint of barely perceptible gravity, while his bright eyes sparkled with urgency and anxiety. Time slipped away quietly, each passing second becoming a torment for Lu Changzhi, amplifying his inner turmoil. He concentrated fully on sensing the surging spiritual power within him, repeatedly exploring and striving to uncover that elusive breakthrough. Yet each endeavor yielded only a profound sense of impotence. Another failure, Lu Changzhi murmured, his voice laced with frustration and helplessness. At that moment, a melodious voice broke through his reverie. Senior brother, have you not yet achieved your breakthrough? It was Xiao Ranxian, who had approached him unbeknownst to him. Lu Changzhi let out a soft sigh and replied, Indeed, I am at a loss as to why I cannot surpass this bottleneck. His tone carried a tinge of resignation, as if he had exhausted every possible means yet remained oblivious to the underlying issue. Turning to Xiao Ranxian, he looked at her with hopeful eyes and inquired, Junior sister, what do you perceive as the reason for my persistent stagnation? Your mindset, senior brother. Since you began your cultivation, you have never ventured out for practical experience. Thus, your state of mind is the key to breaking through your current realm. Xiao Ranxian insightfully articulated, demonstrating her deserving reputation as a reincarnated celestial emperor. Then it seems I should indeed seek some practical experience. Lu Changzhi responded contemplatively. However, junior sister, your cultivation seems astonishingly extraordinary. In merely 2 years, you have reached the pinnacle of the 4th heaven of martial kings. He cannot help but express his admiration. The reincarnation temporal sutra I practice allows me to control the flow of time, facilitating swifter cultivation, Xiao Ranxian answered confidently. Moreover, as her cultivation progresses, her mastery over time's flow will become increasingly adept, resulting in an unimaginable acceleration of her growth. Anzhi interjected from the side. Oh, how do you know this? Changzhi inquired, regarding Anzhi with curiosity. With a slight smile, Anzhi gently tapped his finger and replied leisurely, "It's common sense." At this, laughter erupted among those present, yet Lin Jiuxiao, standing aside, seemed untouched by the cheerful atmosphere, appearing somewhat despondent. "Junior brother Lin, is there something troubling you?" Why the long face? Standing beside them, Changzhi detected Lin Jiuxiao's unusual demeanor and inquired, "Jiuxiao, is it because of the 3-year agreement you mentioned?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ranxian turned to look at Lin Jiuxiao, and Anzhi likewise directed his gaze towards him. Under the scrutiny of the assembled crowd, Lin Jiuxiao nodded slightly and responded with some hesitation, "Indeed, master. The 3-year term is approaching, and I should soon return to the Eastern Xuanyu. As cultivators, we must seize the day and forge ahead," Xiao Ranxian said soothingly. However, she swiftly shifted her tone, her gaze becoming somewhat frosty as she continued, "Coincidentally, I have no pressing matters, so I shall accompany you. I am curious to see what manner of woman would dare propose a withdrawal from the engagement with my disciple." Her words carried an undercurrent of coldness and dissatisfaction. At that moment, Shan Wang emerged from the measurement hall, calling out loudly, "Esteemed disciples, the meals are prepared. Coming." Changzhi replied, promptly leading everyone toward the side hall. "Master Wang, what delicacies await us today?" Xiao Ranxian inquired softly, a smile dancing on her lips. "You shall find out once you enter, Xiao Jinchuan," Shan Wang replied with a warm smile. After more than 2 years of companionship, he felt increasingly close to his cherished goal, and his relationships with Changzhi and the others had grown ever more harmonious. Upon entering the side hall, the first sight that greeted them was a table laden with an array of sumptuous dishes. These meticulously prepared delicacies not only boasted an appealing presentation, but also emanated a tantalizing aroma that stirred their appetites. "Wow, they even have my favorite braised spare ribs," Xiao Ranxian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. "Haha, I'm glad you like it," Xiao Jinchuan, Shan Wang replied, a gentle smile gracing his features. "All right, stop standing around and eat," Chen Changsheng said, arriving a bit late and addressing the group. Once the gathering had indulged in food and drink, Xiao Ranxian suddenly broke the silence, stating, "Master, my fellow disciple wishes to take Jiuxiao back to Eastern Xuanyu to fulfill the 3-year promise made years ago." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng maintained an expression as calm as a tranquil lake, responding only with a faint, "If that is the case, then let it be done." He paused momentarily before adding, "Moreover, you must remember to act in accordance with the rules of our Qingqing peak lineage, seeking only to be true to your conscience." Though Chen Changsheng's words were delivered lightly, the profound meaning embedded within them caused those present to nod in silent agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng turned to Changzhi and suggested, "Changzhi, you might consider accompanying them. It would broaden your horizons." Upon hearing this, Changzhi was unable to contain his delight and promptly bowed in acknowledgement, exclaiming, "Certainly, master." His joy was palpable. With a faint smile, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, summoning 5 shimmering tokens that glowed with a cerulean light into existence. He spoke softly, "This is the sword talisman meticulously crafted by my master, imbued with a fragment of his divine consciousness. Should you encounter an insurmountable challenge, do not hesitate. Simply crush it." Chen Changsheng's tone was calm and unhurried, as if everything were well within his grasp. Immediately, the 5 azure talismans seemed to come alive, soaring towards Changzhi and the others. They all reached out to catch them, gazing intently at the talismans in their hands, feeling the mysterious power contained within. At that moment, Shan Wang, who had been engrossed in his meal, looked up at the flying sword talisman, his mouth still filled with half-chewed food, and mumbled, "Chief, do I have a share as well?" "What, do you not wish for it?" Chen Changsheng replied with a slight smile, a teasing glint in his eye. Upon hearing this, Shan Wang's face paled in surprise. He hurriedly set down his bowl and chopsticks, grasped the talisman tightly, and anxiously expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the generous gift, Chief." Witnessing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, Lin Jiuxiao was fully prepared and ready to embark on his journey. He approached the dojo to bid farewell to the others. Jiuxiao, do not worry. The so-called 3-year agreement is merely a formality, posing no significant threat. If that woman is truly reckless, simply eliminate her, Lu Changzhi reassured. Indeed, junior brother Lin, with your talent and capabilities, is she who should be regretting her choices. Anzhi concurred, offering his support. Yes, Lin Jiuxiao said, looking gratefully at the group. Second senior brother, do you plan to join us? Xiao Ranxian inquired softly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Anzhi. Anzhi gently shook his head, replying, no, I have been away from home for too long, and I yearn to visit my parents and family. I shall return for a while. Xiao Ranxian nodded in understanding, softly saying, very well, until we meet again. With that, she exchanged glances with the other two, and together they soared into the distance on their flying swords. It was not long before they reached the outskirts of Wuliang Mountain. However, at that moment, Lu Changzhi suddenly halted, leaving Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao perplexed. Senior brother, what is it? Xiao Ranxian inquired, puzzled. Furrowing his brow, Lu Changzhi contemplated for a moment before saying, I believe our attire is rather conspicuous. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ranxian looked down at her sky-blue robe, then turned to Lin Jiuxiao, a perplexed expression on her face. What is wrong with it? Lin Jiuxiao also appeared bewildered but nodded in agreement with Xiao Ranxian. Lu Changzhi, with a serious demeanor, explained, throughout history, the realm of cultivation has always had those who bully the weak and fear the strong. Thus, it is wise to proceed with caution. How does that relate to our robes? Xiao Ranxian asked, her face a portrait of skepticism. How could it not? Think carefully. If you don the robes of Qingcheng Peak, would anyone dare to lay a hand on us? Lu Changzhi countered, and then Xiao Ranxian pressed on. Ah, dear junior sister, that is something you may not yet grasp. Generally speaking, those who dare to take risks often harbor numerous invaluable treasures within themselves. If we don the robes of Qingcheng Peak, would they still dare to act against us so recklessly? In such a case, would we not be missing out on a golden opportunity for great fortune? Would you not agree with this reasoning? Lu Changzhi patiently elucidated. Chapter 67, The Divine Thunder Technique of Zixiao. Ha ha, indeed, master brother, your reasoning is impeccable, Xiao Ranxian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, laughing joyfully. Lin Jiuxiao, standing beside him, also expressed his agreement. Behold, these are the robes I have specially prepared for everyone, one for each of you. As Lu Changzhi spoke, he retrieved 3 robes from the spatial ring, one of which was as pure as snow, while the other 2 were as deep as ink. The white one is mine. Xiao Ranxian, quick as lightning, snatched the white robe and exclaimed with delight. Master brother, I did not expect you to be so thoughtful. You must have done this many times before. Xiao Ranxian beamed as he accepted the white robe, showering praises. Do not speak so, for this is my first venture into the world. I learned all this during my days of wandering. No, rather, observed how cultivators conduct themselves. Chen Changsheng explained with a gentle smile. As they spoke, the 3 swiftly donned their robes and sped towards the eastern mystic domain. In the grand hall of Qingcheng Peak, Chen Changsheng sat regally in the main seat, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Wang Shenhuang below. He inquired, Wang steward, how has the matter I entrusted to you progressed? Wang Shenhuang promptly replied, reporting to the esteemed leader. That young man spends each day not only fulfilling the trifling chores expected of a disciple, but also immersing himself in cultivation. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and then pressed on, what is his mental state? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shenhuang responded, in terms of mental state, he initially appeared exceedingly restless, but as time passed, he gradually became more composed and serene. Wang Shenhuang then added, however, esteemed leader, I truly do not comprehend why that young man, despite his stubborn nature and inability to cultivate normally, persists in his daily attempts to guide spiritual energy into his body. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng nodded and instructed, indeed, your foremost task remains to ensure his safety. Remember what I previously stated. As long as he lives, you must not interfere with any of his actions. Understood, esteemed leader, Wang Shenhuang affirmed. You have been at Qingcheng Peak for 2 years. Though you have not achieved great deeds, your hard work cannot be overlooked. Today, I bestow this technique upon you. With that, Chen Changsheng gently waved his sleeve, and a mysterious scroll materialized in Wang Shenhuang's hands. As Wang Shenhuang gazed upon it, an overwhelming joy surged within him, for he instantly recognized the formidable power contained within the scroll. As a cultivator at the martial king level, he was all too familiar with such an aura. It was indeed the divine thunder technique of Xiao. Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from the scroll, Wang Shanhuang was left nearly speechless. For the imperial level technique, divine thunder technique of Xiao, was one of Qingxing Peak's most revered secret traditions. Master, is this not excessively burdensome? The subordinate expressed, his face a mask of disbelief. However, Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes burning with intensity. Have you perhaps reconsidered your desire? Wang Shanhuang hurriedly waved his hands, vehemently denying any such notion, and flatteringly assured Chen Changsheng, I vow to follow you, Master, to the ends of the earth. From this day forth, should you command, I shall exert every effort, unflinching in the face of death. Wherever you may lead, even if it requires me to journey west, I shall not stray a single step east. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. He gestured for Wang Shanhuang to depart. Wang Shanhuang bowed deeply in reverence, and, filled with joy, eagerly grasped the purple cloud divine thunder art before hastily exiting the grand hall. At that moment, his heart surged like a vast ocean, and as he clutched the imperial level technique, his admiration for Qingxing Peak and his master deepened. System, initiate a comprehensive scan. Determine if there are any rare treasures of heaven and earth in proximity, Chen Changsheng commanded, his gaze sparkling with anticipation. It would be splendid if we could enhance the spiritual energy of a place as exquisite as Qingxing Peak. After Wang Shanhuang's departure, he eagerly continued. It would be even better if we could acquire a few world trees or enlightenment trees, top-tier spiritual wood. Before the system could respond, Chen Changsheng, unable to suppress his excitement, added further requests. Just then, a melodious notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detection of divine essence soil in the restricted area of the central continent's heavenly domain. Please confirm if you wish to proceed. The cold, emotionless mechanical voice of the system resonated in his ears. Upon receiving this news, Chen Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, What? Such a treasure truly exists? Let's go at once. What are we waiting for? His excitement and anticipation were palpable. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Lu Changzhi and Xiao Ranxian, who were hastening toward the eastern mystic domain. Along their journey, they encountered numerous cultivators, some of whom attempted to rob them, but these rogues met their demise, leaving them with nothing but death. Currently, they were resting in a tea house, overhearing the lively discussions within the hall. Have you heard? A mysterious relic has appeared in the Yuangu mountain range, and many sects and cultivation families are rushing to the site. I have heard whispers of it. Reportedly, it is an ancient battlefield. Another interjected. Moreover, I learned that the Eastern Mystic sect has dispatch personnel as well. One person chimed in. What? Even the Eastern Mystic sect has sent someone? Surely other sects must follow. A voice questioned. Absolutely true. It is said that this relic conceals the legacy of an unparalleled sword cultivator. Another responded firmly. Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Changzhi's eyes. Brother, shall we join in the excitement? Proposed Xiao Ran with palpable enthusiasm. Lin Jiuxiao gazed at Lu Changzhi, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation as he quietly awaited his decision. Lu Changzhi nodded slightly, signifying his agreement. Let us go and take a look. Perhaps we may indeed uncover something worthwhile. Internally, Lu Changzhi mused. This is swifter than resorting to robbery. No, it is about purging the realm of cultivation and restoring clarity to the world. Lin Jiuxiao, elated by the affirmative response, exchanged a silent glance with Xiao Ran, and together they harmoniously adjusted their steps, turning towards the direction of the Yuangu mountain range. In the Daoling city of the Central State's heavenly domain, one of the cities under the true martial dynasty, a figure appeared before the city gate, stating, Daoling City, it is nearly mealtime. Let us venture inside. The newcomer was none other than Chen Changsheng, who had just traversed through the shattered void from the northern desolation realm. Within the bustling streets of the city, a throng of people surged forth, their movements a tapestry of diverse purposes and aspirations. The cacophony of voices, laughter, and bartering intertwined, creating a unique symphony of the mundane world. At that moment, the most conspicuous establishment in the city, the Yuxian building, was abuzz with activity. Inside, numerous guests engaged in animated conversations, while opulent decorations and exquisite arrangements lent an air of elegance to the establishment. Amidst this vibrant atmosphere, a youthful yet imperious voice rang out distinctly. "Waiter, bring me your finest dishes." The voice belonged to a lavishly attired young girl, though small in stature. She exuded an innate air of nobility and delicacy. Seated upright at the table, her petite frame emanated confidence, her gaze imbued with an undeniable authority. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her somewhat youthful yet resolute face, as if bestowing upon her an aura of enigmatic brilliance. The attendants, upon hearing her demand, hastily complied, scurrying to prepare the finest delicacies, wary of any delay lest they incur her displeasure. The entire establishment momentarily shifted into a unique atmosphere, as if all patrons were captivated by the distinctive presence of the young girl in purple, keenly observing her every move. Soon the dishes arrived, and the little girl surveyed the spread before her. Casting a glance at those within the establishment who had been fixated on her, she declared, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty dining?" Chapter 68, Dining Freely. Observing the irate little girl, many patrons quickly averted their scrutinizing gazes. Yet a number remained unable to quell their insatiable curiosity, continuing to cast their eyes upon her. As the attention around her began to wane, the little girl swiftly picked up her chopsticks and commenced her meal. Fully immersed in the delightful world crafted by the exquisite cuisine, her eyes sparkled with excitement as her hands deftly grasped the delectable morsels, continuously bringing them to her lips. In that moment, she had completely forgotten the world around her. Unperturbed by how she might be perceived, her lips were smeared with remnants of food, yet she paid no mind to the oil stains tarnishing her sleeves. For such trifles were far from her thoughts. At this moment, her sole desire was to savor the delectable dishes before her, relishing the unparalleled satisfaction that each bite brought. A radiant expression of happiness and delight illuminated her face, as if she were indulging in the most exquisite delicacies the world had to offer. Around her, several onlookers observed the young girl devouring her meal with fervor, and as they glanced at the dishes set before themselves, a wave of confusion washed over them. Why did their food seem so much less appetizing than hers? Could it be that they were not savoring it correctly? "Waiter, the bill, please," the girl said, her delicate tongue playfully licking her fingers, her satisfaction evident. "Here you go, my lady. Your total comes to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." The waiter replied, hurrying over with a smile as he swiftly calculated the bill. The young girl rummaged through her sleeves, but suddenly her expression changed, as if she had recalled something of great importance. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she checked again, but the result remained unchanged. She had forgotten to bring her spirit stones. At that moment, her face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. She sat frozen, unsure of where to place her hands and feet, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Finally, she looked up at the waiter with her big, watery eyes, her voice trembling as she pleaded, I was in such a rush to leave today that I forgot to bring my spirit stones. Could you possibly make an exception? I promise to pay next time." The waiter, after hearing her plea, wore a visibly troubled expression. He scratched his head and replied helplessly, "My lady, I'm truly sorry, but our establishment has a strict no-credit policy." As soon as he finished speaking, several towering figures emerged from the inn, each a formidable presence with well-defined muscles, exuding an aura of martial prowess. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the young girl with astonishing speed. At that moment, the other patrons in the inn cast bewildered glances. It was well known that establishments of this scale in the cultivation world were backed by powerful forces, and incidents of diners attempting to dine and dash were exceedingly rare. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, the girl's heart raced, gripped by an invisible hand that rendered her nearly breathless. Her eyes widened in shock, her expression a mixture of disbelief and helplessness. For she had never encountered such a situation before and was at a loss on how to respond. Just as she opened her mouth to plead for mercy, her attention was suddenly drawn to a figure entering the inn. It was a man clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe, his steps steady and posture upright. His handsome face, with sharp brows and bright eyes, bore a faint smile that exuded an ethereal charm, as though he were untouched by the mundane world. As the young girl locked eyes with the azure-clad man, her gaze instantly radiated brilliance, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. Overwhelmed with excitement, she summoned every ounce of her strength to cry out, "Master, I am here." Without hesitation, she exerted herself to push aside several burly men with sinewy muscles, darting toward the man like a nimble fawn. In the blink of an eye, She reached his side, and the individual in question was none other than Chen Changsheng. Observing the girl rushing towards him, Chen Changsheng could not help but furrow his brow, a look of skepticism washing over his face as he turned to scan the surroundings. Yet, there was no one behind him. "Master, what are you looking at?" The girl inquired, her large, expressive eyes sparkling as she sweetly approached Chen Changsheng. He pointed to himself in confusion, questioning, "My dear, did you just call for me?" His voice was melodious and clear, reminiscent of a celestial melody. "Of course, master. How could you jest with your disciple? Would you truly forsake me over a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones?" The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of utter helplessness, evoking deep sympathy. In that fleeting moment, the previously raucous tavern fell into an eerie silence, as if all eyes were magnetically drawn to Chen Changsheng. Their gazes were laced with contempt and disdain, as though they were witnessing a despicable act. Some voiced their sentiments without hesitation, lamenting, "How can there exist such a heartless master? This poor girl deserves better." However, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, an alarmingly discordant voice from the system abruptly pierced through the silence. "Ding! Red fortune talent detected. Please accept the disciple immediately." Chen Changsheng stared in shock, his eyes wide as he fixated on the seemingly innocent girl before him. At that moment, a resplendent aura of vivid red light suddenly enveloped her. In disbelief, Chen Changsheng questioned the system with a furrowed brow. "Wait, are you telling me that this girl, who appears to be a mere freeloader, truly possesses red fortune? Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" The system's response was succinct and devoid of emotion. "Ding. Affirmative." Fuming with frustration, Chen Changsheng scowled and exclaimed, "System, are you malfunctioning? Why would you present me with such an unreliable disciple at this juncture? Is there any chance of switching to another location? This is utterly embarrassing." He found himself grappling with the absurdity of accepting a disciple in such an awkward situation, even contemplating escape. Yet, the system remained remarkably composed in the face of his complaints, simply responding with the phrase, "Ding. A lineage is inherited." These four succinct words left Chen Changsheng in a state of utter bewilderment. He stood frozen, his eyes wide and mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, the little girl seemed to sense something unusual about Chen Changsheng. Her dainty head tilted slightly, and her large, sparkling eyes brimmed with concern as she gently inquired, Master, what is the matter? Are you unwell, or is there something troubling you?" The innocence radiating from her gaze stirred a sense of affection within him. Chen Changsheng felt a wave of panic wash over him. He coughed lightly in an attempt to mask his embarrassment and stammered, "Ahem, perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else?" However, before he could finish his sentence, the waiter approached with a bill in hand, respectfully presenting it to Chen Changsheng. "Esteemed Taoist, this is the expenditure statement for your disciple at our establishment. Please take a moment to review it." As Chen Changsheng glanced at the bill, he noticed it was densely filled with various dishes and their corresponding prices. He lifted his gaze to the little girl before him, and then glanced at the waiter standing nearby. With a wry smile, he waved his hand and explained, "Would you believe me if I said, I do not know her at all?" The waiter was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile, replying, "Esteemed Taoist, you certainly have a sense of humor." With a resigned sigh, Chen Changsheng thought that this situation was indeed beyond reason. He rubbed his chin, hesitating for a moment before ultimately retrieving 20 exquisite spirit stones from his storage ring and placing them on the table. "Very well, here are 20 exquisite spirit stones. Consider the excess a tip. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could arrange a private room for me." His expression remained stoic as he added, "Certainly, esteemed Taoist. Right this way." The waiter responded enthusiastically, his demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness upon receiving the spirit stones. "My goodness, what kind of sect is this? Using exquisite spirit stones to pay for a meal." A wave of astonishment rippled through the establishment, as if the very air had been electrified. "Moments latte." Another voice chimed in. "Not long ago, they mocked others as being impoverished, and now look at them, suddenly faced with a resounding slap in the face. Truly, life is unpredictable." In no time, the tavern buzzed with chatter, with patrons filled with curiosity and reverence for Chen Changsheng and the little girl. After all, a sect capable of casually utilizing exquisite spirit stones as currency must possess extraordinary power and profound heritage. Meanwhile, those who had previously ridiculed the sect felt their faces burn with shame, unable to fathom the embarrassment they now faced in such a short span of time. Some even fled the scene, fearing retribution. Shapta 69, Seeding ya. Come now, disciple, why are you lost in thought? Chen Changsheng turned to the little girl, who remained rooted in place, her expression somewhat dazed. He spoke softly. Oh, right. The little girl snapped back to reality, responding readily. She glanced up at Chen Changsheng and then down, contemplating the delectable dishes from earlier. Ultimately, she steeled herself and hurried to catch up with Chen Changsheng's stride. Upon entering the private room, it was not long before an array of culinary delights, each exuding an enticing aroma and exquisite presentation, was gracefully delivered and arranged upon the table. The dishes emanated an irresistible fragrance that stirred one's appetite. Chen Changsheng's gaze gradually settled upon the petite girl seated across from him, who was voraciously devouring her meal. She curled into her chair, her small hands persistently scooping food into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like a charming little hamster engaged in its feast. Intrigued by the adorable girl before him, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently inquired, "What is your name?" The girl appeared entirely immersed in her own world, oblivious to his question, as she continued to focus intently on her food. After a moment, she finally lifted her head, remnants of her meal adorning the corners of her mouth. Yet this did nothing to diminish the lively aura radiating from her delicate features. She blinked her bright, star-like eyes, which sparkled with innocence, and responded in a cheerful tone. "My name is Xiao. Observing this ravenous little girl, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of affection in his heart. He chuckled softly and continued in a gentle manner. "Well then, Xiao, would you consider taking me as your master?" With her mouth still full, her words came out mumbled, yet her tone was resolute. "I wouldn't." After saying this, she returned to her meal, savoring each bite. Chen Changsheng was momentarily speechless and shook his head in resignation, saying, "In that case, you shall owe me a spirit stone." Xiao abruptly lifted her head, her big, round eyes wide with innocence as she gazed at Chen Changsheng, mumbling, "I don't have a spirit stone. I have no spirit stones, only my life." With that, she flashed him a sweet smile, as if to convey her lack of fear. Chen Changsheng found himself both amused and bewildered by her carefree demeanor. After stroking his chin and pondering for a moment, he proposed, "How about this? From today onwards, you shall follow me, and when you've repaid your debt of spirit stones, I shall set you free." Xiao blinked her enchanting eyes, contemplating for a brief moment before playfully retorting, "Humph. You should first demonstrate the ability to keep this young lady around before making such claims." No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and in an instant, a dazzling purple light erupted. In the blink of an eye, Xiao's figure vanished as if she were a wisp of smoke. Chen Changsheng, observing the direction in which she had departed, felt a stir in his heart, finished his drink, and leisurely followed suit. Outside the city of Daoling, Xiao, having just freed herself, began to dance with excitement, exclaiming, "The audacious scoundrel dares to dream of keeping me here. What a foolish notion." However, just as she reveled in her triumph, several figures clad in purple robes appeared like a whirlwind, swiftly encircling her. A handsome young man chuckled. "I never expected you to walk right into our trap. This certainly saves us a great deal of effort." "Huh? Brother, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao's demeanor immediately shifted to one of alarm as she rushed forward, offering a smile in an attempt to appease him. "It's because of you, you gluttonous little girl. Grandfather and the others are nearly frantic. Come back with me at once." The young man replied with annoyance, attempting to seize Xiao's arm. "Brother, I really don't want to go back. I worked hard to get out. Can't you let me play a few more days?" Xiao pleaded, her large, watery eyes blinking innocently at him. However, the young man remained unmoved, his expression serious as he insisted, "No. Stop this nonsense and come home with me. Are you sure you can catch me?" Xiao teased with a mischievous smile, swiftly forming a spell to escape. Observing this, the young man remained calm and called out into the void, "Grandfather Jiao, it's your turn." As his words fell, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful appearance suddenly appeared. His piercing gaze fixed on Xiao as he chuckled softly, "Little Xiao, with your grandfather Jiao here, do you truly believe you can escape?" With that, the elder raised his right hand and gently grasped the air. In an instant, the space surrounding Xiao seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, and the turbulent air beside her came to an abrupt halt. Grandfather Jiao, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the old man, Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, her face filled with despair as she exclaimed, Her terrified demeanor clearly revealed her realization that escape was futile, and her dissatisfaction and disappointment were palpable. All right, little Xiling, be a good girl and return with your grandfather. The outside world is not like home, the elder advised earnestly. No, I don't want to go back. Xiling anxiously glanced around, seeking an alternate route, but all her efforts were in vain. At that very moment, amidst the ethereal void, Chen Changsheng approached with leisurely steps. Upon his appearance, Xiling felt as though she had found a lifeline. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she called out loudly, "Master! Save me, Master!" At the mention of this title, the young man, the elder, and those who had encircled Xiling were instantly rendered bewildered, their faces displaying disbelief. They silently questioned among themselves, this little girl has only been out for a few days, and she already has a master? Surprise was etched on everyone's expressions. Chen Changsheng gazed at Xiling, who was encircled by runes, and softly inquired, "Did you not express reluctance?" Though his voice was low, it carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Xiling hastily knelt and bowed her head, respectfully stating, "Master, please accept my humble bow." However, this scene left everyone surrounding Xiling utterly astonished. Their eyes wide as they exchanged confused glances, completely at a loss. The events unfolding before them were utterly unexpected, catching them off guard. Chen Changsheng cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Henceforth, you shall be my disciple." He then turned his gaze, surveying each individual present with solemnity, and continued, "Dear friends, since my disciple has chosen not to return with you, I kindly ask that you refrain from pressing her." As soon as he finished speaking, a formidable wave of terrifying pressure surged forth, overwhelming the crowd, shattering the runes that had confined Xiling in an instant. This was the aura of an unparalleled master at the martial saint level. The elder at the forefront, the strongest among them, was the first to feel Chen Changsheng's overwhelming presence. His face was filled with shock. He struggled to withstand the pressure released by Chen Changsheng, barely managing to speak through labored breaths. Chen Changsheng paid no heed to the astonishment and fear of the onlookers. He simply turned gently toward Xiling, gazing at her tenderly, and softly said, "Let us go." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Xiling was filled with joy, quickly rising from the ground and stepping lightly to his side, shyly grasping the hem of his robe. "We bid farewell to our esteemed elder." Recognizing the futility of their attempts to retain her, the elder resigned himself to the inevitable, knowing that he could not contend with Chen Changsheng's might. Meanwhile, Xiling playfully made a face at the crowd, calling out sweetly, "Grand Uncle Jiao, you all head back first. I shall take my leave." The onlookers stood in stunned silence, watching their retreating figures, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. After a long while, a youth finally snapped out of his astonishment. Turning to the elder with a perplexed expression, he asked, "Grand Elder Jiao, are we truly letting Xiling go?" The elder sighed deeply, his voice tinged with unmistakable fear and resignation. Alas, for the purple-haired girl, to have the opportunity to learn from a martial saint might be her destined chance. Upon hearing this, the youth's face lit up with a mixture of surprise and delight. Exclaiming, "What? A martial saint? Are you saying that person was a martial saint?" The elder nodded affirmatively, assuring him that he would not mistake such a presence. He then added with profound emotion, "Indeed, the aura exuding from him far surpasses that of your grandfather." After uttering these words, the elder gazed thoughtfully at Chen Changsheng's azure robe, seemingly relieved, and gently urged, "Very well, let us depart." He then led the still astonished crowd away from the scene. Chapter 70. The Clash of Titans Imminent. "Master, am I your eldest disciple?" Xiling inquired curiously, her bright eyes sparkling as she walked alongside Chen Changsheng. "Just after leaving the Dao Spirit City." "No," Chen Changsheng replied expressionlessly. "Oh, then, Master, how many disciples do you have in total?" Xiling, undeterred by the lack of the answer she sought, continued to press on. "Including you, there are 4 in total," Chen Changsheng said, maintaining his calm demeanor. "I am actually the 4th disciple," Xiling exclaimed in surprise, her little face revealing a hint of displeasure. "Master, could you please refrain from making me your 4th disciple? I do not wish to bear the title of your 4th disciple. The word 4 sounds like death and is rather unpleasant." Observing Xilinger's earnest expression, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm afraid that's not possible. However, you may return and discuss it with your senior brothers and sisters." "Very well. Upon my return, I shall defeat them and become your eldest disciple," Xiling declared with unwavering determination, her eyes shimmering with resolute light. Chen Changsheng gazing at the spirited Xialing, inwardly sighed, finding her naively adorable. Yet, he merely replied with a hint of helplessness. All right, I shall await to see how you conquer them. Master, what's the name of our sect? Xialing inquired eagerly, her wide eyes filled with anticipation. Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied nonchalantly, it is merely a small sect. Not worth mentioning. Xialing, slightly perplexed at his words, pressed on, then, Master, what level of cultivation do you possess? Earlier, even Grandfather Jiao did not dare to act rashly in your presence. You must understand, Grandfather Jiao is notoriously hot-tempered, and this is the first time I have witnessed him treating someone with such caution. Her curiosity regarding this enigmatic master was boundless. Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, stroking his chin thoughtfully and calmly stated, my cultivation is modest, not worth discussing, but you should understand that my strength is unfathomable. In truth, even Chen Changsheng himself had only a vague comprehension of the so-called Dao-Ancestor Realm. He was uncertain of its true implications or whether realms beyond it existed. He had attempted to inquire systematically, yet the system consistently provided selective answers, leaving him bewildered. Faced with this uncontrollable situation, he felt quite helpless, compelled to act with utmost caution, wary of any oversight. Upon hearing this, Xialing's previously tense expression softened instantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she remarked, wow, does that mean I can boldly traverse the world under your banner, Master? Her words brimmed with dreams and expectations of a bright future. Just then, Xialing seemed to recall something significant, blinking her eyes in curiosity as she lifted her head to ask, Master, where are we headed now? Her voice carried a trace of confusion. Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast a profound gaze toward the distant horizon. After a moment, he slowly turned his head to Xialing and softly said, we are off to seek a treasure of heaven and earth. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his robe lightly, and a radiant, multicolored light burst forth. Following this, a crystal-clear flying sword materialized before them. Chen Changsheng once again waved his robe, gracefully leaping onto the flying sword with Xialing, and they soared into the sky, racing toward the horizon. Throughout the journey, Xialing could hardly contain her excitement, chattering incessantly. Master, what kind of celestial treasure is it? Her eyes widened with curiosity and longing. Divine essence soil. Chen Changsheng replied with a calm demeanor. Is it the fabled substance renowned for its miraculous properties, capable of nurturing all living things and cultivating precious medicinal herbs? Xialing inquired with an eager expression. Chen Changsheng glanced at her in mild surprise, nodded, and softly responded, I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. With a hint of pride, Xialing raised her chin and declared, of course. I spend my days at home, unable to venture far, so I can only immerse myself in the tomes of the Sutra Pavilion. Over time, one naturally learns much. As they conversed, the duo arrived at their destination, the celestial realm Forbidden Zone. Here, the surrounding spiritual energy floated like a delicate veil, dancing gracefully in the void, reminiscent of playful little sprites reveling in their frolic. The landscape was breathtakingly beautiful, with distant mountains undulating, shrouded in swirling mist that at times resembled ethereal gossamer, and at other times surged like tumultuous waves. Ancient trees towered into the clouds, their lush foliage glowing with an otherworldly brilliance nurtured by the vibrant energy. Yet, this seemingly idyllic realm had become a congregation point for countless cultivators. In an instant, dozens of fearsome figures emerged in the distance. The sky erupted with dazzling light, the multicolored spells weaving together to form a resplendent, yet perilous net of light. The cultivators, light as a feather, traversed the air like phantoms, executing a myriad of enigmatic techniques. Some commanded flames to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Others wielded thunder to obliterate the earth, while yet others summoned fierce winds that conjured monstrous waves. In that moment, the entire Forbidden Zone was enveloped by these terrifying forces, as if the apocalypse had descended. Hand over the treasure, or today shall mark your demise, declared a cloaked figure, his expression grim, his eyes glinting with cold malice. With a sudden flourish, he stirred his arms, his voluminous robe swelling like dark clouds. His hands moved swiftly, fingers snapping, sending forth tendrils of black mist that slithered through the air like venomous serpents, racing towards the opposing cultivator. Unfazed, the man in white smiled slightly, a mocking grin gracing his lips. Do you really think you can take my life with such feeble attempts? You are merely dreaming. With that, he raised his right hand in a flash, thrusting it forward, and a brilliant sword light erupted from his palm like a bolt of lightning, colliding with the black mist in a thunderous clash, sending forth a deafening roar and a dazzling display of brilliance. What about us? Let us join forces and ensure he does not escape. Another monk cried out, followed by dozens of others. With swift movements, he formed intricate seals with his hands, reciting incantations as an overwhelming aura surged from his being. Suddenly, he thrust his palms forward, summoning a raging inferno that surged forth like a furious fire dragon, roaring and clawing its way towards the man in white, warping the air in its wake. Cursed be this assault. The man in white, unable to withstand the onslaught, stood firm in the void, his body leaning slightly backward. In an instant, a radiant light erupted from him, and sharp sword energies shot forth, imbued with an indomitable force that shattered the incoming flames and spells. The shockwaves from the collision of these energies rippled outward, undulating like layers of waves. Among them was a female cultivator, graceful and ethereal, her garments fluttering as she elegantly danced with a ribbon in her hands. The ribbon, akin to a nimble serpent, spiraled freely in air. "Perish!" she exclaimed, her delicate form twisting slightly as she flicked the ribbon, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged forth like a torrent towards the man in black. The man in white struggled against this violent onslaught, forced to retreat in disarray. Wherever they passed, the once beautiful landscape crumbled under the might of their clash, earth and stone flying as dust enveloped the surroundings. Ancient trees succumbed to the aftermath of their martial techniques, thick trunks snapping and branches swirling through the air. Rivers were severed or evaporated, leaving behind parched riverbeds. What was once a dreamlike paradise now lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation, chaos spreading endlessly. "I have found it." Observing the melee, Chen Changsheng's gaze settled upon the besieged man in white, and he swiftly approached with Zhi Linger by his side. The white-robed cultivator stood alone against a multitude of formidable foes. Though his prowess was remarkable, the relentless barrage began to wear him down, fatigue setting in as he fell into a disadvantageous position. His expression grew grave, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and the brilliance of his artifact began to fade. He wielded his weapon with fervor, striving to fend off the tide of attacks, yet each defense became increasingly arduous. His figure forced to retreat repeatedly under the sheer weight of the onslaught. Just as despair began to swell within him, Chen Changsheng and Zhi Linger arrived like a flash of lightning. Calmly, Chen Changsheng regarded the man before him and said, "Surrender the treasure, and I shall spare your life." The man in white clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with resentment and fury as he bellowed, "On what grounds? This is what I have endured countless hardships to obtain. How could I so easily relinquish it to another?" Chen Changsheng's expression remained unperturbed, as serene as a still pond. Suddenly, an indescribable and formidable aura surged from him, akin to an unyielding mountain standing tall. "On what grounds? Have you so damaged your mind and your cultivation?" Zhi Linger remarked, her eyes wide as she gazed at the oblivious man in white, her tone laced with unreserved scorn. As the man in white continued to waver, Zhi Linger resolved to apply further pressure, compelling him to grasp the gravity of the situation. With a cold smirk, she remarked, "Do you truly believe that you can safely depart from this place on your own? Do not indulge in such fantasies." Rendered speechless by her words, the man felt a surge of panic within him. He recognized that he was facing a formidable adversary today. If he did not relinquish the precious item, his chances of leaving unscathed were slim. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally stomped his foot in determination and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Fine, I will give it to you." With that, he bit his lip, and his hands trembling, slowly retrieved the invaluable treasure from his bosom. The object emanated an enchanting glow, captivating all who beheld it. The white-clad cultivator, clutching the treasure tightly, hesitated for a moment but ultimately steeled his resolve and hurled the treasure towards Chen Changsheng. Chapter 71. The Treasure Acquired. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' expressions darkened dramatically, their eyes glimmering with a fierce intensity as they fixated on Chen Changsheng and Zhi Linger. A subtle smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips as he slowly extended his right hand, beckoning lightly into the air. The mysterious treasure seemed to respond to an unseen call, swiftly soaring towards him and landing securely in his palm. With utmost care, Chen Changsheng cradled the treasure, examining it closely, a trace of barely perceptible satisfaction flickering in his eyes as he mused. So this is the divine essence of the earth? With the treasure now in his possession, it was time to depart from his place. Chen Changsheng spoke coldly, his voice as calm as water, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. However, as soon as his words fell, the crowd instinctively advanced a step, obstructing their path. Master, judging by their demeanor, it seems they have no intention of allowing us to leave, Xialing Heir observed gravely, her gaze fixed on the predatory group ahead. Chen Changsheng's expression turned solemn, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. Indeed, these individuals are clearly unwilling to relent. They shall not let this matter rest easily. The group, tightly gripping a variety of magical weapons, wore expressions of vigilance as they fixated on the master and disciple, as if preparing for battle. They emanated an overwhelming aura, akin to ferocious beasts poised to pounce at the opportune moment. In the face of this daunting situation, Chen Changsheng maintained an air of calm composure. He cast a disdainful glance at those blocking their way, his eyes brimming with scorn. "Do you truly think that you pitiful lot can challenge me?" he uttered coldly, his tone exuding immense confidence. Arrogance. A voice of indignation erupted from the crowd, followed by an overwhelming pressure belonging to a martial saint. In an instant, a razor-sharp sword chi sliced through the air, hurtling directly towards Chen Changsheng. This formidable attack, imbued with astonishing might, tore through the atmosphere, producing a series of piercing, shrill howls. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious assault, Chen Changsheng remained unflinching, his heart steady and his countenance unperturbed. He slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading the onslaught of sword energy. Simultaneously, a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes, as if he could penetrate the very fabric of reality. With a sudden, forceful motion, he unleashed a palm strike imbued with immeasurable might, surging forth like an unstoppable tidal wave towards his assailant. In an instant, an overwhelming power erupted, akin to a torrential flood, carrying with it a cataclysmic aura that swept towards the attacker. A thunderous crash resonated as the would-be assailant was propelled backward, unable to muster any response. In midair, his body contorted grotesquely, blood erupting from his mouth, before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, this once mighty warrior met his demise, reduced to a grim puddle of flesh. A miasma of blood enveloped the scene, exuding a nauseating scent that instilled fear and revulsion in all who beheld it. The onlookers stared in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Eyes wide and mouths agape, they were rendered mute. Confronted with such a formidable foe, despair seeped into their hearts. They understood they were no match for him. Even a united front would prove futile. Yet, despite the surging tide of fear and hopelessness, their avarice for the treasure remained undiminished, even intensifying their desire to claim it. "Everyone, let us act together, otherwise, none shall obtain that treasure." With the situation growing increasingly dire, one among them could no longer remain passive, prompting the others to unleash their most potent techniques in a desperate bid to halt Chen Changsheng. However, Chen Changsheng appeared utterly unfazed by their efforts, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he addressed the assembled martial saints. "Is this all you have?" With that, he swung his arm with force, his flowing sleeves resembling an overwhelming force, akin to surging tides. Those who had clung to the hope of resistance were swiftly annihilated by this terrifying power. The man in white gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, stammering out two words. Chen Changsheng emanated an aura of peak martial prowess that sent shivers down spines. His cold gaze sweeping over those lurking in the shadows, poised yet hesitant. Who else wishes to test their fate? In that moment, silence enveloped the arena, each person gripped by trepidation, none daring to make a move. Yet, as the tension thickened, an aged, raspy voice shattered the stillness. "Esteemed friend, we have all come for the divine essence. Might we—" Silence. Chen Changsheng interjected with a disdainful snort, then slowly raised his right arm, gently grasping at the void. Instantly, a colossal hand gleaming with resplendent golden light materialized, hurtling towards the elder with blinding speed. Not good. The elder's heart raced as he sensed an indescribable pressure bearing down upon him. His complexion changed dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, exerting every ounce of strength to escape the grasp of that mysterious golden hand. Observing the elder's desperate attempt to flee, Chen Changsheng clenched his right hand. and the colossal golden hand crushed the elder without mercy. "Senior, may I take my leave?" The man in white trembled as he addressed Chen Changsheng. "Go." Chen Changsheng replied coldly. As the man in white departed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Chen Changsheng stood quietly with Ziling, the divine essence in his hand emitting a faint glow. He surveyed the surroundings. Everyone bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. All treasures in this world belong to those destined to possess them. "If you persist in your folly, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath," he declared. With that, Chen Changsheng stowed away the divine essence and vanished from sight. The onlookers exchanged glances, secretly relieved that they had refrained from acting impulsively. Thus, this tumultuous episode finally came to a close. However, the events that transpired in the heavenly realm's forbidden zone sent ripples through the land, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a great uproar. "Master, do you truly believe I am so easily deceived due to my youth?" After leaving, Zilinger turned to Chen Changsheng, playfully questioning him. "Why such words? Why have I ever misled you?" Chen Changsheng responded, bewildered. Does your peak martial saint cultivation not constitute a deception? Earlier, you clearly stated that your cultivation was merely modest, yet now, even martial saints under your command cannot withstand a single blow. Now I understand why Grandfather Nine holds you in such dread," Zilinger exclaimed, enlightened. "Huh? Is it not to your advantage that my strength is formidable? This way, you can roam freely without restraint." Chen Changsheng explained with a smile. "That does make sense. But Master, do reveal to me your true realm, so that I may discern which forces to avoid," Zilinger said, her large, expressive eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Chen Changsheng. "What do you mean?" Chen Changsheng inquired, puzzled. "In the realm of cultivation, it has always been thus. Striking at the young inevitably draws out the elders, and perhaps even more formidable entities. Therefore, I wish to know what kind of forces would allow me to act without concern, to grant them no face whatsoever," Zilinger said, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Ha! Your unique way of thinking is quite amusing." Chen Changsheng chuckled heartily at Zilinger's words. He gently patted her head and smiled. "The realm I currently inhabit has surpassed anything you can comprehend or imagine." Zilinger seemed to grasp part of his meaning, though not entirely. She nodded thoughtfully before suddenly recalling something and pressed further. "After all that, Master, you still refuse to divulge the specifics. So, where are we headed next?" Chen Changsheng raised his head, casting his gaze towards the distant horizon. After a moment of deep contemplation, he spoke slowly. "Let us return to the sect." "Huh? Do we have to go back so soon?" pouted Xiling Fenger, her small lips forming a reluctant frown. "I just sneaked out from home. I haven't even had my fill of fun yet. How can we return to the grind so quickly?" "Master, I have heard that the unparalleled prodigies of the Eastern Xian domain once made a 3-year pact. Now it is the 3rd year. Shall we not join the festivities?" Zilinger inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity and longing. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. "If that is the case, then let us go witness it." Remembering that Lin Jiuxiao had gone for this very reason, Chen Changsheng felt a stir in his heart and thus acquiesced to Zilinger's request. "Excellent. Thank you, Master," Xiling exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Eagerly, she tugged at Chen Changsheng's sleeve, urging, "Let us depart, Master." With a gentle smile, Chen Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a massive sword light surged forth, standing tall in the void like a pillar reaching for the heavens. He and Zilinger leapt onto the sword's body, which howled through the air as they sped towards the Eastern Xian domain like a shooting star chasing the moon. The imperial city of the Zhenwu dynasty, Zhenwu City, was grand and majestic, exuding an overwhelming aura. Within the city, the Ji family was renowned, their power formidable beyond measure. Chapter 72, The Ancient Battlefield. At this moment, within the spacious and well-lit hall of the Ji family, the atmosphere was tense. The family head, Ji Ju, sat at the foremost seat, his piercing gaze fixed on the 2 individuals standing below, Elder Nine, Ji Longhu, and Zilinger's elder brother, Ji Yu. In a low voice, Ji Ju inquired Elder Nine, "You say that the girl has been taken away by her master?" His tone bore a hint of confusion and concern. "Indeed, Elder Nine," Ji Longhu replied respectfully. "Ji Yu, that girl has a penchant for mischief. How could you allow her to act so recklessly?" Ji Yang, beside Ji Ju, said with evident anxiety. Ji Yu spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, smiling wryly as he explained, "Grandfather, Father, my little sister has always been whimsical and stubborn. We cannot bend her will, especially since she has been taken by her master. After a moment of silence, Ji Ju spoke slowly, very well. With her master protecting her, she is unlikely to encounter any trouble. Yet, who exactly is her master? Why have we never heard of them before? Ji Longhu interjected, "Brother, it is quite a coincidence. We only found the girl after she had become a disciple. This person is exceedingly mysterious. I could not discern their true identity, but their cultivation is unfathomable." Ji Ju furrowed his brow slightly, pondering to himself. Such a mysterious figure, regardless of the circumstances, at least has a martial saint as Xilinger's master. It stands to reason that she should be safe. With this thought, Ji Ju's mood lightened somewhat. However, this matter aside, Ji Ju remarked gravely, currently, the most critical issue is the upcoming contest of prodigies in the central state a year from now. This battle is of utmost importance. It concerns the reputation of our Ji family and must not be allowed to falter in any way. Xiang promptly echoed, "Father speaks with utmost wisdom. I have already issued orders for the younger generation of our family to exert themselves fully, doubling their efforts in cultivation during this period." Zijuan slightly nodded in agreement. His keen, eagle-like gaze slowly swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon Ziyu, as he earnestly remarked, "Ziyu, as a paragon of our clan's youth, you must endeavor to enhance your strength even more. It is imperative that you do not fall behind those so-called geniuses nurtured by other factions." "Yes, grandfather," Ziyu replied with a serious and earnest demeanor. "All right, everyone may withdraw for now. Old Jiu, please stay behind." Zijuan gestured for the others to leave. Once the crowd dispersed, Zijuan, filled with urgency, fixed his gaze upon Zilonghu, anxiously inquiring, "Old Jiu, the person who instills such fear in you must reveal some clues. You should know well that Linger's background is extraordinary." Zilonghu took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "Elder brother, if my conjecture is correct, it is highly probable that the master of the girl is the one from Qingshang Peak." "Oh, what leads you to this conclusion?" Zijuan pressed further. Zilonghu continued, "This individual dons a sky-blue Taoist robe, with the principles of the great Tao swirling around him. Throughout the entire ancestral martial realm, aside from him, I truly cannot conceive of anyone else." Zijuan nodded slightly in agreement, exclaiming, "If what you say is true, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance. After all, with our Ziji family's capabilities, it would be difficult to safeguard Linger." Zilonghu furrowed his brow in concern, asking, "Elder brother, could it be that the ancestral martial forces are about to awaken?" Zijuan remained silent, his gaze drifting towards the distant forbidden zone, his expression filled with worry and sorrow. Softly responding, "Indeed. In the Yuangu mountain range, the mountains rise majestically and stretch endlessly. Atop the towering peaks, an immensely powerful formation suddenly erupted into the sky, resembling a dazzling pearl that radiated brilliant and resplendent light, as if it sought to tear the heavens asunder. The formation appeared like a mysterious and grand disk, adorned with countless peculiar runes. These runes intertwined to create a complex and profound pattern, exuding a formidable aura that sent shivers down one's spine. At this moment, the periphery of the formation had already been inundated by a multitude of people. Powerful factions from the Eastern Xian domain gathered here, including those renowned sects and illustrious immortal families with rich histories. They represented the pinnacle of strength in the Eastern Xian domain, convening to witness this momentous occasion. The crowd was so dense that it felt nearly suffocating, as people jostled against one another, their voices resonating like thunder in the sky. Each face bore a myriad of expressions. Some sparkled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for the unknown. Others brimmed with anticipation, hoping to seize their own opportunities and breakthroughs on the Yuangu battlefield, while yet others wore grave expressions, acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking within the current situation. The convergence of such formidable individuals rendered the scene extraordinarily magnificent, enveloped in an indescribable tension. The air seemed to have solidified, oppressive enough to render one breathless. Yet, amid this tense atmosphere, an invisible undercurrent surged, revealing the intricate struggles among various factions. Lu Changzhi gazed at the densely packed crowd before him, unable to suppress his bewilderment. Merely an ancient battlefield. What could possibly draw such a multitude? Standing beside him, Lin Jiuxiao could hardly contain his excitement as he spoke to the two companions. "I once encountered relevant records in the scripture pavilion of the Eastern Xian sect, which claimed that a great emperor had perished here. Many may have come seeking the legacy of this emperor." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ranxian could not help but exclaim. The legacy of an emperor, no wonder it attracts so many. As they conversed, the trio exerted themselves to push through the throng, laboriously advancing towards the front. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries pierced the air. The crowd collectively looked up, witnessing an enormous formation wherein an ancient, weathered stone door began to materialize. The door slowly creaked open, adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns that ominously emanated a chilling, mysterious aura. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage stepped forth from the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "Behold, the ancient battlefield has been unveiled." His voice resonated like a tolling bell, echoing through the air. As the crowd beheld this, their restraint faltered, and they unleashed their most agile techniques, racing towards the stone door like birds in flight. Accompanied by a chilling scream, their gazes converged. An elder had been instantly struck down by the terrifying energy radiating from the stone door. It was the ancestral figure of the Leaf family from Firecloud City, a formidable force within the martial sovereign realm. Witnessing this scene, the spectators collectively gasped, their earlier enthusiasm retreating like a receding tide. Such peril lay within the stone door that even a martial sovereign could not withstand. Fearful murmurs rippled through the crowd. At this moment, an increasing number of individuals surged towards the stone door, yet none dared to venture inside. They merely fixated on the partially open portal. Time slipped away, and the mysterious stone door continued to open at an agonizingly slow pace, as if each movement bore the weight of countless years. All eyes remained intently fixed on the door's transformation, hearts brimming with tension and anticipation. Finally, the stone door fully swung open, and in that instant, a blinding beam of light shot forth, revealing several ancient characters. Above the martial emperor, Death, it seemed only those beneath the martial sovereign could enter. Some individuals of lesser strength displayed expressions of delight, their eyes glimmering with the spark of hope. Unable to contain their excitement, they began to stir restlessly. At that moment, a young warrior, robust and resolute, took a deep breath and, without hesitation, strode towards the stone door. Though his steps trembled slightly, his gaze radiated unwavering determination and resolve. As he stepped through the stone gate, a remarkable event unfolded. He encountered no hindrance, seamlessly entering the portal, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye amidst the resplendent radiance. Witnessing this individual traverse the stone gate unscathed, the previously hesitant onlookers could no longer suppress their inner impulses and desires and began to stir restlessly. They emulated the actions of the man before them, one after another surging toward the stone gate like a relentless tide. In stark contrast, the formidable and deeply skilled warriors of the martial realm bore expressions of resentment and fury. How could they possibly relinquish such a rare opportunity? Especially after witnessing others enter with ease, their hearts swelled with jealousy and indignation. At that moment, a fierce warrior from the martial realm, his countenance twisted with rage, suddenly bellowed, "I refuse to believe in such malevolence." Without hesitation, he charged toward the stone gate. However, just as he neared it, an immensely powerful and terrifying force erupted from within, as fierce as a volcanic explosion. This overwhelming power arrived so abruptly and swiftly that the warrior could not react in time and was instantly obliterated. This harrowing scene sent a shiver through the hearts of the other martial warriors. Despite their simmering resentment and anger, they dared not attempt entry again, forced to watch as those less capable than themselves entered the stone gate, while they remained outside, sighing in despair. The atmosphere became exceedingly complex, a mix of excitement, helplessness, and sorrow. Changzhi and his companions, witnessing this, wasted no time in following the crowd and stepped into the ancient battlefield beyond the gate. Chapter 73. The Royal Spirit Weapons. With a thunderous crash, Changzhi descended like a meteor from the heavens, his feet firmly striking the ground, producing a deep sound. Upon landing, Changzhi did not immediately spring into action, but stood silently in place, his gaze fixed upon the scene before him, his face etched with astonishment. The battlefield stretched infinitely, seemingly boundless. As he peered into the distance, all he beheld was desolation and ruin. The ground was riddled with a labyrinth of deep crevices, resembling ghastly scars that testified to countless heart-stopping battles of yore. The entire expanse exhibited a haunting charred hue, as though it had been seared by roaring flames. The air was still tinged with the faint scent of gunpowder, a remnant of the fires of war that had once raged. On this lifeless terrain, A few tenacious weeds occasionally broke through the cracked soil, striving to grasp a semblance of life, bringing a whisper of vitality to this land of death. Surveying his surroundings, remnants of shattered spirit weapons littered the battlefield. Some were twisted and broken, having lost their original forms, while others radiated a dim glow, their essence extinguished. Yet one could still sense the formidable power they once possessed from their broken remains. The once mighty weapons that once instilled fear across the land now lie quietly amidst the ruins, silently narrating the passage of time. The elixirs scattered across the ground resemble a multitude of stars, some reduced to mere powder. As the once strong fragrance of their essence gradually dissipates into the air with the march of time. Gazing upward, the tattered battle flags droop listlessly, swaying gently in the breeze. Their once vibrant designs rendered indistinct by the wear of ages. As one surveys the desolate terrain, skeletal remains lie sprawled haphazardly upon the barren earth. Some supine, while others stand rigidly upright. Certain skeletons still don tattered armor, their hollow eye sockets seemingly recounting the harrowing tales of a fierce battle long past. More strikingly, some grasp their weapons tightly, posturing as if valiantly engaging an invisible foe, their outstretched arms poised for an eternal struggle. The eerie tableau evokes a chilling shiver, sending a ripple of dread through the observer. Upon closer inspection, the bones are marred with a network of cracks and varying gaps, unmistakable signs of having succumbed to countless ferocious assaults before collapsing. Amidst this graveyard of bones, a few battered helmets and shields can be seen, silent witnesses that quietly narrate the dramatic clashes of yore. A gentle breeze stirs, lifting a cloud of dust and accompanying it with a soft, rustling sound, as if the souls of those brave souls are whispering their stories. The entire ancient battlefield is shrouded in a profound silence and an atmosphere of desolation, as the echoes of a cataclysmic battle from millennia ago seem to awaken once more. On this dilapidated battleground, a scent of decay and stillness pervades, yet soon, shadows begin to emerge, transforming this tranquil realm into a cacophony of noise. Royal Spirit Beapun, a burly man exclaims excitedly, his face alight with greed as he rushes toward a massive axe emanating a faint glow, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Step back, this spirit weapon belongs to me. Just as he reaches for the weapon's hilt, another tall, lean figure, seeing this, launches a powerful punch toward him. The burly man reacts swiftly, sidestepping with agility, his eyes widening in fury as he bellows, "How dare you lay a hand on me? You must wish for your demise." With that, he swings his strong arm back in retaliation, a gust of wind trailing in his wake. The lean man deftly leaps to evade, retorting defiantly, "Humph. The royal spirit weapon is for the worthy. You are not entitled to claim it alone." In an instant, the two are locked in combat, exchanging blows that disrupt the very air around them. Observers, unable to contain themselves, either rush toward the axe amidst the chaos or choose to stand back, biding their time for a chance to reap the rewards. Not far off, a man clad in flowing white robes watches the fray with an inscrutable gaze, an air of depth and contemplation surrounding him. He appears unhurried to join the fray, content to silently observe the unfolding drama. The battle between the burly man and the lanky figure escalated in intensity, with both combatants gradually bearing the marks of their struggle. Just as they were locked in a fierce confrontation, a shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness, darting towards the colossal axe with astonishing speed. Everyone gasped, and both the burly man and the lanky figure were compelled to momentarily cease their skirmish, pivoting to intercept the shadow. However, the shadow's velocity was simply too swift, almost grasping the axe's handle. In that critical moment, the man clad in white sprang into action. He flickered into view before the shadow, raising his hand to unleash a formidable force that sent the shadow reeling several paces back. At that moment, all present recognized that this white-clad individual was the true adversary. The gazes of the crowd converged upon the man in white, yet he remained composed, observing the royal-grade spirit weapon with a tranquil demeanor. The burly man and the lanky figure exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to temporarily set aside their conflict in order to confront this formidable foe together. They advanced towards the enigmatic figure, one to the left and the other to the right, launching fierce attacks. The man in white remained unperturbed, nimbly maneuvering between their strikes, occasionally countering with precision that deftly neutralized their onslaught. Meanwhile, others in the vicinity, emboldened by the unfolding spectacle, began to stealthily circle behind the man in white. Plotting a surprise attack, the man in white seemed to perceive their intentions, emitting a disdainful snort, and then a tremendous aura erupted from him, sweeping outward like a surging tide. This overwhelming presence bore down upon the would-be ambushers with the weight of a mountain, causing them to stagger back several steps in shock. Fourth heaven of martial sovereign. A keen-eyed individual among the crowd was the first to regain composure, exclaiming in astonishment, "Humph, merely the fourth heaven of martial sovereign." The burly man scoffed, his gaze fixed upon the mysterious figure, a flicker of contempt glimmering in his eyes. Simultaneously, he unabashedly unleashed his own terrifying pressure, that of the third heaven of martial sovereign. Esteemed comrades, this royal-grade spirit weapon is a rare opportunity not to be missed. The lanky figure interjected, raising his voice. As he spoke, he too revealed his formidable prowess at the third heaven of martial sovereign. Encouraged by the lanky man's declaration, the others shed their disguises, revealing their true cultivation levels. The atmosphere thickened with tension and fervor as numerous martial artists displayed their unified prowess at the martial sovereign realm. In an instant, the crowd surged forward towards a man in white, like famished tigers pouncing on prey, their assault fierce and relentless. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious onslaught, the man in white remained composed and adept. His form flickered like a wraith, navigating effortlessly through the blades and strikes, skillfully evading each lethal attack. The burly man and the lanky figure, growing increasingly anxious from their inability to gain the upper hand, intensifying their ferocity. Observing this, the man in white resolved to no longer hold back. With both hands in motion, he gathered radiant energy, swiftly forming a powerful energy sphere. He forcefully propelled the energy orb, striking the burly man and the lanky figure who were unable to evade in time, sending them hurtling backward, blood spewing from their mouths. Just as the man in white believed victory was assured, a formidable pressure suddenly descended from the sky, and an elder, radiating a terrifying aura, materialized mid-air. The elder's gaze fixated on the gleaming royal-grade spirit weapon on the ground, his eyes betraying unabashed greed as he coldly proclaimed, "Such a spirit weapon rightfully belongs to me." The man in white, realizing he was confronted by a genuine top-tier master, felt a jolt of shock, his face paling instantly. He was acutely aware that he had encountered an authentic powerhouse. Clenching his fists, he cast a complex glance at the massive axe on the ground, filled with reluctance. Yet he resolutely turned and fled into the distance. The remaining spectators, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, wore expressions of horror and confusion, utterly at a loss on how to respond to the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Changzhi had already discreetly withdrawn from the battlefield. The elder scanned the crowd with an expression akin to that of a deity looking down upon insignificant ants, exuding an air of disdain as he coldly commanded, "You insignificant creatures, be gone at once." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as if granted a reprieve, exhaling in relief as they hastily scrambled away from the perilous locale, disregarding their dignity in their frantic escape. Once the crowd had dispersed, the elder slowly descended to the ground, striding confidently towards the invaluable royal-grade spirit weapon, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. However, just as he cautiously extended his hand to grasp the spirit weapon, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The spirit weapon erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance, radiating light as blinding as the sun. In an instant, it transformed into a resplendent streak of light, vanishing in a flash, as if it had never existed at all. The elder stood there, dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his face. He remained rooted to the spot, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible?" As he spoke, he anxiously scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for the spirit weapon, yet no matter how hard he tried, he found nothing. Chapter 74. The Imperial Weapon Chooses Its Master. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner not far away, the departing man in white tightly gripped the massive axe he had just acquired, excitement and tension flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned and shot away like an arrow, his speed astonishing. Far beyond the battlefield, Changzhi witnessed this unfolding drama. Just as he was preparing to leave the chaotic battleground, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath him. The sound was deep and resonant, akin to thunder, rattling eardrums and clouding the mind. Immediately after, an immense golden light erupted from the ground like a volcanic eruption, the brilliant glow illuminating the entire sky, as if it intended to engulf the very heavens and earth. The golden beam of light initially appeared remarkably robust and ascended with an unimaginable velocity, surging toward the boundless heavens. Lu Changzhi, filled with terror, glanced back, his face etched with disbelief. He desperately channeled his spiritual energy, striving to maximize his speed, recklessly seeking to escape the terrifying range of this luminous entity. At that moment, the air around the golden pillar reverberated with thunderous roars, akin to the earth shattering, as numerous thick bolts of lightning, like frenzied silver serpents, entwined violently around the golden beam. The intertwining of thunder and golden light exuded a chilling aura of dread. Such an astonishing spectacle swiftly attracted countless powerful beings who rushed from all directions, some riding flying swords, others soaring through the air, each visage reflecting shock and avarice. These formidable individuals gazed upon the sky-piercing golden pillar and the encircling lightning, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they plotted how to seize advantage amidst the impending chaos. Meanwhile, the golden beam continued to unleash an overwhelming pressure. Treasures had emerged. Countless souls on the ancient battlefield raised their gazes toward the colossal beam of light, figures hastening towards it. "Let us go, Zhou Xiao, and witness this spectacle," said Xiao Ranxian, standing atop the mountain peak, addressing Lin Xiao, before the two vanished from sight. As time progressed, the golden beam grew increasingly resplendent, and the thunder became ever more ferocious, seemingly distorting the surrounding space. The arriving powerhouses halted at a distance, warily scrutinizing one another, none daring to act recklessly. Lu Changzhi had escaped a considerable distance, but still observed from afar, his heart pounding with trepidation. Among the gathered strong, some could no longer contain themselves. An elderly figure stepped forward, hands weaving as a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanated from him, attempting to touch the golden pillar. Just as his energy was about to make contact, the encircling lightning, as if provoked, lunged violently at the elder. His countenance changed dramatically, hastily enacting defensive measures, yet the might of the lightning was overwhelming, shattering his defenses in an instant, sending him hurtling backward, blood spilling from his lips. This incident rendered the other powerful beings even more cautious, realizing that the golden beam and the lightning were not easily approached. Nevertheless, greed ultimately triumphed over fear. Several more strong individuals allied, employing various artifacts and secret techniques to assault the golden pillar. In that instant, a kaleidoscope of colors intertwined with the thunder, producing a cacophony of sound. Yet the golden beam remained as steadfast as a mountain, and the retaliatory strikes of the lightning intensified, causing these attackers to retreat, wounded. Amidst this fierce confrontation, cracks began to form in the ground surrounding the golden pillar, as if a far more potent force was poised to emerge. During the heated clash, the fissures in the ground spread rapidly like a spider's web, each crack seemingly harboring boundless mystery and peril. As these fissures emerged, an ineffable sense of oppression permeated the air, as if an ancient behemoth were on the verge of breaking free from its constraints, descending upon the world. At that moment, the terrifying thunder abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had instantaneously erased it. Following a brief silence, a dazzling beam of light shot forth from the golden pillar, revealing a sword of peculiar and formidable design. This sword hovered silently in midair, its hilt adorned with a vividly sculpted dragon's head, exquisitely detailed, with fierce eyes that exuded an air of majesty and dominance. The dragon's whiskers fluttered gently in the current, as though imbued with life itself. The blade was long and straight, its surface covered with finely detailed dragon scales, glimmering with a cold, piercing light that suggested an inexorable intent for slaughter within each scale. The edge of the sword was unimaginably sharp, its brilliant sheen appearing capable of slicing through the very fabric of reality. Merely gazing upon it instilled a visceral pain, as though one might be cleaved by its edge. The entire sword was enveloped in countless runes, which emanated an ancient and powerful aura, seemingly binding the sword in a mystical embrace. The appearance of this sword left all present, the mightiest of warriors, utterly astounded, their hearts brimming with desire, yet tinged with profound trepidation, as if confronting a sacred relic beyond reproach. This was none other than the Emperor's weapon of the Sword Master. With this exclamation, the once tranquil atmosphere erupted into turmoil. Numerous powerful figures stood agape, exchanging incredulous glances, their gazes fixated upon the treasure. eyes reflecting an uncontrollable mix of astonishment and greed. The Emperor's weapon of the Sword Master? It was said that this sword possessed the power to rend the heavens and obliterate the cosmos. Some whispered, their voices trembling with barely contained excitement. At that moment, the sword seemed to sense the fervent longing of the onlookers. Its blade began to quiver slightly, resonating with a deep, resonant hum. The dragon's head carved into the hilt glimmered with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. Yet, something appeared amiss. It seemed that the Emperor's weapon was sealed by the runes, unable to unleash its full might. Observant individuals noted the enigmatic runes swirling around the weapon and spoke up. Listening to the murmurs, some of the greedy warriors, unable to suppress their avarice, began to stir, exchanging glances and preparing to join forces to seize this unparalleled imperial weapon. Before they could act, the Emperor's weapon suddenly unleashed a torrent of formidable sword energy that surged forth like a tempest. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. Clouds churned ominously, and the expressions of the mighty warriors turned to horror as they hastily summoned their utmost abilities to defend against this terrifying onslaught. However, the sword energy was unstoppable, its momentum like a raging tide. Despite their best efforts, many were cast aside, blood gushing from their mouths in vivid crimson. Do they dare to covet the Emperor's weapon without first weighing their own worth? The gray-clad elder, who had remained a silent observer, finally spoke. His voice icy as he snorted derisively. He stepped forward, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, reverberating with a heart-stopping intensity, revealing that he had indeed attained the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the martial sovereign. Wang Qian, the elder of the Wang family, was still alive. Those familiar with the gray-clad elder spoke in hushed tones. The other powerful figures, sensing the gravity of the situation, tempered their greed, fully aware that confronting an adversary like Wang Qian would be akin to courting death. At that moment, the legendary imperial weapon remained suspended in mid-air, radiating an aura that was both enigmatic and unmatched, as if patiently awaiting the arrival of the destined sovereign capable of wielding it. In a fleeting instant, Wang Qian's gaze fixated upon the imperial weapon, a glimmer of extraordinary brilliance flickering in the depths of his eyes. Addressing the weapon, he spoke with a steady voice. Such a divine artifact is not something you insignificant beings can covet at will. His words, though not loud, carried an irresistible force that echoed like thunder in the ears of all present. The ambitious figures who had harbored ulterior motives regarding the imperial weapon, despite lingering feelings of reluctance and greed, found themselves compelled to suppress their impulses in the face of Wang Qian's terrifying might, temporarily swallowing their indignation. With resolute and steady strides, Wang Qian advanced toward the imperial weapon, each step resonating with weight and power, as if the entire world trembled with his approach. The atmosphere around him thickened, as if an invisible hand were tightly squeezing it, producing faint yet explosive reverberations. The imperial weapon seemed to sense the elder's approach, its blade trembling slightly and emitting a melodious dragon's roar. The eyes of the dragon, carved upon its hilt, sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, akin to two resplendent stars shining brightly. At that moment, the imperial weapon resembled an enraged beast, issuing a warning to the elder in its own unique manner, cautioning against rash actions. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the imperial weapon transformed into a beam of light and soared into the distance, prompting everyone to pursue it. Far from the battlefield, Changzhi, feeling the uncontrollable sword energy within him, glanced at the imperial weapon hurtling toward him and then at the throng chasing after it. Realizing the dire situation, "What the hell?" he began, but before he could finish his thought, he vanished, propelled away at great speed. Thus, a curious scene unfolded, a man fleeing, a sword in pursuit of him, and behind the sword, others chasing after it. The newly arrived cultivators were momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to react to this bizarre spectacle. Chapter 75. The Dragon-Slaying Hand. Senior brother son, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and chase. That is the imperial weapon, cried someone in the crowd, pursuing the sword upon spotting their fellow disciple. The imperial weapon. Good grief. In an instant, countless individuals, unable to voice their astonishment, joined the throng, racing after the imperial sword. Changzhi sprinted ahead, his expression anxious and beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. The imperial sword moved with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning, closely tailing him, as the crowd surged forward like a relentless tide. The cacophony of sword clashes and the resonant hum of flying swords intertwined harmoniously. Among them, the formidable Wang Qian soared the fastest, occupying the vanguard position. His gaze fixated greedily upon the imperial weapon ahead. His tall and lean figure bore a face twisted with urgency. As the imperial weapon drew ever closer, Lu Changzhi continuously shifted his form, striving to evade the pursuing imperial sword. Yet, it seemed as if the sword had locked onto him, no matter how hard he tried. He could not shake it off. The pursuers behind him closed in, their eyes gleaming with avarice and yearning for the legendary sword. Cursing inwardly, Lu Changzhi clenched his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he pivoted, a radiant glow emanating from his hand as a wave of sword energy surged toward the imperial sword. The imperial sword appeared to sense Lu Changzhi's intent, trembling violently, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. Simultaneously, the light upon its blade intensified, akin to a lightning bolt evading Lu Changzhi's strike, before swiftly pursuing him once more. Alas, the cultivators trailing behind, unable to evade in time, were struck down by Lu Changzhi's sword energy. With a thunderous roar, the imperial sword transformed into a colossal golden dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at Lu Changzhi, accompanied by a resounding crash. In an instant, this golden dragon, akin to a meteor racing across the night sky, surged into Lu Changzhi's body, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, the pursuers had drawn dangerously close. Witnessing the imperial sword's disappearance in Lu Changzhi, their gazes turned to him, and they shouted in unison, "Hand over the imperial sword, or today shall mark your demise." "Ha! Do they truly believe I covet this wretched sword?" Lu Changzhi inwardly cursed, while fervently channeling his inner energy, attempting to distance himself from the throng. "Do not let him escape." Wang Qian's expression soured, his greed intensifying, wishing fervently to dash forward and seize the imperial sword from Lu Changzhi. He called out, his voice tinged with urgency and ire, "Since you seek death, we shall oblige you." The others, hearing his words, unleashed their respective techniques, casting a barrage of various treasures and esoteric spells toward Lu Changzhi. In an instant, the void was ablaze with dazzling brilliance and resplendent colors. Feeling the onslaught from behind, Lu Changzhi's countenance darkened, and he quickened his pace. What kind of cultivation technique is this boy practicing? He shows no signs of depleting his energy. Someone in the crowd remarked, observing Lu Changzhi, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of martial kings. Unfazed, the crowd relentlessly pursued him, launching a fierce assault. The entire area was engulfed in a tumultuous melee and frantic chase. Where do you think you can escape? At this moment, a group of individuals appeared before Lu Changzhi, intercepting his swift escape. Cursing under his breath at the sudden emergence of formidable foes, Lu Changzhi was caught off guard. Dragon Destruction Hand. Just as his astonishment momentarily distracted him, Wang Qian swiftly formed a seal, conjuring a colossal dragon claw infused with terrifying power above Lu Changzhi's head. "Master brother, be careful." In this heart-stopping instant, Xiao Ranxian, far behind, sensed the imminent danger and urgently called out. Observing the unfolding scene, Lu Changzhi's hands moved with a speed akin to phantoms, as he intoned ancient and mysterious incantations. With his voice resonating, the art of Chimen Dunjia, life and death are at stake. For gates shall open. For beams of peculiar light erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, coalescing into a dazzling shield before him. The dreadful dragon claw descended with the weight of a mountain, bearing down with unparalleled pressure, colliding violently with the shield formed by the 4 beams of light. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, the shockwave of energy spreading like a surging tsunami. Lu Changzhi felt as if he had been struck by an ancient dragon. An overwhelming force surged through the shield. His body trembled uncontrollably, his arms feeling as though they might shatter under this immense strain. The dragon claw's might was insurmountable. The shield, forged from the 4 beams, struggled to withstand the onslaught before fissures began to appear, spreading at an alarming rate. As the shield teetered on the brink of collapse, a wave of despair washed over Lu Changzhi. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the shield could no longer bear the tremendous pressure and fractured completely. The remaining force of the dragon claw, akin to a mountain crushing an egg, bore down heavily upon Lu Changzhi. He let out a muffled groan, his body propelled downward like a cannonball, plummeting toward the earth. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, his bones threatening to splinter under the agony. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. The impact created a massive crater, and Lu Changzhi lay at its bottom, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his consciousness beginning to blur. With all his might, he struggled to rise. But his body had succumbed to a complete loss of control, collapsing helplessly to the ground, the surroundings fading into an oppressive silence and darkness. Is this the sensation of death? Lu Changzhi murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the air, imbued with an unspeakable sorrow and despair. At this moment, his vision grew increasingly hazy, and his body felt heavier. Just as Lu Changzhi was about to close his eyes, a mysterious gray light suddenly emanated from his chest. This luminescence rapidly spread, forming a massive sphere of light that enveloped him entirely. Chen Changsheng, soaring on his sword, frowned and suddenly lifted his gaze toward the distance. "Master, what troubles you?" The nearby Xilinger inquired, sensing the oddity. "Nothing, let us proceed," Chen Changsheng replied slowly after a moment of calculation, then vanished into the void. The elder brother watched in horror as his master was slain, while Xiao Ranxian trembled with fury, shouting, "You shall pay for this." 6 paths of reincarnation sword. Azura path. As soon as the words left his lips, an Azura phantom emerged behind Xiao Ranxian, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword energy towards the gray-clad elder. Wrath of the burning heavens. With a furious roar, Lin Jiuxiao radiated intense flames, transforming into a blazing inferno. He channeled his spiritual power, a formidable aura surging from him. In an instant, a colossal white fire dragon appeared at his side, roaring ferociously. With a commanding shout, Lin Jiuxiao directed go, and the white fire dragon charged at the elder with unbridled ferocity. Witnessing this, Wang Qian's expression turned grim. He dared not delay, desperately employing his most exquisite agility, moving like a phantom in an attempt to find a sliver of hope amidst the storm of sword light and the white fire dragon. Yet, the sword light and fire dragon, spawned from the Azura's power, clung to him relentlessly, as if they were a curse. Just as Wang Qian narrowly evaded the dragon's ferocious assault, a barrage of razor-sharp sword lights struck with the speed of lightning, accurately hitting the gray-clad elder. In an instant, his body bore several gaping wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "You seek your own demise, young ones." Wang Qian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. As he glared at the peak of the martial king realm, Xiao Ranxian, and Lin Jiuxiao, who was in the second tier of the martial emperor realm. While he desperately dodged the relentless tide of sword light, his heart brimmed with unending rage and resentment. He could hardly fathom that these 2 young practitioners were so formidable, plunging him into such a dire predicament. Lin Jiuxiao and Xiao Ranxian offered him no respite. After sharing a knowing glance, they launched another assault. In that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to shift. Lin Jiuxiao's hands danced, and the terrifying fire dragon under his command grew even larger, roaring as it charged once more at the gray-clad elder. Wherever it passed, the air ignited, engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, Xiao Ranxian concentrated fully on manipulating the Azura phantom, unleashing a deluge of sword light that fell like a torrential storm. As Wang Qian realized he had no escape, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. He abruptly halted, swiftly forming a complex hand seal, reciting an obscure incantation. Instantly, an unparalleled aura emanated from his body, forming an indestructible shield before him. Boom! The fire dragon and the sword light ceaselessly collided against the shield, producing a cacophony of earth-shattering, deafening sounds. Wang Qian's complexion grew increasingly pallid as he faced the fierce onslaught from Xiao Ranxian and her companion, manifesting a clear sense of being overwhelmed. "Lan Gang, have you not always coveted the scroll in my possession?" After barely fending off their attacks, Wang Qian resolutely summoned the profound cultivation of the martial emperor's 8th heaven, forcefully repelling the 2 adversaries, and called out loudly to a man in the distance. Chapter 76. The Demise of Wang Qian. Upon seeing the man remain unmoved, Wang Qian spoke again. "Assist me in vanquishing these 2, and I shall offer them to you willingly. I sense that their martial arts are far from ordinary." As his words fell, the onlookers displayed expressions of avarice, their gazes fixated intently upon Xiao Ranxian and her companion. The pressure on the 2 intensified, as the malevolent stares surrounding them felt like daggers piercing their backs, causing Xiao Ranxian's heart to sink. She exchanged a resolute glance with Lin Jiuxiao, reading determination in each other's eyes. Lan Song, upon hearing Wang Qian's proposition, felt his greed ignited instantaneously. He licked his lips, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. and slowly replied, "Very well, I can lend you my strength, but remember your promise. Do not let your words falter." Hearing this, Wang Qian's heart soared with joy as he eagerly nodded in agreement. "You need not worry. I swear by the martial way." With that, a blood-red light descended and entered Wang Qian's brow. "Let me see what capabilities can cause you, old Wang, such distress." With that, Lan Song unleashed the cultivation of the martial emperor's eighth heaven, swiftly joining the fray to launch a fierce assault alongside Wang Qian against Xiao Ranxian and her companion. Realizing the dire situation, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao immediately exerted their utmost effort in defense. Yet, confronted with opponents whose prowess vastly surpassed their own, Xiao Ranxian gradually felt her strength waning. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her chest as she spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet. "Master," Lin Jiuxiao exclaimed anxiously, his voice laden with concern as he looked at the fallen Xiao Ranxian. Lan Song, witnessing this, allowed a cold laugh. "You should focus on your own well-being." Before his words could dissipate, he swung his palm with a fierce momentum directly towards Lin Jiuxiao. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jiuxiao hastily channeled his energy to defend himself, only to hear a resounding thud as he felt as though struck by a heavy blow. His body involuntarily propelled backward until he managed to stabilize himself after retreating several paces. Lan Song, seeing this, exhibited a flicker of astonishment. He had anticipated that his strike would severely injure Lin Jiuxiao, perhaps even incapacitate him entirely. However, he was taken aback that the latter could withstand such immense force, merely being forced back. At that moment, Lan Song's gaze grew ever more avaricious as it fixated on Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao, pondering to himself, "The martial arts of these two are undoubtedly extraordinary. If I could seize their powers for myself, I would surely ascend to new heights." Who are these two? Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. When did such formidable beings emerge in the Eastern Xuanyu? A woman gazed in astonishment at the battlefield, exclaiming, "That lady has actually transcended an entire realm," engaging in fierce combat with Wang Qian of the eighth heaven of martial sovereigns for several rounds. It is simply unfathomable. Meanwhile, another powerful figure murmured in shock, that man in the black robe, in the face of Lan Song's full-force strike, a seasoned martial sovereign, was merely pushed back a few dozen steps. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of these two strangers, and they revealed a glimmer of greedy interest in their cultivation methods. How does it feel? This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. If you wish to survive, surrender immediately." Wang Qian laughed triumphantly at the unfolding scene, seemingly confident in his victory. In response to the taunts and threats from Wang Qian and his companion, she clenched her teeth, her furious gaze fixed upon them, her eyes sparkling with indomitable spirit. At that moment, a flash of azure light appeared, and a blue sword command materialized in her hand. "Fool! Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" Xiao Ranxian's voice was icy, laced with disdain as she provocatively retorted. Just as she prepared to crush it, a grayish-white beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, resembling a celestial omen. This radiant light instantly captivated everyone's attention. Following that, an overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain, causing all present to tremble in awe. The crowd looked upward, and as the mysterious beam began to dissipate, a figure surged forth like a wraith. It was Lu Changzhi, brandishing dual sword, emanating a shilinoha. His piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating all, stirring up a tempest and raising clouds of dust in his wake. "Old fool, did you enjoy yourself while striking at me just now?" Lu Changzhi bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. As he spoke, he swung his swords with ferocity, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy towards Wang Qian. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao were filled with elation, simultaneously calling out, "Senior brother, Lu Shixiao." Their eyes sparkled with excitement. However, in the face of Lu Changzhi, who had returned from the dead, Wang Qian's expression morphed into one of shock and fury. He stared wide-eyed, incredulous, and shouted, "You little beast, you are still alive? Hand over the imperial sword, and I shall spare your life," Lan Song demanded, eyeing the imperial sword in Lu Changzhi's grasp. The corners of Lu Changzhi's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile as he coldly replied, "Have you finished your last words? Then you may proceed on your journey." As his voice faded, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, and, with a swift clockwise motion toward the sky, countless beams of sword light materialized behind him, densely arrayed like a resplendent galaxy. Transform thought into sword, go. With a soft command, the sword lights, as if animated by life, surged forward towards the two adversaries. Each beam contained boundless power, distorting space and shattering the void, as if they intended to rend the very fabric of the world itself. Confronted with such a terrifying assault, the expressions of Wang Qian and his companion turned exceedingly grim. They exerted every ounce of their strength to fend off the onslaught, yet the sheer volume and intensity of the sword light overwhelmed them in an instant. Wang Qian's face shifted dramatically. He desperately channeled his spiritual energy in an attempt to withstand this wave of attacks. However, Lu Changzhi's swordsmanship was exceptionally fierce, and considering he was already gravely wounded from a dual assault by Xiao Ranxian and another, it was beyond his capacity to easily repel Lu Changzhi's onslaught. Countless sharp swords descended like raindrops, and in an instant, Wang Qian's defenses were shattered. With a horrific scream, his body was pierced by the sword energy, blood splattering everywhere. Lan Song's complexion turned pale as he widened his eyes in sheer terror, involuntarily retreating several steps. No, you have only just broken through to the martial emperor. It cannot be this formidable. I refuse to believe it. It must be due to the imperial sword. Lan Song cried out, his heart filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him. The immense power exhibited by Lu Changzhi, a recently ascended martial emperor, surpassed his imagination, and the only explanation he could conjure was the imperial sword in Lu Changzhi's grasp. Taoist, can you fathom this? Prepare to meet your end. Lu Changzhi's countenance was as cold as ice, his gaze fixated on Lan Song. With a swift motion of his arm, the dual swords in his hands shimmered with a chilling light and were unleashed in a sudden strike. In that fleeting moment, an unparalleled sword energy surged forth like a tempest, charging towards Lan Song with an unyielding ferocity. Lan Song had no time to evade and was struck by the razor-sharp sword energy, crashing heavily onto the unforgiving ground, kicking up clouds of dust. You too can meet your demise. Lu Changzhi's eyes gleamed with frost as he rapidly advanced towards Wang Qian, dual swords glinting ominously. Wang Qian, overwhelmed with despair, let out a piercing scream. In an instant, a headless corpse separated from his head, both plummeting to the ground in a gruesome display, blood splattering and shocking all who beheld it. Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao witnessed this harrowing scene firsthand, their hearts swelling with exhilaration. Without hesitation, they rushed to Lu Changzhi's side, their expressions filled with concern. Senior brother, Lu Shixiao. Lu Changzhi nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, "There is no need for alarm. I am quite unharmed. This fortunate escape is entirely due to your timely warnings. Otherwise, you would have been waiting for a banquet." His tone was lighthearted, seemingly unfazed by the life and death crisis he had just faced. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a sense of helplessness. At that moment, the surrounding cultivators were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock, rendered speechless. Prior to this, everyone had believed that Lu Changzhi had perished, but none could have anticipated his miraculous revival, now appearing even more formidable. The crowd was astounded, whispering among themselves, their apprehension towards Lu Changzhi and his companions growing. Fear not, everyone. These three are merely two martial emperors and one martial king. What is their dread? After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke up. Indeed, the imperial sword is a rare treasure of a millennium. Once a voice is raised, countless others will echo in agreement, their gazes filled with insatiable greed as they fixate on Lu Changzhi and his companions. Tsunami Fist. 1,000 strikes sword technique. 1,000 strikes in one sword. Dragon and Tiger Fist. Annihilation Blade technique. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of sharp blade lights surged towards the trio of Lu Changzhi. Esteemed guests, since you are so intent on courting death, allow me to grant your wish today. Lu Changzhi's voice was icy, laced with disdain, as if he held the very fate of these individuals in his hands. As his words fell, he and the enchanting Xiao Ran, along with the ethereal Xian Lin Jiuxiao, plunged into the fray of the surrounding assault. The battlefield was thick with tension, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The tattered battle flags around them flapped violently in the wind, producing a rustling sound that seemed to cheer for the impending clash. Yet at that moment, the previously clear sky underwent a sudden transformation. In an instant, the heavens darkened to an inky black, as if enveloped by a deluge of thick, rushing ink. The ominous clouds surged and roiled like an unstoppable black torrent. This abrupt change astounded everyone present, leaving them bewildered about the ominous celestial phenomena. Beneath this darkened canopy, however, Changzhi remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this turn of events, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. A deep, thunderous roar echoed like the wrathful bellow of an ancient beast, reverberating with the destructive might of nature itself, shaking the very core of their being. Terrifying lightning dragons, pulsating with a vibrant life force, flickered in and out of sight within the oppressive, leaden clouds, their blinding brilliance striking fear into the hearts of onlookers, radiating an aura of unrelenting annihilation, as if they were poised to reduce the world to mere dust. In Chapter 77, Invitation to Death, Xiao Ran gazed upward with disbelief, her eyes wide as she beheld the chilling lightning dragons in the sky. The thunder tribulation only descends upon unparalleled prodigies during their breakthroughs, she stated. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Could this individual truly be the legendary prodigy? As they witnessed countless bolts of lightning crashing down upon Changzhi, questions arose among them. If he is indeed an unparalleled prodigy, we must ensure no one escapes. A resolute voice declared, unleashing their full powers and charging at Changzhi without reservation. My friends, we have already offended these three. If we allow them to escape today, it will be our demise in the future. Let's hold nothing back. Another urged, for the safety of our respective sects and families, today, let's bid farewell to these three. Before his voice faded, figures surged forth without hesitation, unleashing their full might like a relentless tide, rushing towards Changzhi and his companions. Changzhi's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon the increasingly ferocious thunder tribulation in the sky, then cast another cold glance at the advancing multitude. The surrounding crowd, in the face of such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, was consumed by a singular thought: to slay Changzhi and his two companions. They understood all too well that if Changzhi and his companions survived this day, they would face unimaginable consequences. Changzhi raised his eyes to the sky, where the menacing thunderclouds gathered ominously, and turned to his disciples, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Shidi, with a grave command. Sister, brother Lin, cover me. Today, this place shall be their grave. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Changzhi charged towards the enemy like an arrow loosed from a bow. His speed was blinding, akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon them. Simultaneously, the thunder tribulation above intensified with greater ferocity. Seeing the situation, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Shidi felt a tightening in their hearts, yet they resolutely took their positions, forcing those who sought to flee back into the fray. Faced with the oncoming horde, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Changzhi's eyes as he bellowed, "Since you were so eager to meet your demise, allow me to grant your wish." As his voice echoed, a terrifying aura erupted from him, resonating with the thunder tribulation above, creating an unparalleled pressure. Like a shooting star, Changzhi plunged into the crowd, the tumultuous thunder rumbling overhead. Damnable creatures, the onlookers thought, a chill creeping into their hearts as they realized retreat was no longer an option. They could only grit their teeth and advance. The moment Changzhi collided with the foremost attacker, the first bolt of thunder struck down with blinding brilliance, almost rendering them unable to open their eyes. With his twin swords, Changzhi engaged in a fierce clash with the opponent's weapon, the sound of metal clashing reverberating through the air, sparking countless glimmers of light. Harnessing the terrifying power of the imperial weapon, the leading assailant felt an overwhelming force strike him, his arm going numb. Before he could react, Changzhi unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp sword energies, piercing through his body, causing him to plummet with a wretched scream. Witnessing this, the others were struck with horror, yet they still unleashed their ultimate techniques. Brilliant spells cascaded like raindrops towards Changzhi. His countenance remained stoic as he moved through the onslaught like a phantom, the thunder tribulation exploding around him without inflicting harm, while the combatants on the battlefield suffered grievously. Each bolt of thunder claimed several lives. He deftly evaded lethal strikes, at times parrying powerful magical assaults with his blades. One individual attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Changzhi seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He swiftly turned, delivering a decisive kick that sent the assailant hurtling into the thunder tribulation, where they were struck and coughed up blood, their body charred. Seizing the opportunity, Changzhi surged through the throng like a ferocious tiger among sheep, navigating left and right amidst the chaos. With every swing of his dual swords, a fierce bolt of thunder descended, claiming a vibrant life with each strike. Amidst the blood-soaked tempest, the figure of Lu Changzhi appeared increasingly ruthless and unyielding. Some attempted to flee, yet Lu Changzhi would not permit their escape so easily, relentlessly pursuing them with the wrath of thunder, annihilating them one by one. The battle intensified, and Lu Changzhi bore numerous wounds, yet he remained unfazed, fighting with fervor. The thunder grew increasingly ferocious, casting the entire battlefield in a crimson hue of lightning and blood. Those who surrounded him now trembled in fear, their eyes filled with terror and despair, regretting their decision to provoke a being as formidable as Lu Changzhi. As the conflict raged on, Lu Changzhi's aura grew ever more potent, the thunderbolts becoming more terrifying. With an unmatched vigor, he wielded his swords, cleaving through his foes with ease. In the midst of the chaos, a voice cried out from the crowd, urging, "If this continues, we shall all be struck down by the thunder. Let us combine our treasures and vanquish him, or none shall survive." The crowd rallied, summoning their powerful artifacts, their brilliance attempting to counter Lu Changzhi's relentless assault. Yet, undeterred, Lu Changzhi charged into the radiant light of their treasures, his swords clashing fiercely against them, producing a thunderous cacophony. Amidst this tumult, the thunderbolts rained down incessantly. Harnessing the power of the storm, Lu Changzhi sent their artifacts flying or shattered them completely, their wielders suffering backlash, blood spilling forth from their mouths. How can he be this strong? Someone despaired. However, Lu Changzhi afforded them no time for lamentation. Like a whirlwind, he navigated through the throngs, leaving a trail of wails in his wake. It was not merely his strength, but the imperial weaponry he wielded. And the other sword in his grasp was no ordinary blade. One individual wiped the blood from the corner of their mouth. Gradually, the assailants dwindled, the ground littered with countless corpses. Lu Changzhi's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a deity of slaughter. The thunder seemed to sense his resolve, growing more frenzied, rampaging around him. Ultimately, as only a handful remained on the battlefield, they lost all will to fight, collapsing to the ground, pleading for Lu Changzhi to spare them. Yet, he merely regarded them coldly, raising his dual swords, accompanied by a blinding bolt of thunder, bringing their lives to a swift end. Now amid the ruins, Lu Changzhi stood, bloodied yet resolute, gazing skyward at the lingering thunder. He grasped the black robe upon him and tore it aside, revealing a sky-blue garment beneath. Brandishing the dual swords encircling him, he declared to the void, "Today, let us see what mere heavenly tribulation can do to me." As his words echoed, the thunder seemed to react to his provocation, intensifying with vigor, bolts of lightning like silver serpents weaving through the void, crackling with energy. Unfazed, Lu Changzhi's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. With both hands gracefully wielding twin swords, he charged boldly towards the thunderous tribulation, unleashing waves of sword energy that collided fiercely with the descending lightning. Each clash generated immense energy fluctuations, causing the very air around him to tremble. The storm of thunder grew increasingly ferocious, pouring down like a torrential rain, while Lu Changzhi maneuvered adeptly amidst the chaos, his azure robes billowing and resonating in the tempest. Utilizing his twin swords as conduits, he meticulously channeled the power of the tribulation into his being, forcibly refining it to fortify both his body and spirit. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, Lu Changzhi endured excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth in silence, unwavering. His body bore the marks of the tribulation's onslaught. Yet each wound was swiftly mended by a surge of vitality. Time became an abstract concept as the strength of the tribulation gradually waned. Yet Lu Changzhi remained steadfast, exuding an indomitable aura, akin to a conqueror who had vanquished the heavens. When the last vestige of the storm dissipated, he threw his head back in triumphant laughter, the echoes reverberating through the desolate ruins. He gazed down at his hands, feeling the tumultuous power coursing within him, and an overwhelming sense of ambition surged in his heart. The 36th heavenly tribulation is nothing but trifling, he murmured softly. In that moment, a series of dull thuds resonated as Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao callously discarded several bloodied corpses onto the ground, turning to Lu Changzhi with a grim expression. "Senior brother, all is resolved." Their demeanor exuded a chilling aura of lethal intent. Lu Changzhi's expression turned grave, a flicker of resolve glimmering in his eyes, and without hesitation, he commanded. We must depart swiftly. In an instant, he seized Xiao Ranxian and the others, their forms flickering like specters as they vanished from sight, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Just as the trio disappeared, a few formidable figures materialized abruptly, exuding an unsettling aura as they surveyed the sanguinary scene before them. Dismembered limbs lay strewn haphazardly across the ground, crimson blood pooling into meandering rivulets, the acrid scent of carnage permeating the air, conjuring a ghastly tableau reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Those who arrived subsequently were met with this horrific sight, their stomachs churning, many unable to contain their revulsion as they bent over to retch. How horrifying! Their faces turned ashen, eyes wide with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 78. Lin Moyu. Among the mountain of corpses, some individuals, in a state of panic, recognized the bodies of their sect's disciples, and in an instant, a tide of grief and fury surged within them, their eyes nearly bursting with anguish as they let out heart-wrenching cries, filled with boundless sorrow and hatred. Junior brother, I vow to make that murderer pay 1,000-fold for your vengeance. The already pervasive stench of blood in the air became further thickened by this sorrow and rage, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it rendered breathing nearly impossible. One of the formidable figures wore an expression so grim that it seemed capable of dripping water. He spoke with a voice laden with intensity. Who could be responsible for this? Such ruthless and vicious methods. Another strong individual, gritting his teeth, forced out words through clenched jaws. Whoever it may be, they shall not escape. We must thoroughly investigate and provide an account for the departed disciples of the Eastern Xian domain. Several voices echoed in agreement. Those powerful silhouettes stood silently, their faces a portrait of terrifying darkness. One among them appeared to be lost in profound contemplation, furrowing his brow intermittently, his gaze flickering unpredictably. After several arduous hours of flight, Changzhi, accompanied by two others, finally arrived at a mountain peak. Gazing into the distance, they beheld the endless undulating mountains, their outlines shrouded in a hazy veil, as if delicately concealed by a gossamer curtain, seemingly harboring countless crises and secrets. Atop the summit, tendrils of mist ascended gracefully, sometimes coalescing into clusters, other times dispersing into the ether, further enhancing the scene with an eerie, enigmatic aura. They are unlikely to come here. Let us rest for a moment, Changzhi suggested softly as he located a cave. Xiao Ranxian nodded in agreement. Brother, is this your first time taking a life? Xiao Ranxian hesitated for a moment before succumbing to curiosity and posing the question, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of intrigue. Changzhi remained silent for a brief spell before responding slowly. Yes, it is my first time, and it is also the first time I've taken so many lives. His voice bore a hint of somberness, as if he were still immersed in the intensity of the recent battle, recalling the gruesome scenes that stirred within him a complex and bewildering array of emotions. A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Ranxian's gaze, but she quickly regained her composure and softly proposed, Brother, let us first restore our spiritual energy. I and junior brother Lin will guard you. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, junior sister and junior brother, Changzhi replied, his heart warming at their camaraderie. With that, he seated himself upon the ground, legs crossed, and closed his eyes, commencing the practice of the Tai Chu sword cannon. As he channeled his energy, a faint grayish-white aura began to envelop his form. His breathing gradually steadied, becoming deep and profound, as if he were merging with the surrounding environment. Upon engaging in his practice, Changzhi felt as though he had entered a tranquil void, with everything around him slowly blurring into obscurity. His consciousness began to retreat inward, immersing his entire being in the rhythm of his cultivation. As time flowed, he entered a wondrous state of meditation, wherein he felt one with the universe. The sounds and sights of the outside world seemed to recede into the distance. The spiritual energy of the surrounding environment continuously converged upon him, forming a colossal vortex of vitality that resembled a magnificent tapestry, swirling around him gracefully. His body emanated a gentle, grayish-white glow, with threads of light intertwining with a vortex of spiritual energy, enhancing the potency of his essence. Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao stood vigilantly to the side, their eyes brimming with tension and unease as they meticulously observed their surroundings. Gradually, time slipped away, with Changzhi still absorbed in his cultivation, the massive whirlpool of spiritual energy becoming increasingly stable. Neither Xiao Ranxian nor Lin Jiuxiao dared to relax their guard. Their nerves taut as they scrutinized the area, leaving no subtle movement unnoticed. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound drifted from the distance. It was exceedingly subtle, yet it did not escape the keen ears of Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao. Their expressions instantly shifted to one of grave concern. As Lin Jiuxiao extended his spiritual sense forward, a figure he recognized all too well came into view. Without hesitation, he murmured, "Xiao Yu," and surged forward with urgency. Observing Lin Jiuxiao's sudden departure, Xiao Ranxian refrained from attempting to stop him. Amid the dense foliage of towering trees, a woman gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. Her garments were utterly soaked in blood, the shocking crimson hue spreading across her like a blooming poppy. Each wound felt like a searing flame, sending waves of unbearable agony coursing through her body, rendering her nearly incapable of standing, swaying as if on the verge of collapse. "Lin Moyu, you cannot escape." At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, reverberating through the forest like a clap of thunder. The ferocity of the shout sent a chill of despair surging through the woman's heart as she realized she had been caught. Summoning every ounce of strength, she managed to turn her body, her gaze locking onto the group before her. Her eyes reflected boundless helplessness and terror, as if she faced a horde of demons from the netherworld. The individuals before her bore stern expressions, exuding a chilling aura. "Qianfang, remember how my brother once showed you mercy? Why do you relentlessly pursue me?" The woman gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, her voice trembling as she addressed the leader of the group. "Why? Do you still not comprehend?" Before Qianfang could respond, a man among the group smirked coldly, preemptively answering, "Your brother Lin Jiuxiao killed my clan's younger brother. Did he ever foresee this calamity? Humph, he murdered my brother. Today, I shall take your life to avenge this deep-seated grudge." Another man bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. "Yanglong, your brother habitually relied on your support within the sect to stir up trouble. My brother's actions were for the greater good." Lin Moyu retorted, her expression devoid of emotion. "Humph, what noble cause for the greater good. Today, I shall let you experience true retribution." Yanglong spat through clenched teeth, his countenance darkening. "Stop wasting time with this woman. Let us act swiftly," Qianfang commanded, brandishing his weapon and lunging at Lin Moyu like a ravenous beast. The others, seeing this, wasted no time in joining the fray. In an instant, the scene erupted into a chaotic clash of blades and swords. Lin Moyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon Qianfang and his companions, whose cultivation far surpassed his own. Deep down, he understood that the tide had turned against him, and he was beyond hope. Thus, he despairingly closed his eyes, silently awaiting the arrival of death, as if resigned to his fate. However, in this perilous moment, a black heavy sword suddenly manifested before Lin Moyu, striking with the force of thunder and repelling Qianfang and the others. "Who dares?" Yanglong shouted in a furious rage at the sudden appearance of the massive black sword. The others, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, turned to look in the direction from which the sword had come. A figure swiftly emerged from the dense woods. Hearing the commotion, Lin Moyu hastily opened his eyes, and upon recognizing the newcomer, an indescribable joy surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Brother!" The figure was none other than Lin Jiuxiao, his expression dark and foreboding, as if it could drip with water, with flames of fury burning in his eyes. "Qianfang, during our time at the Eastern Xuanzong, I treated you well." Lin Jiuxiao, filled with righteous indignation, reprimanded Qianfang, who stood at the forefront, his voice imbued with authority and wrath. "Humph, treated me well? How utterly ridiculous! Do you know that I have always lived in your shadow? In the sect, wherever you went, they referred to me as your dog. Even after you became a useless wretch, they continued to mock me with tales of the past. I have endured enough of this dark existence." Qianfang roared in fury. Chapter 79. A farewell to you all. Lin Jiuxiao, I never anticipated you would have the audacity to appear in the Eastern Xuanyu. Yanglong's eyes widened, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Brother Qian, there is no need to waste words on such a person. He is nothing but a complete waste now. Today, I shall ensure he pays with blood for my brother's vengeance." Yanglong's visage was marked with ferocity and resolve, as if he intended to consume Lin Jiuxiao alive. "Do you think you lot, mere trifles, stand a chance against me?" Lin Jiuxiao's lips curled into a cold smile, filled with disdain and contempt. "In the past, none of you were my match. Do you truly believe you can turn the tide now? His eyes sparkled with confidence and arrogance, as if the individuals before him were mere jesters. Arrogant fool, Qian Fong bellowed in uncontrollable rage, his entire being trembling with fury. Do you still naively think you are the once-renowned genius of the Eastern Xuanyu? Lin Jiuxiao fell silent, drawing the massive sword from the ground with a swift motion. The silver blade gleamed with a chilling light, dazzling like the brightest star in the night sky, pointing directly at the assembly. Kill him! The crowd shouted in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens like a surging tide, rushing towards Lin Jiuxiao. The battle cry was deafening, imbued with boundless murderous intent. In a flash, Lin Jiuxiao evaded the first wave of attacks like a specter, his speed astonishing beyond belief. In an instant, his silhouette vanished from a spot, causing the opponent's assault to miss entirely. Simultaneously, he wielded his sword, its shadow cascading like snowflakes, each flake imbued with boundless murderous intent and a chilling aura. In mere moments, several individuals fell to the ground, howling in agony. Wherever the sword's shadow traversed, blood splattered, painting a gruesome scene. Have you pondered how you shall meet your demise? Lin Jiuxiao coldly addressed the fallen. Ha ha! Arrogant Lin Jiuxiao, do you dare to kill us? Qian Fong, lying on the ground despite his grievous injuries, defiantly shouted. Indeed, you cannot slay us. Senior brother Liu is also on the ancient battlefield, and he knows we came here for Lin Moyu. Yang Long lifted his head, deriding Lin Jiuxiao with a mocking smile, attempting to threaten him with words. If we do not return, do you believe your Lin family can still exist? I advise you to let us go. Qian Fong's expression turned sinister as he spoke, hoping to instill fear in Lin Jiuxiao. Oh, threatening me? Lin Jiuxiao regarded the fallen with a bemused smile, as though observing a troupe of jesters performing. What? Do you dare not kill me? Yang Long foolishly provoked further. Have you forgotten one crucial fact? I am a disciple of the Taiqing Heavenly Sect. I find it hard to believe that the Dongxian sect would offend the Taiqing Heavenly Sect for a few worthless individuals like you. Lin Jiuxiao's gaze was indifferent, as if he were looking at corpses. His icy stare sent shivers down their spines. Before you meet your end, allow me to impart one final piece of information. The Eternal Life Master is my ancestral teacher, a figure whom the Central Continent dares not offend. What is the Dongxian sect in comparison? With that, Lin Jiuxiao swiftly executed several of them with a decisive stroke, his movements precise and without hesitation. No, Lin Jiuxiao, for the sake of the times I once served you, I beg you to spare my life. Qian Fong's plea was cut short as Lin Jiuxiao silenced him. Considering we were once both disciples of the Dongxian sect, I shall escort you on your final journey. As he spoke, Lin Jiuxiao conjured flames that blazed fiercely, consuming the bodies of the fallen, reducing them to ashes. Brother, I thought I would never see you again. Lin Moyu, like a fledgling swallow, flew into Lin Jiuxiao's embrace, clinging to him desperately. At that moment, she was overwhelmed with tears, her face drenched as if a dam had burst, unleashing years of pent-up longing and fear. Lin Jiuxiao was taken aback by his sister's sudden action, but he quickly composed himself, gently patting her back and asking softly, Xiaoyu, how did you end up here? His voice was filled with concern and tenderness. Through her sobs, Lin Moyu responded, the ancient battlefield suddenly manifested, attracting numerous forces from the Dongxian domain. I came here with the third elder and others, but upon entering the secret realm, I encountered Qian Fong and his group, fearing I would never see you, grandfather, or anyone else again. As she spoke, she began to weep quietly once more, her body quivering with emotion. Lin Jiuxiao tenderly embraced Lin Moyu, reassuring her, it is all right. Little Rain, do not be afraid. I am here. As long as I am by your side, no one shall harm you in the slightest. His tone was resolute and powerful, instilling a profound sense of security. After calming his sister's emotions, Lin Jiuxiao continued, this place is not safe for long. We should depart. He cast a vigilant glance around, apprehensive of any impending dangers. Lin Moyu nodded obediently, replying, I will listen to everything you say, brother. Gradually, she released her tight hold on Lin Jiuxiao, yet her gaze remained filled with reliance. Brother, is it true that you have joined the Taiqing Heavenly Sect? Lin Moyu, following closely behind, inquired with curiosity shining in her eyes. Lin Jiuxiao slightly nodded in affirmation, indeed. Lin Moyu pressed on with eagerness. Then, brother, which peak have you joined? Qingqing Peak, Lin Jiuxiao answered calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Moyu gasped, Does that mean you have become a disciple of the longevity true person? Her eyes sparkled with astonishment and envy, as if she could scarcely believe the reality of it all. Lin Jiuxiao smiled and shook his head, clarifying, no. Chen Changsheng is my ancestral master. Lin Moyu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and she could hardly contain her excitement as she asked, then, brother, who is your master? Is she formidable? At that moment, she had completely forgotten the harrowing experience of being pursued, her heart now consumed by her fascination with her brother. Observing his sister's exuberance, Lin Jiuxiao felt a mix of exasperation and affection, yet he patiently responded, she was indeed formidable. I shall take you to meet her now. With that, he led Lin Moyu in the direction they had just come from. Upon hearing this, Lin Moyu's heart swelled with joy, and she eagerly kept pace beside Lin Jiuxiao. Inside the cave, the spiritual energy surrounding Lu Changzhi gradually dissipated. With a wave of his hands, Lu Changzhi concluded his meditation, and the fading energy ascended like wisps of smoke, gradually vanishing into the air. Senior brother, you have recovered, exclaimed Xiao Ranxian, her face radiant with happiness, as if a great weight had lifted from her heart. Yes, my cultivation has now stabilized, Lu Changzhi replied, his voice steady and powerful, exuding confidence. Where is Lin Shitty? Lu Changzhi scanned the surroundings but did not spot Lin Jiuxiao, prompting him to ask. He seems to have encountered an acquaintance and stepped out, Xiao Ranxian responded, her gaze following the path outside the cave. Very well, Lu Changzhi said, and with a flick of his hand over his storage ring, a brilliant light flashed, revealing a mountain of storage rings before him and Xiao Ranxian. The dazzling radiance was blinding. Gazing at the towering pile of storage rings, Xiao Ranxian swallowed hard, exclaiming, Senior brother, you not only defeated them, but also took their storage rings. Her eyes widened in astonishment. There was no other choice. If they had used memory crystals, it would have been quite troublesome. Lu Changzhi gazed at the astonished Xiao Ranxian, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, it was so. Xiao Ranxian nodded in agreement, her gaze lingering on the pile of spatial rings, silently marveling at them. Since junior brother Lin is not here, let's first examine these spatial rings to see if any treasures might be hidden within. Lu Changzhi fixated on the mountainous heap of rings, unable to suppress the excitement bubbling within him, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Very well, Xiao Ranxian replied, and together they began to sift through the abundant spatial rings, each unique in design, yet similar in size. Their hands moved swiftly among the rings. Chapter 80. The Astonishment of Lin Moyu. Master, I have returned. Just as Lu Changzhi and Xiao Ranxian rummaged through the spatial rings in the cave, Lin Jiuxiao entered, accompanied by the figure of Lin Moyu. Upon seeing the towering stack of rings, Lin Jiuxiao could not help but shake his head in resignation, while Lin Moyu, standing by his side, was instantly taken aback. Her mouth agape and her expression one of sheer disbelief as her eyes fixated on the ring-laden mound before her. Her gaze was filled with utter astonishment and incredulity, as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon beyond her wildest imagination. Jiuxiao, who is this? Xiao Ranxian inquired, casting a puzzled look at Lin Moyu beside Lin Jiuxiao. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she scrutinized the unfamiliar girl. Master, this is my younger sister, Lin Moyu, Lin Jiuxiao quickly explained. Moyu, this is my esteemed master, Xiao Ranxian, whom I just mentioned, he added, gently nudging the still dumbfounded Lin Moyu and lowering his voice to remind her. Finally coming to her senses, Lin Moyu gazed at the ethereal beauty of Xiao Ranxian, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Yet internally, her emotions surged like a tempestuous sea, tumultuous and uncontainable. She could not help but think to herself, what a beautiful elder sister. Regaining her composure, Lin Moyu respectfully bowed deeply to Xiao Ranxian. Her voice tinged with trepidation as she said, I am Lin Moyu. The younger generation pays my respects to you, senior. Xiao Ranxian regarded Lin Moyu with keen interest, a fleeting expression of appreciation crossing her eyes. There is no need for such formality, she replied gently. Lin Jiuxiao continued the introductions, and this is the illustrious Lu Changzhi, a renowned senior brother of the Taiqing sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Moyu bowed to Lu Changzhi, saying Moyu pays her respect to senior brother Lu. However, before Lu Changzhi could respond, Lin Moyu suddenly seemed to uncover an astonishing secret, her eyes widening in shock as she stammered Lu Changzhi, brother. You said he is Lu Changzhi. Her voice, overwhelmed by surprise, became sharp, her face a canvas of disbelief. Lu Changzhi was none other than the illustrious young sword emperor of the ancestral martial realm. His name had echoed throughout every corner of the ancestral martial realm, becoming the paragon and idol of countless young martial artists. In the present moment, a figure so legendary stands before her, evoking an overwhelming sense of awe and excitement. Am I truly that intimidating? Seeing Lin Mo's astonished expression, Lu Changzhi felt a wave of confusion and could not help but inquire. No, Senior Lu, greetings. Lin Mo took a deep breath and respectfully bowed once more to Lu Changzhi. Her gestures grew increasingly reverent, her eyes brimming with profound admiration. Enough, little you. There's no need for such dramatics, Lin Jiuxiao interjected, observing his sister's astonishment with a hint of amusement. His tone carried a touch of exasperation, as if finding her excessive enthusiasm somewhat humorous. Goodness, how can I not be excited? This is the living sword emperor. Lin Montague exclaimed passionately, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes wide open as if she wished to engrave Lu Changzhi's visage deeply in her memory. A living? Shouldn't senior brother be deceased? Teased Xiao Ranxian, her playful smile lightening the previously tense atmosphere. No, Lin Montague flustily clarified. Lin Jiuxiao turned to Lu Changzhi, noticing the dark lines etched across his face, and glanced at their chuckling master, perplexed. Master, what is transpiring here? Is it not obvious? Xiao Ranxian shook the spatial ring in her hand, deliberately slowing her movements as she revealed an item to Lin Jiuxiao, seemingly teasingly withholding suspense. Well, fine, Lin Jiuxiao sighed in resignation, shaking his head, bemused by the situation. Both of you, stop standing there foolishly and come help. With this many spatial rings, who knows how long it will take to sift through them, Lu Changzhi urged, his expression tinged with helplessness as he regarded the mountain of rings, his brow furrowing with a hint of concern. Is it really permissible, Senior Lu? Lin Mo asked softly, her curious and lively eyes blinking in anticipation, tinged with a hint of caution as if fearing she had misheard. Of course, as Lin Shidi's sister, there is no need for formality. Hurry, the treasures we uncover will all belong to you, Lu Changzhi replied with a light-hearted smile. Patiently reassuring Lin Montague. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement mingled with nervousness. She inhaled deeply, gazing at the towering pile of spatial rings, carelessly picking one up and cautiously opening it. As the ring was unveiled, a faint glow flickered momentarily, revealing several items before Lin Mo's eyes. Upon closer inspection, she discovered an ancient scroll inscribed with the words Heavenly Level Martial Technique. Ah, a Heavenly Level Martial Technique. Quite impressive, Lu Changzhi remarked as he leaned in for a closer look. His eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise at this discovery, a trace of satisfaction gracing his visage. Subsequently, the four began the arduous task of rummaging through the spatial ring. After an extensive period of relentless effort, they finally organized all the items within the ring. They not only acquired numerous martial arts techniques, but also secured invaluable pills, potent magical artifacts, and a plethora of spirit stones. Wow, we've truly struck it rich, Lin Moyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beheld the towering spoils within the spatial ring. Her face radiated joy, and her eyes sparkled with exhilaration, as if she were ensconced in a delightful dream. These possessions may seem trivial to us, yet we must proceed with caution, Lin Jiuxiao solemnly cautioned. Indeed, what you say is quite true, junior brother Lin. Lu Changzhi nodded in agreement. We should hasten our departure from this place, suggested Xiao Ranxian. Jiuxiao, incinerate these spatial rings, he instructed. With that, the four followed Lu Changzhi, departing the cave together. As they traversed the path, Lin Moyu, following closely behind Lin Jiuxiao, curiously inquired, Brother, how did you acquire these spatial rings? Xiaoyu, what you have witnessed today and the contents of your spatial ring must remain a secret, Lin Jiuxiao replied gravely, his expression austere and his tone laden with seriousness, revealing the gravity of the situation. Why, brother? Lin Moyu asked, her brow furrowed and her eyes filled with profound confusion. Master, brother Lu, the three of us are disciples of the Tai sect. No one dares to harm us. Moreover, we possess the sword decree bestowed by our ancestor, ensuring our safety. However, your circumstances are different. If anyone discovers the treasures within your spatial ring, it would spell endless calamity for both you and the Lin family. Lin Jiuxiao explained earnestly, as a celestial blue sword decree appeared in the hands of him, Xiao Ranxian, and Lu Changzhi. I understand, brother, Lin Moyu replied, her gaze unwavering as she looked at the serious Lin Jiuxiao, and then at the blue sword decree held by the three. Her eyes reflected a resolute determination, grasping the severity of the matter. Chapter 81, The Battlefield. Xiaoyu, there is one more thing. After we exit, do not mention that you have seen me. Lin Jiuxiao stated with utmost seriousness. Why, brother? Grandfather misses you dearly. Will you not visit him? Lin Mayu said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Do you not understand? It was under duress that grandfather and the others forced you away. Lin Jiuxiao's words were cut off by Lin Moyu's interruption. I know, she replied. Lin Jiuxiao took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice composed, yet the sadness and resentment were unmistakable. Observing his sister's maturity stung his heart, and he gently stroked Lin Moyu's head. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with concern. Brother, did you truly return solely for that 3-year agreement? Lin Jiuxiao remained silent for a moment before nodding. Brother, please promise me you won't go. Lin Moyu urgently implored, grasping Lin Jiuxiao's arm. That wretched Feng Fei heir is rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the martial sovereign level. You are no match for her now. Is her talent truly that formidable? Lin Jiuxiao inquired, his brow furrowing in surprise. I don't know for certain, but I've heard she has received the inheritance of the martial saint, leading to a sudden surge in her power. And she has even become the saintess of the Dong-Xian sect, Lin Moyu replied, her tone laced with helplessness and concern. But even if she has received the inheritance, what does it matter? The humiliation I once endured must be avenged. I will honor the 3-year agreement without fail. A resolute and sharp glimmer shone in Lin Jiuxiao's eyes. Lin Moyu, frantic, clutched his sleeve, her voice tinged with anxiety. Brother, please don't act impulsively. The martial saint inheritance is not to be taken lightly. However, Lin Jiuxiao interrupted her without hesitation, his tone brimming with confidence. Xiaoyu, have faith in my strength. Even if she has broken through to the martial sovereign, I still possess the ability to fight. Lin Moyu bit her lip tightly, tears welling in her eyes. But, brother, I truly worry for you. If it becomes too perilous, perhaps we should reconsider. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Gently stroking her hair, Lin Jiuxiao smiled reassuringly. Silly sister, do not fret for me. Trust in my abilities. I will return safely. He took a deep breath and added, you must take good care of yourself within the family. Do you understand? Lin Montauk nodded, unable to hold back her tears any longer. She clung to Lin Jiuxiao's hand, unwilling to release it. Lin Jiuxiao patted her shoulder gently. All right, stop crying. It's getting late. We must set off. With that, he resolutely turned and led Lin Moyu towards Lu Changzhi and Xiao Ranxian. In the days that followed, the quartet traversed the ancient battlefield, diligently searching for various rare, spiritual herbs and enigmatic elixirs. In this time, filled with uncertainty and surprises, news spread across the vast battlefield like drifting willow catkins. Among the myriad of tidings, one particularly captured the attention of the cultivators. A female practitioner from a central state had obtained the inheritance of the sword Dao. Furthermore, some fortunate souls had acquired imperial-level martial techniques, while others had laid claim to coveted imperial spiritual weapons. Yet, amidst the exhilarating news, only the core area of the ancient battlefield, where bones lay heaped like mountains, remained shrouded in an enigmatic veil, casting an aura of dread and trepidation. As time flew by like a fleeting horse, the days passed swiftly and monotonously. One day, a month later, without any warning, radiant beams of light, as brilliant and dazzling as a heavenly omen, suddenly descended upon the bodies of those present on the battlefield. Immediately following, as those beams of light quietly faded, the individuals who had been present vanished in the blink of an eye, as if they had never existed at all. This marked the commencement of the ancient battlefield's transmission. Xiao Ranxian focused intently on the disappearing figures, softly murmuring in contemplation. Very well, discard the Taoist robe and don our own before we depart, Lu Changzhi instructed calmly, his expression unwavering. Senior brother Lu, what is the reason for this? Lin Jiuxiao inquired, his face etched with doubt. Previously, we feared no one would contest us. Now, we fear the opposite, Lu Changzhi elucidated softly. Those formidable martial sect experts unable to enter the battlefield will undoubtedly be waiting for us outside. He continued with a grave expression. Indeed, if we were the sky-blue Taoist robes, few would dare to challenge us under the influence of Qingcheng Peak. Xiao Ranxian concurred with a nod. I see now, Lin Jiuxiao replied, awakening to understanding. Xiao Yu, remember what I have told you. Lin Jiuxiao turned to Lin Moyu with an anxious expression. I understand, brother, Lin Moyu nodded in response. Outside the battlefield, shadows began to materialize. I have emerged. A man clad in a dark robe surveyed his surroundings intently. Surrender your storage rings, and I shall spare your lives. Suddenly, several figures emerge around the youth, encircling him tightly. My fellow Taoists, are you truly intending to make enemies of the Dongxian sect? At that moment, as the youth found himself at a loss, a deep, authoritative voice resonated, imbued with an invisible pressure. The figure surrounding him paused momentarily, then sneered, Wu Ming of the Dongxian sect, so what? This place is not your territory. Wu Ming, a robust man with a stern visage, exuded a formidable aura. Disciple, pay your respects to Elder Wu, the youth said respectfully, hurriedly bowing to Wu Ming. Wu Ming's demeanor remained composed, his piercing gaze emanating an intangible intimidation. He nodded slightly, scanning the figures encircling the youth before coldly warning, if you wish to avoid trouble, you will leave immediately. Upon hearing this, the figures exchanged glances, appearing hesitant. Nevertheless, they did not depart at once, as if weighing their options. Observing this, Wu Ming's gaze turned icy, and in an instant he flashed before them. A gust of wind surged past, followed by a series of muffled thuds, as Wu Ming struck with lightning speed, incapacitating them all in mere moments. Begone! Elder Wu thundered, his eyes wide with fury. The figures, terrified, fled the scene in a hasty scramble. Thank you, Elder Wu, for your assistance. The youth expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing once more to the elder. In the future, should similar circumstances arise, there is no need to engage in excessive entanglement with them. Simply reveal the banner of our sect. Surely, they would not dare to offend the members of our esteemed order lightly, Wu Ming calmly advised. Yes, disciple understands, the youth replied, nodding with a tone both resolute and decisive. Dear comrades, heed my words well. The fifth elder of Dongxian sect cast a sharp gaze around, his eyes piercing like those of a hawk, intently surveying the hidden, formidable figures lurking in the shadows. He spoke with a voice laden with authority. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on the disciples of Dongxian sect, they shall irrevocably forge a mortal enmity with us. Dongxian sect shall spare no effort in pursuing them to the ends of the earth, with absolutely no mercy or leniency. His voice resonated like a resounding bell, causing an echo that buzzed in the ears of all present. However, before his words could fully settle, another chilling voice pierced the air. Those who dare to strike at the disciples of I-Sword sect shall meet with the same ruthless fate. This proclamation seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, cold enough to send shivers down one's spine. My Apothecary Valley shares the same stance, an elder promptly added. And so does my Lanfeng Ridge, a middle-aged woman echoed in agreement. As more and more factions declared their solidarity, the once greedy individuals began to temper their desires. Yet the weaker sects and wandering cultivators found themselves ensnared in dire straits. Chapter 82, The Enchanting Woman. At this juncture, Liu Changzhi and his companions, along with other survivors, were teleported away from the battlefield. They had witnessed the earlier scene unfold with their own eyes, and a wave of emotion surged within them. Indeed, having a sect as a steadfast backing is truly unparalleled. As Liu Changzhi and his companions appeared, the sky-blue robes they donned instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers. The robes billowed in the wind, akin to flowing azure clouds, exuding an aura of mystery and majesty. You three do not seem to hail from our Dongxian domain. Now tell me, who are you? Suddenly, an elder with a menacing expression and a face etched with wrinkles cast a covetous gaze upon Liu Changzhi and the others. Not worthy of knowing, Liu Changzhi fearlessly retorted, his voice resonant and unwavering, revealing an indomitable spirit. All resources within this ancient battlefield belong to our Dongxian domain. How can you outsiders take them at will? The elder persisted, his tone unyielding as he pressed further. The resources of Dongxian domain are beyond the reach of others. As the elder finished speaking, a chorus of agreement arose from the crowd, voices rising and falling in support of his assertions. Upon hearing this, Liu Changzhi's gaze turned frigid, his sharp scrutiny sweeping over those who had spoken. His eyes pierced like blades, as if capable of penetrating the very souls of onlookers. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura surged from him, akin to a crashing tide, imposing an invisible pressure upon those surrounding him. What? Do you intend to make a move? The elderly man, upon witnessing the unfolding events, displayed no sign of fear. He discreetly channeled his internal spiritual energy, preparing himself for any potential confrontation. His hands trembled slightly, emanating a faint aura of spiritual light. In an instant, the atmosphere became palpably tense, as onlookers gathered with an eager curiosity, fervently anticipating the outcome of the impending clash. They whispered among themselves, their faces illuminated with excitement and expectation. Just when the tension reached its zenith, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, akin to a lightning bolt piercing through the darkness, illuminating the entire space. Within this radiance, a figure gradually emerged, becoming increasingly distinct as the light subsided. As Lu Changzhi gazed intently, a strikingly cold and exquisite woman materialized before him. Her slender form was clad in a flowing gown as white as snow, dancing gracefully in the breeze, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Her skin, smooth and lustrous like jade, shimmered under the sun's rays, exuding an enchanting allure. Each of her steps was light and elegant, as if flowers blossomed beneath her feet. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her fragrant shoulders, soft and silky, with a few strands gently swaying in the breeze, as if performing a delicate dance, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Her presence seemed to crystallize the air around her, infused with an innate chill. Adorned in a white gown, pure as freshly fallen snow, she appeared tall and graceful, as though she might float away at any moment. The hem of her dress swayed with the wind, creating an otherworldly ambience. Her visage was breathtaking, yet carried an air of cold elegance and nobility that deterred any attempts at disrespect. Her eyes sparkled with a deep, brilliant light, reminiscent of the stars. As her gaze swept over the crowd, it finally settled on Lu Changzhi, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, the chill in her eyes softened slightly. She then parted her ruby lips and spoke. The people of the East Xian domain possess such audacity, daring to rob disciples from the North Wilderness domain. Her voice was melodious and clear, imbued with an undeniable authority, as though it were a decree from the heavens. Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? These three are actually disciples of the North Wilderness domain? They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with sympathy for the elderly man. What is there to fear? This is our territory in the East Xian domain. We cannot allow the North Wilderness domain to act recklessly, the old man said, maintaining his composure. The woman regarded him with a frosty gaze and retorted, "Do you know which sect these three disciples belong to in the North Wilderness domain, to speak so brazenly here?" Her words struck at the old man like icy daggers. His countenance darkened upon hearing this, yet he mustered a defiant response. "What of it? Whether I know or not, this is the East Xian domain." With a cold scoff, she replied, "How eloquent! I sense your covetousness for the treasures that adorn them, wishing to claim them as your own. I have witnessed such things far too often. Young lady, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, lest you bear the consequences." The elderly man wore a grim expression, his fierce gaze fixed intently on the woman before him, laden with a palpable warning. Yet, the woman remained undaunted, her resolute eyes reflecting her unwavering determination as she replied, "Since I have encountered this matter, I shall see it through to the end." Her voice rang clear and steadfast, imbued with a sense of resolve. Just when the two found themselves at an impasse, a bright voice broke the tension. "Thank you for your kind intentions, my lady, but allow me to handle this mere buffoon." Lu Changzhi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the striking woman. The woman paused momentarily, then smiled in return, softly replying, "Very well." Upon hearing this, the elderly man erupted with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Changzhi as he barked, "Humph! Do you look down upon us of the Eastern Xian realm?" Lu Changzhi's lips curled into a smirk, his voice laced with disdain. "Ah, you are indeed correct. I have no regard for your Eastern Xian domain whatsoever." His words dripped with scorn and contempt, as if he dismissed the man entirely. "Arrogant? Kill him." The proclamation thundered through the crowd, igniting a fervor akin to a tempest. Shouts of indignation erupted, some seething with righteous anger, others brimming with murderous intent. Even those lofty figures, who typically concealed their emotions, found themselves unable to remain composed, their gazes sharpened. fixating on Lu Changzhi with lethal intent. The old man trembled with rage. His face flushed crimson as he glared at Lu Changzhi, gritting his teeth. "One arrogant young man. Today, you shall learn the might of our eastern Xian domain." With that, he summoned all his strength, preparing to engage Lu Changzhi in battle. However, Lu Changzhi exhibited no fear, advancing steadily toward the elder while saying, "Fair lady, please take a step back to avoid any collateral damage during our altercation. I would not wish to see such beauty marred by blood." "You are quite the intriguing person," the woman remarked, a smile gracing her exquisite features as she regarded Lu Changzhi. Her voice was melodious, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, enchanting all who heard it. "Impertinent fool, you seek your own demise." The old man, infuriated by the flirtation between the two, glared with eyes as wide as saucers, his face contorted in rage. Veins bulging on his forehead, fists clenched, and the wind howling around him as he charged at Lu Changzhi. Lu Changzhi's expression turned serious. He could not afford to be negligent. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, and his twin swords, sensing their master's peril, vibrated ominously, exuding a fierce sword aura. Nearby, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao exchanged glances, resignedly shaking their heads before grasping the hilts of their swords, ready to support Lu Changzhi. Meanwhile, the striking woman moved with agility, swiftly drawing her own spirit sword, aligning herself beside Lu Changzhi to face the elder together. "Stop!" Just as an intense battle was about to ensue, a deep and authoritative voice resonated throughout the air. The crowd turned towards the source, spotting Wu Ming standing calmly at a distance, exuding an intangible pressure that commanded respect and awe. The elder's assault abruptly ceased mid-action, his body propelled forward by inertia before he managed to steady himself. His countenance darkened, fluctuating with a tempest of emotions. Anger, resentment, and a trace of trepidation danced within his eyes. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth, suppressing the tumult within, and bowed his head to inquire of Wu Ming, "Elder Wu, what is the meaning of this?"